Many fights followed the decision of Noah's group to hunt heaven and earth's followers. The old rulers granted them access to a relatively detailed map of the areas those cultivators were trying to defend, and the experts didn't hesitate to capture them. Fighting gaseous stage cultivators had basically become normal for Noah and the others. They weren't even alone, since the old rulers' magical beasts often joined their battles, and victories started piling on. Noah had the chance to seize multiple existences. Supreme Thief's ability was part of his greed now, so he only needed to rely on his desire to activate it. His hunger also played an important role in that field, but heaven and earth's cultivators couldn't do much anyway. The rulers were silent, so those assets couldn't come back to life or use specific counters. Noah's group also approached battles that they could win. They didn't care about maximizing their damage to heaven and earth system. They only wanted to expand the influence of the improved magical beasts among the storms while stealing aspects for themselves. Heaven and earth were silent, but Noah didn't show the entirety of his new power anyway. He limited himself to growing accustomed to the latest state of his existence while continuing to study the dragon's spheres. The hunts led the group into strange and unique areas. The chaotic laws carried hidden meanings that made them tend toward specific creations. Some regions featured faint palaces, others had far more energy than usual in the form of lakes, and a few tried to build underground structures meant for something that even King Elbaz struggled to understand. Noah and the others had long since understood that the stormy regions weren't only a mass of power that generated lands randomly. The chaotic laws followed a vague blueprint that eventually came to life as time passed. Heaven and earth released that energy with a plan in mind, but studying it from the surface felt hard. King Elbaz did his best to keep track of the unique areas that the group crossed and cleared, but the map that came out only increased his confusion. He could find vague meanings, but he didn't understand what they had to generate once fusing with the other unique zones. That study seemed to require a general view of the stormy regions and an understanding of the sky. Too much of the white layer remained hidden from the group's vision from their position, and that knowledge felt necessary to learn what heaven and earth were up to. Of course, the sky wasn't even close to the group's range. Noah and the others were even trying to avoid it for now, since they were prioritizing their improvements. However, their efforts ended up working against their growth, at least when it came to King Elbaz, Noah, and Stephen. That consequence didn't surprise them. King Elbaz, Noah, and Stephen were the only ones relying on the stolen existences to increase their understanding and deepen their aspects, but they knew what that process caused. A stronger law required more time to improve, so none of them managed to approach the breakthrough in that period. Divine Demon and Wilfred's existences were peculiar, which didn't allow them to rely on the stolen aspects. The former didn't make any sense while the latter took power in his simplicity, so they couldn't add foreign understanding. Still, the two also struggled to approach the breakthrough, and the only explanation was in the lack of dangers on their path. The hunts tested their abilities, but only inside certain limits. Noah and the others never risked losing their lives during that process. The followers in the gaseous stage lost most of their dangerousness when heaven and earth didn't help them. That discovery made the group feel pleased about their battle prowess, but it also forced them to accept how the 9th rank would continue to escape their grasp as long as they failed to meet proper dangers. Initially, that was fine since the hunts made them stronger anyway, but problems inevitably started to appear when all that power remained stuck in the 8th rank. Divine Demon and Wilfred noticed how their 3 companions began to show unstable behaviors during their travels and hunts. Those issues weren't too troublesome since they mainly consisted of random flares of energy that expressed some of their improved aspects or similar events. Yet, they were a clear sign that their laws couldn't remain in that state anymore. The centers of power were almost living beings in the divine ranks. They behaved according to the understanding that they carried, so their depths could force them to act as if they were already in the 9th rank. That obviously caused problems. King Elbaz slowly became unable to contain his curiosity. He fell into a daze whenever a gale carried an interesting meaning. That issue started to happen so often that he had to develop items capable of keeping him focused on his surroundings. Stephen's aura gained unique destructive properties. His determination transformed into a judge for the matter around him and forced what it found unworthy to crumble. Noah was slightly better off. He had multiple aspects of his existence trying to apply their power on the world around him, but his ambition remained his main power. His influence didn't carry destructive effects, so his instability benefited the world and his companions. Still, it was clear that they couldn't keep going like that. The three experts didn't want to become simple bodies that carried their influence across the world. They wanted to remain in control of their existence, and that required a breakthrough. "We are a few possible targets," King Elbaz announced as a golden light flashed in his eyes whenever he tried to move his gaze away from the map under him. The map would be unclear to existences who had never seen a similar representation of the stormy regions. King Elbaz didn't bother to describe them as a ring floating around the empty immortal lands. He depicted them as a tunnel that had no end or beginning. That description allowed King Elbaz and his companions to use the Dead Zones and the Orange City as checkpoints. They helped keep track of the areas they had already crossed, even if that knowledge remained correct only for a few decades or centuries. The storms never stopped moving and transforming those areas, so the map ended up needing constant updates. The old rulers have confirmed the presence of 3 solid-stage cultivators, 40 liquid-stage, and a few hundred gaseous-stage, King Elbaz continued. "We can continue hunting the gaseous stage for few more decades, but I believe our existences will reach their limits by then. We need the breakthrough to put our new understanding into use." "We all need the breakthroughs," Divine Demon cursed while glancing at the sky hidden behind the storms in the distance. "I swear, heaven and earth are mocking us. They spend millennia trying to suppress us only to disappear when we actually need their help. They are only calculating how to restore their harmony without the laws lost during Sword Saint's breakthrough," Noah explained. "They have built their current existence in eras, so it's understandable for them to take a while." "To think that Noah Bulvin would defend the rulers," Wilfred laughed. "Please, I need to rely on my reasonable side to keep my aspects in check." Noah sneered while fixing his hungry eyes on Wilfred. "I don't know who I might eat in this condition. So, we are going after liquid-stage cultivators." Stephen interrupted that silent threat. "We have a relatively challenging hunt and a hard one. Which one do you want to face?" Noah and the others had multiple choices when it came to their hunts. Most of them involved gaseous stage experts, but the liquid stage cultivators also offered different options. In theory, their level wasn't enough to deal with liquid stage cultivators. The battle against the sword expert had already discovered their limits. The improvements given by the hunts had given them some confidence in the matter, but they still believed that they had to gang up on such strong existences to be confident of their victory. Still, the group wasn't looking for victories. They wanted challenges, something that could force their existence to evolve, and only multiple liquid-stage cultivators could provide that. The only doubts came from how many of them they had to fight at the same time. Only Noah, King Elbaz, and Divine Demon were crazy enough to claim that they could handle a liquid-stage cultivator on their own. They wanted to have solo battles to increase their chances of advancing to the 9th rank, but they couldn't force their companions to do the same. Wilfred and Stephen didn't mind dealing with one liquid-stage expert together, which led the group to pick an area with 4 opponents as their new destination. It turned out that only 4 regions met their requirements, so they only had to choose which one to attack before departing. The choice fell on King Elbaz. Everyone was studying the layout of the stormy regions, but they were behind in terms of understanding. Moreover, King Elbaz knew which locations would benefit his knowledge, so he was perfect for that role. The group departed after completing every step. Their destination was a unique region where the storms had created a wonderful environment that contained a lot of energy. The old rulers had sent a unique species of hawk-like magical beasts to seize it in the past years. But the pack had lost against the cultivators in charge of defending the area. The old rulers didn't stop there. They had also understood that the region had a special meaning for heaven and earth, so they sent multiple packs with the intention of studying and finding weaknesses in the cultivators. However, those improved magical beasts didn't manage to learn much. The vast amount of energy in the area remained its most striking feature. "It can mean many things," King Elbaz explained when his companions questioned him about the area. "Heaven and earth might have set something that the sky doesn't allow. The area might even be something that they want to absorb later on. It can also be an initial attempt to rebuild their body. There are countless possibilities as long as I remain unclear about their plan. We must wait until the sky enters our reach for that, Noah sighed. Can your unreasonable insight in the rulers come up with something? King Elbaz asked. I have a few ideas, but they mostly are logical conclusions, Noah announced. I don't know how keeping Xavier curious helps us. Wilfred laughed as a golden light flashed multiple times in King Elbaz's eyes. We have yet to become heaven and earth's main targets, Noah promptly added. The monster and the dragons are their greatest opponents, but the former is outside the sky. The rulers also want to take care of the magical beasts since their control of the world depends on that victory, so I think they are placing weapons among the storms. Why wouldn't they make them inside the sky? Stephen asked. They probably already did, King Elbaz responded while nodding to express his approval toward Noah's ideas. Still, the sky must be able to create perfect conditions and environments. Heaven and earth must test these weapons among the storms to know whether they can affect the dragons. You must even consider how close they have been to defeating the dragons in the last period, Noah continued. There is a high chance that these weapons are final prototypes or something similar. This if your guess is correct, Stephen exclaimed before rolling his eyes, which usually happens when it comes to stuff connected to heaven and earth. The rulers have no reason to invest in the stormy regions, Noah stated. They have no intention to rebuild the immortal lands, and they probably aren't trying to build themselves a body yet, especially since their existence is too unclear. I don't claim to know everything about heaven and earth, but I don't see other possible explanations. Noah's speech made a lot of sense. Heaven and earth's followers weren't trying to kill or hunt down rebels. They were protecting regions inside the storms, which sounded like a waste of manpower. After all, the rulers already had the sky. It felt unreasonable to use powerful assets for lands that the chaotic laws could rebuild in mere years. Noah could guess that those regions had a special meaning for the sky, but that sounded unreasonable and disappointing. The immense and powerful white layer would lose value if it required mere lands hidden by the storms. Another theory saw Noah being unable to gain a proper understanding of heaven and earth's plan. Yet, he was almost at the last step of his journey. He had learnt almost everything there was to know about existences and their functioning. He had even glanced at the structures past the 9th rank during Sword Saint's breakthrough. The rulers could still surprise him, but they had to do that within known fields. The weapons theory fit every requirement and even respected the current situation of the world. Heaven and earth could surprise Noah on the actual nature of those assets, but he remained pretty certain about his hypothesis. An area that featured a peculiar structure eventually unfolded in the group's vision and told them that they had reached their destination. A vast white lake floated among dense storms. A mountain stood at its side, and a waterfall enlarged its size. The area didn't seem to have a surface. The mountain was also standing on dense storms, and the white water in the lakes and the waterfall was the result of chaotic laws that transformed due to the meanings that they carried. The experts could immediately sense that the amount of energy in that area was far above what the other stormy regions contained. Noah even believed that devouring the whole lake would provide the same nutrients that only upper-tier creatures had. Needless to say, his hunger seeped out of his figure and generated a suction force, but for heavy auras converged on him and dispersed the effects of that ability. Noah and his companions glanced at a spot high in the sky. Their eyes pierced the dense storms that filled the region to fix themselves on 4 figures that seemed to shine among the whiteness released by the water. Those 4 cultivators were sitting cross-legged on the mountain peak, and they didn't hesitate to stand up when they noticed those unwanted guests. "You have overdash." One of the cultivators tried to say something, but Noah interrupted him before the expert could voice the same threats that he had heard way too often. "We have already divided ourselves," Noah announced. "Can we skip the talking part and start fighting? I need one of you to fight me, so decide quickly and get this over with." The 4 experts remained speechless in front of Noah's arrogant statement. They were beings in the liquid stage, the second last step before the peak of the cultivation journey, but they felt like training dummies when he treated them like that. "Why would we even divide ourselves?" the same cultivator from before asked. "We only need a wave of our hands to take care of all of you." The cultivator appeared old. A long white beard came out of his chin, thick white eyebrows stood above his half-closed eyes, but no hair grew from his head. The expert had a hunched back, but he seemed full of life. "You can't kill us in one attack," Noah announced while pointing at the lake, "and we will destroy it before you can catch us." Such arrogant remarks from a puny rank dash, the old cultivator began to say, but Noah forced him to fall silent with a simple wave of his hand. A slash came out of Noah's fingers before fusing with the world. The four cultivators found a massive attack falling above them in the next instant, and their innate defensive techniques activated to stop it. The sudden attack didn't manage to do much. It barely forced those defensive techniques to flicker. However, it showed how Noah could really destroy the lake before dying. Unsightly expressions appeared on the four experts' faces. Their task was to defend that area while heaven and earth were busy harmonizing their existence. But mere rank 8 experts were threatening the success of their mission. They felt slightly ashamed of their superior power, but resolve soon replaced that feeling. After all, Noah wouldn't be one of the ruler's special targets if he weren't so strong. "Did you also prepare a battlefield?" the old cultivator asked. "We can't possibly prepare a special environment for each expert that we are going to kill." Noah shrugged his shoulders. "You all die in a few attacks anyway. Where's the fun if we kill you even faster?" "This brat," the old cultivator cursed before turning toward his companions. "Do you mind if I handle him?" Two of his companions shook their heads uncaringly, but the woman to his right raised her hand to object before explaining her reasons. "You are letting him get into your head. His destruction has probably identified you as the weak link in our barrier." "Are you implying that I'm weak?" the cultivator asked as a chilling aura came out of his figure. "I was referring to your irascible character," the woman answered. "He already knows that you'll be perfect for him." The old man's eyes widened before turning toward Noah. The latter revealed a cold smirk at that inspection, but he didn't add anything else. He already knew that his taunts had succeeded. "You might be right," the old cultivator exclaimed. "Do you want to handle him?" "With pleasure," the woman responded while performing a bow toward the old cultivator. "Do you mind following me?" the woman asked when she pointed her eyes at Noah. "Not at all." Noah laughed before rising higher in the sky and joining the woman in her departure. "I can take you," Divine Demon declared while pointing at the old cultivator. "I like the emotional ones." The old cultivator didn't say anything. He stepped off the mountain peak and went in the opposite direction of the other expert. Divine Demon didn't hesitate to separate from the group and follow him, and the two soon disappeared among the storms. "Which one of you isn't a brute?" King Elbaz asked while glancing at the two remaining experts. "I'd like to have a battle that isn't a simple exchange of attacks." The young-looking woman between the two cultivators stepped forward and shot in the distance without saying anything. King Elbaz snorted, but he followed her. Those two also disappeared among the storms, leaving only one expert on the mountain peak. "Don't tell me that one of you wants to remain behind and mess with the area," the young-looking cultivator on the mountain peak warned. "Not at all," Wilfred responded. "We aren't as crazy as our companions." "We definitely are on the reasonable side," Stephen added. "You'll have to fight both of us at the same time if you don't mind." "Why would I?" the cultivator snorted while jumping off the mountain peak. "Follow me. Let's not affect this area." Noah followed the woman across the storms. Her long brown hair fluttered among the gales as she shot ahead. He also felt able to see the green glow radiated by her eyes from his position. She appeared incredibly strong, but that was exactly what he needed to improve. The woman eventually stopped and snapped her fingers to turn the storms in a large area into dust. She created a battlefield that didn't show any hindrance. It seemed that she wanted to face Noah head-on. "Thanks," Noah growled before letting his hunger leak out of his figure. His hunger gave birth to a suction force that absorbed the shattered laws in the environment. A wave of power flowed inside him, but that energy barely affected his flesh. "Don't think that we lost track of you in this period," the woman announced while showing a warm smile. "You have killed many of us. How are their laws? Does it feel good to feed on heaven and earth's power?" Please, don't insult me, Noah stated while wielding both his swords. We both know that you didn't care about them. Are heaven and earth going through a cleansing period? They definitely need that. I only didn't think it would have involved their followers. How sharp of you, the woman chuckled while covering her mouth. No wonder you are worthy of being a flaw of the system. I would have been a flaw anyway, Noah responded. Worthy or not? Of course, the woman laughed again. But your achievements define your value. Why do you think Caesar is so set on turning you into heaven and earth's last opponent? He knows that you have the potential to reach that state. Don't tell me that you agree with him, Noah sighed. I won't define my existence as someone's opponent. I'm not as weak as you all. That's what you fail to see, the woman explained while raising her hand toward the sky. We are all weak in front of heaven and earth. The light lingering in the sky began to gather in her palm to create a blinding pearl. The cultivator seemed able to make use of heaven and earth's light to generate threatening attacks. Noah struggled to even watch about that level of blindness, but his consciousness could inspect it freely. The attack carried more power than Noah expected, but he didn't let the event surprise him. His opponent was a liquid stage cultivator. He had chosen someone so strong on purpose. Let me see how you handle a cultivator who isn't falling apart. The woman grinned before the light in her palm transformed into a beam of light that shot toward Noah's figure. The attack was incredibly fast, but Noah didn't retreat. He had enough time to perform his movement technique, but he didn't. He had a better strategy for that. A lump of blackness appeared in front of Noah and absorbed the attack in its insides. The event left the cultivator speechless. Noah had created a minute version of the dark world that featured a stretched space. The beam ended up traveling through the dark matter until the technique managed to absorb its power. Noah bathed in the ecstasy generated by absorbing the cultivator's energy. He had to rely on multiple techniques at the same time to achieve those effects, but everything felt worthy when his flesh cheered in joy. The beam was fast, but Noah had slowed down the time around him to give a few more seconds to his mind to study the technique. His greed and hunger had activated at the same time to use the features obtained by Supreme Thief's ability and improve the inspection of that dense white light. The small patch of dark world had adapted to the results of his inspection. Its dark matter had transformed into a substance that could remain in one piece after the beam hit it so that it could capture the attack in the stretched space. Noah's destruction did the rest once he had enough time to apply his features. Black lines appeared on the beam while the dark world shattered it into a mass of energy that flew directly inside his body. Noah had become able to analyze and counter the attack launched by a liquid stage cultivator in mere seconds. His abilities had basically transformed after deepening the aspects of his existence, and his opponent remained speechless in front of his power. In her eyes, Noah was still a rank 8 expert, but that power was far beyond the bottom of the 9th rank. What madness are you even trying to do with your existence? The woman asked. Don't you know that laws have limits? Do you have any idea what requirements you'll have to meet to advance now? Why do you think I'm here? Noah laughed before activating his ambition and unstable product. Come on, mighty liquid stage expert. I hope you aren't another product that heaven and earth are willing to throw away at the first sign of weakness. It's funny to hear you mock the rulers for features that you normally approve. The woman smirked before pointing both her hands forward. I'm Wuxia, and heaven and earth have bestowed me with part of their light. Show me if you are more than words. The light in the surroundings started to gather toward her palms, but complete darkness suddenly enveloped the entire area. Wuxia felt unable to gather energy from the environment, but her aura promptly burst forward to destroy the dark world. The dark matter fell apart, but an army of rank 9 six-armed dragons in the lower tier appeared around her. The workshops had built them during that short second that she had required to destroy the dark world. What should they even dash? Wuxia began to mock Noah's attempt to hurt her, but the dragons detonated before she could finish her line. The workshops had used dark matter that had gained unique features meant to counter Wuxia's light. The dragons were proper counters to her existence, but their goal wasn't to hurt her. The dragons could probably come close to hurting Wuxia if Noah invested his potential in them, but he found no point wasting his power on disposable puppets. It was better to use them as powerful sources of his destruction created specifically for his opponent. A raging wave of dark matter engulfed Wuxia, but blinding light seeped out of her skin to destroy that attack. However, black lines appeared on her figure whenever she entered the higher energies range. It didn't take much before her entire body featured those details. A massive shadow covered her while she tried to disperse those lines with her law. Wuxia looked toward the sky and noticed that Snore had appeared above her. Its wings were already unfolded, and massive feathers were already falling toward her. Each feather seemed to carry the power of the 9th rank. A dark aura that carried countless faces surrounded each feather and made their level reach realms that Snore had yet to touch. Wuxia felt the faint desire to dodge that attack, but an intense pulling force fell on her figure and delayed her reactions by a whole second. Duanlong had also joined the battle, and its innate ability had touched the 9th rank after Noah's empowerment. The delay in her reactions made her unable to dodge the explosions of the feathers. Raging dark matter engulfed her and activated the destruction accumulated on her figure by the disposable dragons. Large wounds opened on her body as she felt overwhelmed by that darkness. She became almost unaware of the light in her surroundings while those attacks tried to ravage her. The sky around the raging cloud of dark matter began to shine and prepared its energy for the expert, but a shadow flew at full speed through those spots. Night left a large dark patch wherever it passed, so the darkness continued to expand instead of shrinking. It felt good to use all his companions against a cultivator in heaven and earth system. Noah had always been too scared to make his assets face the ruler's counters, so he had rarely relied on them in those battles. However, the sky was silent now, so he could use every weapon in his arsenal without worrying about potential repercussions. Noah shot through the raging storms of dark matter. His body was more than enough to survive in that environment. Some wounds would appear on his figure anyway, but he didn't care since his opponent was already enduring worse. The world made of lines replaced the environment seen from inside the raging dark matter. Noah tampered with space and time to appear behind Wuxia and slash both his swords at her back. Wuxia only saw a fissure connected to the void expanding in front of her before a sharp force landed on her back and tried to cut her into 2 parts. Her innate defensive ability had to act to save her from that unavoidable slash. A blinding light came out of her skin as soon as Noah cut her back open. The wave of energy pushed him away and destroyed the darkness that had accumulated due to the various assets deployed by her opponent. Wuxia found herself under the sky. Her existence could finally express its true power again, and she didn't hesitate to turn toward her opponent. Noah had flown in the distance, but no injury had appeared on his body. She had clearly hit him, but Duanlong had never failed to give him energy meant to heal him. Wuxia pointed her hands at Noah, but the mirror-sized dark world material appeared on the path of her attack. She had launched 2 larger beams toward him, but the dark matter managed to stop them. However, the technique crumbled before he could gain power from them. Noah let his bloodlust fill the environment and open cracks in the sky. He became the embodiment of destruction as his hunger overflowed. His aura became a heavy force that almost made Wuxia take a step back, but she eventually decided to force herself to remain in her position. Noah pointed both swords toward Wuxia, and the latter did the same with her hands. Dark matter began to rotate around the weapons as roots grew above them, and something similar happened to the expert's arms. Light spun to transform her arms into a blinding force that soon discharged their attack. Whiteness and blackness met midair, and their impact shook the very sky. Wuxia couldn't explain what was happening. Noah was clearly using multiple abilities, but the sole fact that his blows could match hers left her stunned. The difference between the 8th and the 9th rank was immense, but Noah touched the liquid stage with his abilities. That wasn't something that the world could allow. The very meaning of the ranks, tiers, and stages would disappear otherwise. Still, Wuxia couldn't deny what she was witnessing. Noah's assets didn't even reach the liquid stage. His companions remained in the lower tier and his attacks in the gaseous stage in terms of sheer power, but he could face her on an even field. Noah's aura was the main problem in that battle. It could make his attacks very effective against Grazia's abilities and turn even a weak attack into a force that she had to take seriously. Moreover, it was unclear whether that was a temporary boost. She could sense his ambition, but everything else was part of his existence. His anger, hunger, greed, and destruction were aspects that had become strong enough to affect rank 9 experts. The sky around them had started to fall apart after the many exchanges. Noah opened massive cracks whenever he used his movement technique, and his destruction only enlarged those passages to the void. Grazia even used heaven and earth's light to empower her attacks, so the area grew weaker whenever she absorbed light. Nonsense! Grazia shouted when she saw a straight slash piercing her beams and forcing her to dodge. A crack opened at her side, and she instinctively turned to generate a blinding explosion. Noah materialized behind her, but he quickly sprinted again when he saw that Grazia had predicted his attack. Another crack opened on her other side, but she used her free hand to create a blinding explosion there too. Noah had to sprint above her, and fire accumulated in his mouth before he released a fiery wave of blackness that mixed with his dark matter to maximize its destructive power. The flames burnt Grazia's light, but the halo that seeped out of her figure eventually pierced that energy and shattered it. She shone with the full power of her cultivation level as she placed a hand on her right elbow while pointing her right palm at her opponent. Noah's instincts roared, and the world in his vision soon took the shape of the space-time array, but a wall of light hit him before he could perform his sprint. Large wounds appeared on his body as blood came out from his eyes, mouth, ears, and nostrils. His flesh felt the need to fall apart, but a sea of dark matter filled the area before Grazia could aim another attack at him. Grazia snorted, and the soul pressure generated by her voice made the dark world fall apart. The expert rolled her eyes when she saw an army of 6-armed dragons surrounding her, but she couldn't do anything to stop the imminent explosion. A storm of dense dark matter engulfed her and filled her figure with black lines. Grazia prepared herself to shine again, but she suddenly felt something moving at high speed among the higher energy. Grazia interrupted her technique to aim her palm at the faint movements that she sensed among the dark matter, and multiple beams flew through the black storm as she tried to hit that fast shadow. The opponent drew near, but one of her attacks eventually managed to pierce its chest and clear the area in that spot. The dark matter fell apart to reveal a fiendish armor dispersing among the invading whiteness of the sky. That figure was pure energy and didn't contain anyone, which immediately made Grazia think about a decoy. Her guess turned out to be on point since multiple fiendish armors and 6-armed dragons suddenly punched at her from the darkness. They were about to discharge the full power of lower-tier magical beasts on her, but her skin became blinding before they could reach their target. The black storm and the army dispersed, but a shadow survived her attack. Grazia couldn't even inspect it since that dark disappeared as soon as her eyes managed to notice it. Her left arm separated from her body an instant later before vanishing without leaving any trace. Light came out of Grazia's severed limb and created an ethereal white arm while she glanced high in the sky. Anger appeared on her face when she saw Noah taking bloody bites out of her severed arm while a huge pterodactyl sat on his head. Night had managed to sever the light defending the insides of Grazia's body due to the black lines that had accumulated during the explosion of the dragon army. Noah could absorb that energy and heal the injuries that her previous attack had inflicted. Of course, Noah could use the dark matter to absorb the arm and the energy inside it. The process would even be smoother like that, but he wanted to intensify the monstrous aura that surrounded him, and he succeeded in his plan. Grazia couldn't help but experience fear for the first time since the beginning of the battle when glancing at that scene. Noah was among the whiteness, but his sole presence could darken the powerful light that gave her power. His icy blue reptilian eyes shone with bloodthirsty power as they stared at their opponent, and blood fell from his mouth as he ate the severed arm. The rank 8 aura that Noah radiated only increased the defiant power that he seemed able to wield. He was weak. The very labels of the world told Grazia that Noah was weak. However, he was there, staring at her from a higher spot in the sky, and she couldn't make him step down. Grazia opened her mouth to speak, but her eyes widened when a dangerous sensation spread inside her. Defenses that she had prepared a long time ago activated to counter the shadow domain, but no explosions happened. Instead, she felt something slithering in her insides and piercing the light that had to protect her. Black roots suddenly pierced her abdomen and tainted her robe with a dark purple toxin liquid. Patches that carried similar shades appeared everywhere on her figure as those branches of the parasite continued to feed on her flesh and aura. They had become incredibly effective after Noah had eaten her arm, so she struggled to suppress them. The dark world expanded again and suppressed Wuxia even more. She saw her efforts to get rid of the parasite slowing down before an army of dragons detonated around her. Black lines covered her figure, and the roots didn't hesitate to exploit them. Wuxia felt on the verge of falling apart. She would die if that trend continued, so she decided to rip away her entire abdomen. Roots and blood spread in the sky as Wuxia made her light explode in specific spots of her body. Her torso transformed into a gory mess, and everything worsened when a crack connected to the void opened before her. Wuxia immediately began to shine with blinding light to protect herself from the incoming attack, but a path opened among her halo. Night severed the light and created a passage where Noah could release his slash. The expert almost couldn't believe her eyes when she saw her figure splitting in half as a diagonal black line passed through her. Wuxia's body split. Her light couldn't stop Noah's slash and Night. Her power was unable to deal with the monstrous existence who was rewriting the limits that each rank had to respect. The apparent severing of her connection with her Dantian didn't affect the control over her energy. Wuxia had one of heaven and earth's existences, but she remained a rank 9 cultivator. She was a personal world, even if her edges blended with the environment around her due to the connection with the rulers. Wuxia could call upon more power, but she couldn't see the point behind that effort. Noah had shown his superiority. His techniques, assets, and existence were above her. She even suspected that the difference between their powers came from a radically different approach to the cultivation journey. Noah didn't give up on his freedom. He was even resorting to every reckless method that came up in his mind to find a way out of heaven and earth suppression. Instead, Wuxia had given up on that part of her drive. She didn't even recall her existence before the rulers at that point in her life. Noah wasn't the type to speak during battles. Wuxia's existence was still in one piece after he had cut her in half, so he didn't hesitate to slash again. His 2 swords performed a vertical attack that opened 2 deep cuts into her already maimed body. Wuxia's light continued to shine even after that attack, so Noah continued to cut her into pieces. Her existence didn't seem to contain any unique aspect that could interest him, so he preferred to turn her into pure energy. Liquid stage cultivators turned out to be far tougher to kill even after reaching that stage of the battle. Noah had relied on the stealing ability to shatter the existences of the gaseous stage experts hunted in the previous years, but killing without it turned out to be somewhat annoying. Noah couldn't even force himself to activate the ability obtained by absorbing Supreme Thief's technique. His greed was the foundation of the skill, and he felt no interest in Wuxia. He only wanted her nutrients. The light in Wuxia's body tried to disperse into the world, but Noah made sure to absorb everything. His dark world even expanded to prevent any attempt of the sleeping rulers to save her. That victory had to happen now. Waves of power flowed inside Noah and healed every injury that the cursed sword tried to activate. The amount of energy carried by a liquid stage cultivator was immense. His body cheered as the black hole purified that fuel and sent everything to his flesh. Growing stronger eased the instabilities generated by the deepening of his existence. But that didn't seem enough to fix his issue. The stronger centers of power allowed Noah to express the expanded aspects of his existence better, but they remained bound to the innate limits of his level. Noah could ignore those limits by piling on different techniques and relying on his ambition, but that didn't involve the actual state of his centers of power. His body probably was the most resilient material in the world, but his Dantian had different requirements, and its structure didn't determine how easily it could shatter. An existence too heavy for a rank 8 organ would turn that flesh into a bloody pulp. "You are amazing," Wuxia eventually admitted as her voice resounded from the bloody pieces floating among the dark world. "The world will never forget that you have existed." However, you must die for everyone's sake. A rank 8 cultivator can't have so much power. Noah almost ignored Grazia's words. She had turned into nothing more than gory pieces, so he didn't want to let her tempt him when victory was so close. However, his dark matter suddenly became unable to devour her light. "I'm an avatar of the sky," Grazia explained through her gory pieces. "You might overwhelm me, but can you keep up?" Noah didn't even snort. It didn't matter that his dark matter couldn't pierce her light anymore. Grazia would still turn into food once he transformed her existence into primary energy. His swords continued to fall and worsen Grazia's condition, but she didn't die. Instead, her light started to intensify. She was relying on the resilience given by her rank 9 status to gather power and increase its density. Noah's relentless offensive eventually came to an end. He slashed with his swords only to find that the light didn't let them go further. They remained stuck in the air as the whiteness started to expand and push the dark world backward. Noah didn't give up so easily. A dark aura covered his skin and joined the empowerment on the swords to push his offensive power to the limit. His physical strength reached levels that most lower-tier magical beasts would struggle to face. But the light didn't budge. His new power only allowed him to retract his weapons. "Your existence is simply weaker," Grazia exclaimed before flares started to shoot out of her light. The flares ran through the dark world and transformed the dark matter into blinding whiteness. Noah directly lost control of that higher energy, but his technique instinctively compensated for the lost power. Noah launched a piercing slash, but the light became solid and released a clanging noise when the sharp tips slammed on it. The weapons couldn't pierce it at all now. They didn't even manage to leave marks on that white crystal. The crystal suddenly released a wave of white light. Noah instinctively retreated through his movement technique and opened a long crack in the sky. But the whiteness didn't stop expanding even after it fell into the void. The entirety of the dark world transformed into heaven and earth's whiteness. The rulers of the world went back to normality. The sky even appeared stabler than usual. Every trace of darkness had disappeared from the area illuminated by the new light radiated by Grazia's existence, and Noah felt unable to pierce it. Even his mental sphere couldn't go past that domain. She had expanded her personal world, and he could see how it blended perfectly with the sky. "That's the power of her world," Noah commented in his mind as the gory pieces inside the light started to grow. Grazia appeared quite simple as an existence. Her abilities were mostly discharges of energy that used light as their foundation, but her world brought that power further. She wasn't only part of the whiteness. She could spread it and absorb the matter affected by her influence. "Your darkness has to reach the sky," Grazia stated as her voice made the sky tremble. "The rulers must learn from you before you become a problem." Grazia slowly rebuilt herself inside the light. Her eyes opened after a white robe covered her body again. The event made the area affected by her influence expand, and more of the world stabilized under her glow. The cracks that Noah had opened everywhere started to close as Grazia drew energy from the storms far away in the distance. She seemed in control of the world, but that power felt borrowed. Still, she didn't even try to pretend to own it. "You made me call on the power that heaven and earth have bestowed on me," Grazia announced. "Be proud." The whiteness radiated by Grazia's figure resembled a domain, but Noah could sense the different depths that her power reached. She wasn't simply modifying the matter to turn it into her personal world. That energy was the world that her existence created. The only difference in her case was that her existence belonged to heaven and earth, so her world mixed perfectly with the environment. She was part of the ruler's whiteness. The edges of her personal space opened in front of the natural light radiated by the sky. Grazia wasn't joking when she claimed to be an avatar of the sky. Her whiteness wasn't a simple influence. It absorbed the matter that Noah had tainted and brought it back inside heaven and earth's system. It almost looked like a cleansing process, but it was different from Daniel's purification. The cultivator used the same absorption that heaven and earth applied to every law. The tainted true meanings didn't return to their original state. They became something similar but different that suited the current condition of the world. "Your power can touch my level," Grazia admitted. But what can you do when its quality fails to meet the requirements that you need to achieve victory? You have taken part in the resurrection of 2 rank 9 experts. You should know how resilient we can be. Noah continued to remain silent. His mind inspected the new influence that Grazia was releasing, but he felt unable to find ways to defeat it with his normal power. His destruction could slowly dig a hole inside it, but the expert could directly refill that space at a faster pace. A few solutions to the issue had already appeared in his mind. His base power had been enough to deal with the worlds of the gaseous stage cultivators, but that wasn't enough against Grazia. He couldn't hurt her deeply enough with his attacks when she relied on her power, but he had ways around that. Noah could wait until Grazia depleted the energy contained in her world. She didn't use it before, so there had to be restrictions to that power, and he vaguely connected those issues to the resemblances with heaven and earth. Grazia seemed to borrow those abilities from the rulers, which would explain her hesitation in deploying them. Heaven and earth had probably applied restrictions. Her faith in them might even be the reason behind such delayed activation, and Noah could work with that. Yet, Noah didn't know how his existence could match Grazia's power in terms of quantity of energy. He had improved his ambition and turned it into a denser fuel that would make his empowerments last longer, but he was against a liquid stage cultivator connected to heaven and earth. She might have access to the entirety of the sky as far as he knew. The obvious and reasonable choice in that situation was to call upon a power that matched the depths of Grazia's ability. Noah had access to the ethereal blackness, which marked his rightful step inside the 9th rank, but he hesitated to use it. The drawbacks were too heavy to endure in a battle. A single activation might lead to his defeat. Do I have to run away? Noah wondered as Grazia remained in the middle of her light. Noah could take a gamble and hope that his mind wouldn't fall into a coma after calling upon the power contained in the ethereal blackness, but his problems wouldn't end there. Noah would still have to apply the results of his inspection. A deeper understanding of Grazia's power would give him the chance to destroy everything faster and by deploying less energy, but he didn't know whether that would be enough. Running away seemed to be the best solution. Noah would probably meet no hindrances on his way back. Still, the event would force him to admit that liquid stage cultivators remained outside of his reach. That would put him back on the hunts for weaker assets, which he couldn't accept. All or nothing then. Noah made up his mind as he prepared to activate the energy inside the ethereal blackness. Yet, a voice suddenly resounded among his mental walls and made him interrupt his actions. "Use me," Night shouted through the mental connection. "How should I even use you?" Noah asked. "I can make you slightly stronger than now, but that power will remain outside your range." "It's not my role to think about that complicated stuff," Night complained. "Do your stuff and make me able to kill that shiny thing." "You have reduced millennia of training to stuff," Noah declared. "Who cares?" Night stated. "You call me when you have a problem with heaven and earth's white light. That's my role. You built me for that." Noah was ready to crack another joke, but an idea suddenly appeared in his mind. The mental coma after the activation of the ethereal darkness was a big problem, but he could ignore it if he didn't use himself as the main asset in the offensive. Night was right. The pterodactyl was perfect for destroying light. It could even benefit from Robert's existence to be more effective against the ruler's followers. The problem was with the time required to make it reach a decent level of power. "Did you come up with something?" Grazia mocked. "I probably can't stop you if you decide to run away, but you shouldn't abuse my patience. Decide if you want to fight quickly." The indifference that Grazia showed made Noah feel even angrier. A liquid stage cultivator was actually bragging about her success against him, who was a mere rank 8 expert. Noah had been shameless in his life, but that was simply lame. "It will be painful," Noah warned as the ambition left most of his assets and converged on the dark world, his creation and Night. "Will it make me able to defeat the light?" Night asked. "It will turn you into its bane," Noah explained, "if you remain alive." "Do it!" Night voiced a resolute cry, and Noah didn't hesitate to expand the dark world. The dark world appeared mostly solid and carried power in the 9th rank after Noah used most of his ambition to empower it. Wuxia could still affect it with her light, but Noah made sure to keep it outside her range. Noah didn't need the offensive power of the dark world now. He had to create to force night to reach its new state. The pterodactyl would have probably evolved normally in time, but the situation required something drastic. Moreover, Wuxia embodied the sky, so she fit the role of a target perfectly. Night flew at the center of the dark world and let the mechanical arms that represented the workshop surround it. It was ready to undergo the modifications. That structure only lacked one last requirement. Noah took a deep breath before expanding his mind. His mental waves would transform into energy meant for heaven and earth if they touched the whiteness, so he only prepared them. His consciousness surrounded the area under Wuxia's control and waited. The black energy contained inside the ethereal darkness flowed toward his mind, and his consciousness expanded. Noah's mental waves became so strong that Wuxia's whiteness couldn't stop them anymore. They inspected everything about the power released by the expert and came up with multiple conclusions that the dark world didn't hesitate to apply to night. The dark world transformed night on its own while Noah fell into a mental coma. The true power of his mind had remained active for mere seconds, but that had been enough to decide on which path the pterodactyl had to evolve. Of course, the evolution had taken into consideration Knight's innate abilities, character, and its preferred opponents. Wuxia had been the perfect target to study since her existence embodied the essence of the sky, so everything that Noah had learnt could become part of the process. Wuxia didn't attack. She had fought back the mental waves that had managed to seep inside her whiteness, but she had remained still once Noah's consciousness had retreated. The expert knew that her opponent was up to something, but she didn't attack anyway. Wuxia was peculiar. Her unique existence gave her a deeper understanding and connection of the sky and heaven and earth system as a whole. She didn't mind being a disposable asset since she already considered herself as part of the rulers. Her unique status allowed her to understand what the rulers needed the most. Assets could fall, the world could crumble, and solid-stage cultivators could die. But heaven and earth had to gain something from each sacrifice, which often involved understanding over their opponents. Noah was an immense threat to the system. Heaven and earth had to deal with the dragons, the monster outside the sky, the old rulers, and the recent instability caused by Sword Saint's breakthrough, so they couldn't focus on him. Hence, it was Wuxia's job to gather the necessary information about Noah's power so that her leaders could develop something against him once they regained complete control of their faculties. Wuxia was basically willing to risk dying against Noah's power-up to improve the chances of the assets which would replace her. Her drive was pure and firm. Yet, she would still try her best against everything that her opponent unleashed. Night cried in pain inside the dark world while the workshops modified its structure. Pure creation controlled the arms that represented the great builder's technique as understanding flowed inside them. They had a clear plan in mind, but the process couldn't be painless. Intense ambition filled the pterodactyl and the dark matter around it. The creature was already in the 9th rank in its current form, but it didn't express the entirety of its existence since the breakthrough had happened through Noah's law. Still, the workshop was fixing that issue, and the dark world was even providing an endless stream of rank 9 materials to aid with the procedure. The entirety of the process was happening while Noah struggled to wake up from his mental coma. Snore had appeared under him to make sure that he remained in the sky, and information continued to flow inside his mind, but he didn't move. The snake kept him inside the dark world in the hope that his technique would quicken his awakening. Night transformed. Dark matter filled with ambition and understanding about its most hated opponents replaced entire chunks of its body and made sure to make its current power permanent. The dark world started to flow toward night when its transformation reached a critical state. The workshops helped modify and adapt the higher energy entering its body at that point, and a cry came out of the pterodactyl once its figure reappeared among the whiteness. Wuxia couldn't find many differences in Night's body. The creature had retained its peculiar shape and its previous level. It was nothing more than black edges and empty insides, but her instincts told her that something had changed. The lines were darker, and light appeared unable to shine on their surface. The pterodactyl almost seemed to be part of a painting that an artist had drawn with a large brush soaked in pitch-black paint. It didn't belong to the sky. It was merely flying over it with a body that never interacted with the matter around it. Night didn't leave traces of its presence in the world. The sky wasn't aware that it existed in its current form, and even Wuxia struggled to focus her gaze on its lines. Her eyes seemed unable to find the creature even if it were right in front of her. "This is my peak then," Night said through roars that Wuxia couldn't hear. Night turned toward his master in a coma on Snore's back. It struggled to recall the life before meeting him. The pterodactyl felt as if its true path had begun when Noah had found it inside the dark gorge. Night had been nothing more than a rank 7 magical beast back then. It had incredible offensive capabilities, but the light of the sky had forced it to hide underground like a worm. Its life there didn't continue for too long either since it had fallen prey to one human organization. However, Night could now stand freely among the sky. Its level had reached the last stage of the journey, and the light had become unable to touch its lines. The pterodactyl was finally free of its curse, and everything had come from Noah. "I lost my first life due to my arrogance, hunger, and anger," Night announced, even if only Noah and the other companions could hear its words. "You gave me the chance to stand on the peak in my second. I once claimed to have the best defensive ability in the world. May I die again if I can't abide by those words." Night turned toward Wuxia as its figure shot forward the most chilling aura that she had ever experienced in her life. The pterodactyl's attention seemed able to pierce her whiteness, which was something that even Noah had failed to accomplish. Yet it didn't immediately attack. It remained among the sky as its power increased. The workshop had built Night's new body with matter empowered by Noah's ambition. The same law also filled its previous lines during the modifications. It didn't need Noah's influence to improve its level anymore since it had become part of his existence. Night's level grew until it reached the peak of the lower tier. The creature lowered its head and pointed its sharp tip at the center of Wuxia's chest. But the latter smiled when she saw that its power had stopped growing. "You fall short," Wuxia announced. "Noah Bulvin has limits then." Faint anger seeped out of Night's lines, and Wuxia sensed it filling the chilling aura that the creature continued to send forward. That feeling was deep, but she couldn't feel fear in front of a magical beast in the lower tier. It didn't matter that Noah had improved it. The cultivators stood far above those animals in terms of power. "You white things," Night growled through words that Wuxia could hear and understand. "You should stop calling his name so easily." Wuxia was about to laugh, but a vertical black patch suddenly appeared on her vision. The darkness made her unable to focus on Night, but a strange realization hit her mind while she studied that odd event. The black patch didn't only appear in her vision. A tall black wall had grown right in the middle of her whiteness. That membrane pierced the area under her control from side to side, and it even crossed her body, dividing it precisely into two halves. Then the two sides split. Wuxia's figure and the circular area under her control slid on the vertical wall and revealed how Night had cut everything in half without moving from its position. A crack appeared on Wuxia's existence. The whiteness that was blending with the world was an expression of her world, but Night had cut it in half. Her figure didn't survive the event either. Her vision became strange as the two sides of her body split. Noah's previous battle prowess had left Wuxia speechless, but Night made her astonishment reach a new realm. She didn't even see its attack, and she struggled to sense its presence even with the thin black wall at her side. The pterodactyl seemed a black spot in her perception, meaning that heaven and earth senses would also fail to find it. The black wall left by the attack transformed into a trail of darkness that flowed toward Night and fused with its lines. It had tainted that part of the world so it could absorb it. Night's level remained the same, but it stored that power for future drawbacks. It had become an avatar of Noah's existence, so it could activate his ambition on its own. However, its peculiar status didn't make it avoid the backlashes. It would pay the price for its current peak lower tier prowess, but that would come after it took care of that expert. A blinding light filled the sky as the whiteness released by Wuxia condensed to intensify her influence on her surroundings. The two halves of her power fused back together and restored her body, but they lost their spherical shape. Her glow transformed into an octagon that created a defensive area right around her figure. A white shield. Night whispered through cries that only Noah and the other companions could hear. Wuxia wore a resolute expression as she pointed her palms forward and accumulated light, but a diagonal black cut severed her octagon and her body. She found herself sliding on the black surface created by Night's attack again as astonishment replaced her resolve. I won't die at the hands of a magical beast. Both sides of Wuxia's body shouted as power seeped out of her figure. The blinding light of her existence filled the area and covered the sky with a more intense layer of whiteness. Her radiance reached the black wall next to her, but it felt unable to absorb it. The matter there seemed to have transformed into something that heaven and earth couldn't touch through normal methods. Night suddenly appeared next to one of the sides. The half-octagon and Wuxia's maimed figure stopped falling when the pterodactyl placed its sharp head on the solid whiteness, and a spiderweb of black openings covered those materials when it raised its beak. The left half of the power previously released by Wuxia shattered into a mass of black energy that Night didn't hesitate to eat. The pterodactyl then turned toward the other side, and Wuxia understood that she had to call upon the entirety of her power to defend herself from such a powerful creature. Another wave of whiteness came out of Wuxia's figure, but she didn't only use her true power. She had understood that Night was too strong for her after its attacks. However, having a connection with the rulers gave her the chance to call upon superior power, something that her existence alone couldn't even hope to summon. Her light intensified until the sky reacted to her power. A blinding pillar fell and pierced the storms to land on the area that her existence was affecting. The pillar's radiance didn't go past the expression of Wuxia's world. It flowed inside it and brought it to the very peak of its potential. She reached the apex of the liquid stage before all the whiteness of the area converged into her intact figure. "You are an interesting creature," Wuxia announced while inspecting her new body. Her skin was completely white and radiated a faint glow capable of illuminating the sky around her. Her eyes resembled torches that spread heaven and earth's light, and her aura was one with the world. That state left Wuxia surprised and grateful. The rulers had noticed her even if their condition wasn't ideal. It was clear how they wanted her to win against the pterodactyl, and she would do everything in her power to make them proud. "The rulers send their compliments," Wuxia declared while transforming into a white flash that made her teleport right above Night. "You have forced them to awaken for a brief moment, but your life ends here." Wuxia quickly transformed into a blinding nova that radiated an unstoppable light in the area. Her glow engulfed Night and forced Snore to absorb Noah into its body to protect him from the attack. Snore's scales started to melt and transform into laws of the world as the glow shone on its body. The snake tried to fly out of the range of Wuxia's ability, but a pulling force kept it stuck in its position. The black hole inside Noah instinctively sent dark matter into Snore to refill the missing spots in its body, but the corrosion of the light was faster. The snake continued to vanish, but it made sure to surround Noah with multiple layers of dark matter before hissing words that Wuxia couldn't translate. "Stop playing with your food." Wuxia wasn't even looking at her opponents. She was wearing a beaming smile as heaven and earth's light flowed out of her. She was fulfilling the purpose of her existence. Wuxia had finally transformed into a living beacon that spread her leader's power into their world. "I'm just testing my limits, you stupid snake," Night replied. "I won't take orders by a creature that Noah rebuilds every time he gets a new idea." Wuxia couldn't hear those words, but her light allowed her to sense the movements of Night's mouth. Her eyes opened in surprise as she stared under her. She struggled to see past her own light, but the pterodactyl's figure eventually appeared in her vision, and disbelief inevitably filled her face. Night wasn't fine in that environment. The light was transforming its lines too. The only difference with the rest of the matter in the world was that Night's body appeared incredibly resilient. It had barely suffered injuries during those seconds. "This is heaven and earth's light," Wuxia explained as her eyes remained wide in disbelief. "I might not have enough power to express their greatness, but you shouldn't be strong enough to defy it either." Are you dumb? Night asked, allowing Grazia to hear its voice. Grazia frowned in front of those human words. They felt strange when they reached her ears. It was as if Night's voice existed in a world that she couldn't completely hear. My master's title is Defying Demon, Night continued. It is in his nature to defy. But you aren't him, Grazia weakly complained. Then you aren't heaven and earth, Night exclaimed before raising its head and pointing its sharp tip at the cultivator. Grazia was speechless, but she didn't lose her faith. She was the embodiment of how strong the rulers could be. They had enough power to fill the entirety of the lands under the sky, and she trusted those abilities loyally. Yet, Night was almost immune to that power, and another slash soon came out of its figure. Grazia couldn't believe her eyes when she saw many openings appearing on her body. Her influence suffered, and the same went for her existence. Her world began to fall apart as a force that escaped her understanding ravaged everything she had built throughout the eras. How are you doing this? Grazia shouted in disbelief. How are you destroying a power that comes directly from heaven and earth? Night didn't move, but invisible attacks continued to shoot out of its figure. Cuts and cracks opened on Grazia's world whenever the pterodactyl hit her, and her existence soon surpassed the point when heaven and earth could heal her without a complete rebirth. Night stared at the disbelief, reluctance, and unwillingness on Grazia's face. It knew those emotions far too well. They were the same feelings it had experienced during its first life when it had ascended only to find a world full of light. Heaven and earth set the system and the fairness, but it didn't involve feelings in their calculations. Everything was a matter of balance between potential and punishments, but they had never cared about the obvious flaws of that environment. A constant suppression gave birth to stronger existences. Heaven and earth had partially done that on purpose since they wanted to absorb laws capable of surviving their punishments, but they had also generated monsters with that method. The existences that managed to resist their punishments and temptations even after reaching the 9th rank became members of an elite group that surpassed what heaven and earth could comprehend with their corrupted fairness. The rulers had taken them as unavoidable flaws that their success in taking control over the world would eventually fix. Still, they didn't consider the emotions that their followers would experience in front of them. They simply didn't care enough to think about that issue. Instead, Night had stood on both sides of the fairness. It had been the clueless magical beast that heaven and earth system had forced to live in a world where it couldn't survive and the mistake capable of surpassing their comprehension. Night could confirm its achievements in Grazia's crumbling face, but it felt no happiness in that event. That cultivator was only a mere pawn. It had taken the first step toward its goal, but the sky still shone on its body. The pterodactyl looked at the sky as the expert above it fell apart and transformed into a darkness that couldn't blend with heaven and earth's world. The white layer felt so close when looked from that position, but Night knew that the path was still long. However, a glance at Snor's regrowing body filled it with confidence. Noah would bring everyone there. It was only a matter of time. Why? Grazia continued to complain as her voice broke. I had the power of the rule dash. Grazia couldn't complete her line since her figure crumbled, and her whiteness transformed into a current of dark energy that flowed inside Night. The pterodactyl stared at the temporary dark area that its previous attack had created before diverting its gaze, once the world filled it with new laws. The storms returned to fill the area, but Night barely noticed them. Its body drew black lines on the sky as the sharp lines of its body cut the chaotic laws that it crossed, and that energy naturally flew inside it. Snore voiced an angry hiss as its body completely regrew. It wanted to complain and bicker, but it remained silent since Noah's well-being had the priority. The dark matter that made Snore's body opened and brought Noah into the outside world. The snake let him rest on its scales, and Night neared him while pointing its pointy head toward his chest. Snore didn't feel any worry. Night could potentially have the power to sever every connection it had with Noah and become a separate existence. Yet, the companions knew each other too well not to understand what they were thinking. They had literally lived inside the same mind for millennia, so a simple glance was enough to study each other's intentions. Dark currents flowed out of Night's lines and entered Noah's chest. That was the power absorbed from Grazia's existence after heaven and earth had filled her world. It contained the amount of energy that only liquid-stage cultivators could have, which made it immensely valuable for Noah. Still, the black hole refused to absorb that energy. It pushed it outside Noah's chest through currents of dark matter that flowed back inside Knight's lines. Noah was still in the middle of his mental coma, but the black hole knew him well enough to make decisions in his place. However, both Snore and Knight were also aware of their master's character, so they immediately understood the reason behind that refusal. "This is only the first of the white things that I'll kill," Knight solemnly announced. "Let me offer my first victim to you, the existence who has made all of this possible. Besides, you need more power," Snore continued through a hiss. "You might have to evolve some more of us, and I won't tolerate you leaving the pterodactyl above us." Knight waited for a few seconds before sending that energy back into Noah's chest. The process went smoothly that time. The black hole let those dark currents flow into its insides where it could purify and turn them into power to send toward the organs in need. Even Noah's insane requirements had to bow in front of the energy of a peak liquid stage cultivator. Grazia had reached the step right before the apex of the cultivation journey during the last empowerment, so the entirety of the higher plane would struggle to provide something better. The black hole sent part of the energy to reactivate all the functions of Noah's mind. He finally blinked after that wave of energy awakened his consciousness, and his mental waves quickly resumed to flow normally. Part of Grazia's energy went on his dantian and reinforced its walls. Noah wouldn't normally need that, but his aspects had become too heavy for the current level of his centers of power. He needed more, even if that meant slowing down his growth even more than that. The largest share of energy went toward his body. Noah's flesh cheered as he straightened his position and sat on Snore. He grew stronger on the spot, and his potential also increased due to the victory over Grazia. But he still felt that it wasn't time for his breakthrough. Well, someone advanced. Noah thought as he patted Snore's scales while glancing at the pterodactyl by his side. "You know that I've heard everything you've said, right?" Noah teased. "I have said nothing but the truth," Knight proudly declared. "If only I think about how grumpy you were back then." Noah laughed. "I didn't think the cultivation journey would turn you into a cutie pie." "A what?" Knight shouted in disgust, and Snore almost lost its balance due to the loud laughs that escaped its mouth. "Give me back my darkness," Knight complained. "It's too late for that," Noah replied. "I will steal all the targets from now on," Knight continued. "You won't even get to smell their energy." Sure, Noah laughed. "You have clearly deserved some rewards." Knight snorted before glancing at the sky. The storms tried to hinder its vision, but they couldn't do much now that it had stepped on the 9th rank. Its power even started to fall, but it quickly stabilized a bit above the bottom of the lower tier. "We are almost there," Knight commented, and Noah couldn't help but join it in its stare at the sky. Divine Demon had departed with the old cultivator. Storms blew on his face as he inspected his opponent. The vitality that his figure radiated created a stark contrast with his hunched back and white beard, and the scene eventually tickled Divine Demon's curiosity. "Before we start killing each other," Divine Demon asked while nearing the cultivator, "I have a doubt that I'm dying to solve." The old cultivator was still a bit pissed about the previous interaction with Noah, but that sudden question from Divine Demon left him surprised. Heaven and Earth had obviously studied him since he was a potential threat, so it felt strange to see traces of mental stability in him. "Why didn't you fix your back?" Divine Demon quickly continued and made the expert's surprise shatter. "You are a literal god standing near the peak of the cultivation journey," Divine Demon commented while spreading his arms in disbelief. "Why would you even keep this appearance? It's even uncomfortable to drink wine like this." The old cultivator stared at Divine Demon taking out a cup full of wine from his space ring and trying to drink while pretending to have a hunched back. Part of the liquid fell, but he promptly stopped it with his mental energy. "Maybe I'm doing it wrong," Divine Demon guessed before taking out another cup and handing it toward the cultivator. "Show me how you do it." The old cultivator felt the urge to attack Divine Demon on the spot, but he held back while continuing to fly forward. He completely ignored the offer. After all, no one would ever accept drinks from an enemy. Being cryptic won't get you closer to heaven and earth. Divine Demon scoffed while emptying both cups and throwing one away. I suppose the hunched back won't either. The cup in his hands returned full by the time he lowered it. The old cultivator didn't miss that detail, but heaven and earth had already recorded it. Still, he wanted to confirm that Divine Demon didn't lose that ability after regaining that apparent mental clarity. Maybe it's a cultivation technique necessary for your law, Divine Demon exclaimed as his red eyes lit up. No, wait, it's called World for those in the 9th rank. The world of the hunched backs that takes down opponents with its sharp curves. Does it get stronger depending on the angle that you create? Divine Demon drank from his cup while scratching his chin. He seemed to have forgotten that a deadly battle was about to unfold. His entire focus was on trying to solve that doubt. It's about respecting the form that you had when you obtained divine powers, the old cultivator eventually explained. Still, he remained surprised when he sensed a flicker in Divine Demon's cultivation level. Don't mind it, Divine Demon sighed. It happens sometimes. I end up clearing challenges that have stayed with me for millennia. I probably had one about hunched backs. Can't be sure. Most of my memories are still fuzzy. The old cultivator made sure to memorize everything Divine Demon said. He even tried to find details that heaven and earth might have missed after they went partially dormant. Still, Divine Demon felt too hard to study. His existence never appeared clear. Inspecting him could even confuse most of the time. How did you even reach the step before the 9th rank? The old cultivator asked as his curiosity became unbearable. I'm a demon, Divine Demon explained. I simply pay the price to advance, be it lives, pain, or memories. Divine Demon could appear complicated to study, but the old cultivator seemed to understand something after that answer. Heaven and earth had often thought about Divine Demon's existence as an intricate law with boundless potential. The rulers even paid a great deal of attention to him because his world could become a crucial part of their power. Yet that evaluation felt off now. The old cultivator could sense an innate purity in Divine Demon's mind. The latter wasn't stupid. He actually was one of the smartest existences in the entirety of the world when it came to things that he desired. However, his core drive didn't seem to have many twists and turns. It felt extremely simple, like an urge that he couldn't stop. You are a special case in the world, the old cultivator declared after a while. You could bring immense benefits to heaven and earth if you decided to join them on your own. Impossible, Divine Demon snorted. I might consider teaching them something if they prostrate to me for 100,000 years, but I don't want to give them false hopes. I'm talking about the rulers of the world, the old cultivator repeated as a frown appeared on his face. You might be right, Divine Demon laughed. 100,000 years is too little for them. Let's make it 1,000,000, and I'll think about it. Heaven and earth, the old cultivator shouted while pointing at the sky. The actual rulers of the world. How should they even bow? That's their problem, Divine Demon uncaringly replied. That's my offer for now. It might be 2,000,000 in a few years. The old cultivator finally understood the issue with Divine Demon. He could only be himself. The nature of a situation didn't matter. His bottlenecks didn't matter. He was Divine Demon because that was the only shape his existence had ever allowed him to take. We have to kill each other then, the old cultivator sighed. Didn't we already decide that? Divine Demon asked while bringing his hand back on his chin. I didn't forget, did I? The old cultivator shook his head before inspecting his surroundings. His connection with heaven and earth made him understand his current position. He had put enough distance from the lake, and the other battlefields were far away too. That area was perfect. The expert snapped his fingers, and the storms shattered, clearing an immense area that could hold the imminent battle. Divine Demon wore a cold smile at that scene, and he didn't hesitate to throw his cup away even if it still had some wine left. You won't have challenges on my end, the old cultivator announced. We have studied you for too long to give you such a huge advantage. I wouldn't be a challenge if it were so easy to obtain. Divine Demon laughed as his aura spread in the environment and took control of part of the world. I must also admit something, the old cultivator revealed while wearing a complicated expression. You are strong, and your law appears boundless. Thanks. Divine Demon replied in a confused tone. Heaven and earth have such a high consideration of you that they don't allow us to kill you, the old cultivator explained. They have long since prepared something meant to capture your law. I'm sorry. You won't have a battle. The old cultivator raised his hand, and the world released a humming noise. A pillar of light pierced the storms and activated one of the functions that heaven and earth had added to the world. A cubicle prison suddenly materialized around the two experts. Walls made of the same fabric as the sky appeared around them before they could even think about reacting. The space inside that cage also shattered and fused with the white material to leave them floating among the void. The cage was perfect to counter Divine Demon's ability. The absence of energy inside the void and the white walls that isolated the two experts from the outside world served their purpose to limit one of the most flexible and miraculous laws in the entirety of the immortal lands. Divine Demon found himself immersed inside the darkness, illuminated by a familiar white radiance. A small cloud made of the azure energy absorbed before the activation of the trap floated around him. But everything else was either empty or belonged to a realm that he couldn't affect. The white walls seemed to share the same fabric of the sky, and their power was also insanely high. They stood at the very peak in the upper tier of the 9th rank. It was clear that heaven and earth didn't come up with that trap on the spot, but had prepared it a long time ago. The old cultivator had even stated that, but his words couldn't compare with that breathtaking sight. Heaven and earth had to add laws to their world to make this possible, the old cultivator explained. Don't worry, this wasn't your fault. Everything under the sky had the power to activate this trap. We have been ready to take you out for a long time. Divine Demon wore a cold expression as his eyes darted among the environment. He had some energy, but that would be barely enough to create a couple of abilities in the 9th rank. His opponent was a liquid stage cultivator, so a comparison between their reserves of fuel was impossible. Divine Demon tried to spread his influence to the white walls, but they didn't react to his incredible law. They appeared impossible to affect. His mind struggled to analyze them even after the glow of his deduction technique shone from behind his eyes. We had the chance to oppose this decision, the old cultivator continued. This trap is expensive, and it expresses how none of us would have been able to capture your law safely. However, none of us tried to convince heaven and earth otherwise. We all respected and feared you enough to ask for the ruler's help. Divine Demon didn't care about those praises. Countless calculations happened inside his mind as he tried to find a way out of that situation. But his thoughts could only reach dead ends. Fighting a liquid stage cultivator was a difficult feat, even impossible for rank 8 cultivators, but Divine Demon felt strong enough to succeed in that challenge. Yet, the unique environment that heaven and earth had prepared for him seemed to destroy his hopes. Divine Demon couldn't gather more energy. He had no matter to affect, and he also felt reasonably sure that even his opponent couldn't take down those walls unless they fulfilled their purpose. Heaven and earth committed many mistakes, but they rarely left such striking flaws out in the open. The trap appeared perfect. Divine Demon believed that the energy inside his centers of power and the small amount of fuel gathered from the outside world could create an attack that could affect his opponent. Still, it would be almost impossible to defeat the old cultivator with a single blow. Moreover, he wasn't sure whether the white walls would fall after achieving that victory. Did you do all of this for me? Divine Demon eventually asked. It's almost flattering. You should feel flattered. The old cultivation responded while waving his hand to highlight the white walls. Don't see it as a trap. This is a formal invitation. Your existence can become the foundation on which heaven and earth will reach the 10th rank. You can become the core of the strongest existences in the world and help them advance to throughout the future stages. Did you rulers know that I would rather die than submit? Divine Demon asked while scratching his chin. Obviously, the old cultivator responded. Heaven and earth study doesn't only involve raw power. It uses countless calculations and divinations meant to predict how much potential each law has. It even inspects how beneficial they can be to the ruler's existence, But you might want to know that they went even further with you. The old cultivator raised his arm, and his gesture made the whiteness radiated by the walls intensify. A heavy pressure fell on the void, and matter almost began to fill it due to the radiance's density. That light also carried the same power as those shining edges. It was energy in the upper tier. Divine Demon's eyes widened when that energy shone on him. His flesh seemed to rejoice when it spread its effects on his figure. It felt like a fuel capable of nourishing his existence in ways that no other energy had ever done before. It actually resembled his very law, only in a version that belonged to heaven and earth's system. This is a prototype of what your future law will be if you accept to join the system, the old cultivator stated while wearing a knowing smile. Don't bother trying to exploit it. I've never seen so many protections and traps in a single place. You wouldn't be able to use it for your own power even if you were at the peak of the cultivation journey. Why showing it to me then? Divine Demon asked as he waved his hand among that light. As a proof of our honesty, the old cultivator replied. You can inspect it and decide if it's good enough. Heaven and earth are willing to modify it as you desire. You only have to surrender your existence to the system to become a peak rank 9 cultivator with an existence made exactly as you want. You must really want me? Divine Demon laughed. You have no idea, the expert smiled. You wield a unique power. You might even be the key to handle every unexpected situation that the future steps of the cultivation journey will place in front of heaven and earth. With the first being my heir, Divine Demon added. Indeed, the old cultivator chuckled. Noah Bulvin will probably reach the peak. That's something that heaven and earth know to be almost impossible to stop. That's an unavoidable consequence of their mistake. He will continue to grow stronger as the rulers get closer to their goal. Divine Demon fell silent. His hands swam among the dense radiance as his existence tried to affect it. His deduction technique couldn't understand much, but it made him aware that his power couldn't touch that light. It wasn't only a matter of difference in power. That fuel had specific counters that made it untouchable for his law. Is this fear? Divine Demon asked. Do you fear us so much? Heaven and earth do, the old cultivator announced. They don't believe that you can win, but they know that you can cause many problems. This is to prevent the worst possible outcome. Which is? Divine Demon asked as his eyebrows asked in curiosity. Your team becoming so strong enough to force heaven and earth to start everything again in order to defeat you, the old cultivator explained. They do not fear defeat, but they know that you can make them waste a lot of time. Divine Demon rarely had to think about his life. He was pure when it came to his decision and mindset. He never had to hesitate because he embodied what a true demon had to be. Yet, heaven and earth had put him in a hopeless situation. The trap didn't have ways out. It was perfect in every sense, and Divine Demon could understand that clearly. It seemed that he only had to decide how to die. Giving his existence away would preserve his thoughts. Divine Demon would lose everything he had built in those years, but he would maintain his mind. Instead, even if he decided to fight, heaven and earth would still steal part of his law. Divine Demon couldn't find any other option. He had failed to predict heaven and earth's trap, but he couldn't blame himself either. He couldn't really oppose the rulers when they set their mind on a project. You sure put me in a difficult position, Divine Demon announced. Well, not really. The old cultivator frowned, but Divine Demon didn't hesitate to reveal the meaning behind his words. His aura surged and expanded among the oppressing whiteness that the walls were radiating. The light could suppress Divine Demon's existence, but it simply retreated when his aura expanded. It wasn't its role to fight against him in that situation. Heaven and earth had put it inside the trap to tempt Divine Demon, but they couldn't use it to defeat him due to the limits of their fairness. The azure energy that Divine Demon had gathered before the activation of the trap rotated around him and started to condense when it flowed toward his right arm. The power contained inside his centers of power also came out and helped in the process. Circular inscriptions formed on Divine Demon's arm and expanded to create the technique capable of releasing opposite laws that he had used in the past. A cylindrical formation soon grew from his limbs and created a cannon-like structure that stretched past his hand. The light of the formation went from azure to white. Divine Demon's law transformed that power into higher energy that brought the overall level of the inscriptions near the liquid stage. The old cultivator's face couldn't help but show his astonishment in front of that orderly and calm display of power, but no fear appeared in his eyes. He was ready to die in that situation since he had already fulfilled his role. Impressive but useless, the old cultivator exclaimed while raising his hand and gathering his power. Come on, test your power against me if you feel like it. It will give you an idea of how heaven and earth's path is the best choice. Divine Demon snorted as his expression grew colder. His opponent wasn't taking him seriously, and he understood the reason behind that reaction. It didn't only involve heaven and earth's trap. It also took into consideration the power of his technique. A single attack with power in the liquid stage couldn't be enough to defeat a liquid stage cultivator. Divine Demon even required the entirety of his energy to launch it, while his opponent only had to rely on his normal power to defend. The lack of energy in the environment would limit Divine Demon to that single attack, and he couldn't even use it to kill a mere cultivator. It felt incredibly disappointing that the entirety of his journey had to culminate in that pointless expression of power. I don't doubt that I will die here, Divine Demon said in an almost uncaring tone. But please understand this old demon. I will never die silently. Do whatever you feel like. The old cultivator shrugged his shoulders without lowering his hand. Heaven and earth are ready to accept you in every form. The rest is up to you. I guess I can still seize a small victory then, Divine Demon whispered before closing his eyes. His white energy trembled and grew unstable. The formation expanded as small flares tried to escape its structure. It seemed on the verge of exploding, but it appeared too dense to shatter. The formation's power increased during the process. It had already stepped on the liquid stage, but it continued to grow as Divine Demon's resolve surged. The old cultivator couldn't help but remain astonished again when he sensed that the level of the technique surpassed his centers of power. You are incredible, the old cultivator shouted. That's exactly what heaven and earth need. You have had access to powers that only rank 9 existences should be able to wield from the beginning of your divine path. You are the blessed sun. You are the perfect product of the ruler's system. I challenge myself to overcome this trap, Divine Demon announced without opening his eyes. May my existence pay the price for my failure. The old cultivator's expression froze at those words. His excited and stupefied smile transformed into a worried smirk that struggled to trust the trap completely. His fears also intensified when he sensed the formation going past the liquid stage and stepping into the solid stage. Divine Demon's technique had reached the peak of the cultivation world in that exact second. The unreal event was nothing more than a miracle. He had managed to push energy that could barely touch the liquid stage in its perfect form past its natural limits. He had created power from nothing even while inside a trap meant to isolate his law. The scene was breathtaking, and it even confirmed that heaven and earth's hopes were on point. Divine Demon's law wielded the very potential to improve. It could ignore meanings, requirements, fuel, and common reason to produce the intended effects. Only the word miraculous could describe its incredible effects. Yet, Divine Demon always had to pay the price for that power. The world often paid in his place, but the trap prevented that from happening. The expert had to use another currency to perform that technique, and only his existence could work. The old cultivator knew that heaven and earth had prepared countermeasures for that eventuality. They had predicted an eventual suicide on Divine Demon's end. Still, the resolve shown by the expert worried him. Divine Demon was basically consuming his existence even before launching the attack. He was using his ability to perform miracles to perform that last incredible technique. Not even heaven and earth knew that Divine Demon could do that. After all, only specific existences could use their potential or future gains as a proper fuel, and Divine Demon wasn't among them. In theory, he could do everything, but that remained an unforeseen event that didn't properly match his law. Moreover, everything was part of a challenge. meaning that divine demon's existence would suffer a second time if the technique didn't consume all of it. Heaven and earth surely have dash. The old cultivator tried to speak, but divine demon activated his technique before he could finish his line. A wave of whiteness filled the insides of the trap, and the old cultivator felt forced to use the entirety of his power to protect himself from that discharge of energy. His body morphed as additional limbs, flesh, and muscles came out to defend him, but most of them turned into a gory mess anyway. When the whiteness dispersed, the old cultivator noticed that only his head and a chunk of his chest had survived the attack. He was still alive, but he would die unless heaven and earth fixed him. Nonetheless, the most striking detail on the scene was the absence of divine demon. The old cultivator was alone inside the trap. The emptiness of the area inside the white walls startled the old cultivator, but his mind didn't manage to remain active long enough to ponder about the issue. Life abandoned him, and darkness soon replaced his consciousness. Still, the walls suddenly shone with more intensity, and their light converged on the maimed corpse. The dense energy radiated by those structures rebuilt the expert and brought him back to life in a matter of seconds. The old cultivator revealed an elated expression when he realized what had happened. His leaders had saved him, and he performed a deep bow toward the walls to express his gratitude. The expert remained in that position until his curiosity had the better of him. His hunched back didn't allow him to straighten his figure too much, but he still raised his head before moving toward one of the walls. Heaven and earth had prepared for the eventuality of divine demon's suicide. That felt only normal for such a driven expert, but the procedure he had used to destroy his existence had been peculiar, and that had made the old cultivator worried. A sigh of relief came out of the cultivator's mouth when he inspected the walls. The whiteness confirmed that everything had gone well. Heaven and earth had managed to record the last stage reached by divine demon before the destruction of his existence. The rulers wouldn't be able to create a perfect copy of his law, but they could get pretty close. Moreover, they would be able to perfect it in time and rebuild what the breath had managed to generate on its own. Divine demon seemed to represent Noah's opposite. The latter was the strongest product of the system's flaw, while the former appeared as its favored son. To think that such extreme personalities have ended up in the same team, the cultivator sighed while pressing his hand on the wall. It felt almost hilarious that Noah and divine demon had been part of the same group of rebels. One of them had the potential to embody the perfection imagined by heaven and earth, but Noah's presence had brought him closer to become one of their greatest failures. Still, the rulers had acted before the situation became too troublesome. They had taken care of divine demon before he could transform his existence into a world. The walls released an intense light that filled the entirety of the void inside the trap. That radiance inspected every corner and each brim of energy still floating in that empty space before cleaning everything up. The rulers couldn't allow themselves to commit mistakes or overlook something in that delicate situation. Divine demon's law was too powerful and unpredictable to leave something unchecked. The walls performed many inspections before accepting that the expert was utterly dead. The cultivator heaved another sigh after the light retracted. Everything had worked perfectly, and a laugh even escaped his mind when he realized how he had started to doubt the rulers for an instant. Divine demon's unreasonable display of power had almost managed to create a crack in his faith, but the truth had eventually revealed itself. Heaven and earth had been perfect with their preparations, and nothing could beat that. A frown appeared on the old cultivator when a peculiar spot on the wall entered his vision. The light trembled there, and he didn't hesitate to check the nature of that event. "Incredible!" the old cultivator exclaimed when he placed his hand on that spot of the wall. He had almost threatened the stability of the trap. That small chunk wall was still trembling due to the effects of divine demon's attack. The expert had actually touched heaven and earth's level when he sacrificed his existence to perform his last devastating technique. The old cultivator shook his head before pressing on the wall to stop the tremors. Everything went still afterward. The last trace of divine demon's life disappeared from the wall. The situation remained silent and still for a while until heaven and earth decided that it was time to remove the trap and move the project to the next phase. The walls shattered before transforming into light that rebuilt space and brought the cultivator back in stormy regions. The old cultivator dug out his own eyes and tore apart a piece of his mind before dispersing it among the whiteness. His memories and impression of divine demon fused with the world and added the last materials required to rebuild his law. Part of the storms flowed toward the cultivator to fix his injuries. His eyes and head regrew in a few seconds, but a thinking expression appeared on his face when the chaotic laws were about to leave his figure. "Maybe I should really fix that," the old cultivator whispered before making use of some of the chaotic laws around him. The energy flowed inside his back and straightened it. Modifying a body was nothing difficult for an entity at his level. His hunched figure didn't even affect his movements, so that feature was mostly an aesthetic issue. "It doesn't feel bad." The old cultivator smirked before focusing on the sky again. White lumps of light gathered in a spot above him until a chrysalis formed. Heaven and earth wanted to give birth to divine demon's copy right away to test its powers, and they didn't hesitate to use everything they had learnt for the procedure. Light fell from the sky and flowed from different spots of the world to gather inside the chrysalis. An aura that resembled divine demon began to spread out of that structure, and the similarities with the expert intensified as more power gathered inside it. The old cultivator wore a solemn expression during the process. Heaven and earth had to succeed now, or divine demon's existence would forever be outside their reach. The issue wasn't with creating a simple copy. They had to recreate him in his entirety, but in a version that belonged to their system. The chrysalis gathered energy until cracks opened on its shining surface. The shards that fell from the structure floated among the sky before converging toward the human figure that appeared after that solid membrane crumbled. The human figure absorbed everything, and the light radiated by its edges dimmed to reveal an exact copy of divine demon. The only difference was with its color. Its skin was clear and white, his hair was longer than before, and his eyes didn't carry their red shades anymore. They shone with the white light that always accompanied the rulers. The figure's centers of power activated and revealed its gaseous stage power. The existence carried by its aura was almost identical to the original divine demon. There didn't seem to be any difference except for a vague sense of belonging to heaven and earth's system. "Divine demon," the old cultivator announced once a tremor ran through the figure. "Bow toward your masters and announce the new role of your existence." Divine demon's copy glanced at the cultivator before turning toward the sky. He nodded, and his back began to arch as he prepared himself to perform a bow. However, another tremor ran through his body and forced him to straighten his figure. "What's the issue?" the old cultivator asked. The expert didn't feel any worry. It was normal for such a complicated product to face a few problems until it completely stabilized. He was there to help it realize how to use its power for heaven and earth's sake. "This isn't me," the white figure whispered while raising his palm. The storms immediately moved toward its palm and sent their chaotic laws to create what its existence truly desired. It didn't take much before a cup full of wine appeared in that spot. The old cultivator remained confused in front of that behavior, but he didn't panic. A replica meant to be almost identical to the original could have many malfunctions, especially when it came to a highly complicated existence. Heaven and earth would have already created the favored son of the breath by themselves if that were an easy task. Finding and recognizing divine demon among the rebels had been a lucky chance that they didn't dare to waste, and their follower on the scene knew that far too well. He didn't hesitate to activate some of the many precautions the rulers had prepared for the occasion. The rulers' priority was to preserve what they had created, since nothing like that existed in the world anymore. They had the closest copy to the dead original, but they had to turn it into the actual existence they were trying to obtain. Storms gathered around divine demon's copy and the old cultivator. They transformed into currents of white light that fused with the former to adjust a few details in its law. The issue seemed to be with some separation from heaven and earth. The white law belonged to the system, but it appeared unaware of that, so the old cultivator had to fix it. Truth be told, the old cultivator's task was relatively easy. Heaven and earth had already programmed the world for those functions, and they had even prepared enough energy. The expert only had to activate each phase depending on how the white figure reacted. Heaven and earth would gladly handle the process themselves, but their quasi-dormant state prevented them from affecting the world too much. Moreover, they were dealing with a law almost stolen from a rank 8 cultivator. They had already stretched the limits of their fairness to create the trap, and the process had actually caused backlashes that Noah and the others couldn't see. Joining the process would only intensify those backlashes, which wasn't ideal in their current state. After all, the rulers had already proven how they were their worst enemy. Everything wanted to see them fail, so each mistake could cause problems that they would need millennia to solve. Heaven and earth preferred to play it safe when it came to their existence, and their liquid stage follower had already proven himself to be capable enough to handle the matter. He activated each function in the world in the precise order declared by the rulers, and Divine Demon's copy slowly changed. The modifications didn't affect the figure's appearance. It changed its aura and some details of the law that it radiated. The connection with heaven and earth carried by its existence intensified, and the currents of lights eventually let its fabric go. "Let's try again," the old cultivator uttered before pointing at the sky past the storms above him. "Divine Demon, take a look at the sky." The white figure had remained with its palm raised, but its cup had disappeared during the process. A frown appeared on its face when it noticed that detail, but its shining white eyes moved toward the sky anyway. The blinding radiance of the sky shone on the copy's eyes and resonated with their whiteness. They clearly belonged to the same existence, and their light was even identical. Yet, the figure's frown deepened before it turned its head to look at its palm again. "What are you doing?" the old cultivator asked while activating multiple sensors, hidden in the very fabric of the world. Chaotic laws moved on their own and flowed toward the copy's palm. They gave birth to the cup again, and they didn't hesitate to fill it with wine. "That's not me," Divine Demon's copy remarked while pointing its free palm toward the sky. The old cultivator continued to remain relaxed. The idea that Divine Demon could come back to life didn't even appear inside his mind. He had confirmed his death with a rank 9 item in the upper tier. Nothing could escape that. Even the rulers would struggle against that. Still, worry inevitably appeared, even if for different reasons. The expert wanted to succeed in that task and provide heaven and earth with that law. His duty felt almost holy when he considered the many advantages that the rulers could seize with the addition of that true meaning in their existence. The copy of Divine Demon's law wasn't even a simple true meaning now. It was a world since heaven and earth had rebuilt that power with level in the gaseous stage. It felt incredible how a simple copy had already come out so strong. So the cultivator had to preserve it. "Just drink it and try to remember," the old cultivator suggested without showing the slightest doubt. Divine Demon's copy almost seemed to ignore his orders, and it eventually brought its cup to its lips. The first sip from the wine concocted by the chaotic laws made his eyes widen, but it didn't link to anything. There was something off, but that off wasn't alive. "Strange," the copy commented and made the old cultivator relax. It seemed that the new law was far more stable than before. It had doubts about its nature, but it remained incapable of going against heaven and earth, which was already a lot. The old cultivator checked his sensors. There didn't seem to be anything off with the copied law. It even seemed better than the original now, so the expert decided to let it rest for now. Divine Demon's copy continued to stabilize and grow closer to heaven and earth as its harmony intensified. It wouldn't take much before the rulers could properly absorb it into their existence and deploy its power. Perfection was close, but the figure still complained whenever it looked at the sky. "Not me," the white figure stated. "That's definitely not me. I must find myself." "Of course you must," the old cultivator promptly responded while handing the sensors. "Do whatever you feel like yourself." The figure nodded before another cup full of wine materialized in its palm. It drank it in a single sip, and the chaotic laws quickly refilled it. It drank again, and the cup also shattered during the process. Something was off completely of even. Divine Demon's copy knew that it was missing a crucial aspect of its existence to express itself, but the world didn't seem to have it. However, the figure was itself. Could think, so its true self had to be inside its law. Divine Demon raised its hand and stared at it for a few seconds before stabbing its own chest. The old cultivator almost shouted, seeing the structure heaven and earth had spent so much creating hurting itself. The components were still in the sky, but it would require more fuel to rebuild it now. Storms quickly converged toward Divine Demon's copy, but they froze in the sky when he raised his hand. The old cultivator's annoyance transformed into confusion at that sight. The gales of chaotic laws were part of one of heaven and earth's functions, so the white figure shouldn't have power over them. Yet, a simple gesture had been able to stop them. It must be here somewhere, the copy continued while digging its arm deeper into its chest. Maybe it's missing on purpose, but I know what it is. I can sense it. The old cultivator activated all the restrictions in the area, but the chaotic laws didn't follow those instructions. They seemed to obey divine demons as they gathered in front of its figure and made energy seep past its glowing skin. Nothing happened right away, but a faint red shade slowly started to appear among its white eyes. The hurricane rumbled. The storms thundered as they expanded throughout the world and seized as much energy as they could. Divine Demon's copy had given birth to a calamity meant to complete what heaven and earth didn't even dream to do. It wanted to restore the existence that they desired desperately. The procedure's requirements in terms of energy were massive. The issue was with the multiple activities that the copy had to perform at the same time. It had to replicate what heaven and earth had partially tried to do before, but on a larger scale. Masses of chaotic laws carrying enough energy to satisfy even the strongest hybrids vanished in mere instants as formations appeared, activated, and generated solutions among the storms. A flow of information that even King Elbaz would struggle to absorb in a single training session flowed inside Divine Demon's copy and filled it with answers about its situation. The old cultivator didn't lie. The process was impossible, but Divine Demon's copy didn't want to approach it through the normal path. It had already decided that he would shatter his world, go back to the 8th rank, and face the breakthrough again. The energy required to perform all of that was immense, and Divine Demon's copy could understand if everything had been a success only after the process was over. No one in the entire world would ever think about wasting so much power over such a faint hope. Most experts would struggle even to gain access to that quantity of fuel. Yet, Divine Demon's copy was different. The world bent to its will and helped its existence with everything it had. The hurricane expanded and churned depending on the procedures happening in its insides. Inspecting its center was impossible due to the sheer size and violence of the storms, but anyone could guess that Divine Demon's copy was at its center. The sky's radiance seemed to intensify from time to time. Those long flashes matched specific procedures that heaven and earth wanted to study for different reasons. The rulers were learning from Divine Demon's copy even in their dormant state, which only increased their desire to seize the expert. The issue was that they had already reached the limits of their fairness, so they couldn't do anything there, at least when it came to hurting Divine Demon's copy. The rulers didn't want to give up on that law, which meant that they had to hope for the replica's success. The rulers rarely relied on hope when it came to such important matters. They had the power to help Divine Demon's copy there, and it didn't take much before they decided to follow through with that idea. The storms couldn't expand endlessly. Even Divine Demon's copy couldn't perform that miracle. The hurricane reached a point when it couldn't grow anymore, which inevitably put an end to its relentless absorption of energy. Yet, chaotic laws came out of the sky after the hurricane starved for a few hours. Heaven and earth released energy to fill the areas cleared by the calamity and add more power to those lands. The new chaotic laws ended up inside the hurricane as soon as they reached the general area of the stormy regions. Heaven and earth were adding power to a technique meant to restore their opponent's energy. Divine Demon wasn't even a simple enemy. The breath had taken him as its favored son, so the investment could go incredibly bad. Still, they were willing to take risks to have the chance to obtain something so valuable. The old cultivator found it surprising that his body wasn't falling apart. He was stuck inside the storms, but they didn't appear interested in destroying him. They didn't even care about the energy contained in his centers of power. Yet, they didn't let him leave either, so he remained among that mess with his senses and consciousness obscured. The expert couldn't sense almost anything, but he couldn't miss the arrival of the energy seeping out directly from the sky. He shared a deep connection with the rulers, so he could understand that heaven and earth had decided to help divine demons copy. The old cultivator couldn't understand the reason behind that action, but he slightly relaxed after learning that heaven and earth had joined the fray. The world had taken a stand, so he could enjoy his role as a spectator. The addition of the new energy made the hurricane denser and eventually allowed it to condense into a rotating chrysalis. The structure spat out the old cultivator and other useless materials accumulated during its expansion to create the perfect cradle for the birth of divine demons' true world. The old cultivator could finally expand his consciousness and study the event, but disbelief soon filled his mind. The rotating chrysalis was massive, immense even. It was so big that it didn't fit his vision from that position. Standing near the chrysalis also required him to use some weak defensive techniques. The churning gales of chaotic laws weren't trying to affect him, but they still created an intense pulling force in the nearby areas. The old cultivator didn't want to end up in that mess again, so he did his best to protect himself. The chrysalis never stopped spinning, but it slowly shrunk as the hours passed. A faint, dangerous sensation also spread in the area. It was clear that something big was about to appear, but the old cultivator didn't know what to think. A large part of his beliefs had crumbled that day after witnessing a copy seizing control of heaven and earth's energy. He had lost the ability to understand what was reasonable. The chrysalis shrunk until it reached the size of a 2-meter-tall sphere. Its edges even caved to give it a shining humanoid shape identical to divine demon's copied version. The process seemed to have failed, but everything changed when the figure opened its eyes. A blinding blood-red radiance came out of those organs and unleashed a type of rank 9 energy that the old cultivator had never sensed in his life. That aura felt like the heaviest form of energy in the world, but it was also incredibly thin. It could have the texture of the air of some mortal lands or the density of the strongest metal in the higher plane. That strangeness in its features made it almost impossible to evaluate. The old cultivator only understood that it was in the gaseous stage of the 9th rank. "Who are you?" the old cultivator asked as a frown appeared on his face due to his consciousness's struggles to study that aura. "Are you the copy or the real?" Divine Demon's eyes converged on the cultivator and applied all the pressure that they were capable of. Its power was immense for an existence in the gaseous stage, but its opponent could endure it easily. The issue there was with the nature of that suppression. Its nature hurt to study. "I didn't know heaven and earth held me in such high regards," Divine Demon announced in a cold voice as he stabbed his abdomen with his hand and tore out a glowing white orb. "They even tried to hide this inside me." Divine Demon closed his hand, and the orb shattered into countless white shards that started to rotate around him. The ground, air, and space broke when he spread his arms and waited for their energy to converge in his palms. That white fuel became blood-red as soon as it entered the range of his eyes. Divine Demon's copy almost ravaged its figure. It tore its chest open and studied its insides while gales flowed inside its broken body to help with the process. The old cultivator in the distance didn't know what to do. He had sensors showing him data that he couldn't read properly. Heaven and earth had literally made those functions to prevent similar situations, but everything appeared pointless in front of the influence of the favored son of the breath. The chaotic laws stopped abiding by their programming to help Divine Demon's copy. That energy was the product of heaven and earth's second form, but that didn't seem to matter. Every fuel in the world belonged to its peculiar existence in case of need. The influence of Divine Demon's copy went past the powerful ancient inscription methods used by heaven and earth to program the world. It appealed to something that went deeper than formations or hidden meaning. It was as if every energy in the world was born to serve it. "Where is it?" Divine Demon's copy asked as annoyance seeped in his tone. "Where did you put it?" The old cultivator had no words. He couldn't answer truthfully when the copy was in that state. He had to stall until the restriction finally calmed it down. Still, he didn't know whether he would have enough time for that. Nothing was working on his side, and heaven and earth were mostly dormant. They couldn't do much in that situation. The truth about the matter could turn Divine Demon's copy berserk. That white existence was probably searching for the core that its current form lacked. Yet, that part of its law didn't exist in the world anymore. It had disappeared when the original died. Heaven and earth would have already retrieved if they could. Divine Demon's copy was ravaging its body, attracted by a faint resemblance. The energy gathered by the chaotic laws was pushing its current existence closer to the original, but two different beings could never create an identical true meaning. The rulers knew that far too well, which was the very reason behind their initial invitation. Only a complete acceptance on Divine Demon's side to surrender his law would have preserved it in its entirety. The expert had even gone all out with his last attack, so a lot of his original true meaning had disappeared. A lot of the current state of the copy's world was only a reproduction of what heaven and earth had memorized. Divine Demon's copy had uncovered the entirety of its torso, but no organs appeared in the open. Its insides were a mass of whiteness with different textures. It was nothing more than a puppet created to replicate its old self, and the red shades coming out of its eyes had slowly started to realize it. Initially, that realization was only a mere doubt, but the torrents of energy flowing inside its figure continued to enhance its functions, which eventually led to a conclusion. Divine Demon's copy learnt to be a mere replica of a law that the world didn't recall. Everything stopped at that point. The conclusion left the copy speechless and devoid of any desire. It had to acknowledge to remain incomplete to find the will to move on. But it couldn't consider that life. No one at its level could. Divine Demon's copy turned toward the old cultivator as anger gathered in its red eyes. It couldn't find itself, but it could vent as long as it felt those burning feelings. It had a proper target in its reach even, and its hand quickly rose to point at the bald expert. Chaotic laws flowed toward its hand as soon as they felt its intentions. The copy amassed power to prepare a spell that could take out its opponent in a single blow, but confusion appeared on its face when it noticed that the gales weren't taking the intended shape. Divine Demon's copy rotated his hand to study those chaotic laws, and they transformed into a cup full of wine as soon as its palm aimed at the sky. Its eyes sharpened when it inspected that familiar item and sniffed the booze that it contained. The world was telling it something. It was showing a path. "I see," Divine Demon's copy eventually exclaimed as understanding dawned upon its mind. "The world doesn't know. Heaven and earth don't know either, and my existence is mostly fake. Yet, I remain the closest thing to the original, so I can naturally tend toward that state." The old cultivator had feared for his life before, but that announcement made him snap back to reality. He had to stop what was happening since the process could completely destroy that existence. The expert had no power over Divine Demon's copy, but he had a weapon. He had the truth, which he didn't hesitate to announce now that the situation had become too problematic. "You can't recreate yourself. Your old existence dispersed. Is gone forever. You can only accept to remain a replica. I think that the old me would have had something cool to say now." Divine Demon's copy snorted before spreading its arms and calling upon all the energy that its influence could gather. Gales made of chaotic laws stormed the area and fused with the white figure, transforming into a massive hurricane that enhanced its influence and allowed it to reach distant locations. The calamity grew as more winds gathered inside it, and the old cultivator found himself unable to keep his eyes open once everything became too violent. Everything lacked order, but Divine Demon's copy had a plan. It was vague and far from perfect, but it was a proper tactic that could allow it to retrieve its existence. Its current power came from a world built on top of understanding that heaven and earth had copied and replicated after millennia of study. The rulers had never managed to grasp what Divine Demon would have become in the 9th rank. In theory, a true rank 9 version of the expert's existence had never appeared in the world. Divine Demon's copy couldn't change its current world to obtain the true rank 9 version. However, it could force itself to regress in the 8th rank, create an almost identical replica of its previous law, and approach a proper breakthrough. The creation of the world could theoretically fill the gaps that heaven and earth had been unable to copy, since its existence would naturally tend toward its intended state. The problems that the procedure could cause were countless, but Divine Demon's replica planned to compensate for everything with the help of the immortal lands. "I'm coming to get you," Divine Demon's copy shouted. and the massive hurricane echoed its words before expanding even more. The calamity became so violent that the old cultivator had to retract his consciousness to keep it safe inside his mind. The gales had become too dense and fast. Even his incredible cultivation level couldn't allow him to observe that procedure properly. The world was raging to announce its support to its favored son. The storms were willing to forsake everything just to give the copy a chance to retrieve its true self, and everything eventually started to shatter. Laws didn't matter anymore in front of powers that could touch heaven and earth. "Who are you?" the old cultivator shouted again. Divine Demon was different from his original version and his replica, but the old cultivator didn't know if he had succeeded in retrieving his original law. That blood-red influence was eerie and powerful, but it didn't seem to have anything to do with the previous azure and white shades that the energy captured by that existence obtained. "You talk as if my answer could change your position," Divine Demon announced in a chilling voice as the world continued to shatter to give him energy. "I need to know," the old cultivator exclaimed as additional flesh and muscles grew on his figure. The expert transformed into a giant in no time. His shape was monstrous. Bulging patches of skin grew from strange places and ruined his humanoid figure. He even had muscles growing out of the back of his head. "You want me to confirm your faith in heaven and earth?" Divine Demon understood, while the light radiated by his eyes intensified. "You have power. Used it to find your answers." The old cultivator snorted before growing additional limbs and shooting ahead. He feared Divine Demon's potential, but he remained a gaseous stage existence now. Putting up a fight wasn't an issue. Divine Demon remained still as the monstrous figure approached him at high speed. His mind appeared able to understand the nature of the expert's world as soon as he entered his blood-red range. That power had something to do with his blood and flesh, but it continued to have heaven and earth's influence. Divine Demon waved his hand, and the energy that had fallen under his control until now shot ahead to face the incoming monster. The trails of fuel transformed into different abilities as they converged toward the old cultivator. They became beams of light, snake-like puppets with venomous fangs, masses of energy carrying unique effectiveness against blood and flesh. Their impact with the liquid stage expert caused an explosion that spread the cracks nearby. The world shook in front of the clash between two worlds in the 9th rank. The old cultivator seemed able to modify his body freely and develop new muscles or limbs depending on the threats he faced. However, no one could defend from Divine Demon's power. The blood-red abilities were never-ending. They always managed to inflict damage on the expert's monstrous body, and their discharge of energy spread Divine Demon's influence. More chunks of the world gained those bloody shades as they transformed into fuel that generated most spells. The world also adapted to the old cultivator's existence. It took only a few waves of attacks before all the blood-red abilities became giant snakes carry a special venom that made blood and flesh directly explode. The energy in the Immortal lands wanted Divine Demon to win so badly that it created an ability meant for that battle. No counter or defense could work when the entire world was working so desperately to kill you. Chunks of the monstrous giant exploded and transformed into gory clouds that the blood-red influence turned into more fuel. Divine Demon wasn't moving at all, but the snakes handled the situation for him. The old cultivator charged forward in the hope that his body would be able to withstand that relentless destruction. But his will to fight vanished when he found himself kneeling in front of his opponent. The old cultivator had turned into a gory mess. He had regained his human figure, but wounds and blood covered his skin due to the injuries suffered during the charge. Small versions of the blood-red snakes had become chains entangled on his limbs and head to suppress his movements and consciousness. The world had learnt how to cage a liquid-stage cultivator in a matter of seconds, and the latter couldn't even raise his head after he ended up kneeling in front of Divine Demon. "How is this fair?" the old cultivator whispered, and his voice struggled to seep past the snakes entangled around his head. "How can you not acknowledge the irrationality in your power? No being should be so above the others due to simple birthright. No existence should be so blind in the 9th rank." Divine Demon whispered as his red eyes shone on the expert under him. "You still think that my current power is mere luck? How can it not be?" The old cultivator cursed, and the snakes tightened their grasp when they sensed some power seeping out of that gory skin. You can literally control all the power in the world without limits. Nothing would stop you if you were to use it to slaughter mere rank 7 experts. There is no fairness in that. What do you think the tribulations are? Divine Demon laughed. They are tests tuned specifically for each existence. The old cultivator complained. They follow precise rules capable of binding even heaven and earth. Why would you even consider that normal? Divine Demon laughed, and his influence expanded. More pieces of the world shattered until the nearby area transformed into a vast hole connected to the void. Yet, blood-red energy quickly flowed toward the openings and rebuilt the fabric of space, giving it its unique shades. The energy didn't stop there. It erected a series of tower-like structures on top of the new blood-red layer that divided the immortal lands from the void. Those buildings performed sharp turns when they were about to reach Divine Demon, and they fused to transform into a dark throne after arriving right under him. Divine Demon sat and opened his palm. Energy flowed inside his grasp and created a cup full of wine. The expert voiced a satisfied laugh after he took a sip from that blood-red liquid. A broad smile even appeared on his face when he gazed at the shape of his world. "We are monsters," Divine Demon eventually explained. "I'm not talking about my team. Those who step on the cultivation journey become monsters as soon as they escape their mortal limitations. I won't talk philosophy with an existence fueled by the very world." The old cultivator snorted, but Divine Demon ignored him. "You fail to see what the cultivation journey really is." Divine Demon chuckled while drinking from his cup. "Only weaklings demand fairness. Those meant to reach the peak only want more power, enough power to stand above everyone else." "Easy for you to speak from your throne," the old cultivator replied. "Should this justify your weakness?" Divine Demon laughed while standing up. "I have suffered, fought, and earned every last bit of the power that I currently wield. It's not reasonable and definitely not fair, but that's the whole point of the cultivation journey. We aren't an organization. We aren't a group of experts trying to create a fair playground. We are monsters inside a world full of monsters striving to the peak." Divine Demon spread his arms, and the blood-red light intensified until it created an ethereal screen that started to depict the entirety of his life. The old cultivator felt able to see it even if the snakes were suppressing his power. Still, he didn't need to watch those scenes since he had already studied them in the sky. "The system is unnatural," Divine Demon shouted. "You can't put limits to power, ambition, and determination. Heaven and earth tried to balance potential and efforts, but they have failed to see the inevitable flaw in that plan." "Which is?" the old cultivator groaned. "Suppression gives birth to demons." Divine Demon laughed, and the world laughed with him. "It's easy to defend an unfair system from your position," the old cultivator complained. "How can you justify the countless experts treated as mere cannon fodder by being stronger than them? How can you ask them to accept such unfairness when the world builds thrones for you?" Divine Demon took sips from his seemingly bottomless cup. His smile never left his face as strands of blood-red energy flowed toward his mind and awarded him knowledge over topics that suited his argument. "Heaven and earth put Noah Bulvin into an environment meant to suppress him," Divine Demon stated. "Look at him now. Isn't he one of the flaws in the system that your fairness was trying to ignore?" "You don't know what you are talking about," the old cultivator snorted. "Xavier Elbaz was nothing more than a curious cultivator in a world full of monsters." Divine Demon continued. "Look at him now. Isn't he standing with us as one of the new potential threats for your system?" "Everything has flaws," the old cultivator justified. "Perfection can't exist in this world. Sword Saint has chased after an impossible goal for millennia." Divine Demon didn't stop. His determination has allowed him to ignore the flaws in his path until the peak of the 8th rank, and his devotion has inflicted a deep wound in existences that he can't even touch. The old cultivator remained silent at that point. He couldn't argue against that. Even heaven and earth couldn't predict that the sword path would pick Sword Saint as one of its avatars. "You talk about flaws in an almost perfect system," but I see countless errors kept together by an array of punishments. Divine Demon explained while pointing at his opponent. Weren't you like them too before giving your existence away? You might have had rightful ideas even before joining the rulers, but your power proves how you have also accepted selfishness at some point. I knew nothing about the world back then, the old cultivator remarked. I'm telling you that you knew everything already. Divine Demon laughed. Selfishness is natural and necessary in the cultivation journey. Do you want to become a saint? Get more power than the others and change the system. Don't use your ideas to justify your weakness otherwise. Heaven and earth dash. The cultivator tried to speak, but the blood-red snakes tightened their grip on his head again and silenced him. Heaven and earth are like me, Noah, Xavier, and all the other existences who have approached the divine ranks. Divine Demon snorted while turning to tap on the throne. They merely are ahead of us for now. The throne and the many towers shattered into a rain of blood-red shards that flew inside Divine Demon's figure. The nature of his world was simple but profound. The breath had appointed him as the heir of its power. He was the crown prince of a plane that still had a king. The old cultivator never understood that part, and the blood-red snakes around him prevented him from witnessing that scene. The sight of the throne entering Divine Demon's figure might have revealed something, but he lost that chance. What are you going to do now? The old cultivator asked. Heaven and earth will hunt you down. They won't give up on your power. How is that different from before? Divine Demon laughed before snapping his fingers. The blood-red snakes stabbed their fangs on the cultivator and released their venomous power inside his world. Everything shattered in a matter of seconds, and the expert soon transformed into dust that dispersed among the whiteness. Divine Demon didn't turn to watch the scene. He didn't even feel worried about a potential resurrection. He glanced at the sky to show a challenging smirk, and the intensity of his blood-red light inevitably intensified as he thought about the incoming battles. He had almost forgotten how fun the cultivation journey was. King Elbaz followed the young-looking woman among the storms. He wasn't like his companions. He had already activated sensors meant to inspect his opponent, but his inscribed items appeared unable to learn anything about her. That result didn't surprise King Elbaz, especially since he had asked for an opponent who wasn't a mere brute. He needed more than simple exchanges of abilities to perfect his path, and only a fellow expert could provide that. The two flew across the gales of chaotic laws for a while, but the woman eventually stopped. King Elbaz imitated her while taking out countless quasi-rank 9 weapons that had a few proper rank 9 inscribed items among them, but his opponent didn't react to that show of power. She didn't even expand her consciousness to inspect the golden array of tools that had appeared around him. King Elbaz didn't attack, but the situation became awkward as minutes passed. The woman didn't even turn to look at him. She remained among the storms as her long golden hair fluttered in the wind. I'd rather have an actual fight, King Elbaz announced. Killing you like this won't bring any benefit to my existence. Pure arrogance flowed out of King Elbaz's figure and seeped inside the words that spread in the area. He was treating that liquid stage expert as a mere stepping stone meant to elevate his existence, and his opponent only needed to hear his announcement to understand that. Heaven and earth used to hold you in high regard, the woman whispered without turning, and her voice pierced the storms to reach King Elbaz's unfolded consciousness. It's a pity that you had to band together with such brainless idiots. Your false flattery won't work with me, King Elbaz explained while cutting away the mental waves that had touched her voice. Did you think that you could hide the properties of her voice from me? Please. The woman giggled while turning to look at her opponent. You wouldn't even be able to arouse heaven and earth's interest if you couldn't discover something so obvious. The cultivator's laugh created sound waves that tried to affect King Elbaz's consciousness. Their invisible influence transformed those mental waves and forced the expert to cut them away. But a golden orb eventually appeared in his palm and dispersed among those thoughts. King Elbaz's consciousness gained golden shades that radiated a unique aura. Nothing seemed to have changed in its structure, but the woman's eyes widened when she sensed its new properties. Try to speak, King Elbaz ordered while taking more orbs almost identical to the first. I'm sure I need to change the composition of the shield a bit. The woman smiled at that scene, but a helpless sigh eventually left her mouth. The golden light that filled King Elba's consciousness flashed when that sound reached it, and some mental waves soon started to transform. I knew it, King Elbas announced while cutting away those mental waves and picking one of the orbs around him. Stay still for an instant. This one should be perfect. The woman shook her head when she saw King Elbas using the other item to create a new shield around his consciousness. She could immediately see how the new protection was as perfect as the cultivator said. He had successfully managed to counter her passive influence after listening to her for less than a minute. You really had the potential to overcome Divine Architect's peak. The woman sighed again, and King Elba's expression grew cold as soon as he heard those words. At first, King Elbas believed to have misheard. Of course, he didn't truly think that his ears could trick him, but the shield around his consciousness could malfunction and transform the words that reached his thoughts. A second inspection revealed that his shield didn't affect the woman's words. She had really voiced a name that King Elbas had obviously heard during his stay in the mortal lands. He would be ashamed of his ignorance if he didn't know about the expert who held the title of best inscription master in the world before his rise to prominence. Still, some doubts remained in his mind. The Immortal Lands was immense and had countless mortal lands connected to its sky. Different experts could obtain the same titles if they happened to have similar laws. The woman remained silent as the corners of her mouth curved upward. She seemed to know what was happening inside King Elba's mind. She could see his curiosity trying to take over his actions. It's her, the woman eventually revealed. It's quite coincidental that the same mortal lands have given birth to two of the most talented inscription masters that the world has ever seen. Or it has happened on purpose, King Elbas added, and the smile on the woman's face broadened when those words reached her. You do understand the system better than your companions, the woman complimented. Even Noah Bulvin can't give complete explanations to his sharp intuition, but you are different. I'm the best, King Elbas announced. You could have been, the woman corrected while pointing her hand at the sky. Heaven and earth could have taught you inscription methods that the world has believed to be lost for entire eras. Your arrogance and genuine curiosity could have brought the inscription field past what Divine Architect can achieve. But you have decided to taint your existence with rebellious thoughts. I have found a path that even heaven and earth fear to approach, King Elbas sneered. You can't deceive me with your lies. They aren't lies. The woman chuckled while lowering her arm to point it at the golden halo that covered King Elba's consciousness. Your shield didn't react, right? I'm not trying to deceive you. I strongly believe in what I've said. That doesn't make it true, King Elbas stated. The woman rolled her eyes before replying. It might not be the truth, but it's the most accurate evaluation you can get in this world. I still have the rulers of the sky behind me. King Elbas snorted. He didn't take her comment to heart, but there had to be some truth inside it, and he knew why. The Orange City had taught him a lot, so he could guess how the sky could give him far more. I only need to succeed on my path to prove you wrong, right? King Elbas eventually asked while taking out the jelly-like golden sphere. Please, be a good lab rat and help me reach the 9th rank. The path that stands at that embodies the ultimate form of the energy, the woman commented when she saw that golden sphere. Did you ever wonder why heaven and earth didn't go past the breath? Because they are ignorant brutes, King Elbas mocked. Don't speak like this. The woman heaved an annoyed sigh. These insults are beneath you. Come on. You are an exceptional inscription master. Why did heaven and earth settle for the breath, even if they had the chance to gain access to the higher energy? They couldn't, King Elbas promptly responded. The superior version of the chaotic laws is the very matter around us. They don't grow stronger but only change form. Heaven and earth made their existence so messy that they couldn't gain access to other elemental forms of higher energy. As I said, they are ignorant brutes. The woman's eyebrows arched in surprise, but she quickly hid that reaction. She didn't expect King Elba's explanation to be so detailed, but she found comfort in the fact that he had missed something. They could have still built stronger versions of the avatars by picking specific meanings of their existence and evolving them, the woman explained. We'll find those in the sky, right? King Elbaz guessed as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Heaven and earth shouldn't be able to divide their existence and enhance some of its aspects everywhere. They need their sky to do that. The woman felt genuine astonishment now. King Elbaz had never seen the insides of the sky, but he had already guessed the nature of its guardians. You are correct, the woman revealed. The sky does have avatars made of higher energy. Why are you telling me this? King Elbaz groaned while scratching the side of his head. Now I really want to study them. You shouldn't underestimate a man's curiosity. King Elbaz took out a lump of golden flames from his space ring and tinkered with it for a few seconds. The fire took the shape of sparks that expanded and gave birth to a puppet similar to heaven and earth's crackling avatars. The only difference was that his creation didn't carry the same nature. They are like this, right? King Elbaz asked as a tinge of excitement shone in his eyes. Ignore the obvious weakness and different element. They are like that, the woman said. But the golden halo surrounding King Elbaz's consciousness trembled when those words reached it. It's annoying when you lie. King Elbaz sighed before waving his hand and turning his puppet into flames that fused with his body. I guess I have to reach the sky to study them. Well, that has always been the original plan. You won't be able to reach the sky, the woman quickly contradicted. Your path has no solution. Not even heaven and earth can reach the goal that you have set for yourself, and they have access to far more inscription methods. Sword Saint told me how a cultivator had said something similar to him before his breakthrough. King Elbaz uttered before spreading his arms and looking at the sky. You should know that our potential already goes past the sky. King Elbaz's curiosity intensified as his aura spread through the world. His whole figure began to release a golden light as flames seeped out of his skin. His cultivation level even seemed ready to step into the 9th rank, but it fell slightly short. Entities passed the sky. Hear my words, King Elbaz announced as his flames started to express his dedication in the inscription fields. Gaze at my existence and feel my devotion. The many inscribed items around King Elbaz started to tremble and echo his feelings. They increased the range of his aura and made it pierce the storms above him. His flames stretched toward the sky as he tried to attract the attention of the paths that stood past the immortal lands. The woman took a few steps back before glancing at the sky. She couldn't believe that King Elbaz was trying to imitate Sword Saint. The aura that spread in the environment also had a solemn feeling. She truly thought that laws would start to fall soon. However, nothing happened as time passed. The sky remained still, and the world didn't answer. King Elbaz remained in that position for a while, but he eventually gave up on the matter and retracted his aura. I had to try. King Elbaz shook his head before pointing his gaze back on the woman. Now, what were you saying about Divine Architect? Are you even taking this seriously? The woman asked as a tinge of anger seeped into her voice and made the golden protection flash multiple times. I've earned more titles than you can count, but my name has remained unchanged throughout history. I'm Jane, the ruler's voice, and I won't let a puny cultivator insult me. The shield covering King Elbaz's consciousness began to shatter, but all the orbs that still surrounded his figure fused with that golden halo to empower it. Jane's voice failed to affect his thoughts even during her angry outburst, but the sheer power revealed in that situation stated how strong she was. A true inscription master has to test every theory, King Elbaz proudly announced before focusing on the expert. So what about Divine Architect? Did heaven and earth deceive her as soon as she ascended in the immortal lands? King Elbaz ended up being correct again, but that didn't feel too surprising for Jane. Divine Architect had ascended only some millennia before the expert. That time wasn't enough to make her disappear from the historical records, especially when heaven and earth had acknowledged her power. Something else had to happen, and King Elbaz guessed that the rulers had recruited her right away. His knowledge about Divine Architect mostly involved her fame as an inscription master. He couldn't learn much about her history even after seizing the historical records of the previous royal families. Moreover, Divine Architect was a recluse and outcast. She only cared about her creations, but the entire world still looked for her to commission specific inscribed items. King Elbaz saw her as a unique artist while he was more practical in his approach to the inscription methods. She didn't hesitate to choose the whole truth of the world, Jane explained. Her love for the inscription method is purer than your dedication, but that's also her limit. Heaven and earth believed that you could have surpassed her peak with the right guidance. But alas. Why don't you bring her down here to test me? King Elbaz snorted. Now that I think about it, why didn't you invite me right away? Heaven and earth wanted to test a different approach with you, Jane responded. Needless to say, it failed. You are strangely secretive for someone willing to give so many answers, King Elbaz commented. What is it? Did the rulers hide some big secret in Divine Architect's existence? I think it's time to put an end to the questions, Jane stated while placing a hand at the center of her chest. You have learnt what you needed to learn. Did you hope to clean my existence through words? King Elbaz laughed, but he felt forced to concentrate when Jane shouted. A high-pitched cry with the power to seep into the fabric of space and make the whole world tremble came out of Jane's mouth and crashed on King Elbaz's consciousness. The latter had to retract his thoughts as soon as part of his golden shield started to shatter, and his inscribed items shot forward to defend him from the incoming sound wave. The power carried by Jane's cry was immense. She would have shattered the very sky if her existence weren't part of heaven and earth's system. Still, that same connection allowed her attack to converge on King Elbaz without losing energy. A golden radiance filled the sky as countless inscribed items detonated once they touched the invisible sound wave. They couldn't do anything against an attack with power in the liquid stage. Everything crumbled before converging toward King Elbaz to create a new shield. King Elbaz relied on the same technique deployed against the swarm of flying cockroaches. He used the power released by his destroyed inscribed items to create something stronger capable of defending him from the incoming threat. The shield lasted long enough to make King Elbaz teleport away from the zone affected by the sound wave. He reappeared high in the sky, among the storms, and he didn't hesitate to take out a golden vortex that sucked the chaotic laws in a large area. Jane laughed when she saw her opponent running away, and her voice created multiple sound waves that took the shape of currents. King Elbaz found 20 different torrents of power converging toward his position, and he promptly threw the vortex toward them before detonating it. Another golden halo filled the sky and gave time to King Elbaz to escape. Jane seemed to have the upper hand in the battle, but the golden glow in her opponent's eyes began to worry her after he dealt with another sound wave. She had yet to touch him, and he wasn't even relying on his new power. Are you planning to run away forever? Jane asked, and her angry remark created an invisible wall that seeped into the whiteness and flew toward King Elbaz. The wall was too vast to dodge, but King Elbaz was done running away. He had gathered enough data about Jane's world. The jelly-like sphere appeared in his palm, and a small knife came out of its fabric. The weapon appeared as the densest item in the world. King Elbaz didn't hesitate to wield it before pointing it toward the incoming wall of sound. The sound wave reached his position, but a hole appeared in its structure when it touched the knife's tip. King Elbaz could pass inside it easily and gather even more data. His weapon shattered, but a new one came out from his jelly-like sphere. King Elbaz drew a short sword that carried dark golden shades and slashed it toward Jane. The gesture didn't seem to generate any effect, but the cultivator suddenly saw a long wound opening on her torso. The cut wasn't deep, and no blood came out of it, but Jane's eyes still widened in surprise. The attack didn't try to affect her flesh. King Elbaz was aiming at her world, and he had almost succeeded in hurting it. I thought I asked for someone who wasn't a brute, King Elbaz mocked. You can use nice words, but your behavior isn't any different from my companions. I wonder why heaven and earth have even decided to add you to their collection. Jane knew that King Elbaz was taunting her. He needed to discover more of her power to improve his creations and build something capable of affecting her world, and she wasn't stupid enough to give him what he desired. Jane resumed her offensive based on simple sound waves, and King Elbaz could only perform multiple escape maneuvers to dodge the incoming attacks. He had defenses that could stop those attacks, but they would consume too much power and a lot of his stash. He preferred to continue his studies and develop something that could kill her once and for all. His opponent had long since understood his plan. Jane limited herself to increase the power of her voice and feint a few attacks in the hope of catching King Elbaz unprepared. But she soon accepted that she had lost her chance to obtain those results. Her opponent now knew how to recognize her energy, so tricks wouldn't work. Of course, Jane could still aim to exhaust King Elbaz since his higher energy couldn't compare to her liquid stage breath. But the approach would require a long time, and her opponent could develop something capable of hurting her in that period. Jane didn't change her battle tactic even if she knew about the drawbacks that it could cause, and King Elbaz ended up acting before her. He seized a piece of the jelly-like sphere and threw it into the sky, where it expanded to give birth to a separate dimension illuminated by his golden light. His opponent didn't stop her offensive at that sight, but she soon noticed that no word could escape her mouth there. The separate dimensions created by King Elbaz didn't only block sounds. Something so simple couldn't work against existences who had elevated their laws into the shape of worlds, even if that power came from heaven and earth. He had to go deeper and build something meant specifically for Jane to make that ability effective against her existence. Jane tried to speak a few more times before bringing her hands to her throat. She then checked her chest but only confirmed that everything was working perfectly. The issue was with the world, but that discovery didn't bring any happiness. It only proved how King Elbaz could create promising prototypes of her counters in a matter of a few exchanges. Jane instinctively opened her mouth to compliment King Elbaz, but she limited herself to smile when she recalled that no sound could come out of her. The expert had locked out her power. King Elbaz didn't believe that defeating a liquid-stage cultivator could be so easy, but he didn't waste that chance either. He raised his hand and created a mass of flames that took the shape of a giant reptilian head that he didn't hesitate to throw toward his opponent. The reptilian head gave birth to fiery scales as it flew across that quiet area. The creature transformed into a massive serpent that slammed on Jane's figure and made the entirety of its flames flow on her. It didn't explode. Instead, it contained its power so that more of it could hit the cultivator. King Elbaz stared emotionlessly at the scene. He sensed his flames burning flesh and energy, but the event didn't make him happy. He wouldn't let emotions affect his judgment before actual data reached his mind. The flames unleashed their power and dispersed, revealing the charred figure under them. Jane had transformed into a gory corpse, but she was still alive. Her world remained unaffected because King Elbaz's energy didn't manage to affect her existence. The charred figure revealed a gory smile as new flesh replaced the burnt skin, muscles, and organs. Jane soon regained her enchanting aspect, but her smile remained ugly, at least in King Elbaz's vision. King Elbaz might have isolated her in an environment where she couldn't use her power, but that didn't make him able to kill her. His attacks lacked the depths necessary to affect her world, which was everything when it came to a battle at that level. King Elbaz's eyes glowed with a golden light as countless thoughts filled his mind. His normal abilities appeared useless in that situation, and the same applied to most of the inscribed items in his stash. Attacking was pointless if he couldn't hurt his opponent, and his consciousness struggled to find something that could work there. His only idea remained the jelly-like material, but he had already used it multiple times in his battles against Heaven and Earth's followers. They would eventually find ways to counter it as long as it remained in its imperfect form, and King Elbaz didn't want to end up without his trump card. King Elbaz had already proven that his attacks could reach the middle tier in terms of power. The liquid stage was basically at that level, so he knew that he could hurt Jane. The issue in that approach was with the amount of material required with each ability. He would almost need to go broke a few exchanges. His space rings and other storage devices had entire factories built inside them. King Elbaz would never run out of inscribed items as long as he had enough materials to feed to those techniques, but the problem was exactly with that matter. He was facing Noah's issues. The immortal lands weren't able to offer him a satisfying number of resources to fuel all his creations. Jane's smile broadened when she noticed that King Elbaz hesitated to come up with a decision. She eventually shook her head and began to fly toward the edges of that unique separate dimension to leave those restrictions. The event forced King Elbaz to disregard his plans and tactics. He had always felt proud of his ability to be prepared for everything that the world dared to throw at him, but it seemed that the cultivation journey was forcing him to forsake that feature. Golden light shone inside the separate dimension as King Elbaz took out the entirety of his inscribed items. Some had almost reached the middle tier on their own, but they exploded into waves of flames anyway. The sea of flames quickly condensed to give birth to a 9-headed hydra that entangled its long necks around Jane. The expert felt the need to escape those flames, but the creature radiated multiple pulling forces that made her unable to run away. That power was odd. The different pulling forces and the various destructive properties contained inside the flames clearly belonged to multiple items. They even seemed to fight each other to prevail, but the lingering aura of the Hydra forced them to cooperate by the time they expressed their power into the outside world. Jane found herself burning, and that sensation reached far deeper than her simple skin. Her existence was on fire. Those flames were threatening her very world, and a mere rank 8 cultivator was the reason behind that damage. The woman tried to gaze at King Elbaz while the 9 reptilian heads opened their mouths and pointed them at her. She wanted to see his victorious face and compare it to her memories of Divine Architect, but she remained stunned when she caught a glance of her arrogant opponent. King Elbaz wasn't smiling. He didn't even feel proud about the power he had generated with his inscribed items. Nothing mattered for him unless he saw actual results. Jane sighed in front of that scene. She felt a deep respect for Divine Architect, so she loathed King Elbaz for ruining his chance to reach the same state. Still, the battle could only have one outcome if it continued like that. Jane acknowledged how her existence had a deep flaw that King Elbaz could exploit in the creation of counters. She was part of Heaven and Earth system, which gave her similar features to every other follower. Her world obviously was completely different, but King Elbaz could use the similarities with the other experts to quicken his inspection and develop counters in no time. He could even work faster than Heaven and Earth for that exact reason. Ways around that power existed. Some involved exhausting King Elbaz's resources. Others saw him against multiple experts who had complicated worlds. However, Jane believed that even those tactics had a chance to fail, especially after she had witnessed the events connected to Sword Saint's breakthrough. Jane could only think of a path that had to ensure King Elbaz's death, and resolve quickly filled her eyes. Her existence intensified until it reached a critical point that the flames consuming her didn't hesitate to worsen. The massive power gathered inside her figure hurt her world, but gave her a small opportunity that she didn't hesitate to seize. Jane managed to perform a short shout, and the sound waves that she released destroyed the Hydra around her and the separate dimension at the same time. The attack didn't hurt King Elbaz at all since he had put enough distance from his opponent. He prepared his jelly-like sphere to unfold the unique separate dimension again as he waited for his consciousness to inspect Jane's state. Still, he stored it when he realized how deeply the recent attack had hurt her. Jana appeared pale, and her throat was in pieces. The damage spread to her lungs and world, which affected the amount of power she could muster in that situation. She would normally need millennia of seclusion or Heaven and Earth's help to recover completely, but her priorities didn't involve either plan. Divine Architect, Jana whispered as blood came out of her injuries. I summon you to deal with this arrogant challenger. King Elbaz couldn't help but feel excited. He knew that the new danger shouldn't make him happy, but his existence shook in ecstasy at the sole thought to have a face-off with the inscription master that Heaven and Earth had personally recruited due to her talent. The expert even forgot about his initial goal. The 9th rank was important, but satisfying his curiosity came first. Those two features obviously shared a deep connection, but King Elbaz wasn't in the right mental state to consider that point. He only wanted to see where his expertise stood in front of the seemingly best inscription master in the Immortal lands. The whiteness radiated by the sky intensified after Jane's announcement. King Elbaz saw how the chaotic laws fused with the light to establish a mental connection capable of linking those areas with the depths of the white layer. A vague but heavy aura seeped out of the mental connection and spread throughout the sky and made King Elbaz shake in surprise. That power belonged to the very peak of the cultivation journey. It carried the pressure that only a solid-stage cultivator could wield. Why did you contact me, Ruler's voice? A deep female voice resounded in the sky. King Elbaz memorized every detail of that voice, and his study was so accurate that he even managed to sense the vague annoyance felt by the powerful expert. Divine Architect didn't like to be interrupted. "I'm fighting the expert that heaven and earth had initially appointed as your replacement," Jane explained while performing a bow toward the sky. "I must admit that his power is too troublesome for my simple law. Laws don't need to be vast to grant you access to the inscription methods," the voice stated. "You are simply brutes looking for immediate gains. Don't blame your opponent's power when you can't defeat his techniques." King Elbaz's eyebrows arched in surprise when he heard the exact words he usually used to describe his companions. He didn't see anything about Divine Architect, but he felt already confident in the fact that the two of them were similar. That conclusion felt even noticeable when he considered that heaven and earth had wanted to recruit them both. "Your disciple is ashamed," Jane exclaimed while performing another bow. "You have never been my disciple," Divine Architect corrected. "Why should I waste time teaching others when I have yet to gaze at the full potential of my talent? I would be the first in line for your teachings once you achieve the true peak," Jane responded. "There is no true peak," Divine Architect snorted. "You follow heaven and earth, but your gaze stops at the peak of the 9th rank. You must strive further to reach the levels under that." "Is it wise to talk about this with our opponent here?" Jane asked while glancing at King Elbaz in the distance. The interest in King Elbaz's eyes was evident. He had even planned to make copies of everything he was hearing and seeing. Jane had given him the chance to witness a proper inscription master in the solid stage. That alone was enough to arouse his interest. The fact that the expert was a legend in his mortal lands was only another detail that intensified those feelings. "You must tread on unwise paths to uncover what no one else has uncovered," Divine Architect commented. "Isn't that right, Xavier Elbaz? Did you just check heaven and earth's records to learn my name?" King Elbaz asked in a vague, mocking tone. "Of course," Divine Architect revealed. "Existences like me can't bother to keep track of every promising cultivator that appears in the higher plane. Though I acknowledge your talent, I'm not surprised the rulers wanted to replace me with you. Doesn't that make you mad?" King Elbaz questioned as real curiosity seeped into his voice. "Why?" Divine Architect asked. "All I ever wanted was to create freely, and heaven and earth have given me that. They can replace me as far as I care. I will just go back to continue my experiments elsewhere." "They won't let you go away so easily if I were to replace you," King Elbaz announced. "I'm the best inscription master that has ever stepped into the immortal lands," Divine Architect sneered. "I have created countermeasures that are as deep as heaven and earth's existence." "How do you know that they will work?" King Elbaz asked. "Because I alone stand at the peak," Divine Architect declared, and a humming noise came out of the sky as if to confirm her statement. "That's a lot coming from a slave who sold herself to gain resources." King Elbaz tried to taunt the mighty expert. "You founded your knowledge of the sky on hypotheses born from brutes with vague intuition," Divine Architect uttered. "Jane has told the truth. You had lost your chance to overcome my current peak when you decided to let Noah Bulvin taint your existence. Or maybe I am striving to touch a realm that your mind can't even comprehend," King Elbaz smirked. "Are you talking about the final energy of this system?" Divine Architect asked. "That's a flawed path. I've also walked it in the past only to confirm how impossible it was. Your words are empty when spoken from among heaven and earth's light," King Elbaz laughed. "You are right," Divine Architect responded before more chaotic laws fused with the intensifying light. "I have no time for you. I would even need to break many regulations concerning fairness and my position here if I were to teleport there. Still, I have perfect opponents for you." King Elbaz showed a curious expression as he waited for the new opponents to fly past the connection. 3 humanoid figures eventually materialized out of nowhere next to Jane and unfolded their unique auras. King Elbaz's eyes didn't linger on their slightly tall shapes, clawed hands, and featureless faces. Their different shades also didn't interest him. His consciousness immediately inspected the nature of their fabric, and what he discovered left him speechless. The 3 puppets were mere inscribed items in the middle tier, but they carried different versions of the energy that King Elbaz had used to create the Hydra that had fought against the flying cockroaches. Those golems were the result of experiments that strive to reach the final energy. I stopped there, Divine Architect explained. I found no point moving forward since it's not possible to create energy capable of containing every form of power. It's unreal, to say the least. What if I were to surpass your previous peak in the field now? King Elbaz asked. Shall we make a bet? Do you need materials so desperately? Divine Architect asked, and King Elbaz limited himself to fall silent as he tried to maintain a cold expression. It's not a secret for me, Divine Architect reassured King Elbaz. I've glanced at countless inscription masters, promising and non, but they all incur in the lack of materials eventually. Of course, I didn't have to go through that. I am desperate for materials, King Elbaz admitted in a desperate attempt to bring the situation into his favor. Let's make a bet. What can you even offer me? Divine Architect asked. A bet must be fair. You can have my existence if I lose, King Elbaz announced. I believe you know how valuable it can be to you. Jane didn't fail to notice how Divine Architect actually considered that offer. She didn't expect her to be interested in the law of a mere rank 8 cultivator. Her attention converged on King Elbaz's calm and resolute figure, and respect inevitably appeared in her eyes. King Elbaz didn't only talk with a peak rank 9 cultivator as if it were a regular occurrence. He had also led the conversation toward topics that interested him. The lack of materials was a curse that most existences with vast laws were bound to experience. King Elbaz wanted to use Divine Architect to fix that issue, but he didn't have much to offer in exchange. His most valuable asset was the same feature that heaven and earth had acknowledged. He was willing to separate from the law that the rulers had considered more promising than their best inscription master. King Elbaz liked to be prepared for everything, but the 9th rank wasn't something he could approach safely. His existence didn't allow that. He had seen what his companions had to accomplish to succeed in the breakthrough, so he knew that the process would be even harsher for him. Alexander had to overcome millennia spent with a flawed existence to find his real self, and Sword Saint had to resort to powers that lived outside the sky. King Elbaz considered his potential above those two, so his breakthrough would have to involve even more dangers. He didn't know if the 3 puppets would be enough, but the threat of losing his existence would definitely help. Why are you so determined to fight heaven and earth? Divine Architect asked. Is that the reason behind your apparent superiority? Is your rebellious character increasing your potential? You live to create, King Elbaz explained. I am alive because I learnt to create. Silence fell again. Those simple words carried the entirety of King Elbaz's existence, but they sounded like an exaggeration to Jane and Divine Architect. Heaven and Earth's followers could study everyone's life due to the historical records of their leaders. Jane and Divine Architect could gain access to the story of King Elbaz's journey with a simple thought, so they had learnt about his suppression and achievements. King Elbaz had to overcome the previous royal family before reaching the peak of the Nation. He had to step on the 6th rank in secret and use his expertise in the inscription field to overcome the previous rulers. His efforts didn't end there. His world had monsters, a god, and countless threats, but he had still succeeded in reaching its peak. The worldwide effort against King Elbaz didn't work either. He had proven himself to be the best in the mortal lands, but he wanted to do the same in the higher plane now. However, his personality had changed during his stay in the immortal lands. King Elbaz had acknowledged that other incredible existences lived right next to him. Divine Demon, Sword Saint, Noah, and Alexander were unreasonable monsters who could shatter the limits of specific fields to create new paths that King Elbaz couldn't even consider. It had eventually become apparent to the expert that his expertise included many areas, but not all of them. He could be the best in one of the broadest paths of the cultivation journey, but not in all of them. That acceptance didn't scale back his expectations. It had actually increased them. King Elbaz knew to be the best, so his personal path had to be incredible and far vaster than the others. It felt almost normal to reach those conclusions after living for millennia among monsters who kept breaking limits. However, those who could inspect his existence from the outside saw something very different. Divine Architect's inspection even went deeper than what other experts could understand due to the similar path that she had trodden. King Elbaz wasn't the best. He had forced himself to be exceptional in some fields through sheer determination and hard work. He didn't innately understand inscription methods. He had to learn all of them and perform countless tests to reach a decent level of expertise. Divine Architect could understand that King Elbaz's power didn't come from his curiosity alone. The source of his exceptional power wasn't even the striking arrogance that forced him to stand above others. King Elbaz was a deeply desperate existence who kept pushing his whole being into unreasonable fields just to match the monsters that surrounded him. His desperation had eventually brought him to approach an impossible field. King Elbaz wanted to succeed in creating the final energy, a substance so powerful that it could become the perfect source of energy, material, and fuel at the same time. That description alone explained how unreasonable something like that was. "I finally understand what heaven and earth see in you," Divine Architect exclaimed after reviewing King Elbaz's life countless times in the span of a single second. "Your potential is above mine, but only for the ruler's requirements. Your desperation makes you easier to control." King Elbaz frowned. His entire life had proven the exact opposite. He couldn't understand how Divine Architect could reach those conclusions. "They would have promised you the chance to gain access to the final energy," Divine Architect explained, "and you would have worked for them endlessly since that path has no conclusion. A perfect fuel doesn't exist, so you would have sold yourself for a lie. The inscription field can't always follow existing rules." King Elbaz responded as his expression turned serious. "I've seen it happening with my own eyes. The limits of the inscription fields exist only for those who can't go beyond them. You have mistaken the power of some existences for the potential of the inscription path." Divine Architect sighed. "It's pointless to speak with such a deluded man. These puppets will show you how flawed your understanding is. I will improve your existence once it falls into my hands." Jane's body lit up as the mental connection forced her to teleport into the sky before closing. King Elbaz remained alone with the three humanoid puppets unleashing their intense aura into the world. They didn't move, but they were ready to charge at him. King Elbaz also remained still. He knew that his opponents would charge ahead as soon as he moved. He could use that time to study his opponents safely, and he wouldn't throw that chance away. The three creatures felt familiar. King Elbaz actually felt excited to see how their imperfect versions of final energy shared similarities with his jelly-like sphere. That partially proved his theory. Two different existences that had used very diverse materials had managed to create fuels that shared a few identical features. That would be almost impossible in other projects since slight differences would always appear due to multiple factors. The path to the final energy enveloped everything, so even its imperfect prototypes could show some of its incredible features. The similarities were one of them. Resolve eventually filled King Elbaz's face. He raised his palm and let his jelly-like golden sphere shine on the three puppets. A storm of information flowed inside his mind during that short inspection, but the three golems started to move at that point. The puppets didn't immediately charge at King Elbaz. They studied the golden radiance and used it to adapt to its power. Pale yellow shades took over their natural colors and made it unable for the expert's energy to inspect them further. A battle of inspections unfolded. The three puppets studied the golden glow to counter King Elbaz's jelly-like energy, and the latter transformed to do the same. The shades of both prototypes changed multiple times as the process continued, but the three puppets seemed to be faster than King Elbaz's energy. Their higher power gave them the chance to reach conclusions before the jelly-like sphere. The expert had to take out multiple items to enhance his thinking speed and help his creation, but he eventually fell behind. That temporary inferiority made the three puppets unleash their attack. A bright yellow light shone out of their figures as they shot ahead and destroyed the golden halo with their sheer influence. Their speed was incredible and made them appear in front of King Elbaz in less than a second. The golden sphere in King Elbaz's palm shrunk as the puppets destroyed its golden halo. The three creatures' aura had transformed into a poison that naturally consumed the jelly-like item's power and slowed down its transformations. He saw his inspection falling behind even more, but he couldn't address the issue since his three opponents materialized around him and prepared themselves to launch attacks. King Elbaz had to place the sphere inside his chest before exploding into a sea of flames. The three puppets waved their claws in his previous position, and the bright yellow light they released created a hole in that golden array. King Elbaz managed to dodge the attack and reform higher in the sky, but a huge hole had appeared on the right side of his chest. Flames came out of his injury and kept his shoulder in place, but his expression revealed how dangerous the attack had been. The three puppets had managed to deal a massive blow to his reserves of energy. The puppets didn't halt their offensive. They immediately turned toward King Elbaz and charged ahead to reach his new position in no time, but he raised his palm to show the latest version of his jelly-like sphere. The dark golden halo radiated by the prototype of his final energy shone on the three puppets and forced their offensive to stop. They had already raised their claws, but that darker aura hindered their functions and put an end to their attack. King Elbaz used that chance to sever part of the jelly-like substance and throw it toward one of the puppets. His prototype of final energy fused with the creature and dispersed inside its fabric. It imitated its structure perfectly and transformed into a tumor. The puppets adapted to the dark halo in that short second. Their light grew brighter and allowed them to complete their attacks, but King Elbaz resorted to his golden sea to escape again. He reformed even higher in the sky, but he revealed how another hole had appeared on his torso. King Elbaz had the chance to dodge the puppets perfectly every once in a while. However, that approach couldn't lead to victory. He had to sacrifice his fuel to seize the few chances when his final energy surpassed his opponents to have a chance to win. The three puppets weren't mere masses of flawed final energy. They didn't initially carry intelligence, but they developed it since King Elbaz kept dodging their attacks. That new feature allowed them to understand King Elbaz's tactics and develop countermeasures. The three puppets stopped attacking at the same time and alternated their offensive to make sure that one of them would always continue to study their opponent. King Elbaz saw his rare openings vanishing. He had previously used the time when the three puppets were busy attacking to get ahead of their transformation and create something that could hurt them. However, his plan had failed after infecting only one of them. King Elbaz didn't give up. He severed his figure to create multiple copies that used the final energy to replicate his existence. The puppets couldn't find the expert's true self in those conditions, but they quickly destroyed every replica before finding their opponent. The expert had managed to infect another golem during the process, but he went back to his initial condition afterward. Golden flames and multicolored lights filled the sky as the three golems and King Elbaz chased each other in the sky. Their battle merely involved the nature of their energy, but it appeared spectacular nonetheless. The puppet grew used to King Elbaz's battle style as they continued to exchange blows, but the latter's experience allowed him to resort to new tactics that always managed to take his opponents by surprise. Yet, the puppets had understood King Elbaz's goal by then, so they never let him infect the third. They didn't need to resort to reckless plans to win, so they focused on cornering their opponent while destroying chunks of the golden flames that made his existence without showing openings in their defense. King Elbaz reached his limits in no time. His storage devices had used every material inside them to refill his energy, but the three puppets consumed it in the span of a few exchanges. The last puppet continued to escape his reach, but his existence would crumble if he continued to fight like that. King Elbaz didn't take long to resort to a reckless plan that would even involve his storage items due to his lack of materials. The three golems made their claws converge on his body, but King Elbaz used his sea of flames to save the important parts of his existence. However, the golden fiery array was small at that time. It barely managed to reach safe areas. The puppets had prepared for that event. They interrupted their offensive and made a dark radiance seep out of their figures. The halo consumed the golden flames and acted as a shield against eventual attacks reliant on that energy. But King Elbaz had also been ready for that. A series of dense flames seeped out of the area that the three puppets had encircled. The event forced them to adapt to the new energy and made them ignore that the previous technique had hidden a series of cracks that led to the void. A torrent of spears came out of the cracks, pierced the sea of flames, and engulfed the puppets. Each of those items carried rank 9 power in the lower tier. King Elbaz had to use everything he had to create that attack, but it wasn't even the core aspect of his offensive. One of the spears had final energy hidden inside it. The rest of the array acted as a diversion that allowed King Elbaz to infect the last puppet. King Elbaz reformed near the puppets. His body was nothing more than a few strands of limbs connected to his head and right arm. His existence seemed on the verge of falling apart, but that didn't stop him from snapping his fingers and activate the tumors inside his opponents. Bulging masses that radiated a golden halo started to grow on the 3 puppets. Their size increased until they exploded to release their final energy. The tumors weren't only destabilizing their structures, they were also weakening them. King Elbaz didn't dare to feel satisfied in front of that scene. Everything was working perfectly, but he wouldn't let satisfaction reach his mind until he confirmed that his attack had been a success. The 3 puppets transformed into masses of hideous golden pimples that exploded to consume their final energy. Their level quickly fell in the lower tier and made them approach the bottom of the 9th rank. Everything seemed to work perfectly until the 3 puppets joined their clawed hands and fused their different final energy to remove the tumors. Almost 3/4 of their bodies exploded and filled the area with the infected power. Only a tiny ounce of final energy remained in their previous position, but it transformed to give birth to a single clawed puppet that didn't hesitate to fill the area with its dark golden light. The creature studied the infected power in no time and fixed it before absorbing it inside its body again. Everything had happened so quickly that King Elbaz didn't have the time to think about a countermeasure. A single puppet at the peak of the middle tier formed in front of him and made him feel out of options. The puppet appeared stronger than before, at least from King Elbaz's perspective. The creature was the result of a long study of his existence and fusion of the final energy that fueled 3 golems previously. It was born to defeat its opponent. King Elbaz was out of everything. His body was on the verge of falling apart, even if higher energy made its fabric. He didn't have anything anymore. He had to use all his remaining materials and storage devices to hide his last attack in the void and gain the chance to infect the last puppet. The failure in his tactic put him in a corner. King Elbaz was out of plans and resources. He could buy himself some seconds for the last time, but that tactic appeared pointless since he didn't know what to do in that period. His eyes remained fixed on the puppet as countless thoughts surged and fell apart inside his mind. King Elbaz couldn't come up with anything decent. Everything was bound to fail even before starting since this current opponent had learnt everything there was to know about his existence. The impending doom didn't make King Elbaz despair. His companions had to reach that same state to learn how to step into the 9th rank. Enlightenment would descend once their situation turned desperate, so he had firmly believed that something similar would happen to him. However, nothing happened even after seconds passed. King Elbaz saw his hopes crumbling in the short instant that the puppet took to stabilize its new form and fix its attention on him. The puppet raised its clawed hand and mustered its energy to launch an attack. Everything happened in slow motion in King Elbaz's vision. He didn't even need to think to know that the next exchange would kill him unless he relied on his last brim of final energy. King Elbaz dared to divert his attention from his opponent to stare at his palm. His jelly-like sphere had transformed into a golden bean after the recent exchanges. He had almost depleted the entirety of the final energy obtained during his enlightenment. What remained of it was too little to do anything. King Elbaz could use it to block the next attack, but he found no reason to do that. The short seconds that the final energy could buy him wouldn't lead to anything. He was out of everything. A mocking smile appeared on his face when he thought about Noah. He had appeared when Sword Saint was about to die, and his words had managed to trigger the expert's breakthrough. King Elbaz wondered if the same would happen to him, but that thought made him feel ashamed of himself. King Elbaz didn't need others to save his life. He was the one who did the saving. His team of brutes would have long since died if it weren't for his creations. The power of his existence also came from the fact that he had never relied on anyone to improve. King Elbaz had learnt from many experts, but he had always approached that understanding through personal methods. He never used mere imitations since he knew that his versions would be better. This is the lowest point of my existence, King Elbaz found himself thinking while the puppet's claws descended to launch a series of slashes. I have actually hoped that Noah could save me. King Elbaz felt the desire to die after that realization. His existence wasn't worthy of the 9th rank if he had to rely on his friend to keep it alive. His arrogance would crumble after the event anyway, so he felt pure disgust toward that faint hope. His mind crushed that feeling with all the anger that it could muster. King Elbaz felt disgusted about himself. He used to be so strong that the joint power of the entire world had failed to kill him, but he was nothing more than a talented rebel now. The brutes were advancing without showing any hesitation toward the path ahead, while King Elbaz was still creating countermeasures for the many difficulties that the world could place in front of him. He had never seen a problem with that approach since his existence demanded it, but he could only see a lack of confidence now. His foundation almost shattered during that reasoning. King Elbaz felt unable to trust himself anymore. He didn't recognize what he had become even if he had never disrespected his existence. It simply seemed that his path was wrong. Fine then, King Elbaz sighed before closing his hand into a fist. Truth be told, King Elbaz had another option. It was the same method that he had been forced to use in the past. He had to replace his breath with higher energy to face Noah's group and take control of the world, so he could do the same with his final energy. King Elbaz would have never resorted to that method unless his situation was so grim. His higher energy had been perfect, and he had already studied the possibility of turning it into his foundation before transforming. Instead, the final energy wasn't even close to being perfect, and King Elbaz even struggled to guess what changes it would bring to his centers of power. Moreover, King Elbaz had founded his law on his higher energy. A change in the foundation would force his existence to crumble before allowing its reconstruction. He wouldn't completely die, but the process didn't sound any different from that in his mind. The final energy fused with the flames that made his palm and infected his existence. A burning sensation spread from his very existence. King Elbaz felt as if his curiosity and arrogance were on fire. His consciousness darkened during the process. King Elbaz couldn't control his thoughts anymore, and what remained of his body also expanded or shrunk on its own. It seemed unclear about the shape it wanted to take, but the incoming slashes didn't give it time to decide. The slashes engulfed what remained of King Elbaz and infected him with power meant to destroy him. The changes happening in his existence due to his final energy actually slowed down the effects of the foreign power, but it couldn't defend him from its might anyway. After all, he wasn't even trying to protect himself. King Elbaz wasn't completely aware of what was happening. He only saw flashes of his existence falling apart and transforming as two different versions of final energy tried to burn or destroy him. Part of that fuel wanted to destroy everything King Elbaz had been before, while the other tried to absorb his existence to transform it in ways that even he ignored. The process didn't even hurt. He barely could feel anything anyway. The two different final energies even transformed to overcome their opponent. The fuel coming from the puppet was in the middle tier, but King Elbaz's power had a deeper connection with his existence, so their influence was almost at the same level during the process. The two versions of final energy couldn't decide a winner, so they decided to seal a deal. They would fuse and reach a conclusion after they transformed into a single fuel. Two almost opposite forms of final energy fused inside King Elbaz and affected his existence. One of those fuels countered everything he was and wanted to destroy him. The other had to mix with his higher energy to create something different. The two purposes sounded unable to mix. One required the destruction of King Elbaz's law, while the other needed it to exist to perform the fusion. The two final energies would even destroy each other if it weren't for their different goals. They had nothing against their counterpart, so it felt easier for them to resort to compromise. The fusion appeared as the only solution. The two final energies couldn't come up with a decision as separated fuels, so they hoped that conclusions would appear on their path once they obtained a joint perspective of the issue. The fusion was far from silent. The two fuels had very different levels of power other than meanings. Those differences made the process messy and violent in certain spots, which inevitably hurt King Elbaz. Still, King Elbaz was ready to die, and pain didn't scare him. Also, his consciousness wasn't completely awake, so the waves of pain that spread inside him didn't trigger any reaction. The two fuels soon transformed into a single form of final energy that was better than its two initial materials. The power in its fabric appeared complete even if its level had fallen in the lower tier. The process resembled what had happened to Noah's potential. His absorption of Isaac's ability had improved that incredible fuel, but that had affected its overall amount. Of course, having less energy didn't mean being weaker when that substance had transformed into something stronger and more effective. The new final energy was weaker than its previous versions in terms of cultivation level, but it carried a far purer power. It knew exactly what to do with King Elbaz's law, and it didn't hesitate to start affecting it. The fusion couldn't happen before the destruction because the latter would lose its purpose in that approach. King Elbaz's existence would be different after fusing with the final energy, so the destructive intents of the puppet's fuel would lose its target. The destruction had to happen first, but it couldn't be an annihilation. It had to shatter King Elbaz's existence and let the fusion happen with the shards released during the process. The final energy started to affect King Elbaz's existence. It didn't take much to shatter it into countless pieces due to its specific features. The law built throughout millennia of struggles, sacrifices, and pain crumbled, but its features and aspect remained intact as they started to disperse in the world. Only the useless and unstable parts turned into dust that instantly disappeared among the whiteness. King Elbaz technically died. Many important pieces of his existence were still intact, but they weren't together. His law transformed into a series of aspects trying to disperse into the world, but the final energy didn't let that happen. The fuel could finally handle its second purpose. It had to fuse with those many pieces of King Elbaz's existence and let them transform its fabric. Even he didn't plan anything specific when he activated that process, so he had no idea what it would become of his law after everything ended. Generally speaking, that imperfect and reckless action already went against King Elbaz's existence. He was using himself as a guinea pig in an experiment that had no conclusive data. The process was far away from his standard of perfection. Still, that was part of his plan. Everything that King Elbaz had ever planned until now had failed, so he had to step into the reckless field. Part of him had even started to loathe his previous existence due to the failure that it had turned out to be, so he didn't mind that temporary destruction. The final energy absorbed the shards of King Elbaz's existence and made them disperse inside its incredible fabric. The fusion was flawless since most of that fuel had come out from his higher energy, but no one could predict the transformations that followed. King Elbaz didn't manage to develop a plan that involved the final energy because that fuel had erratic behavior. It could lead to unforeseen conclusions even after giving it a precise meaning, so it was impossible to predict what it would cause when it didn't have an exact purpose. The fuel didn't need to use much of its power to shatter King Elbaz's existence. It remained a substance in the 9th rank when it started fusing with the intact shards, but a second empowerment of its fabric began as the absorption continued. The final energy didn't have a precise meaning after the fusion, so it innately strived to create a stable product. Yet, every piece of King Elbaz's existence carried his deep desires and knowledge. His law was willing to shatter and step on an impossible path due to a mere glance to a form of power that went beyond everything he had ever managed to wield. King Elbaz's determination was already in the realm of monsters. His resolve, knowledge, and desires could also match what drove Noah, Sword Saint, and his other companions. He was the only one who couldn't see and appreciate those features of his existence because he wanted more. Seeking perfection had made King Elbaz blind to his real power. His toxic and desperate need to match his peers without ruining his existence and remaining at the peak of his fields had tainted his incredible achievements. King Elbaz could create habitations inside the void and prepare armies of items meant for those missions. He could ignore the limits of his existence and build tools that suited other laws perfectly. He could invent formations that the world had never seen by simply fusing all the random stuff that his storage devices used to contain. King Elbaz had secretly felt inferior to Divine Demon since the latter could surpass him in his best fields without knowing anything about inscription methods. However, His companions had never seen the issue in those terms. Divine Demon's existence allowed him to win, but it didn't make him superior. Even Noah had admitted countless times how King Elbaz was a monster. His group often teased him due to his iconic seriousness, but no one dared to underestimate his power. Noah and the others would go to King Elbaz when they had come up with a crazy plan that required a second opinion. Everyone would take him as the last judge and helper in every situation. King Elbaz was the only one who had ignored all those details because he wanted more. Those mistakes became clear after everything that remained of his existence fused with the final energy. King Elbaz regained a vague sense of awareness, but his mind felt incredibly clear after the frail parts of his laws had dispersed into the world. King Elbaz had never been weaker than others. He had only desired to be so strong that even his unreasonable power appeared below average in his vision. King Elbaz had never been ignorant about the inscription field. He had only considered perfection as acceptable, which turned everything under that as flawed or weak. That moment of clarity allowed King Elbaz to express one desire, a single order that almost sounded like a plead to the final energy. The world didn't hear it either since it was happening in the insides of his fuel. He asked that imperfect fuel to turn in who he had always been before his expectations became suffocating. The peak middle-tier puppet had remained still after its attack. The final energy sent against King Elbaz had to destroy his existence, and it succeeded in its task reasonably easily. He had desired to shatter two at some point, which helped the whole procedure after the two fuels fused. The puppet waited until it confirmed that King Elbaz's existence was no more before starting its dispersion. Its task was over, so it didn't need to live anymore. The final energy dispersed in the sky would return to Divine Architect through special channels set by heaven and earth. However, King Elbaz's transformation lasted mere seconds, so the puppet stopped its dispersion to inspect the bean-sized golden energy that had replaced the expert. That fuel was about to disperse, but it suddenly started to shine with a new light. The new aura that flowed out of the golden bean was intense, but it felt vaguely weak. The puppet recalled King Elbaz's previous cultivation level, but the energy released by its target barely reached the peak of the 8th rank. That didn't make any sense, especially after the puppet understood what had happened. King Elbaz's existence had access to final energy in the middle tier. Its power might have fallen after destroying his law, but it remained in the 9th rank. Seeing it shine with power that barely touched the peak of the previous realm hinted at a significant loss of fuel, but that didn't seem to be the case. The golden light expanded until it took King Elbaz's previous shape. The expert returned to shine among the storms, and some of his iconic weapons reappeared on him. The golden crown, the fiery spear, and the many runes that covered his skin shone as King Elbaz adjusted them. He ignored his opponent completely as he tinkered with the fabric of those 3 items to adapt them to his new mental clarity. "I've wasted so long inspecting others," King Elbaz sighed as he waved his free hand to modify the fabric of those abilities. The puppet felt conflicted. This programming confirmed that it had reached its goal. It had killed King Elbaz, but the expert had reappeared with the same existence that the final energy had shattered just a few seconds ago. Moreover, King Elbaz's current state felt strange. His cultivation level had slightly fallen, but he had never appeared stronger. That didn't even come from the new energy that made the entirety of his body and techniques. He only seemed like a more authentic version of himself. That conclusion overrode the programming and gave it a new purpose. The puppet decided that its previous success had been a false positive since it could see a purer version of King Elbaz right in front of its senses. The puppet didn't hesitate to expand its artificial consciousness to inspect its opponent and come up with a counter that could destroy him once and for all. The process didn't take long since it had already developed something that could work during the previous exchange. The creature only needed to intensify its effects to be thorough. King Elbaz didn't even turn when the puppet waved its claws to launch another wave of final energy. The attack carried immense power, but the fabric of the immortal lands appeared immune to its pressure. The creature had built something that would only hurt its opponent, so everything else remained outside of its destruction. Nevertheless, all the calculations made in those seconds crumbled when King Elbaz waved his hand and destroyed that torrent of final energy. The attack directly shattered and transformed into fuel that fused inside his body without triggering any empowerment. The puppet remained stunned. Its programming was simple, but it could grow along with its opponent. Its structure had flaws that even Divine Architect couldn't fix, but it remained something so strong that even solid-stage cultivators would struggle to face. King Elbaz behaved as if nothing strange had happened. He continued to modify his items while deploying the new energy that had entered his body. Still, his tools didn't become stronger either. They continued to border the peak of the 8th rank as their light intensified. The puppet understood that something was off, so it performed another inspection. It even relied on the flexibility of its final energy to turn into something that could enhance its senses and gain a complete understanding of its opponent. That transformation didn't bring any physical change, but it turned the creature's artificial consciousness incredibly dense. Its fake senses almost suppressed the golden light radiated by King Elbaz during the inspection. But their new power didn't bring any conclusion. Actually, they came up with the same answers that the puppet had found before. King Elbaz didn't change. He had only become a truer version of himself. In theory, the previous counters to his existence had to remain effective. However, the last exchange had proven the exact opposite, and the puppet couldn't understand the reason behind that event. Finally, King Elbaz eventually exclaimed while raising his spear, "I don't know if I should feel surprised that my weapon reached a decent state before my crown." A laugh escaped King Elbaz's mouth as he waved the spear and performed simple techniques. The weapon didn't release any wave of energy during those moves, and the scene confused the puppet even more. King Elbaz wasn't making any sense. His power had fallen for no reason, his weapons didn't release any energy, and the counters had stopped working against him. The scene was so surprising that a crack opened on the puppet's featureless face and created a mouth from where Divine Architect's deep voice came out. "What have you done to yourself?" King Elbaz showed a seemingly genuine surprised expression. His confusion didn't come from Divine Architect's sudden return on the scene. He felt unclear about the very nature of her question. "What do you mean?" King Elbaz asked while spreading his arms. "I'm simply me. I've never been more me, actually. Don't try to use words to delay my inspection," Divine Architect threatened. "I know how to exploit loopholes in the fairness. I can move enough power to put a quarter of the sky in danger. Don't hide your new understanding from me. What have you done to the final energy?" "Nothing much," King Elbaz announced. "I didn't do anything at all even. I guess you can see it as a purification of my existence." "Fine." Divine Architect snorted before the sky above the battlefield lit up. Multiple connections to the sky opened as dense upper-tier and solid-stage auras flowed out of them. The storms shattered due to the pressure carried by those powers. King Elbaz couldn't understand the sources of that might, but he felt reasonably sure that Divine Architect would have to pay an immense price to unleash everything on him. "I didn't expect your need to understand everything to be such a massive flaw in your world," King Elbaz commented while moving his eyes back on the puppet. "I guess you have the power to turn it into an advantage, but still. It's pretty lame for an inscription master with your fame. You wouldn't speak like this if you knew only a fraction of what I've created with heaven and earth's help," Divine Architect chuckled. "Your pride and rebellious attitude are what stops you from developing true devotion toward the inscription field. Now I need answers." "It's pretty simple." "Really?" King Elbaz laughed happily, but his gaze sharpened, and an arrogant smirk appeared on his face before revealing the secret of his current power. Primary energy, breath, higher energy, and final energy are fuels that come from the world. Heaven and earth have already proven how existences have to follow a different path, so I only applied the same theory to my law. Divine Architect was a monster who had studied countless inscription methods and every material that heaven and earth had to offer. She was a unique existence inside the ruler's system due to her expertise. So King Elbaz's words didn't take her by surprise. Divine Architect could immediately compare the 4 forms of energy to the different types of existences. She could even start crafting a vague theory, but she felt that something was off. "I can see how you connect magical beasts to the primary energy and cultivators to the breath," Divine Architect said through the puppet. "But how can you fill the other spots?" Do you think hybrids stand next to the higher energy in your theory? I wouldn't think anything so inaccurate. King Elbaz shook his head as disappointment seeped into his voice. Most magical beasts do stand at the same level of the primary energy, but some of them can go past that. I've actually known one that I would put next to the higher energy in this comparison. King Elbaz wanted to apply the same division of the types of energy to the existences. The former followed the path of the world, the same journey that had led to heaven and earth's initial defeat. Instead, the other wanted to focus on the laws that entities had to develop and nurture to reach the 9th rank and above. Two paths existed, so they had to feature the same divisions. The path of the world had primary energy, breath, higher energy, and final energy as its fuels, but no labels existed for the laws. Cultivators and hybrids vaguely classified them by their broadness, but that wasn't an accurate description of their innate power. That label was barely enough to explain their potential. King Elbaz believed that similar differences existed among the laws, but they didn't depend on the species of a living being. A magical beast could match the weaker spot in the world's path, the primary energy, or stand on the second strongest, the higher energy. How can you even differentiate them? Divine Architect asked. You call me inaccurate, but your evaluations are fundamentally personal. You can't act as the sole judge of this classification that only you seem to see. You asked me to explain it, King Elbaz replied as his arrogant smirk remained on his face. I can destroy your puppet, take its materials, seize the rewards of our bet, and be on my way. Everything else is pure amusement. Divine Architect fell silent. She didn't believe that King Elbaz had found a system that every other expert in the world, she included, had overlooked. Yet, the mighty expert couldn't deny what was happening. Her opponent had managed to fend off an attack that perfectly countered him, and she didn't understand how something like that could happen. The connections to the sky closed, but an item appeared in the sky and fell toward King Elbaz during the event. A giant white cube radiating middle-tier power descended among the whiteness and stopped right in front of the expert. I'll pay you for your answers, Divine Architect announced, and King Elbaz happily stored the cube inside his body. Answers, you say? King Elbaz chuckled. Everything is so simple that I'm surprised you couldn't even get the 3rd level right. King Elbaz finished adjusting his crown, and the item released an intense golden light after the process. It remained at the peak of the 8th rank, but it appeared purer than every other material in the world. Normal magical beasts stand at the bottom, with the primary energy, King Elbaz explained. Cultivators are at the same level as the breath, obviously. Heaven and earth have made sure to assign them that role, so only a few can move forward. Even fewer can understand that there is a path forward. Are you talking about those with the potential to reach the peak? Divine Architect asked. Don't interrupt me with your awful assumptions, King Elbaz scoffed. Heaven and earth have made the 9th rank a mere choice. How can you even use that goal to evaluate existence when the sky has countless worthless cultivators who are nothing more than an insult to the journey? Beware of your words, Divine Architect threatened. Why? King Elbaz laughed. You paid for them. Then make them stick to the topic, Divine Architect responded. Heaven and earth's path is flawed, King Elbaz continued as his expression turned serious. Everyone knows that, and the same applies to you. Only delusional existences can believe that the rulers will keep them around in their current form if they ever end up reaching the 10th rank. Divine Architect didn't answer, but her silence partially confirmed her agreement to those words. Her countermeasures and preparations against heaven and earth proved how little she trusted the rulers. Those who oppose heaven and earth and break from their system start to approach the 3rd level, the higher energy, King Elbaz explained. The rebellious act generates powers that go past the rules of the world. My companions are a clear expression of this superior state. It would have been impossible for them to overcome cultivators wielding power many levels above theirs otherwise. I can accept this, Divine Architect announced. But the world still has another form of energy, even if unreachable. Are you implying that you can step on that stage? Oh no, King Elbaz corrected. I've already reached it. Can't you see? My existence stands at the same level as the final energy. I'm simply following the cultivation journey instead of the world's path. King Elbaz spread his arms as if his gesture could explain his words, but Divine Architect couldn't see anything unique inside him through the puppet's senses. Her opponent appeared a regular rank 8 cultivator slightly stronger than his peers. I guess living with Noah Bulvin and those who take pride in the title of demons has changed your priorities. Divine Architect sighed after she failed to find anything that could prove King Elbaz's words. I don't know how you stopped the previous attack, but I won't let you steal my time any longer. The puppet closed its mouth and charged forward. Divine Architect had understood that King Elbaz had developed something capable of stopping her counters, so she would rely on the physical superiority of her creation to win. That approach was brutish and straightforward, but it would also make it easier for Divine Architect to see what countermeasures King Elbaz had invented to defend from the previous exchanges. King Elbaz sighed as the puppet crossed the sky and arrived on top of him in less than a second. Its claws descended toward his bright figure, but they released a clanging noise when they hit the shield generated by the golden runes on his skin. That was quite pitiful, King Elbaz uttered. I used to admire your fame as an inscription master. Part of me even hoped to find you in the Immortal lands. Imagine my disappointment in discovering that you are no different from the brutes in my group. King Elbaz raised his hand and sealed his grasp on the puppet's wrist. The creature's fabric wasn't completely solid, but cracks appeared on its surface nonetheless. The existence is the very foundation of our power, King Elbaz announced. I have the best possible version of my law, so I can express far more power without wasting much fuel. Look how energy in the 8th rank overcomes what should be the best item in the middle tier of the 9th rank. King Elbaz tightened his grasp, and the wrist shattered. The puppet's hand transformed into a cloud of final energy that flowed inside its opponent. King Elbaz was a cultivator. His body didn't have any physical enhancement except for the fact that final energy now made its fabric. The puppet was the same, but its level was leagues beyond the expert. The clash should have crushed King Elbaz, but the exact opposite happened, and Divine Architect couldn't even begin to explain the event. King Elbaz didn't stop there. The puppet was in his reach, so he swung his spear diagonally. The attack severed the creature's torso smoothly, without meeting any resistance. You are too easy to break. King Elbaz sighed as his palm landed on the severed lower part of the puppet. The golden radiance released by the crown intensified and added power to King Elbaz's touch. The puppet's lower body destabilized before falling apart and transforming into multiple gales that flowed inside the expert. How are you doing all of this? Divine Architect's voice came out of the puppet. You are barely using any power. Your attacks don't respect the laws that regulate energy. They respect it, King Elbaz corrected. They simply are a set of rules that you have never encountered. I'm also learning them as I go. King Elbaz moved his palm on the puppet's chest, and his influence shattered its fabric on that spot. The energy released after the destruction entered inside his body again. Only the creature's head remained intact, but Divine Architect believed that King Elbaz had left it there on purpose. Explain, Divine Architect asked. I paid you to get answers. There is nothing much to explain, King Elbaz announced. I improved my existence until it matched the final energy. I can express more power at a lower cost now. It's as simple as that. How did you even reach that state? Divine Architect questioned. Your final energy was far from perfect, and the same went for mine. They shouldn't have been enough to trigger such a transformation. That's what you fail to understand, King Elbaz explained. It's not a matter of fuel. The final energy has been a good trigger, but the transformation happens from inside. My existence was ready to step on the last stage because I'm the best. This doesn't make any sense, Divine Architect scoffed. How can an inscription master even rely on something so vague? Please, King Elbaz laughed while taking the head in his hands. I fly around with a monster who adds powers to his existence randomly, an idiot who doesn't respect any regulation, and a sword addict who managed to summon powers from outside the sky. How can you even call me vague? You are the inscription master of your team, Divine Architect stated. It's your role to grow by following rules. My role is to reach the peak. King Elbaz continued to laugh. Don't deem me as vague only because you don't understand my field. Take it as a statement of my superiority. Divine Architect snorted before detonating the head on her own. King Elbaz's grin broadened as his golden shield stopped the power released by the explosion before adding it to his body. The connection with the sky opened above King Elbaz, and a series of materials fell from it. Divine Architect was keeping her side of the deal, and she made sure to add a faint promise to the event. We'll see each other again. King Elbaz gathered all the resources inside his body while showing his arrogant grin toward the sky. His face turned serious only when the connection closed and storms filled the area. His items disappeared inside his body, and only the crown remained on his head as he glanced at his hand. A small spot on his palm flashed with golden light from time to time. It appeared unstable, but King Elbaz was limiting that flaw for now. King Elbaz had never lied to Divine Architect, but he had hidden part of the truth. His new power came from the clarity obtained during his near-death experience. The final energy had helped him throwing away all the impurities in his existence and reach an almost perfect state. Nevertheless, that state was incomplete. King Elbaz was facing a simple issue that he had kept hidden from Divine Architect. He was too strong for his centers of power. Even the final energy that made his body couldn't contain the insane might radiated by his existence. King Elbaz was a ticking bomb ready to explode, and only the breakthrough to the 9th rank could solve that issue. However, his requirements had become insane after improving his existence. He would need to do something crazy to advance, and a familiar face inevitably appeared in his vision during that reasoning. I need to ask his help, King Elbaz sighed as he looked in the distance. King Elbaz didn't like to ask favors, but the shame that would have accompanied that act before didn't appear now. His existence had cut away his toxic expectations during the transformation, so he didn't feel too bad about the idea of asking Noah to help him solve his issue. Wilfred and Stephen had left the floating lake with the young-looking cultivator. The expert had agreed to fight them at the same time, and the two quickly discovered that his decision didn't come from simple arrogance. It had proper confidence to back it up. Wilfred and Stephen were powerful, far above the average of ordinary cultivators and hybrids. Yet, they had always fallen behind their monstrous companions. Noah, King Elbaz, Divine Demon, Alexander, and even Robert had something more, something that made their power unreasonable even in the realm of monsters. Instead, Wilfred and Stephen appeared quite plain, and they even lacked broad laws to fix the issue by enhancing some of their aspects. Stephen had made use of Noah's ability to steal understanding to deepen his determination. Still, there was a limit to how much stronger he could get without new techniques or actual breakthroughs. His law didn't even have specific abilities since he could apply it to basically everything. Wilfred was even worse off in that field. His existence was extremely simple. He was the real brute in the group since his abilities had merely added ranged properties to his great strength. Their weaker state also had another significant issue. Their companions seemed able to surpass their own laws through mere aspects of their existence. Noah's dark matter could replicate the power of Stephen's determination and even add stronger effects. The latter's law appeared as a weaker version of the higher energy in battle. Wilfred's incredible strength also fell short in front of Noah's body. His greatest pride couldn't compete with something that his leader treated as nothing more than a regular aspect of his power. That inferiority inevitably affected their mindsets. Wilfred and Stephen had ended up wondering whether they really suited that group of monsters multiple times, especially after Robert's death. They were keeping up because their laws were extremely simple, but they didn't know if the 9th rank could force them to abandon their companions. Those doubts only intensified against their liquid stage opponent. Wilfred and Stephen had decided to fight that cultivator together because they were aware of the inferiority of their power. Still, the expert soon proved how the numerical advantage didn't make up for their weakness. The young-looking cultivator's law involved puppets born from his existence. He could take tiny pieces of himself and insert them into the matter of the world to give birth to different living beings that carried his power. The effects of the expert's law were quite powerful. The many living beings had different features that could replicate magical beasts, plants, and humans. Still, their true value came from their power being only slightly lower than their source. Wilfred and Stephen found themselves against an army of middle-tier creatures capable of performing battle formations. Those puppets could limit the effects of the two experts' abilities to corner and damage them slowly but relentlessly. Moreover, there didn't seem to be a limit to how many living beings the expert could create. That ability obviously had heavy drawbacks. The expert couldn't move after creating the army, and his complexion paled every time he severed a piece of his existence. The cultivator paid the price to show that striking superiority. In theory, his weakened state was a significant flaw in his incredible technique, but his two opponents couldn't exploit it since the army of puppets didn't give them the chance to advance. They were actually struggling to kill the few specimens that they managed to attack. A platoon of humanoid puppets surrounded by masses of roots and branches forced Wilfred and Stephen to perform multiple escape maneuvers in a row. They couldn't retreat since a group of spiked armadillos had blocked that path, and many big turtles even stood above them. The two experts could dive in the storms under them, but their opponent was creating a new platoon while they kept running away. His complexion paled whenever tiny silver spheres came out of his body and mixed with the air or chaotic laws to generate long alligators that prepared themselves to close the last path available to his opponents. It wouldn't take much before Wilfred and Stephen found themselves locked in a cage made of middle-tier creatures. But they had yet to develop a good plan to handle the issue. They even felt a bit desperate since they struggled to destroy the puppets in front of them. Wilfred's muscles had long since bulged beyond their natural state. His arms had become as thick as his chest, but blood had tainted his skin in some spots. His veins couldn't handle that prolonged empowered state, so they popped whenever he released an attack. Stephen had created an invisible shield around the duo. He tried to imitate Noah's dark world and support his friend while improving his overall situation, but he failed to do even one of those things correctly. The issue wasn't with his power. Stephen's invisible energy would force gaseous stage cultivators to retreat to prepare their best attacks. However, his opponent was a liquid stage expert capable of creating an army of middle-tier puppets. That battle appeared beyond his reach. The two experts descended through the storms, but roots and branches stretched forward to block their retreat. Those magical plants were faster than them, so a tight array of silver hindrances soon formed on their path and forced Wilfred and Stephen to rely on their power. Wilfred clashed with the roots head-on. The magical plants had created a wall, and he didn't hesitate to slam his fists on it. Everything trembled, and some branches even shattered, but the structure remained intact and continued to stop that retreat. Stephen's attack arrived right after. He landed next to Wilfred and pointed at the spot where his fists had landed. His determination surged as he looked at the small hole created by his companion. The entirety of his energy focused on a simple thought. He wouldn't let simple roots blocking his retreat. Invisible energy seeped inside the hole and transformed into a pillar that slowly enlarged it. The passage became large enough for the two experts, but the platoon of humanoid puppets slammed on the shield created by Stephen's determination and made them fly in the distance. Stephen spat a mouthful of blood as his shield trembled. Cracks appeared on his invisible protection and made him unable to think clearly. Wilfred grabbed his companion and followed the movements of the defensive technique, but he soon found more humanoid puppets on his path. Wilfred mustered all the power that he was capable of to throw a punch forward. A sound wave resounded inside the invisible shield as his physical strength flew to clash against the humanoid puppets. The hybrid had launched an attack that would force gaseous stage cultivators to retreat, but those creatures didn't even bother dodging. There were only 5 humanoid puppets on their path. Wilfred's shockwave slammed on them and focused most of its power on the specimen in the lead of that small group. Cracks opened among the whiteness and connected the area to the void, but the creatures remained mostly intact. The specimen that had endured most of the physical strength had lost its left shoulder and arm. Cracks had opened on its torso, but it had remained on its feet. The other puppets were even better off since they had only trembled when that power had slammed on their figures. That scene depicted how the battle had gone until now. Wilfred and Stephen found themselves unable to defeat the puppets properly, so their opponent had the time to generate the army. Everything had started with only 20 creatures, but the two experts had more than 100 of them to deal with now. Wilfred and Stephen's insecurities could only intensify in front of that massive difference in power. They found themselves unable to even think of a path that could lead them to victory. "You have overstepped," the cultivator in the distance announced. The liquid stage expert was in a distant spot of the sky. He was sitting cross-legged among the whiteness while a series of roots surrounded his figure to protect him from unexpected attacks. He spat some blood as more silver spheres left his figure and completed the platoon of alligators, but he appeared used to those damages. "I know what you are thinking," the cultivator continued. "You are correct. Your existences can't match your companions. Noah, Divine Demon, Sword Saint, and Alexander are leagues above you. Even Xavier Elbaz is struggling to keep up with them. So how can you two consider yourselves their equals?" The cultivator wasn't really paying attention to the mental state of his opponents. He was only following a battle tactic that heaven and earth had come up with after discovering that he was against Wilfred and Stephen. Those two experts were the weak links in Noah's team, so the rulers tried to do their best to take them out. The approach was working. Wilfred and Stephen struggled to think about valuable battle tactics that could bring them out of that situation. The new platoon even joined the array of enemies and closed the last path that they could use to escape. Doom had arrived, and the two experts could only inspect it with cold eyes. Wilfred and Stephen exchanged a glance. They had decided long ago that death was the only alternative to victory. Their opponent was the very world, so they had high requirements to meet. That battle was only one of the many struggles that they would have to face in the future. So they decided to forsake everything to set their laws aflame. They bet everything on the fact that their breakthrough would arrive if they won. Wilfred and Stephen had talked about their situation. The long travels and the many training sessions had given them the time to discuss their condition, and the conclusions felt obvious. They were under their companions in terms of sheer power, potential, and battle instincts. That realization wasn't too tough to accept. Both experts had seen their companions achieve the impossible multiple times. The world had tried to suppress them, but they had always managed to succeed in finding benefits among those struggles. Noah, King Elbaz, Alexander, and Divine Demon were true monsters of the cultivation journey. They went looking for punishments to maximize their benefits. They wanted heaven and earth to show them the flaws in their laws so that they could improve past the impossible limits that they had placed on themselves. Wilfred and Stephen had tried to do the same, and they had also succeeded in some instances. Yet, they had eventually fallen behind their companions. That alone showed their inferior potential and gave them insights on a different issue. The potential was an important part of the cultivation journey, but everyone could improve it. That was even truer for existences who treaded along with Noah. His ambition was an incredible fuel that made his companions ignore limits set by their laws. Wilfred and Stephen couldn't use their lack of potential to justify their inferiority since being with Noah gave them the chance to improve that feature. Their issue had to come from something else, and the only variable left to inspect was their mindset. Stephen had always known that his mindset wasn't on par with his companions, which sounded hilarious since his law expressed determination. He had even thought to be among the most driven cultivators in the entire higher plane before meeting Noah and the others. After all, he was one of the leaders of the cells that went against heaven and earth. Instead, Wilfred had always believed himself to be fine with his mindset. He had never considered himself the smartest of his group nor the best in terms of innate talents, but he was resolute. He had never stopped giving his everything without hesitating, and that had been enough, at least until now. Confirming their inferiority had led to a simple conclusion. The two experts had to fix their issues during the breakthrough to the 9th rank, but advancing was impossible when they didn't have actual achievements on which building their power. The two experts had to prove to the world and themselves that their laws deserved to step on the last part of the cultivation journey. Still, their inferiority prevented them from succeeding in some of the feats that could grant them the breakthrough. So, they had decided that they would put their lives on the line once the next impossible challenge appeared. Wilfred and Stephen unleashed dense auras after they set their laws aflame. They couldn't develop techniques or special abilities that would sharply improve their battle prowess, so they resorted to the only method they could come up with in their situation. They applied the theory behind the secret arts to their very existence. Stephen shouted at the sky as his determination burnt to give him a temporary boost of power. His invisible energy gained dark shades that created a stark contrast with the whiteness of the world. The shield disappeared and transformed into a dense defensive layer that covered his skin. His power even increased, but it didn't manage to step into the 9th rank. Wilfred bent forward as a growl came out of his mouth. His figure inflated as all the muscles in his body grew. Veins appeared on his face, and red shades filled the white in his eyes as multiple blood vessels popped due to the intense power flowing inside them. The two experts weren't doing anything too extraordinary. Their existences were energy that they could use. The 9th rank would have perfected and transformed them into a proper fuel meant to express their world, but they could still use them in their current state. Still, their existence didn't have energy similar to Noah's potential. Setting them aflame was the only method that could transform them into fuels, but that only brought the two experts closer to their death. Wilfred and Stephen gained access to a superior might, but they didn't dare to waste time appreciating it. Their centers of power were about to burst due to the massive energy flowing inside and out of them, so they had to use it before their whole figure exploded. The two experts already knew how to deploy their abilities to avoid creating conflicting effects. Stephen expanded his dark shield and transformed it into a drill-like structure that had Wilfred as its tip. Wilfred continued to accumulate his power as Stephen made the drill move forward. The two experts only had to reach their opponent to win that battle, so they unleashed everything they had to make their charge succeed. The drill-like structure pierced through the platoons of puppets. Stephen didn't bother to feel happy about that initial success and continued to send power to his technique. The shield's edges darkened and radiated his determination to destabilize the creatures that dared to stand on his path. Stephen had decided to put his life on the line. His determination had reached an unfathomable level, and the puppets couldn't even come close to matching it. They shattered as soon as the dark shield landed on their bodies and made the pieces of the cultivator's existence fly back toward him. Stephen didn't let the pieces of the cultivator's existence surpass the drill. He had to reach his opponent before his power returned. The dark shades radiated by the determination intensified as Stephen forced his law to burn even faster and fly faster than the silver spheres converging on the expert in the distance. Countless puppets gathered on the drill's path to slow down its advance, but their sacrifice didn't achieve much. Stephen was going all out, so nothing to slow him down. The dark structure successfully reached the cultivator and pierced the roots protecting him. Wilfred opened his eyes when the tip of the drill pierced the defensive array around the cultivator. He stepped out of Stephen's technique and delivered a punch that carried the entirety of his existence. The entire area crumbled as massive cracks that led to the void opened. The young-looking cultivator directly disappeared when Wilfred's punch landed on his figure. Nothing could survive against that immense discharge of power. The puppets and many pieces of the expert's existence shattered before falling into the void. Wilfred almost risked entering the darkness too, since the last attack depleted the entirety of his power. Still, Stephen grabbed him before flying away from the destroyed chunk of the world. "We did it, my friend," Stephen sighed as he inspected Wilfred growing smaller. The hybrid's muscles lost power. Wilfred's skin caved in due to the lack of energy that afflicted his body. He was falling apart, but nothing arrived to restore his law. Stephen was experiencing the same weakness. His determination fell apart as his existence continued to burn. He didn't experience any power-up after his achievement. It seemed that his law didn't value that victory enough to step on the 9th rank. Heaven and earth had predicted something like this. The cultivator's voice suddenly resounded among the whiteness. A pillar of light came out of the sky and fell inside the void. The many silver spheres that had fallen into the darkness flowed through the whiteness and condensed to recreate the expert Wilfred had just destroyed. "We knew that you didn't have what it took to step on the 9th rank through this approach," the expert continued. "Thank you for expanding our knowledge. We won't waste this understanding." Heaven and earth didn't know how to deal with Noah's group. That had become clear after their punishments ended up empowering those rebellious experts multiple times. The issue was with the limits of the system's fairness. Heaven and Earth had to use those rebels' cultivation level to choose the punishments. They could stretch their power since Noah and the others were far too strong for their actual rank, but those restrictions remained. Everything had become clearer after Alexander had defeated the perfect counter and Sword Saint had gained access to help from outside the sky. Heaven and Earth couldn't focus on Noah's group due to the stronger enemies that threatened their power, but they had to prepare for those experts' rise to power. Studying Noah or Divine Demon right away was stupid since their power ignored the limits of the world too much. Still, Heaven and Earth could start for those who were one step behind them, and Wilfred and Stephen perfectly suited that role. The young-looking cultivator didn't need to die during the battle. He could have relied on the ruler's power and deployed specific countermeasures to fend off Wilfred and Stephen's power. Even their last techniques would have been useless if Heaven and Earth had decided to step into the battlefield sooner. Of course, the ruler's condition wasn't ideal, but they could still help in specific projects. Gathering information about Wilfred and Stephen was an important step that could lead Heaven and Earth to understand how Noah and his strong companions managed to break the world's limits so easily. Making one of their followers die only to resurrect him later on barely counted as a price to pay for the chance of increasing their knowledge. Stephen and Wilfred were struggling to remain awake. Their existence was burning, and their last struggle had turned out to be part of Heaven and Earth's plan to study their power. They had shown their potential to defeat a liquid-stage cultivator, but their incredible feat had become a mere test once the rulers had stepped into the battlefield. Disappointment and a tinge of despair filled the two experts. They had done their best, but that didn't meet the insane requirements set by their superior companions. Only death waited for them now, and they couldn't do anything to stop its arrival. It was fun while it lasted. Wilfred laughed as blood flowed out of his mouth. Heaven and Earth must be desperate to set these traps against us. Our companions will succeed. I wish to fight the final battle with them. Stephen sighed as cracks appeared on his skin. I wonder where they would have led us. The two waited for death to arrive, but their opponent didn't want to waste time. He raised his hand and released multiple silver spheres that fused with the matter of the world and created a series of humanoid puppets. The creatures didn't hesitate to shoot toward Wilfred and Stephen, and the latter didn't do anything against the incoming threat. They didn't have the power to fight it anyway. However, the group of puppets suddenly stopped moving. A heavy pressure enveloped them and forced their bodies to crumble. The young-looking cultivator showed a surprised expression as he searched for the source of that influence. Still, the entirety of his power didn't seem to be enough to succeed in the task. Who dares? The cultivator eventually shouted. This is Heaven and Earth's research field. No one is allowed to interfere. Imagine if we did what Heaven and Earth allowed us to do. A voice resounded among the sky and made the very fabric of the world tremble. Don't play around too much. Another voice resounded. Remember that we have to pay the kid back. You are so boring at times. The first voice scoffed. Only because you are never serious. The second voice concluded. Two massive auras eventually appeared among that destroyed part of the world. Wilfred managed to open his eyes only to see Great Builder and Supreme Thief casually strolling among the sky and approaching him. You are lucky that I find your laws boring. Supreme Thief laughed before turning toward the cultivator in the distance. He sounds interesting. A pulling force came out of Supreme Thief's figure and started affecting the cultivator in the distance. The expert remained stunned when he saw his existence amassing on his skin and seeping out of his figure. His world was escaping his control under the effects of Supreme Thief's ability. Great Builder promptly slapped Supreme Thief on the back of his head and made him suppress his innate ability. The latter tilted his head and wore an exasperated expression, but Great Builder didn't hesitate to scold him. They have to take care of this challenge on their own. We can't let Heaven and Earth improve. Resurrect me first the next time, Supreme Thief whispered after bending toward Wilfred. Stephen remained stunned in front of the two experts. He knew that Noah had something to do with the resurrection of the two powerful cultivators, but he remained speechless nonetheless. He had grown used to be on the losing side in the battle against the world, so seeing two allies in the liquid stage left him astonished. How would you even resurrect without me? Great Builder snorted while placing his hands on Wilfred and Stephen. I will steal your ability first, Supreme Thief announced. You have already tried. Great Builder shook his head. You don't have the patience to be an inscription master. I should steal patience too, Supreme Thief guessed. You did, Great Builder replied. You keep it hidden somewhere in that annoying sea of consciousness of yours. Can you not be right once? Supreme Thief asked. I'll let you be right once heaven and earth crumble, Great Builder promised. Help me out with these two now. You know that I don't like to give back the stuff that I steal, Supreme Thief joked. But he shut up when Great Builder glared at him. Supreme Thief placed a hand on Great Builder's shoulder and studied the understanding he was gathering during his inspection of the two dying experts. An ugly expression soon appeared on his face when he realized how simple those laws were. He almost felt disgusted. Dumb and vague, Supreme Thief sighed. Did you really think that you could punch your way inside the 9th rank? How can your determination even express power if you don't give it a goal? Wilfred and Stephen felt too weak to reply. Their existences continued to shatter, so their minds felt quite foggy. They even doubted that Supreme Thief and Great Builder had really appeared on the scene at times. Open them up, Supreme Thief ordered. I'll throw something that might help, but everything will remain up to them. Just don't try anything strange, Great Builder reminded. We are hindering heaven and earth's growth. We aren't here to experiment on these experts. It sounds strange when your world is an experiment, Supreme Thief complained. But Great Builder made him shut up again with his glare. Great Builder tinkered with his fingers and transformed them into small knives that cut deep into Wilfred and Stephen's laws when he waved them. Their cracked existences appeared in the open, and Supreme Thief didn't hesitate to throw azure spheres taken out of his mind inside them. Supreme Thief had stolen countless techniques throughout his life. All of them carried an aspect or the existence's core of cultivators and hybrids, so he could find something suitable for Wilfred and Stephen. Wilfred's issue came from how simple his existence was. He only cared about his physical strength, so he had instinctively developed long-range techniques that allowed him to send that immense force toward his opponents. Still, mere physical power wasn't enough to reach the 9th rank, not when it wasn't at the true peak. Noah was already stronger than Wilfred, and Alexander could overcome him in that field through some abilities. Supreme Thief had to add depth to that power. He had to make it worthy of the 9th rank, which involved smarter ways to apply physical strength. He wouldn't give Wilfred anything too complicated, but the hybrid had to learn how to deploy his ability correctly. Wilfred's punches were brutish expressions of his energy. They could send the entirety of his physical power toward distant opponents without losing even an ounce of energy. Still, they were too simple and everyone could counter them easily. Moreover, the same amount of physical strength could give birth to techniques that surpassed the sheer energy input if used correctly. That was the purpose behind abilities in the end. Yet, Wilfred had never resorted to anything similar. He only threw his power forward. Supreme Thief tried to fix that issue by providing Wilfred with an understanding of many techniques that involved physical strength. He picked the simplest abilities in his memory, but their lack of intricate moves didn't lead to weaker effects. Actually, they were even stronger than the others in terms of pure output of power. The new understanding filled Wilfred's muscles and mind with power and stopped the shrinking of his body. He regained his previous size, and azure light shone in his eyes as numerous techniques fused with his mental sea. Wilfred felt incredibly dumb when looking at that sea of techniques. They weren't hard to learn, and their requirements in terms of physical strength weren't even too high. He could have expressed far more power if he had stopped once to study abilities meant for experts like him. It even felt surprising that he had reached that step of the cultivation journey without them. The process for Stephen ended up being far different. His issue came from how vague his determination was. His foundation was a mass of various drives vaguely stuffed together to generate enough power. That wasn't nearly enough to step on the 9th rank, but it also meant that Supreme Thief had to decide which aspect he had to empower. The decision eventually fell on Stephen's anger toward heaven and earth. That feeling had not been his main drive in the past, but the recent events had empowered it. The cultivator had gone through the destruction of his cells, Robert's death, and the last defeat against the liquid stage expert. Heaven and earth were basically playing with his life. Stephen had felt hopeless to change that trend, and the last defeat had even enhanced that feeling. His anger was ready to become the main part of his foundation. Supreme Thief only had to choose how to empower Stephen's anger. He had stolen many abilities that used that feeling as their foundation. After all, heaven and earth suppressed every cultivator and hybrid that dared to remain outside of their system. Supreme Thief sent countless memories inside Stephen's existence. He had collected an almost endless number of stories that involved experts who had struggled against the rulers, and their thoughts could bring Stephen's determination to new realms. They could transform him into the embodiment of that rebellious feeling. The transformation happened right in front of the liquid stage expert. The young-looking cultivator didn't move as he tried to understand what to do in that situation. Heaven and earth had given him a clear task. His recent victory had almost brought the results that the rulers needed, but Supreme Thief and Great Builder had interrupted that process. The young-looking cultivator could still make the process succeed. He only had to defeat Wilfred and Stephen after they grew stronger to give heaven and earth the understanding they sought. His victory could even lead to better knowledge since Supreme Thief was tinkering with the two experts' laws. At the same time, heaven and earth might gain nothing if the young-looking cultivator were to lose. They would lose the knowledge that they had obtained until then and even suffer another major defeat. They would also create two more threats. The young-looking cultivator struggled to make up his mind about the situation. Heaven and earth couldn't help him decide due to their dormant state. They could provide energy and understanding, but thinking was outside of their capabilities now. Everything was up to the expert, but only doubts filled his thoughts. "Shouldn't you trap me here?" the young-looking cultivator eventually asked. "I can easily run away." "You idiots never do," Supreme Thief commented while continuing to send understanding to the two experts. "He is right," Great Builder added. "I can already see that vague ambition in your eyes. You might be a puppet of the rulers, but you remain a cultivator, so you desire to reach the higher ranks. Don't even pretend to struggle. You know nothing about us?" The young-looking cultivator sneered. "We have fallen at the hands of the rulers already," Supreme Thief laughed. "Do you think we didn't learn anything? We know how you think. You rodents have chosen the easy path, but you still want the rewards." "Rodents?" the young-looking cultivator gasped. "They don't want the punishments," Great Builder continued while heaving a helpless sigh. "But they want the power. They really believe that heaven and earth will let them live after they succeed in reaching the 10th rank. You are awfully cocky for existences who have already lost to the rulers once." The young-looking cultivator laughed. "Do you think you can reach the peak with those flawed worlds? Heaven and earth have already proven their superiority. Why do you think we are taking it slow this time?" Supreme Thief snorted. "I swear, these rodents are so dumb. We are hindering the rulers instead of attacking them directly," Great Builder explained. "At least for now. Defying Demon has a better chance to succeed, so we are letting him do the hard work." "You are using them," the young-looking cultivator laughed. "You came back to life only to exploit your saviors." "He is really dumb," Supreme Thief sighed. "He is probably thinking that we are giving him vital information due to our arrogance," Great Builder added before glancing at the two experts. "How long?" "I'm almost done," Supreme Thief replied. "Everything else is up to them." "You are revealing your plan," the young-looking cultivator repeated. "I honestly expected something more from the famous Supreme Thief and Great Builder. We are still here, aren't we?" Supreme Thief laughed before focusing on the two experts. "It's done." Intense auras flowed out of Wilfred and Stephen. The two experts widened their eyes as cries escaped their mouths. They shouted due to the massive surge of power that filled their insides. Their existences were still crumbling, but Supreme Thief had made sure to patch them up with his understanding. Those fixes wouldn't last long, but they would allow them to complete their battle. "What is this?" Stephen asked as his angry gaze converged on the young-looking cultivator. Stephen was feeling different about the world and his opponent. He was experiencing something that Noah had also noticed after absorbing Robert's anger. Heaven and earth's power had become clearer in his mind. and his existence appeared unable to ignore it. To think that the 9th rank would have required me to walk the human path. Wilfred sighed as he tightened his hands into fists. Understanding filled Wilfred's mind. Countless simple forms raged among his thoughts and taught him better ways to deploy his physical strength. "Stephen, let me try something," Wilfred whispered. "Be quick," Stephen replied while gritting his teeth. "I don't know how long I can hold back." Wilfred took a deep breath while turning toward the young-looking cultivator. His muscles bulged as he raised his arms and punched the air a few times. His attacks were slow, and they didn't seem to release energy. However, Wilfred nodded and threw another punch after confirming that his new technique was working. The young-looking cultivator inspected the scene, but his eyes widened when a massive force appeared at his side. His body shattered as soon as that power touched his skin. The whiteness in the area also broke to open a giant hole connected to the void. "So, I can fuse multiple attacks before releasing them as long as my body can endure the increased pressure," Wilfred announced while scratching the side of his head. "As I said, you are incredibly dumb," Supreme Thief commented while heaving a helpless sigh. "He's coming back," Stephen exclaimed, and a white pillar followed his words. Wilfred's attack didn't leave anything of the expert, so heaven and earth had to rebuild him from scratch. The young-looking cultivator appeared among the whiteness and revealed his stunned expression to the 4 rebels. He couldn't understand how a single attack from a peak rank 8 hybrid had managed to kill him. The empowerment given by Supreme Thief went far beyond the simple addition of techniques or memories. Wilfred and Stephen had added important pieces to their existences, and they fit so well that they struggled to understand how they had managed to grow so much without them. The techniques that Wilfred had learnt were only a practical application of a part of the cultivation journey that he had ignored for various reasons. The hybrid wasn't actually stupid, but his innate advantages and character had allowed him to grow without relying on special abilities. That approach to the cultivation journey had initially been a mere decision that suited his existence. However, it had transformed into a proper limit that had prevented his power from evolving for a long time. The same went for Stephen. His determination was incredible among powerful experts, but it lacked depth compared to the true monsters who really had a chance at putting heaven and earth into a tough spot. The memories of the experts who had suffered due to the rulers added depth to the aspects that Supreme Thief had chosen to empower. Stephen's determination inevitably changed after gaining those images and feelings, but the process worked as an evolution. Stephen's law wasn't vague anymore. It had gained a goal that added features and intensity to his determination. He had become sensitive to everything connected to heaven and earth, and the sheer power added to the effects of his existence had created a dense aura around his figure. "You should play with him for a while," Great Builder explained while glancing at the sky past the storms. "Heaven and earth must be too busy to stop the resurrections, so used him to test your powers and deplete their power. In short, have fun," Supreme Thief laughed. "You should focus on your existences anyway since they are still incomplete. You'll die if you don't reach the 9th rank after this battle. You might die even if you overcome the breakthrough actually." "You are so inspiring," Wilfred sneered. "I make the best speeches in the entirety of the higher plane," Supreme Thief proudly exclaimed. Wilfred turned toward Stephen, and the latter nodded. The cultivator took a deep breath before stepping forward and closing his eyes. He focused on the distance that separated him from his opponent before disappearing from his spot. The young-looking cultivator had continued to stare at his opponents in confusion. He still felt stunned about Wilfred's attack, but he believed he could counter it with the right preparations. The battle didn't seem completely impossible, but his astonishment intensified when Stephen materialized next to him. Stephen placed a hand on his opponent before the latter could do anything about the situation. A peak rank 8 cultivator was touching a liquid stage expert. The event would typically result in the destruction of the weaker existence, but nothing followed reason in that situation. A dark aura covered Stephen before spreading on the young-looking cultivator. The latter found himself unable to summon his power. The law of a mere peak rank 8 existence was cutting him away from the energy and world that the rulers had given him. "How are you doing this?" the young-looking cultivator asked as astonishment filled his face. You have forced me to become your enemy? Stephen explained as his grip on the cultivator's shoulder tightened. I'm not strong enough to affect heaven and earth directly, but the situation is different with you pawns. Stephen's determination seeped inside the cultivator's words and started opening cracks in the many flaws that heaven and earth had left in that power. The rulers could only create copies in the end, and Stephen's existence targeted the imperfections in those structures with the new ability of his law. Even Noah couldn't do something so specific and thorough. He innately countered heaven and earth, and his destruction allowed him to study their power to enhance his effects, but Stephen was different. Stephen's determination forced heaven and earth's followers to prove their worth. It acted as a judge for the power that they had gained from the rulers and made their flaws expand until they became weak enough to match the achievements reached on their own. The liquid stage expert saw his cultivation level fall into the gaseous stage before reaching the very bottom of the 9th rank. He regained access to his power only after that event. It was as if Stephen's determination had declared that to be the might that his world could express. You can't have power to matters ruled by heaven and earth. The young-looking cultivator shouted as pieces of his existence separated from his figure to give birth to puppets. We are cultivators, Stephen sighed while placing his hand on the expert's head. Defying rules is what we do. Stephen's ambition seeped into the fabric of the young-looking cultivator's head and forced it to shatter. The destruction then spread to the rest of his body until nothing remained of that fake world. The expert died again, but Stephen immediately looked at the sky. He knew that heaven and earth were about to resurrect him again, and his determination instinctively stretched upward to stop the event. However, he suppressed his power and stepped back to let the rulers complete their process. Shall we take turns? Wilfred asked after flying next to Stephen. Let's explore the depths of our new laws until heaven and earth understand what we are doing, Stephen suggested. Hopefully, we will be rank 9 existences by the end of this battle. The young-looking cultivator came back to life and tried to escape, but a dark cage materialized around him and spread Stephen's heavy influence in its insides. The expert's level fell again, and fear appeared in his eyes when he saw Wilfred approaching him. You will never reach the 9th rank like this, the young-looking cultivator cursed. Your power doesn't come fro dashed. The expert didn't have the chance to complete his line since Wilfred performed a simple martial art that made the entirety of his physical strength converge on a tiny spot. The attack opened a hole in the cultivator's head before discharging the rest of its energy throughout the body. The pillar arrived once again, and Stephen made sure to be next to the cultivator right after he came back to life. He placed a palm on his chest and forced his level to fall before shattering his body with a simple expansion of his determination. Supreme Thief and Great Builder inspected the scene in silence. Wilfred and Stephen had surpassed their previous limits, but the 9th rank struggled to arrive. The 2 liquid stage experts couldn't affect the process anymore, but they didn't let those potential last actions remain unseen. They would watch Noah's companions until the end. The young-looking cultivator died countless times. Wilfred and Stephen were basically using him as a training dummy, but heaven and earth eventually noticed what was happening. The pillar of light fell only to disperse in the whiteness of the world. The rulers put an end to the endless resurrections and left the 2 experts without a target. Wilfred and Stephen could only cross their legs and focus on their shattering existences at that point. They had to push their laws to the 9th rank or they would vanish. Noah flew back toward the floating lake after his battle was over. Many thoughts filled his mind as he inspected the nature of his power. Night had advanced into the 9th rank, but his existence contained far more. Snore, Shafu, Duanlong, the parasite, the cursed sword, the demonic sword, his body, and his dantian were still in the 8th rank, and he feared that all of them would require a different feat to advance. The soul thought that a single existence would have to go through so many breakthroughs only to reach the 9th rank would make many experts despair. However, Noah had long since accepted that his requirements were insane, and his recent project with the ethereal darkness had only stretched them further. Noah wanted to overcome heaven and earth, but their power was immense. They were beings on the verge of fusing 2 separate paths in the journey toward the 10th rank. They wanted to advance as existences and worlds at the same time, and the power they would obtain in the eventuality of their success would be immense. That knowledge only made Noah's requirements harder to meet, but he didn't fear that issue. Still, the process to achieve his goals grew harder every time he took a step toward the 9th rank. The path didn't actually become harder, but each success taught Noah how much he had yet to achieve before completing his breakthrough. The farther he went, the more he understood how long the path was, and most of that was his fault. Duanlong and Shafu shouldn't be too troublesome, Noah studied as he flew back to the lake. Their existences are simpler, so they should only need energy unless my ambition messes things up. Noah didn't completely believe in those thoughts. Night had required a special process to advance. Its existence was unique, but the other companions didn't fall too short, especially since they had been under the effects of his ambition for a long time. Noah didn't hate the idea of his companions going through special breakthroughs, since that would lead to stronger existences. Still, he felt overwhelmed by the massive amount of energy that each process would require. Snore and the others even had it easier since they weren't actual parts of his ethereal darkness. But that wouldn't save them from the same struggle that Night had to face. Don't tell me that I have to invade the sky before reaching the 9th rank, Noah thought as the storms around him transformed into primary energy that flowed into his body. The stormy regions were full of energy, but his requirements had already made him disregard fuel under the liquid stage. His centers of power desired more than what the world could offer, so his thoughts inevitably went to the only place that could satisfy his needs. Nevertheless, the sole idea of entering the sky was insane. Noah couldn't consider it unless all his other options vanished. He wasn't ready for that journey. He would probably be too weak for that invasion even after reaching the 9th rank. The floating lake eventually unfolded in his vision, but two powerful presences diverted his attention from that marvelous environment. King Elbaz and Divine Demon were already on the scene, and a broad smile appeared on his face when he sensed that one of them had reached the 9th rank. "My heir!" Divine Demon shouted when he sensed Noah's arrival. "Help me out here. Tell this idiot how I'm better than him at everything. How can you even call me an idiot after spending the entirety of your divine journey as a forgetful brute?" King Elbaz snorted before turning toward Noah. "We need to talk. I have a favor to ask." Noah was ready to tease King Elbaz, but his words left him speechless. Divine Demon also fell silent in front of that surprising announcement. The proud and arrogant King Elbaz was openly asking Noah a favor, and his face didn't even carry any trace of shame. Noah forced himself to inspect King Elbaz thoroughly. Divine Demon's breakthrough had initially claimed the entirety of his attention, but a second study of King Elbaz's figure revealed that he had gone through faint changes. King Elbaz had always been stronger than his actual level, but there was something else now. Noah couldn't completely understand what had changed, especially since his cultivation level was lower than before. Still, he could sense the new, overwhelming might that filled his figure. That understanding came from Noah's destruction. He naturally thought of ways to destroy everything that entered the range of his consciousness, so he felt how hard it would be to kill King Elbaz now. Moreover, the new confidence showed by the expert hinted at a sharp change in his mindset. King Elbaz would have never asked for a favor so openly, and he would have definitely felt awkward about the issue. Still, he could voice that request easily and without revealing any shame now. "What has happened to you?" Noah asked as his reptilian eyes sharpened due to the increased intensity of his inspection. "I've evolved past you brutes," King Elbaz explained shortly before lowering his gaze. "But I have something to fix before claiming the 9th rank, and I need your crazy mind to come up with a viable plan." "I'm all ears," Noah uttered while continuing his inspection. Noah was truly speechless. He had rank 9 mind, but he struggled to understand what King Elbaz had become. Those words didn't sound too arrogant in front of fabric that even he couldn't study properly. "The stormy regions might have decent sources of energy," King Elbaz explained, "but I need something more for me. I need you to help me seize a piece of the sky." Noah had to close his eyes to suppress his greed. It almost sounded fateful for King Elbaz to mention the sky right after his reasoning. His mind immediately started to build a plan that could make the journey feasible, but the situation appeared grim. The sky had multiple issues. Noah wasn't sure whether his group could even touch that white material due to the corrosive influence that it radiated. Heaven and Earth's devouring power filled the entirety of that white layer. The sky also contained cities filled with cultivators in the 9th rank. Thinking about getting there was beyond crazy. But Noah couldn't stop thinking about that plan. Noah and King Elbaz had already dealt with the sky during the exploration of the void. They had only opened a small hole on its surface, but that feat alone showed that the plan wasn't completely impossible. Still, it required far more planning than they had ever done before. "How long can you wait before that?" Noah eventually asked. "I believe I can wait a few millennia," King Elbaz replied, and Noah nodded to acknowledge that idea. Noah wasn't willing to go in the sky in his current state, but everything would change if he managed to bring his companions into the 9th rank. He would have a shot at surviving and seizing important resources at that level, and a few millennia sounded good enough to succeed in those preparations. For powerful presences entered the range of the trio's mental waves during their conversation. Divine Demon, King Elbaz, and Noah turned to look in the distance, where they saw Supreme Thief and Great Builder carrying Wilfred and Stephen. The latter had fainted, but their rank 9 cultivation level was impossible to overlook. "What are you even doing here?" Noah laughed at the sight of the 2 liquid stage experts. The talk about the sky went in the back of his mind when the 4 experts appeared. Noah couldn't help but feel happy about that reunion and those breakthroughs. Wilfred and Stephen's situation had kept him worried in the past, especially after Robert's death, but they were fine now. They had finally stepped into the 9th rank. "I was divining locations where we could hurt heaven and earth," Great Builder announced proudly while pointing at the fainted experts. "Guess who we found in the middle of the mess? We kept ourselves busy," Noah shortly explained while wearing a smirk. "We noticed that," Supreme Thief scoffed. "You even stole my technique in the meantime. I couldn't possibly leave it there." Noah shrugged his shoulder. "What a thief!" Supreme Thief shook his head. "That's your title," Noah joked. "I merely defy those stronger than me." "Where should we drop them?" Great Builder asked, and Noah spread his dark world to create a sea where the cultivator could drop his 2 friends. Noah studied Wilfred and Stephen after they entered the dark world. Their existences were different from before, but they were stable. They had only suffered and recovered too quickly, so they required time to rest and adapt to their new state. "What technique are you using to find these spots?" King Elbaz asked while nearing Great Builder. "Something quite simple," Great Builder exclaimed while revealing a complicated formation that seemed to fuse with the fabric of the world. "The technique doesn't do much. I have died and come back to life without heaven and earth's help. My world has gained flaws that naturally point at spots where I can hurt the rulers." Noah and King Elbaz understood that power quite well, especially since the former's hypotheses had significantly benefited from his status as a mistake. Great Builder had you achieved the same power by coming back to life. His predictions had simply become more accurate after the resurrection. "Did you try to make it like this?" King Elbaz asked while talking out a golden sphere from his body and using it to create a similar complicated formation. "Oh, that's not so bad," Great Builder exclaimed before using his fingers to trace yellowish lines in the sky. "Do you mean it like this?" "I would pour more energy on these lines," King Elbaz said before pointing at part of the formation. "You can increase the efficiency without increasing its consumption too much." "But I would lose part of the grip on the world," Great Builder contradicted. "Maybe you should modify these then," King Elbaz added. Noah, Supreme Thief, and Divine Demon exchanged a meaningful glance. They silently left the 2 inscription masters alone before sitting cross-legged on the sea of dark matter. Divine Demon raised his hand, and blood-red energy flowed into his palm to create 3 cups full of wine. The expert handed a cup to his companions, and everyone took a sip without saying anything. "It's stronger than before," Noah commented before drinking some more. "It has my personal flavor now," Divine Demon laughed. "You are lucky that it's good," Supreme Thief frowned. "Many would have stopped drinking after your comment." "I've seen my heir drinking worse," Divine Demon continued to laugh. "Trust me, you didn't." Noah smirked while gulping the cup and handing it to Divine Demon. The expert waved his hand and refilled it through the same blood-red energy. Noah studied the event, but his mind found it hard to understand what had changed in the expert's world. You couldn't be the only one reaching unknown realms. Divine Demon sneered after noticing Noah's attempt to understand the nature of his energy. Easy for you all to say that after leeching off my ambition, Noah mocked. Nonsense, Divine Demon replied. I would have reached the same level on my own. I find it hard to say anything against that, Noah joked. You would be a legendary species if you were a magical beast. I would be the leader of all legendary species, Divine Demon shouted. It's rare to find so much arrogance in one existence, Supreme Thief uttered. Do you mind if I take some of it? I wish it were arrogance, Noah sighed. This guy might be the most talented cultivator in the entirety of the world. You aren't helping? Supreme Thief uttered as a pulling force came out of his figure. I'm bad at controlling myself. The dark matter under the trio surged and covered Supreme Thief. Gales also seeped past the innate pressure released by the three experts and turned blood-red before reinforcing Noah's higher energy. Supreme Thief wasn't trying to steal Divine Demon's talent on purpose. His world had activated on his own, but he remained speechless when he saw his two companions suppressing his pulling force. You have become strong, Supreme Thief said, while suppressing the effects of his world. I'm surprised you have taken so little to reach this level. We have done crazy stuff, Noah explained. Feats that only beings with our talent could achieve, Divine Demon exclaimed. Talent alone wouldn't match me, Supreme Thief revealed. You are lucky I'm not a battle maniac. I would have tried to test my real power against you otherwise. Divine Demon laughed, but Noah lowered his eyes. Those words had made him think about June. A long time had passed, and he had no idea about her current position. Yet, he was about to plan a mission in the sky which sounded quite final in his mind. What will you do now? Noah eventually asked. I don't know, Supreme Thief said while asking Divine Demon for a refill. Great Builder usually handles that stuff. We'll probably continue to roam among the storms to hinder heaven and earth's plans. We have yet to reach the peak anyway. They will probably head for the sky after handling some stuff, Divine Demon announced as his eyes moved between Noah and King Elbaz. Are you crazy? Supreme Thief asked as evident confusion filled his face. I thought that was certain by now, Noah sighed. We won't go right away. We'll probably do the same as you to prepare for the mission. This lake seemed an important location, so we attacked it. Right. We still have to destroy the weapon hidden inside this area, Divine Demon recalled. Weapon? Supreme Thief asked. Noah thinks heaven and earth have placed a weapon that might work against their enemies here, Divine Demon revealed. He is usually right about this stuff. Did you hear them? Supreme Thief asked while turning toward Great Builder. We will join them, Great Builder shortly stated before resuming his conversation with King Elbaz. I guess I'm with you then, Supreme Thief laughed while raising his cup. Do you mind making us a cup? Wilfred's voice resounded from under the sea of dark matter, and Noah didn't hesitate to open a passage to let the experts resurface. Wilfred and Stephen came out in the open and sat with the experts. Divine Demon created 2 more cups, and everyone soon found themselves drinking happily. King Elbaz and Great Builder eventually joined them, and Noah removed the sea of dark matter when everyone felt ready to move. The White Lake was ready for the taking, and they couldn't wait to find out what heaven and earth were hiding. The White Lake floated among the sky. A tall mountain stood by its side, and a waterfall descended from its peak. The marvelous environment absorbed and released chaotic laws, and it contained enough energy to make Noah drool. Great Builder, Noah, and King Elbaz thoroughly inspected the area and confirmed that the lake acted as a defensive structure. There seemed to be a separate dimension hidden beneath the shining water, and the experts didn't hesitate to remove it. The lake was massive and its energy incredible, but it lasted only a few seconds in front of the experts. 5 rank 9 existences, Noah, and King Elbaz could seize that power in no time, and even the mountain crumbled after the process was over. Noah didn't even bother to remain disappointed about his growth. His body improved, but the lake was nothing more than a good meal after dividing its energy with his companions. The world appeared seamless after removing the lake, waterfall, and mountain. Whiteness unfolded in the group's eyes together with stable space and no trace of portals that could lead to a separate dimension. "Let me handle this," King Elbaz stated at that sight. Golden light came out of King Elbaz's figure and seeped into the world. Noah couldn't understand what the expert was doing, but he could inspect the changes in the fabric of space to study the event. The world of lines appeared in Noah's eyes and allowed him to see how King Elbaz was forcing the arrays depicting the laws of space trembling to no end. The expert was affecting the stability of the area on a deep level. "I'll help," Noah exclaimed as his dark world expanded, and joined King Elbaz's intense energy without affecting its power. The golden final energy and Noah's higher energy worked together to make the world shake. A small shining opening eventually materialized in the fabric of space and started expanding, but divine demons snorted when the process took too long. A torrent of blood-red energy fell from the storms above the experts after divine demon waved his hand. The river tainted the whiteness and pierced the passage that Noah and King Elbaz were slowly expanding. A spiderweb of cracks spread from that spot and shattered space in multiple points. The fissures that opened after that destruction didn't lead to the void. They connected the white area to a shining environment that tried to hinder the expert's inspection with its blinding light. "What are you even doing?" King Elbaz complained while Noah limited himself to sigh. "You were too slow," Divine Demon explained as a proud smirk appeared on his face. "How many defenses do you think this place has?" King Elbaz shouted. "What can we even fear at our leave dash?" Divine Demon gave an arrogant remark, but the world started to shake violently and cut off his voice. The tremors generated by King Elbaz and Noah had been soft and in line with the laws of space. They were forcing the portal to open naturally to prevent triggering eventual defenses placed in the shining environment. Divine Demon ruined that process and triggered all the defenses that the entrance contained at the same time. Multiple middle-tier auras seeped out of the cracks before a series of crackling avatars climbed out of the shining dimension to appear in the outside world. The avatars appeared denser than those usually fought by the group of experts. The crackling energy that made their bodies was brighter. It seemed to aim to the state of higher energy, but it fell slightly short. The experts could immediately guess that the shining dimension was unique in its purpose. It wouldn't make sense for heaven and earth to store stronger avatars there instead of using them during the tribulations. Is this a proper research ground that heaven and earth couldn't have in the sky? Noah wondered before sending a message through the mental connection. Everyone had gotten ready to fight as soon as the avatars appeared. Still, no one attacked out of fear of damaging the shining separate dimension or triggering even more defenses. The experts were waiting for the avatars to climb out of the cracks completely, but a shadow suddenly flew past them and divided their bodies in half. Those crackling giants lost the connection with their lower bodies, which fell inside the brighter light. The shadow flew over the avatars again before they could understand what had happened, and their heads separated from their maimed bodies. Another attack eventually arrived, and those giants completely shattered into storms of sparks. Night landed on Noah's head while the experts remained stunned. They turned their gazes toward the giant pterodactyl standing on top of their companion before performing simple nods. Night nodded back at the experts, and no one said anything about its cultivation level. Still, everyone felt stunned in front of the overwhelming power that the pterodactyl had unleashed in a matter of seconds. The area fell silent after the sparks transformed into primary energy that flowed toward Noah. He rejoiced at that decent meal, but no emotion appeared on his face. His eyes remained on the shining cracks, and Night's attention also converged there. The shining dimension appeared still. It didn't make any sound nor send more defenses. Night even went back inside Noah's body after confirming that the path was clear. The group began to descend toward the cracks after Night disappeared. The blinding whiteness filled their vision, but their mental waves managed to pierce that light and explore the initial areas of the separate dimension. An ample area contained in a crystal-like material that resembled the sky's fabric unfolded in the expert's senses. The environment was as large as a region, and it stretched far in the distance. Noah even sensed the same tinkering of the laws of space seen in the Orange City. Noah and the others exchanged a glance before turning toward King Elbaz and Great Builder. The two inscription masters had started to set formations on the edges of the cracks. They were obviously creating escape paths before entering the shining dimension, and their companions let them finish the process quietly. The group stepped inside the separate dimension after King Elbaz and Great Builder confirmed that they were done. The blinding whiteness soon enveloped the experts in its heavy radiance, but their laws and worlds fended it off easily. Their mental waves could finally expand without obstructions after crossing the cracks. Noah and the others could inspect the walls, and peculiar cavities soon appeared in their vision. Still, all of them had a defensive layer that even their powerful minds couldn't pierce. The group instinctively flew toward the nearest cavity, where they found a brighter crystal-like structure hidden near its bottom. Noah and King Elbaz exchanged a glance before glaring at Divine Demon and waiting for the expert to nod in approval. The duo started using their energies to inspect that white barrier and slowly uncover its insides. A crack opened before spreading to reveal a 3 meters tall humanoid figure who seemed in a dormant state. That sight left the group confused. They had initially thought that male figure to be a puppet, but the organic fabric and his 3 centers of power were impossible to miss since no energy filled his insides. Nevertheless, everything appeared improved. The cultivator inside the cavity seemed an enhanced version of Heaven and Earth's followers. Moreover, his centers of power were at the bottom of the 9th rank even if they were currently empty. Noah had a vast experience with the Blood Companion, King Elbaz had built countless puppets throughout his life, and Great Builder was the creator of the workshop. The 3 experts could immediately understand that they were in front of a living being that was only waiting for fuel to fill its centers of power. It wasn't hard to guess the puppet's purpose. Heaven and Earth had countless laws and followers, but their enemies had continued to increase as they approached the end of their journey. The rulers were also busy, so improving their army would give them the chance to take care of their opponents without losing focus on what they considered crucial for their path. Heaven and Earth had to defeat the dragons to complete their path, but the monster outside the sky, the Orange City led by their old version, and Noah's group were opponents that would require their full attention. However, everything would change if they could improve their outdated followers. Divine Demon raised his hand, and blood-red energy gathered in his palm. He was ready to destroy the puppet with a single blow, but he held himself back while moving his eyes among Noah, King Elbaz, and Great Builder. The expert knew that the current issue could require more than brute force. "I don't think we can stop this," Noah eventually whispered without moving his piercing gaze away from the empty body. "The blueprint is ready," Great Builder commented. "The stormy regions and the sky might be full of similar locations already. They might need some time to perfect everything," King Elbaz guessed. "This puppet is ready to gain energy and a law." Noah shook his head. "Heaven and Earth are probably trying to find loopholes in their fairness to activate their new army without suffering serious drawbacks. Building a separate dimension inside the stormy region might work in their favor, since they wouldn't rely on the benefits given by the sky." "Do you think that Sword Saint's breakthrough has bought us some time?" King Elbaz asked. "Probably," Noah replied. "But does it even matter? The project is complete. Heaven and Earth will soon have a superior version of cultivators ready to overwhelm us." "It still feels off," Wilfred broke his silence. "The fairness shouldn't be so easy to break. We would be already dead otherwise." "They cheated," Noah explained while pointing at the male puppet. "Heaven and Earth didn't invent a new species. They simply built weaker hybrids." A second of silence followed that revelation, but Supreme Thief quickly added something. "That explains how they have managed to build something like this without triggering drawbacks. Their enemies are getting stronger, so the scales of their fairness have tilted in our favor. Heaven and Earth had the chance to balance it with these living weapons." "Are you implying that we are to blame for this?" Stephen scoffed. "It would make sense," Noah sighed. "The stronger we get, the easier Heaven and Earth can bend their limits in their favor. The same goes for the monster outside the sky and the Orange City. Their influence is expanding, so the rulers are experiencing a new freedom. Silence fell among the group again. It felt disappointing to see heaven and earth using their improvements to find loopholes in their fairness. The event was inevitable, but the experts still found it annoying. Noah's team had a challenging path already. Having to deal with heaven and earth's increasing freedom was another blow that they didn't expect. They knew that their arrival in the 9th rank would unlock a series of punishments that the rulers couldn't deploy before, but the improved army was something completely different. Moreover, that project hinted at the existence of similar experiments meant to defeat whoever dared to oppose heaven and earth. Noah and the others couldn't even start to guess what the rulers could create with their incredible knowledge and resources. So, Divine Demon cleared his throat. Do we burn this place to the ground or not? Maybe give them a bit more to make their minds on the matter, Wilfred whispered. There's nothing to decide. King Elbas sighed before glancing at Noah and Great Builder. I want 1/3 of the puppets for my experiments. I'll take 1/3 for the same reason, Great Builder added before turning toward Noah. I'll eat the rest. Noah shrugged his shoulders before raising his hand to summon his dark matter. Wait! Divine Demon suddenly shouted. I also want a share of these puppets. Why would you even want something like this? King Elbas snorted. You are a brute. I need to add them into my world, Divine Demon announced. Can't you just wave your hand and recreate them with the energy of the world? King Elbas complained. Stealing energy from heaven and earth is always better, Divine Demon explained, and King Elbas couldn't say anything else. His companion's statement was more than reasonable. I actually desire a share of the puppets too, Stephen coughed. It's for my world. King Elbas rolled his eyes, but he couldn't deny those requests. All his companions deserved a share of the puppets, so he limited himself to glare at Wilfred. I'm fine like this, Wilfred quickly stated. I want my share too, Supreme Thief uttered before King Elbas could feel satisfied with Wilfred's answer. Why would you need a share? Great Builder complained. I am the thief, Supreme Thief shouted. I should be the first to steal stuff from heaven and earth. Your world doesn't involve these materials, Great Builder continued. You steal laws and abilities. I am the thief, Supreme Thief shouted. You have already said that, Great Builder sighed. Come on. I'll take you to steal something after this mission. Leave this to Defying Demons Group. But you are taking your share, Supreme Thief replied. Because I need materials to save your ass whenever you cause a mess, Great Builder declared. This scene feels familiar, Divine Demon blurted while tilting his head. King Elbas massaged his temples to suppress the raging irritation that was trying to invade his mind. He couldn't believe how many idiots kept appearing on his path. Great Builder and Supreme Thief bickered for a few seconds, and the latter eventually gave up on his claims. The group would divide the puppets into 5 equal shares as they explored the blinding separate dimension and continued to study the area. King Elbas stepped forward and silently announced how he would start the division. A golden speck of light came out of his body and expanded until it created a membrane around the puppet. The light then shrunk to become a glowing layer that adhered to the empty man's skin. King Elbas performed a pulling gesture with his hand, and the golden membrane brightened before shrinking even further. It transformed into a sphere that floated toward the expert and fused with his body. Everyone prepared themselves for an eventual reaction of the separate dimension. Their mental waves expanded and spread through the whiteness to check the cavities in their range. Noah and the others expected their theft to trigger traps or similar defenses, but the area remained silent. When did you become so good? Wilfred asked. It wasn't me, King Elbas admitted as an ugly expression appeared on his face. Heaven and earth simply don't care about a single puppet, which means that they can produce entire platoons at the same time. Noah continued, and everyone's mood worsened. The moody atmosphere didn't distract the group from their purpose. King Elbas, Noah, Great Builder, Divine Demon, and Stephen alternated themselves while exploring the cavities to divide the corpses equally. The group mostly met puppets at the bottom of the 9th rank, but stronger versions appeared from time to time. They easily calculated how to divide them, and they didn't hold back from speculating about the depths of heaven and earth's preparations. Some of the puppets could become liquid-stage cultivators once filled with energy. A few of them could even aim to reach the solid stage after obtaining a world. The ruler's new army appeared immense and scary. It seemed a better version of the Legion, even if its members weren't exactly as strong as hybrids. Everyone did their best not to trigger traps, but some defenses inevitably activated once the group killed and stole a dozen puppets. Sparks gathered in the crystal walls before giving birth to giant crackling avatars that tried to fill the immense separate dimension. Many avatars had power in the middle tier. That sight would normally scare away entire armies of cultivators. But Noah's group faced their opponents fearlessly. King Elbaz and Noah even made sure to isolate the battlefield to prevent the activation of more traps. Nothing could stand in the path of the 7 experts. Great Builder and Supreme Thief were monsters in the liquid stage, while Stephen, Wilfred, and Divine Demon had just stepped into the 9th rank. Their power was incredible, but Noah and King Elbaz didn't fall short in that battle. The horde of crackling avatars vanished quickly, so the group could resume the looting. Each puppet contained a decent amount of energy even if their centers of power were empty. The raw organic materials that made them were strong enough to satisfy most rank 9 magical beasts due to the improvements that heaven and earth had implemented to that fabric. Noah felt something only when he devoured the puppets ready to become liquid-stage cultivators, but his potential obtained benefits during the whole process. He was stealing directly from heaven and earth, so the anger inherited from Robert's existence intensified after each successful theft. The separate dimension was immense. Noah and the others couldn't help but remain speechless in front of the sheer number of bodies that heaven and earth had prepared for their followers and laws. The number of bodies described the potential power that the rulers could deploy if their fairness didn't limit their freedom. Moreover, King Elbaz, Noah, and Great Builder believed that the separate dimension was only one of the many locations created by heaven and earth to contain those puppets, which hinted at the existence of a far larger army. Noah had always known that the sky could contain hundreds of rank 9 cultivators since heaven and earth had been in charge of the world for entire eras. Yet, the contents of the blinding separate dimension made him rethink his initial estimate. The rulers might have thousands of rank 9 experts hidden inside their cities. Noah wasn't the only one to realize that. The separate dimension was a window that allowed the group to explore heaven and earth's power, and some conclusions were obvious. The rulers were far stronger than predicted, but that felt almost expected at that point. Overcoming them wouldn't be considered impossible otherwise. The group's mood plummeted whenever they met a puppet with the potential to reach the solid stage after obtaining energy. Wilfred even counted them with his fingers to highlight how deeply those scenes hit him. Those bodies represented opponents at the peak of the cultivation journey that they would eventually face. It was almost normal to feel worried about the future. Noah felt conflicted. He hated the idea of being so far away from his goal, but those scenes also rekindled his hope. His requirements had become insane after his experiments with the ethereal blackness, so he had started to wonder whether the entirety of the higher plane could meet them. Still, it seemed that heaven and earth had him covered. The sky definitely had enough energy. The group remained inside the blinding separate dimension for a long time. The stronger puppets needed longer to break or capture, and the random activation of traps slowed down the exploration even further. The area was also immense, so the experts spent many years gathering energy or stealing valuable materials. A change happened after the group hit the 10 years mark. An even brighter light suddenly ran down the crystal walls and filled the various cavities that still had the giant bodies in their insides. Intense energy filled the entirety of the separate dimension and made King Elbaz prepare the escape route set in advance. Noah and the others gathered around King Elbaz and deployed their defensive abilities. None of them complained when they noticed that their companion waited before activating the teleport. Everyone had silently agreed to inspect the sudden event instead of running away immediately. The cavities lit up even if blinding whiteness already filled the entirety of the area. Energy entered the bodies inside those holes and activated their structures. Multiple auras spread throughout the separate dimension as the puppets took life and flew out of their chrysalises. Noah's team could gain a glimpse of heaven and earth's new army, and the sight was breathtaking. The puppets didn't gain actual worlds. The rulers had only given them enough energy to make them exit their cavities. But the auras that they released remained oppressing. Each puppet appeared far stronger than the usual cultivators in Heaven and Earth's system. It seemed that their improved structure could enhance the energy flowing out of their centers of power and add specific effects. Of course, the puppets' auras didn't have any unique effect now since they lacked worlds. Still, Noah's group could notice and study many features now that the improved cultivators had activated. Nothing escaped their senses as they stared at the army amassing next to the crystal walls. The army didn't attack. The puppets limited themselves to fix their glowing eyes on the black sea that contained Noah's group. No emotion appeared on their faces, but Noah and Stephen could sense a slight annoyance in the auras that filled the separate dimension. Noah and Stephen exchanged a knowing glance. Their anger toward the rulers had granted them improved senses when it came to matters related to the sky. Both experts could understand that heaven and earth didn't wake up to interrupt that destruction. They had only prepared a mechanism that would allow them to salvage most puppets if an invasion were to happen. The puppets' gazes pierced the dark world and the other defenses around the group of experts before moving upward. The separate dimension started to shatter, and everything turned into primary energy that fused with the world before the experts could absorb any of it. The usual light of the sky shone on Noah's group and the army, but no storms managed to reach their position. The sheer pressure that enveloped the entire area was too dense for those chaotic laws. Even the largest gales shattered as soon as they entered the range of those oppressing auras. The many puppets didn't do much. They shot toward the sky as soon as the fabric of space stabilized before disappearing among the storms. Noah tried to use his enhanced sense to keep track of them, but their trace suddenly vanished after they got too far away. It was clear that they had entered the white layer that covered the entire plane. The departure of the powerful army put an end to the dangerous mission and forced the experts to make a point of their situation. Noah and the others gathered in the barren environment that stood right under their location and sat in a circle to enjoy Divine Demon's wine and spend some last moments together. The words didn't arrive right away. The 7 experts preferred to rest a bit before voicing matters that everyone had long since predicted due to the behavior of their other companions. Stephen, Wilfred, and Divine Demon had stepped into the 9th rank. They had to focus on improving their worlds and growing accustomed to their new powers now. Being in a group would only slow down their growth, especially since the influences of their companions would be a constant pressure to fend off during the journey. Supreme Thief and Great Builder were in a similar situation. They had met Noah's group by chance while they were busy hindering Heaven and Earth's projects. They had a mission that didn't only involve their personal power, which inevitably put them on a path far different from Noah and the others. The group was bound to separate and leave only King Elbaz and Noah together. The event would typically bring happiness since it hinted at the experts' improvements, but something was different now. King Elbaz had asked Noah an important favor, and that made the duo's minds quite heavy. The sky was the next goal. Noah and King Elbaz wouldn't go there right away, but they both knew that a few millennia wouldn't be enough to prepare them for the mission. They could increase their power and get their hands on insane battle prowess, but everything paled in front of the might that the white layer might contain. Noah had yet to start planning that mission, but things looked quite rough, especially since his team wouldn't have any rank 9 expert. Night was a valuable asset, and Noah planned to bring his other companions to the 9th rank, but even that might not be enough for the sky. "We might as well leave now," Great Builder announced once the silence became deafening. "Meeting you all had been an interesting turn of events, but we have to stick to a strict schedule. I can already feel another important event happening somewhere in that direction." Great Builder stood up, and Supreme Thief gulped his cup before imitating him. The 2 experts were about to leave without wasting time in futile goodbyes, but Noah stopped them before they could turn. "Wait," Noah uttered while moving his gaze on King Elbaz. "Can you make a copy of the old ruler's tracker?" King Elbaz didn't give his usual arrogant remark. His skin resembled a dense liquid as he put his hand inside his chest and took out an orange notebook. "They are potential allies," Noah described while King Elbaz handed the notebook to Great Builder. "Potential allies that might turn into the true enemy." Wilfred commented. I'm sure they don't need us to explain why they shouldn't trust the old rulers, King Elbaz added. Great Builder and Supreme Thief revealed surprised expressions, but they didn't question the experts any further. They performed a bow before turning to leave and disappearing among the storms. What do you have in mind now? Wilfred asked without looking at anyone, but Noah and King Elbaz knew that the question was aimed at them. I'm not sure you want to hear that, Divine Demon laughed. We don't, Stephen stated. Xavier got crazier throughout the years. Noah has a bad influence on existences. Can we stop blaming me for this stuff? Noah sneered. I'm completely innocent this time around. I still don't want to hear it. Stephen laughed while standing up and rising his cup toward his companions. I need to go through a long journey alone. I hope to meet all of you soon. Noah and the others raised their cups and drank. Stephen left right after everyone gulped their wine. I think I should go too, Wilfred announced while standing up. It's pointless to delay this. We have been together for millennia already. It's time that I explore my new power on my own. Divine Demon refilled everyone's cups with a wave of his hand, but Wilfred left before toasting with his companion. He flew toward the storm slowly, without forgetting to sip his wine from time to time. Well, Divine Demon exclaimed before standing up. It's up to me to make the departing speech. Please don't, King Elbaz promptly refused. You might affect our minds or something. Let's not risk it. He still thinks that I listen to him. Divine Demon laughed, and Noah couldn't help but smirk when he met his gaze. Do as you wish, you unreasonable brute. King Elbaz gave up on stopping Divine Demon. I'll spend a few centuries removing your words from my mental sphere afterward. I'll miss teasing you. Divine Demon laughed before wearing a serious expression and turning toward Noah. My heir, don't forget what it is that makes us demons. Our opponent is the very world. So fill it with the blood of your opponents before devouring it. Don't you dare to make me shatter the sky on my own. And you try not to make things harder for us by falling prey to heaven and earth. Noah replied. Do that only after we shatter the sky, King Elbaz added, and the two experts shot confused glances at him. What? King Elbaz scoffed. I would gladly study that fusion. The pig was right about you, Divine Demon sighed. Its words have never made sense. King Elbaz complained. He squeals like a true demon, Divine Demon declared while looking at the sky to perform a gesture that the foolery usually made. You are the punishment that heaven and earth have prepared for me. King Elbaz shook his head. I'm your leader's master, Divine Demon shouted. This makes me your master. Kowtow before I throw you into a pack of dragons. Why don't you leave and be heaven and earth's problem already? King Elbaz asked before turning toward Noah. You stop laughing. We have an impossible mission to prepare. We can't waste time dealing with this idiot. I wonder, Noah teased, what if I made the foolery my second in command? Wouldn't that make it Xavier's superior? That's a great idea, my heir, Divine Demon shouted as his eyes lit up. You can't do that, King Elbaz stated before wearing a worried expression. Can you? That pig can't even command itself. It squeals like a true demon, Noah repeated before hiding his grin behind his cup. Divine Demon exploded into a loud laugh, but his serious expression returned as silence fell among the group. The time for jokes was over. He had to leave and explore the higher plane with his new world to understand how to improve further. We'll be fine, Noah said before nodding at Divine Demon. Of course you'll be, Divine Demon snorted. I'll see you around. Divine Demon turned to stroll through the storms. The chaotic laws changed color and gathered under his feet to create proper steps as he walked forward. They even poured wine into his cup whenever he emptied it. It seemed that the entire world was at his service, and that guess wasn't too distant from the truth. King Elbaz and Noah remained silent even after they emptied their cups. They stared at the storms, trying to get past the innate pressure that their existences radiated. Are we really going to do that then? Noah eventually asked. As long as you are up for that, King Elbaz replied. Fine then, Noah sighed. Let's invade the sky. King Elbaz and Noah had remained on their own. They could theoretically start planning their insane mission right away, but they didn't dare to set off for that already. The recent battle had given both of them new insights about their existences. King Elbaz had transformed, while Noah had understood that his companions had to face their respective breakthroughs before him. That wasn't an actual requirement, but he believed that he wouldn't be able to obtain what his centers of power needed otherwise. Noah knew that his dantian and body would only require more and more as he continued to advance on the cultivation journey. He didn't even want to think about the 9th rank for now, since the previous level was already causing enough problems. He had even made things worse with the ethereal blackness, so the situation looked quite grim. However, Noah wasn't a simple existence. His personal power was incredible, and he could also rely on the living beings he had built to be the best version of themselves. Night's breakthrough had revealed how powerful his companions could become. The pterodactyl had transformed into a being that heaven and earth struggled to detect. It existed to sever their light and the laws that dared to stand on its path. Night's power alone was immense, but the other companions could reach a similar level. Some of them might not share the pterodactyl's potential, but Noah felt sure that they would reach incredible heights nonetheless after stepping into the 9th rank. That would make Noah able to go far beyond what his personal power allowed him to reach. The enhanced aspects of his existence and his ambition gave him the chance to fight liquid stage cultivators. But he struggled to kill them since his might wasn't always enough against those powerful worlds. Night had solved that issue and had proven that Noah could do more before reaching the 9th rank. The idea of defeating an actual solid-stage cultivator before obtaining a complete world didn't seem too impossible if he could use all his companions. The problem started there. Only Night had stepped on the 9th rank, which left Snore, Duanlong, the Cursed Sword, the Parasite, and Shafu. All of them would require a massive amount of energy and special conditions. The Cursed Sword and the Parasite shouldn't cause too many problems, Noah thought while meditating inside a simple hole that he had filled with his dark matter. The Cursed Sword might even be almost there, since I'm only fighting stronger opponents lately. As for the Parasite, I guess it only needs energy after inheriting part of Robert's existence, but I'd rather leave it as last. The Parasite fed on Noah's energy when he didn't provide it with external nutrients. The black hole could keep it in check in its current state, but things could change if it advanced into the 9th rank. Everything would be far harder with the other companions. Duanlong could express hunger and greed in its superior form, which was still relatively simple. Instead, Snore and Shafu were complicated beings, especially the former. Noah had built Shafu to collect entire regions inside its separate space, but it had other abilities, and heaven and earth had yet to see some of them. Still, the six-armed dragon was an embodiment of his existence, similar to the demonic sword. It had a vaguely clear path to follow, so its breakthrough would eventually come as long as Noah deployed it into battles. Snore was the greatest problem. Noah had initially created it to be blood companion that could change its role and functions depending on his needs. The snake had then evolved into a being that expressed the dark world's destructiveness, and it had continued to grow on that path. Noah feared that Snore would require the breakthrough of the black hole to reach the 9th rank, meaning that it would have to wait for his Dantian to advance. That wasn't ideal, mainly because he wanted the snake to be free from any restriction that his centers of power might generate. That wish wasn't only meant to benefit Snore and give it its well-deserved freedom from his centers of power. Noah also wanted to avoid being unable to deploy the blood companion because his Dantian had yet to reach the intended level. That event was very likely to happen in that case, since his organs' requirements would skyrocket in the 9th rank. Noah wasn't the type to jump into random battles in the hope of achieving his goals, especially when some of his companions had precise requirements. He could theoretically create the perfect conditions for each breakthrough, but that would cause other problems. He might risk putting Snore and the others on a wrong path if he influenced everything too deeply. His doubts never found answers even after he spoke with King Elbaz about the issue. The latter was cultivating in a luxurious habitation built right next to his hole. He had created it when the two decided to rest for a while, but they often met to discuss important topics. Noah had learnt about the final energy during one of his meetings. That discovery had left him speechless but also confused. The final existence that King Elbaz had developed was real, but Noah didn't see how anyone could obtain it without being on a specific path. He even acknowledged that he couldn't get there due to the many transformations that his laws experienced. The questions on Noah's side always involved his companions. The two experts didn't talk about the sky during their meetings, but their conversations rarely led somewhere. They soon accepted that their paths existed on realms too personal. They could only limit themselves to contradict each other whenever they found a flaw in their friend's reasoning. Let's say that you completely understand your living puppets, King Elbaz uttered while marching inside his immense golden room. Noah was sitting next to a wall, and he promptly let go of the cup in his hands to stop Night from attacking King Elbaz. His mental waves prevented the wine from falling on the floor, but the cultivator still turned to heave a helpless sigh. "I know that you aren't puppets," King Elbaz explained. "That's just your definition in the inscription fields. Find the inscription masters from the past eras if you care about the meaning of a single word." Night snorted, but it eventually went back inside Noah's body. The latter could pick his cup again and enjoy the wine that King Elbaz had made during one of his many projects. "As I was saying," King Elbaz cleared his throat, "the breakthroughs would still have some flaws. It doesn't matter if you manage to tune the amount of danger perfectly. The process would be artificial and might lead to possible fatal mistakes." "I am artificial," Noah replied. "I came out well." "I would like to object," King Elbaz scoffed. "But you aren't the topic here. I know that you believe in your ambition, and you might even be right. Your influence might fix every flaw caused by an artificial breakthrough. But do you really want to risk your companion's future? It might take many millennia if we limit ourselves to hunting down cultivators," Noah declared. "I don't have millennia," King Elbaz sighed. 2,000 to 3,000 years is my limit. I can stretch that period, but I can't stop the inevitable decay of my existence. And I won't go back to what I was after shutting up Divine Architect so dramatically. "We can go into dangerous areas to improve my companion's chances," Noah suggested. "Though a few millennia might not be enough even in that eventuality. You should let the breakthroughs be natural if you want your companions to express the entirety of themselves," King Elbaz responded as his expression turned serious. "You can still refuse to help me. I would consider that in your situation." Noah wouldn't go back on his word. That wasn't a matter of honor or similar things that had no meaning in his mind. He wanted to help King Elbaz, and he wished to perform his first exploration of the sky with him. Truth be told, King Elbaz was the perfect companion for such an insane mission. He was ready for every situation, and his current unstable state wouldn't change that. Noah couldn't even imagine his friend getting desperate in front of death. Still, the issue remained. Noah would probably fail to complete his preparations before his friend reached a critical state and forced him to start the mission. King Elbaz didn't necessarily have to enter the sky, but he didn't need to explain how the insides of the white layer would have more value. Nothing could compare to a chunk that had never touched the outside world. Its level of purity would be on a superior league. The two had to enter the sky, avoid ending up in one of the many traps that environment would probably contain, and leave in one piece, at least ideally. Simple holes wouldn't work in that situation. They would have to create a proper passage through formations and inscriptions, and King Elbaz's expertise alone wasn't enough for the task. King Elbaz wouldn't be able to create a formation capable of surpassing heaven and earth's natural defenses even if he relied on his final existence. The expert needed Noah's ability to find flaws in the ruler's system, and the two might even require the Orange City's help at some point. Noah and King Elbaz had yet to talk about the topic, but they shared similar mindsets. They knew that the old rulers could help a lot in such a dangerous mission, but they also understood that leaving them in the dark was better. "Do you think we can defeat solid-stage cultivators if we fight together?" Noah asked in a vague tone. "I don't think we can fight together." King Elbaz laughed as he pointed his palm on the floor to summon a golden screen that depicted the many functions of the habitation. "I think we'll just die," Noah stated. "Neither of us has attacks able to damage such strong worlds. We can't pick them as targets. You do realize that we should avoid dying before approaching the sky, don't you?" King Elbaz mocked. We'll probably have to face hordes of cultivators in the 9th rank if we enter the sky. Noah sighed. That even is the best-case scenario since it doesn't involve solid-stage experts and those improved versions that we have found in the separate dimension. We are basically relying on heaven and earth's fairness here. Failing to get stronger might help us then, King Elbaz explained. I don't want to rely on something created by heaven and earth, Noah responded. I'd rather bet everything on my personal power. I think we should try to be flexible when it comes to this mission, King Elbaz suggested. You should have asked that before the divine ranks, Noah grinned. We are stuck with ourselves now, and I can't say no to power. We can at least try not to create loopholes for heaven and earth, King Elbaz argued. Can you even calculate how their fairness will change depending on our growth? Noah asked. I tried once, but I find the topic quite boring, King Elbaz replied. Calculating the full extent of heaven and earth's fairness wouldn't be a problem if I had a clear understanding of the entirety of their power and a list of every living being in their world. They should be easy to get before you fall apart, Noah joked. It's not like I can deploy this plan with such a brute as a companion, King Elbaz scoffed. You can always leave me behind, Noah teased. I actually need your existence more than my immense expertise, King Elbaz revealed in a disappointed tone. You can try not to brag next time, Noah laughed. You might end up complimenting me like that. The conversation continued with a few jokes, but it eventually ended. The two experts were almost ready to leave, and their next target would depend on the old ruler's intel. Noah and King Elbaz spent a few more years cultivating in their respective training areas or talking in their occasional meetings, but they eventually decided to leave the region. They had discussed their next targets after contacting the old rulers, and their decision had been obvious due to the nature of their situation. The old rulers had never stopped sending their improved magical beasts into the stormy regions. The Orange City's influence had continued to expand while Noah and King Elbaz rested and prepared for their next mission. The old heaven and earth had slowly become a proper parasite that was taking over the higher plane, and their new version appeared unable to stop them. The old rulers never lost anything during the expansion. The stormy regions had countless magical beasts, with many of them in the 9th rank. Moreover, the breeding grounds in the Orange City had reached levels of efficiency that left even King Elbaz stunned. The old heaven and earth didn't lack troops, and they always managed to succeed in their goals. The old heaven and earth had it relatively easy. Their victories didn't only come from the conquest of areas inside the stormy regions. They were happy as long as the rulers wasted energy to stop their improved magical beasts, which was impossible to avoid. The old rulers were doing what Noah had planned from time to time. Damaging heaven and earth was easy with the sheer number of resources and methods that the Orange City could deploy, and Noah only rejoiced reading the many reports that arrived in the special device. Heaven and earth appeared on the losing side of that battle. The old rulers knew them too well, but worry inevitably started to form inside Noah's mind as he realized that those powerful allies were slowly developing a proper personality. The old rulers were regaining what they had lost during the severing from the sky. They weren't going back to their previous form, but Noah didn't like seeing them growing at such a fast pace. Still, his worries didn't stop him from using their reports. King Elbaz and Noah had picked a suitable target as soon as they decided to inspect the intel. It consisted of another area guarded by liquid-stage cultivators. The experts there were defending a massive tree that could surpass most mountains in terms of size. The old rulers didn't know whether the tree hid a separate dimension, but the presence of liquid-stage cultivators described how important the area was for heaven and earth. Noah and King Elbaz had stopped caring about hurting heaven and earth for now. They had far bigger problems to deal with. The area only had 2 liquid-stage cultivators, which made it perfect for their needs. "Excuse me?" an old-looking cultivator asked in his rough voice as he stared at Noah and King Elbaz. "I'm not sure I heard you correctly either," the enchanting middle-aged woman at the cultivator side exclaimed. "It's not that hard," Noah repeated himself while heaving a helpless sigh. "You both know that we will win, so let me cut the tree first. It seems tougher than you anyway." Noah and King Elbaz had reached their destination quickly, but they had remained stunned in front of the sheer size of the tree. The existence was a magical plant in the middle tier that had naturally gained heaven and earth's aura after absorbing their chaotic laws for many years. This power even seemed off compared to its actual level. Noah's instincts had immediately told him that the tree was unique. It had a vast dark brown trunk that stretched for entire regions, and its branches grew until the end of the storms. They didn't have leaves, but they still created multiple pulling forces that dragged the chaotic laws into their tough fabric. The tree wasn't made of wood. King Elbaz and Noah struggled to understand the actual nature of the plant's fabric. They didn't even know if its peculiar aura was a natural occurrence or a consequence of the hidden meanings left by heaven and earth in their chaotic laws. Their failure to study the magical plant from their position gave birth to an intense curiosity, hindered only by the 2 liquid-stage cultivators who had stepped off the tree to meet them. "A few victories don't mean anything," the old-looking cultivator stated, but Noah and King Elbaz didn't miss the faint hesitation that tried to come out of his cold expression. The enchanting woman was experiencing the same emotions. It was clear that the 2 cultivators had learnt about the recent feats performed by Noah's group. A bunch of rank 8 experts had defeated a group of liquid-stage existences, and they had come for more victims now. Heaven and earth were in a dormant state, but their followers could still access the network in the sky. They could learn and study what had happened in the regions around the floating lake, and those scenes inevitably left them worried. Noah's team had members capable of unleashing an unreasonable power that didn't follow any label. The cultivators defending the tree had even ended up meeting 2 of the most troublesome experts in that group. One of them was Noah himself, while the other was the inscription master who had won a bet against Divine Architect. It was normal to feel worried in that situation. Noah wouldn't even blame them too much if it weren't for the intense anger that his existence generated in front of heaven and earth's followers. Those experts had failed to remain true to their journey, so they had ended up unable to understand the superior power wielded by his group. Noah's statement about the tree's toughness wasn't a random comment meant to enrage his 2 opponents. The magical plant truly appeared stronger than the 2 experts. He was even planning to push the cursed sword past its limits, and that dark brown trunk seemed a good opponent. Obviously, the 2 cultivators took his words as an insult, but they didn't dare to act recklessly. They could experience real death in that situation, so they decided to wait until Noah and King Elbaz's intentions became clear. Unluckily for them, their opponents had more sharp remarks under their sleeves. "To think that we would make heaven and earth's followers tremble in fear with our sole presence," King Elbaz commented. "The rulers have really stopped caring about that part of their power." "They never really cared," Noah explained. "They only needed someone to handle problems that they deemed unworthy of their attention. Everything became a mess as the time of their breakthrough drew close. I wonder when we'll see the upgrade in action," King Elbaz wondered before turning toward the 2 liquid-stage cultivators. "When are your new bodies coming? I thought the first batch was ready for testing." The 2 cultivators widened their eyes but remained silent. They couldn't believe how calm Noah and King Elbaz appeared in that situation. 2 experts near the end of the cultivation journey were standing before them, but they barely saw that as a danger. "They probably need heaven and earth to transfer the actual laws," Noah guessed. "You are right," King Elbaz sighed. "Those laws don't even belong to them anymore." King Elbaz ended his comment with a chuckle that enraged the 2 experts even more. His gesture didn't have any hidden meaning. He was conversing as if he were inside his training area. The same went for Noah, who struggled to take the situation seriously. His destination was the sky, and everything before that was mere preparation for that incredible event. 2 liquid-stage cultivators couldn't claim the entirety of his attention now that he had Night's new power at his side. "So," Noah eventually said after the silence remained in its place for a few seconds, "we have a lot to do and not enough time. Can you just move away? We might even let you go afterward." "We should say that," the old-looking cultivator complained, but his words didn't have the intended effects since Noah and King Elbaz started to ignore him to focus on the tree. "We can't let you touch the tree," the woman announced and finally claimed her opponent's attention. "It's our role to protect this unique magical plant. You'll have to defeat us to get to it." Noah and King Elbaz exchanged a meaningful glance before focusing on the cultivators again. The two then voiced a request at the same time. "Do you mind splitting?" "Not a chance." The old-looking cultivator snorted, and a faint smirk appeared on his face when he saw that his opponent's eyes sharpened at his firm refusal. Noah and King Elbaz had very different existences. They weren't in the 9th rank yet, but they would still end up weakening each other on a small battlefield. Instead, heaven and earth's followers carried the same power source, even if it took different forms. "I need to make this annoying guy reach the 9th rank," Noah revealed as he drew the cursed sword from the center of his chest. The bloodlust that accompanied the appearance of the cursed sword made the world tremble. The fabric of space threatened to shatter, but it appeared strangely tough in that area. It seemed that the tree had rooted its existence into the very world, which enhanced its stability. Noah and King Elbaz noticed that feature and experienced a newfound curiosity toward the magical plant. Their desire to uncover the secrets behind the tree intensified and made them unfold the entirety of their auras. The demonic sword appeared in Noah's left hand, and his many empowerments began to flow throughout his body and weapons. King Elbaz's crown brightened, a spear materialized at his side, and golden runes started to shine on his skin. Noah and King Elbaz were mere rank 8 cultivators, but their auras ended up opening cracks into the fabric of the world after they unfolded completely. The empowerments of the tree didn't matter anymore at that point, and the two cultivators could only remain speechless. The enchanting woman and the old-looking expert had studied the battles near the floating lake, but Noah and King Elbaz appeared completely different from those scenes. They radiated the same pressure as rank 9 existences even if their level remained in the 8th rank. The effects that their auras spread throughout the world told the two cultivators that their opponents were no different from liquid stage beings. The scene was breathtaking. The fabric of the world shattered as Noah and King Elbaz unfolded their auras and showed the full potential of their cultivation level. Both experts had access to energies that went beyond the simple breath, but that alone wasn't enough to justify the insane power carried by their auras. Their existences carried far more, and the two cultivators near the tree could understand how they got their hands on such a defying might. King Elbaz's final existence was hard to explain, but the two cultivators understood the analogy with the final energy. The expert could express more power due to the higher quality of his law. He wasn't only purer. He stood on higher realms even if his cultivation level had yet to reach the 9th rank. Noah was far different. He was a complicated existence who had stolen laws and techniques to add them to his aspects. Those parts of his true meaning had become so strong that his centers of power struggled to fuel them at times. The effects that those two different existences could spread into the world were astonishing, and they didn't only involve mere destruction. The energy in the fabric of space and whiteness transformed under Noah and King Elbaz's influence, and the two cultivators could study those changes before their opponents absorbed it. Noah's influence forced the energy of the world to evolve. The transformation wasn't immediate. His anger focused on destroying those laws before rebuilding them into beings or substances that wanted to oppose heaven and earth. The two cultivators couldn't see the complete process because his greed ended up absorbing that power before it gained a significant form. King Elbaz's aura made everything shine with a golden light. The tainted laws couldn't help but glow with the same radiance that made his body, and trails of energy inevitably flowed inside him. Still, part of that fuel ended up leaving his figure and returning to the world in a far purer shape. Noah never failed to absorb that pure energy, so a large crack slowly expanded behind him as his aura continued to rage. He resembled the embodiment of destruction in that form, but his companion soon scolded him. "We need a battlefield to fight," King Elbaz scolded. "Don't be so stingy," Noah complained. "Give me more of that power. I'm trying to fix what you are breaking." King Elbaz snorted. "Don't make it so appealing then," Noah continued. "Come on," King Elbaz sighed. "Turn everything black, and let's move to the other issue." Noah heaved an annoyed sigh, but he abided by that suggestion. The pulling force that his body naturally released stopped affecting his surroundings, but his influence remained. A dark halo slowly took over the whiteness around him and expanded to close the cracks in the sky. The two cultivators didn't know when the surprises would end. Noah and King Elbaz had shown how their rank 8 auras could rival liquid stage experts in terms of power, but that was only a first demonstration of their actual strength. A threatening sensation accompanied the cracks that had followed that event, but even they eventually vanished. An expanding black spot had replaced the cracks now. Noah's influence was transforming his surroundings. The part of the sky infected by his aura began to echo his enmity toward heaven and earth and started to attack the whiteness. "That's not better," King Elbaz shouted when he saw cracks appearing where the white and black sky clashed. "Nothing ever pleases you," Noah responded. "You only made everything worse," King Elbaz added after ignoring the obvious tease. "Stop destroying everything." "I'm not sure that I can," Noah shrugged his shoulder. "We are in heaven and earth's world. It's in my nature to break it." "Forget it," King Elbaz gave up. "Let's focus on the battle." Noah laughed before closing his eyes. He couldn't control the nature of his aura, but he could decide which aspects would influence the world. Everything about him wanted to go against heaven and earth, but he could find something that didn't make the battlefield fall apart. The blackness around him stopped expanding and started to condense until it transformed into a thin liquid that resumed spreading into the world. The influence radiated by the dark material forced the sky to evolve into a similar substance. Noah was infecting his surroundings without destroying them. "It wasn't so hard," King Elbaz whispered. "I must warn you," Noah exclaimed while scratching the side of his head and inspecting the expanding blackness. "This thing will probably take life at some point. The destruction will resume then." King Elbaz shook his head, but he couldn't add anything. He couldn't change Noah's existence, and using his power to go against it would only make him push back even harder. That was one of the weaknesses of fighting with such a strong expert, and he couldn't do anything to avoid it. The two cultivators stared at the expanding blackness for a while before deciding to unfold their auras. Two different worlds appeared before Noah and King Elbaz, but their power didn't cause any conflict when it spread into the world. The two existences even blended when they met each other. The old-looking cultivator's aura was dense and menacing, but it had no shape. Noah and King Elbaz tried to study its nature as it seeped into the fabric of the world, but it was impossible to understand what it did in that situation. They could only confirm that it contained an insane amount of power. Instead, the enchanting woman's aura was thin and almost invisible, but its effects were quite obvious. Both Noah and King Elbaz began to struggle to focus on her since her power tried to affect their minds. "You can have the woman," King Elbaz uttered. "Illusions and similar techniques would only make me desire to break them." "I don't think they'll let us split them," Noah guessed as he placed his swords on his shoulders. "We can try, but we'll probably do better if we unleash everything we have on killing them right away." "You shouldn't limit yourself to your swords then," King Elbaz commented. "You should use one of the weapons created inside your habitation then," Noah mocked as a wide grin appeared on his face. King Elbaz also smiled before pointing his spear forward. His crown brightened and filled the area with a blinding light that made the two cultivators unable to keep track of their opponents. The glow lasted for less than a second, but a golden beam promptly replaced it. The old-looking cultivator snorted before raising his open palm toward the beam. He closed his hand with a quick movement, and a series of explosions resounded inside the attack. The powerful golden light never managed to reach him. A crack suddenly opened between the two cultivators. Both of them instinctively turned and prepared for Noah's attack, but more cracks spread all around them without revealing their opponent. The cultivators had studied Noah's battle style deeply. They knew about his sudden attacks, but that unclear turn of events left them confused. Their confusion only increased when the dark world engulfed them and suppressed their power. The two cultivators only needed to make their auras burst outward to get rid of that technique. Still, the entirety of the dark matter transformed into slashes that converged toward their position before they could realize what was happening. Noah had already activated the unstable substance and his ambition. A dark aura that featured various faces covered the slashes and increased their power as they rained toward the cultivators. Space shattered as the slashes began to absorb the energy of the world. Some attacks risked falling in the same cracks they opened, but they magically teleported past them as they continued to converge toward the cultivators. The old-looking man didn't hesitate to spread his arms and close his hands with the same sharp movement as before. Countless explosions resounded among the tight array of slashes. The expert had managed to target each attack, and his technique carried enough power to destroy all of them. The dark matter dispersed among the sky, but a few black spots remained around the cultivators and continued to fly toward them. The old-looking cultivator pointed his hands toward them, but a shadow suddenly severed his arms. The sudden injury interrupted his concentration and allowed the black spots to arrive above him. One of them was a massive winged snake, while the others were a series of fiendish figures and six-armed dragons that carried unstable energy. Noah had used the dark matter to hide his companion and his techniques. He wanted to prioritize using the cursed sword, but he wasn't stupid enough to limit the power of his assault in front of two liquid-stage cultivators. He would rely on his weapon only if the situation allowed it. Snore spat a wave of destructive dark matter that tried to engulf the cultivators. A dark aura covered the snake and brought its power to the 9th rank, but the woman only needed to wave her hand to divert the threatening attack. The man snorted as his eyes sharpened. Explosions resounded again as the dragons and fiendish figures blew up. He didn't need his arms to deploy his techniques, but he didn't dare to let that faint shadow hit him again. Night was in the area. It planned to fly toward the cultivators again, but its instincts forced it to halt its movements. Strange energy had appeared around the two cultivators. The entire area covered by that fuel seemed about to explode if something dared to cross it too quickly. Night didn't need to transmit that understanding through the mental connection. Noah had also noticed that layer of explosive energy and had warned Snore. The snake dispersed and revealed his figure. He had already raised his blades to prepare a powerful slash. Noah showed a cold smile as his blades descended. He didn't care about the explosive power contained in the energy that surrounded the two cultivators. He would rather force it to detonate according to his terms than leave it in place as a weapon for his enemies. A giant slash came out of the blades, and the whiteness cracked in multiple spots. Black lines spread through the sky before detonating the destructive power that they contained. Masses of energy gathered above many fissures, but Noah's attack absorbed them without showing the slightest hesitation. The old-looking cultivator voiced a battle cry as he used the energy that had previously seeped into the world to create explosions inside the slash. He didn't feel confident in destroying it entirely, but he believed that his attacks would take care of most of its power. Yet, no explosions followed his attack. The old-looking cultivator knew that he had activated his technique correctly. His energy had detonated, but the connection with that power had vanished before it could affect the slash. The expert could immediately connect the strange event to what Noah had revealed in his previous battle. The latter had managed to handle Grazia's light with small versions of the dark world that featured stretched space. That gave him the chance to absorb enemy attacks before they could release their power, and the same had happened with the explosions in the slash. The old-looking cultivator understood what had happened, but he remained surprised anyway. The battle had yet to enter its second minute, but Noah had already developed a method to counter his explosion. That level of thinking speed was simply insane. The expert didn't let Noah's insane power dishearten him. Energy flowed out of his wounds and restored his arms so that he could spread them as he turned to face the slash. Multiple masses of energy appeared in the sky that separated the two cultivators and the massive slash. The pulling force of Noah's attack tried to drag them into its insides, but they detonated as soon as an external influence tried to affect them. Noah couldn't use his defensive technique against so many explosions, especially since they were already releasing their power. His small version of the dark world would only crumble while it tried to absorb that raging energy. Still, that didn't stop Noah from reacting to that attack. He slashed his weapons again, and a second slash came out of the swords. That blow was weaker since it didn't have access to the energy on its path, but Noah believed that everything would be fine after it fed on the aftermath of the explosions. The first slash became a shield for the second, but the woman suddenly decided to effect that exchange. She placed her palm under her mouth and blew her light energy toward the incoming attacks. The woman's energy didn't affect the explosions, but something strange happened when it reached the first slash. Noah could sense part of the dark matter escaping his control and leaving the fabric of his attack. The slash continued to move forward, but it ended up clashing with the energy that had left its structure. The woman had only managed to affect a fifth of the attack, but her power didn't affect the might reached by Noah's energy. The impact ended up being quite violent, and it even created a hole in the massive blow. The slash then reached the array of explosions and crumbled in no time. It only managed to shield the second attack from a minor part of the raging energy filling the environment, so the detonations turned out to be quite effective. Noah watched as his second slash failed to reach the unstable area that the old-looking cultivator had created around his companion and him. The detonations crushed it before it could fly too close to the two experts. They are strong then, Noah accepted in his mind. Noah felt that the tree was stronger than his current opponents, but the latter remained liquid-stage cultivators, and he was fighting two of them at the same time. His power alone wasn't enough to deal with them. Noah almost felt the need to curse at his companion, but the latter didn't leave him alone for too long. A series of golden runes spread in the sky as the dark matter finished dispersing. Those inscriptions reached the unstable area and fused with it before creating a passage in its structure. The old-looking cultivator's eyes widened when he saw his energy moving on its own. He tried to detonate it, but he discovered that the golden halo radiated by the runes hindered his connection with his energy. King Elbaz materialized among the opening, and he didn't waste time in useless conversations. He waved his hands toward the two cultivators, and his runes pushed the unstable energy toward them. It didn't take much before that defensive technique transformed into a proper attack that exploded on its caster. King Elbaz had turned the defensive technique into his own attack and had forced it to crash on the two cultivators. The area filled with explosive energy was too close to the two experts, so they didn't have the time to react to that event. Moreover, their surprise had delayed their actions even more, leaving them completely defenseless. Countless explosions resounded, and waves of raging energy flew in every direction. The cultivators were doing their best to fend off the powerful attack that the golden runes had enhanced, but a new threat arrived before they could fix their situation. The liquid stage experts initially thought that the destruction around them was messing with their senses, but they eventually had to accept that their mental waves weren't lying to them. Noah had shot through the raging energy and was flying toward them without caring about his injuries. Cuts opened and patches of skin vanished as Noah trod forward. The two liquid stage experts were using their power to shield their bodies, but they still suffered injuries in that situation. He couldn't think of a better chance to inflict a deadly blow. He only had to focus on reaching his opponents in one piece. The amount of ambition flowing toward his body increased, and part of it also improved the properties of the black hole. Dark matter filled his injuries as his entire structure grew stronger. Noah crossed those storms safely, and he drew the blades that he had stored into his separate space to deliver a deadly slash. The old-looking cultivator stopped defending himself from the raging energy to point his hands toward Noah. Still, he overestimated the power of his body. The raging energy crushed his right shoulder, waist, and a piece of his head as soon as he lifted his defenses. The injuries made him react to his opponent's arrival too late, so Noah could complete his slash and store his blades. Another massive slash appeared, but the two experts saw it taking form right next to them. They couldn't deploy any technique at that distance. The attack left Noah's blades and discharged its destructive power on them. The discharge of power ended up dispersing the raging energy, but King Elbaz made sure to use his rune to condense it. Those glowing symbols retreated toward him as they rotated around a colorless sphere that contained what remained of the cultivator's ability. His curious eyes studied it for a few seconds, but he eventually threw it at his side. The explosion had flung Noah in the distance. It took him a while to stop, but a smirk appeared on his face when he saw a colorless sphere flying toward him. Dark matter came out of Noah's body and devoured the sphere in no time. Part of his injuries healed, but most of the energy contained in the item dealt with his drawbacks. He had withdrawn part of his ambition to avoid worsening his future condition, but he had left the empowerments on his blades and body in place. The slash had left a mass of dark matter lingering in the sky. Noah and King Elbaz could still sense the presence of their opponents, but their state was unclear. Yet, they felt pretty confident about their previous offensive. The dispersion of the dark matter revealed the state of the two cultivators. The old-looking cultivator's body was in pieces, but his world had barely suffered any injury. Instead, the woman was mostly fine, which surprised both Noah and King Elbaz. Noah inspected the situation for only a second before shooting forward. King Elbaz understood what he was thinking from that reaction. Noah had aimed at the old-looking cultivator, but his slash had been big enough to endanger the woman. She couldn't be completely fine after dealing with the raging energy and the sharp attack at the same time. King Elbaz's crown glowed with a blinding light that quickly condensed into a beam. The intense radiance didn't have any destructive power, but it pierced the illusion created by the liquid stage woman when it fell on the scene. The beam tore pieces of the sky as if it were mere fabric, but a second sky appeared behind them. The scene changed as King Elbaz kept dispersing the illusion. The woman appeared in her true form, and the same went for the old-looking man. The liquid stage experts had suffered serious injuries, but they didn't seem to hinder the movements of their maimed bodies. Those wounds didn't impede their power either. They could prepare two different attacks and aim them at King Elbaz. King Elbaz had managed to discover the truth about the situation in time to deploy a few defenses, but the enemy attack eventually arrived. The man sent a wave of his dense energy forward and waited until it touched the array of golden runes that King Elbaz had summoned before making his power seep into the world. Instead, the woman spread her arms as her aura expanded and engulfed King Elbaz. The expert tried to fend it back, but his energy stopped listening to him after prolonged contact with the liquid stage cultivator's aura. The space-time array replaced the world in Noah's eyes. He didn't hesitate to rely on his best movement ability to reach the battlefield in an instant, but a series of explosions interrupted his charge. The two cultivators had worked together to hide a few masses of unstable energy on the path before focusing on King Elbaz. The golden runes started to explode, but some of the detonations happened on the other side of that defensive wall. King Elbaz saw the raging energy appearing directly on his face. Noah glanced at King Elbaz's position, but the raging energy and the runes made it hard to understand what was happening there. Noah wouldn't normally worry about his friend since he knew how powerful he was, but the latter was enduring the joint offensive of two liquid stage cultivators now. Even the mighty King Elbaz could find himself unprepared in front of that threat. Noah directly moved his eyes on the two cultivators when he saw a golden light seeping past the raging energy. He didn't need to see anything else to know that King Elbaz was in control of the situation. A golden robe came out of King Elbaz's body and filled the area with a scorching light. The effects of that inscribed item intensified when he wore it. His complexion suddenly paled, but a wave of burning power followed the event. The scorching light destroyed every form of foreign energy that dared to stand near King Elbaz. The cultivator's power vanished in less than a second, but that wasn't everything. After completing its destruction, the radiance retreated into the robe and flowed into the spear, which quickly became a blinding beacon. The two cultivators retreated when they saw that Noah was approaching them, but a scorching beam shot after them. King Elbaz's attack was faster than Noah when he didn't rely on his strongest movement technique, and it surpassed even the liquid stage experts. The old-looking man tried to make the beam explode, but nothing happened even after detonations happened in its insides. The attack appeared unstoppable, so he prepared himself to deploy an evasive maneuver. However, his companion suddenly grabbed him and threw him toward the incoming scorching light. The sudden turn of events left Noah and King Elbaz stunned. The former even stopped chasing after his opponents when he saw what the enchanting woman did to her companion. The old-looking cultivator acted as a partial shield that allowed the liquid stage woman to dodge the scorching beam completely. The attack pierced her position and tore a fake layer of whiteness to reveal that the expert had already moved to a distant spot. The enchanting woman didn't use that chance to run away. She remained still in her spot and even crossed her legs. She was clearly waiting for Noah and King Elbaz to approach her, but the duo didn't immediately do as she wished. King Elbaz and Noah exchanged a confused glance full of hidden meanings. They decided to wait until the energy contained in the beam dispersed before making up their minds about the situation. The scorching beam flew across the sky for a long time, but it eventually started to disperse. King Elba's new attack had been incredible, and the state of the old-looking cultivator proved how powerful he had become. A gory mess appeared among the sky after the scorching beam dispersed. Patches of charred flesh floated among the whiteness, and a dense aura enveloped them to prevent their dispersion. The cultivator's world even tried to bring those body parts together to start a healing process. "You should kill him now," the woman shouted from her distant position. "Heaven and earth will eventually notice his status and restore him." Her comment only intensified the confusion that was filling Noah and King Elba's minds. The duo approached the charred flesh, but they didn't dare to get near it yet. The dark world expanded, and a golden glow followed as the two experts tried to understand whether the woman was trying to trick them. "Everything seems to be right," Noah stated after the dark world inspected the area to look for the presence of illusions or similar techniques. "I can't find anything either," King Elbaz added. "She really threw him into my attack. Can you explain that?" Noah shook his head, but he didn't forget to warn his companion. "This shouldn't help heaven and earth's fairness either, but I'd be wary of eventual traps." "Maybe he will explode if we kill him," King Elbaz guessed. "That wouldn't stop us from killing him," Noah exclaimed. "I'll take part of his flesh," King Elbaz declared. "You can take all the flesh," Noah uttered. "I only need to kill him." "What about the energy inside the world?" King Elbaz asked. "How much do you need?" Noah asked. "As much as I can get," King Elbaz announced. "Is nothing enough?" Noah joked. "I'll take only a fourth due to my magnanimous nature," King Elbaz sighed. "And because I'm crazy enough to help you get in the sky," Noah concluded, and the two experts approached the charred flesh. Noah and King Elbaz could see what was happening in the outside world, but the same wasn't true for the enchanting woman. Her senses and mental waves couldn't go past the dark matter, but she wasn't even trying to study the two experts. She continued to wait in her position for her enemies to be over with her companion. King Elbaz took a strange set of golden claws from inside his body. Those weapons resembled pointy nails that he could wear on his fingers, and their power could tear the sky open if misused. The expert quickly donned those claws and used them to pierce the liquid stage cultivator's world. He proceeded to seize every piece of charred flesh carefully and store them inside his body. Soon, nothing remained of the powerful old-looking man. Only his dense influence continued to float among the waves of dark matter. King Elbaz took a few steps back to let Noah handle the rest. The latter performed another inspection of the area before wielding the cursed sword with two hands and allowing his bloodlust to intensify. The dark world helped intensify the bloodlust. Noah's thoughts grew violent and turned into an unstoppable drive that tried to make him go crazy. Yet, his mind was too powerful to fall prey to their influence. Noah's destruction made use of the bloodlust to study ways to hurt the liquid stage cultivator's world. He even made his ambition focus solely on his body and cursed sword. His battle against Wuxia had proven how his power still fell a bit short when it came to experts at that level, but he planned to close that gap now. The dark world did more than creating a perfect environment where the bloodlust could thrive. It sent waves of dark matter toward the cursed sword to reinforce its structure and increase its power by copying its features. The weapon in Noah's hands grew, and gales started to rotate around it. Black lines appeared on the dense aura that represented the liquid stage cultivator's world. The expert tried to speak, but Noah didn't care enough to lift the restrictions of the dark world. The cursed sword descended in the quiet environment, and storms followed the slash. The dark matter inside Noah's technique churned and raged. The slash sent an immense wave of sharp power forward, but the dark world did its best to keep it inside its edges. Containing the power on Noah's slash wasn't an issue since the cultivator's world ended up enduring the entirety of the attack. The problem came from the shockwaves released by the impact between the two forces. The dark world inevitably shattered in some spots, but more dark matter flew out of Noah's body to refill those areas. The powerful slash sent anger, sharpness, and hunger, And it even detonated the destructive lines that had seeped into the world's structure. That was the best performance of the cursed sword. But even that turned out to fall short when it came to liquid stage experts. Noah saw how his slash failed to touch the same realm where the cultivator's world stood. His attack crossed the dense aura, but its nature made it unable to hurt that power. "Can you even do it?" King Elbaz asked after studying that scene. King Elbaz didn't face the same weaknesses when it came to his many assets. He created them with the energy that made his body, so they could hurt the world of liquid stage cultivators. However, Noah was different since his companions were independent beings. "Just continue to keep the other in check," Noah ordered before focusing on his technique again. Noah couldn't do much to increase his effectiveness. He was already relying on all the aspects that could improve his power against heaven and earth's followers. Only his ambition could help there, and he didn't hesitate to pour more of it into the cursed sword. The dark aura filled with faces fused with the dark matter that flew toward the cursed sword to empower its structure. The weapon started to tremble due to the amount of power gathering around it, but Noah made sure that its fabric remained intact. The tremors gave birth to high-pitched sounds that resounded throughout the dark world. Those noises carried the weapon's bloodlust and Noah's destructiveness. They were so intense that King Elbaz had to retreat farther away to avoid deploying defensive techniques. The high-pitched noises stopped when Noah slashed toward the cultivator's world. Complete silence filled the area, but no storms followed. The impact with the world didn't originate any shockwave, but a crack opened in the dense aura floating among the dark matter anyway. A series of desperate shouts tried to seep past the suppression of the dark world, but Noah made sure to keep the area silent. He needed complete concentration in that situation. He was finally getting somewhere, and he couldn't let anything disturb him. Noah had stronger attacks at his disposal. He could use his final slash, knight, or shafu, but his focus was on the cursed sword now. He had to fulfill his weapon's full potential, which ended up requiring a new technique. The bloodlust was a weapon that matched his destruction. Noah had always used it as a tool to improve other aspects of his existence, but there was more to it, and he could feel it now. The cursed sword had given birth to that violent and unreasonable energy, so it could deploy it in ways that other techniques couldn't. The crack in the cultivator's world proved that Noah was on the right path. The empowerment given by his ambition and dark matter forced the cursed sword to reach a superior state, which allowed him to understand how to use that weapon correctly. The world shook as Noah raised the cursed sword again. The high-pitched noises returned as bloodlust spread through the waves of dark matter. Those sounds were a mere consequence of the pure violence radiated by the blade and its wielder, but that alone was enough to destroy chunks of higher energy. Noah forced those noises to intensify. He poured more ambition and bloodlust into his weapon to increase its power and effects. The blade wanted to shatter the world, but the dark matter didn't let it. The cursed sword had to condense that power and released all of it during a single sharp slash. The descent of the blade made the dark world fall silent again. No shockwaves followed the impact, but another crack appeared on the cultivator's world. The second fissure was larger than the first, but that didn't satisfy Noah. He knew that the technique wasn't complete. The cursed sword had been a mere rank 7 weapon in the past. Noah had brought its power to the peak of the 8th rank after many battles. He had endured countless drawbacks, but he had finally reached the point when the blade was ready to evolve. The evolution didn't involve its mere level. It touched deeper aspects of its structure. The process wanted to bring the cursed sword to a superior level of existence, a realm that featured a different technique. Even the creator of the cursed sword couldn't predict its full potential, and Noah had always treated the blade as a mere tool that could make him express more power than usual. That was its purpose in the end, and no one would dare to consider it weak. However, the 9th rank wanted more. Actually, the same cursed sword wished to obtain a new ability that could define a path, and Noah was slowly creating it. He used the bloodlust as a fuel that followed the movements dictated by his destruction to develop a technique capable of expressing a superior form of sharpness. The high-pitched noises returned as soon as Noah raised the cursed sword, and the dark world found itself unable to bear them. The dark matter shattered and dispersed without managing to empower the blade, But Noah didn't care about that. His weapon wanted to destroy, so he would let it crush everything that dared to stand around it. The sharp edge of the cursed sword trembled together with the high-pitched noises as it shattered the waves of dark matter that still tried to envelop its structure. Those sounds grew louder and destroyed the fabric of the sky, opening a spiderweb of cracks among the whiteness that expanded as the process continued. King Elbaz had to retreat again, but his attention didn't remain on Noah. He didn't underestimate the cursed sword, but a bigger problem had appeared after the dispersion of the dark world. The sky now shone on the area, which gave heaven and earth the chance to restore the cultivator. The sky remained silent, and Noah completed his attack. The noises vanished when the blade descended and opened a large crack on the cultivator's world. Energy started to leak out of that invisible structure, but it didn't have the chance to disperse into the world since Noah's hunger seized all of it. The high-pitched noises that followed the preparations for the next attack opened cracks that threatened to reach the enchanting woman sitting in the distance. She wanted to remain in her position, but the situation grew dangerous, and Noah even continued to accumulate energy inside the cursed sword. The liquid stage woman began to relax her legs, but King Elbaz's chilling gaze promptly landed on her. He wouldn't let her move freely after everything that had happened, and she understood his intentions. She halted her attempt to leave the area, but she still floated toward a safer spot that kept her at the same distance from Noah and his friend. The sky eventually reacted to that scene. Heaven and earth were still dormant, but the amount of violent power accumulated inside the cursed sword forced some of their automated functions to deploy countermeasures. A white pillar shot out of the sky and tried to reach the cultivator's world, but the bloodlust that filled the area shattered that mass of energy before it could restore the expert. Noah absorbed that energy and waited for the cursed sword to feel ready. He was trying to develop something that didn't exist, so he could only listen to his weapon to understand when to act. Noah and the cursed sword didn't exchange any words. The violent thoughts that they shared wouldn't let them have a conversation anyway. Still, they let their instincts talk in their place. Their minds almost fused for a short second and made him understand when to lower his blade. The cursed sword made everything go silent when it descended toward the invisible mass of energy. The amount of power in the blade would normally be enough to open a giant crack in the sky, but nothing similar happened. Noah slashed forward, and only the cultivator's world suffered due to that gesture. The blade crossed the area occupied by the cultivator's world, and a black line appeared on that path. The mass of dense energy found a crack that divided it into two parts running through its structure. An angry shout and a series of explosions followed the event, but Noah didn't move. His body was already a mess due to the previous attacks. Each attempt to develop the new iconic technique of the cursed sword had inflicted heavy injuries on his chest and back, but he barely felt them. He didn't even bother to dodge the incoming explosions since he was close to perfecting the ability. Burns, cuts, and other injuries appeared on Noah's body, but nothing managed to touch the cursed sword. The raging energy released by the cultivator's world shattered as soon as it came near the blade. Noah instinctively absorbed that energy, but he didn't inspect the healing process. He glanced at the cursed sword and let its sharp edge fill the area with high-pitched noises as he stabbed its tip into the cultivator's world. The noises abruptly vanished when Noah closed his eyes. Even the cultivator stopped shouting. The cursed sword released its power, and the mass of energy fell apart as countless cracks spread from the weapon's tip. The cracks on the cultivator's world expanded as dense energy flowed out of them. Noah absorbed everything flying in his direction, and the pulling force generated by his hunger attracted even the fuel that tried to escape his surroundings. The cursed sword voiced a rare battle cry in the form of a hoarse shout. Noah could feel how his weapon had understood that something had changed in its structure. The blade wasn't only a tool meant to destroy now. It had learnt to thrive in the bloodlust that it generated. The cursed sword had been unwilling to join battles when Noah first obtained it. However, that feeling came from the insanity of its previous wielded. The blade's name even came from that feature. Those who dared to exploit its incredible power ended up falling prey to their bloodlust and dying due to the recklessness that it caused. Instead, Noah had proven that trend wrong. The cursed sword had been with him for many millennia, and it had seen him overcome the harmful effects of the bloodlust time after time. Noah had even made that energy part of his power, and some of his techniques actively used it to work. The cursed sword couldn't help but abandon its scorn toward battles after so long, especially since it had managed to evolve in Noah's hands. It didn't only enhance its wielder's power anymore. The blade now had a proper technique that made use of the same hated energy that had led others to madness. Noah suffered injuries due to the explosions that the dense energy generated as soon as it left the cultivator's world. Still, his existence also turned part of that power into primary energy before it could detonate, which gave him the chance to absorb it. His body healed and suffered injuries in a cycle that lasted until the cultivator's world completely crumbled and forced him to summon night. The pterodactyl had returned inside his body when he first deployed the Dark World, but it had to come out to prevent the massive explosion that the last release of dense energy was about to cause. Night moved swiftly and severed the energy from the meaning that it carried. That fuel didn't have enough power to oppose the pterodactyl after Noah had enough time to study his opponent. Black lines appeared among that unstable mass as soon as the companion appeared in the open. Night's attack transformed the unstable power into a mass of energy that hovered in the sky. The old-looking cultivator's world was no more, so that fuel began to disperse into the world. The pulling force released by Noah dragged that power into his body, but King Elbaz promptly jumped forward to seize his share of the loot. Noah smirked at that scene while King Elbaz voiced a loud snort to express his annoyance. "I knew you would have tried to keep everything for yourself," King Elbaz cursed. "My body acted on its own." Noah laughed. "I have no power over it." "Don't even try to justify yourself," King Elbaz complained. "You are lucky I know you well enough to predict these outcomes." "I'd say that you are the lucky one," Noah mocked before exploding into a louder laugh. The energy absorbed from the liquid stage cultivator's world restored his body and took care of the severe drawbacks that the last attacks with the cursed sword had caused. That power failed to heal him completely, but his condition improved a lot after the black hole finished taking care of the process. A hideous cut that ran across his entire torso remained, but that was it. Noah glanced at the cursed sword after the usual bickering with King Elbaz. The blade was still in the 8th rank, but its aura had slightly changed. Its sharp edge felt dangerous even if he didn't pour energy inside it. The weapon had finally obtained a unique state that made it partially independent from its wielder. Noah wasn't worried that the blade didn't step into the 9th rank. The last battle had been a success in many fields. He had killed another liquid stage expert, and the cursed sword had developed a new technique. Moreover, he had more targets that could make the weapon face the breakthrough, and cutting them down would be easier now. King Elbaz and Noah turned toward the liquid stage woman in the distance after taking care of all the energy released by their previous opponent. The expert had changed spots according to where the cracks spread, but she had remained in the area. She didn't try to run away while the duo had been busy dividing her companion's power. Noah and King Elbaz performed another inspection of the area with their mental waves. The tree didn't even notice that a battle had happened nearby, and no illusions seemed to be in place. The woman wanted something, but the duo didn't know what she could ask them. Talking with the expert was the only method that could solve those doubts. So the duo flew toward her. Noah and King Elbaz instinctively separated to approach her from opposite sides. Their mental waves continued to inspect the area in the meantime, but they continued to find nothing off. Noah eventually unfolded the dark world to envelop the woman in his technique. She didn't oppose that event. She even let the dark matter suppress part of her power to show her goodwill. "What are you even up to?" Noah asked while wielding his 2 blades. "Careful," King Elbaz reminded. "I wouldn't be surprised if she hit a counter created while heaven and earth were silent." "You can relax," the woman giggled. "I wanted to talk with you because I need your help. Defying demons help to be precise." Noah frowned, and the unexpected answer made him inspect the woman again. The aura that surrounded her figure gave her captivating powers, but she founded those effects on her incredible beauty. Her long black hair fluttered softly in the windless area, her green eyes shone brightly, and her tight robe highlighted her voluptuous body. Only faith could match the woman's innate beauty, but the latter's cultivation level added something to her appearance. The expert wasn't only stunning. She also radiated a firm aura connected to those features that would make her irresistible to weaker existences. Noah and King Elbaz had lived for many millennia. Mere physical beauty couldn't faze their eyes anymore. They had both outgrown those mortal canons since the laws had changed how they saw the matter as a whole. "I don't know how I can help you," Noah stated. "I don't know why I should do it either." "Please, you are trying to reach the sky," the woman responded. "You need a guide, and I can fill that role." Noah and King Elbaz exchanged a glance before moving their eyes back on that mysterious opponent. They didn't feel surprised that Heaven and Earth's followers already knew about their plan. They had talked about it in the open, and Divine Architect would have probably deducted that King Elbaz required a piece of the sky on her own anyway. Nothing could remain a secret under the sky. Still, they couldn't understand why a cultivator belonging to Heaven and Earth system would try to be their guide. Noah and King Elbaz didn't even know if such an existence had enough freedom to help them. "I'll make it short." The woman broke that silence with her cheerful voice. "I want you to take me out of Heaven and Earth system. I want the power that you have." Envying Noah and the other members of his group was almost normal. All of them were monsters who could ignore the gaps among stages and tiers. They had demonstrated their superior power countless times, and Heaven and Earth's followers had watched as their leaders failed to create effective countermeasures. Their unreasonable power didn't even seem to have limits. Divine Demon was the favored son of the Breath. Sword Saint had managed to call mighty structures past the sky, and King Elbaz had won a bet against Divine Architect. Those achievements were only the last incredible feats that Noah's group had accomplished, but they were already enough to put them into the realms of legends. The world didn't have to describe them after everything they had done. The surprise in Noah and King Elbaz's minds didn't come from the content of the woman's request. They had seen something similar happening with Robert, and they even found that desire reasonable. They would have done the same if they were in the opposite situation. However, Robert had been a rank 8 cultivator when he asked Noah to transform him. Instead, the liquid stage woman had a world provided by Heaven and Earth. Noah didn't know if he could rebuild something so powerful at his level. The chances to fail would be incredibly high even if he asked King Elbaz's help. The fact that Noah didn't trust the woman was another important factor there. Everything with Robert had been smooth due to the expert's personality. The power of the devils had also made everything easier. Instead, the liquid stage expert was mysterious, and she probably had hidden intentions. "I can just kill you and try my chances against the sky," Noah threatened, but his words only broadened the woman's smile. "The choice is yours," the cultivator giggled. "I won't try to defend myself. Kill me if you must." A slash followed those words. Noah didn't hesitate to attack with both his swords. His blow severed the woman's waist, and a superficial injury even appeared in her world. Noah had made sure to attack as abruptly as possible. Even King Elbaz remained temporarily stunned by how direct his friend had been, but his surprise only intensified when he looked at the liquid stage cultivator. Noah shared his friend's surprise when he inspected the cultivator. A sudden attack would normally trigger innate defenses or similar tools, but nothing happened with the woman. She didn't see the slash coming, but her world didn't react even after that. She only limited herself to smile when she understood what had happened. "Do you have a death wish?" Noah asked as he prepared himself to perform another slash. "Everyone in the sky is already dead." The woman laughed happily. "Many have joined Heaven and Earth when they could still promise immortality and stability, but look at them now." The breakthrough of a mere rank 8 cultivator had forced them to abandon most of the laws connected to the sword path. "You have no idea how many of us have died during that event." The dark world filled the area and enveloped the 3 experts in a realm that Heaven and Earth couldn't inspect. But the cultivator's words ended up triggering a reaction in the sky. A white lightning bolt with power in the 9th rank fell and aimed at the large black patch that tainted the whiteness. Noah and King Elbaz sensed the arrival of the lightning bolt and decided who had to take care of it through simple glances. King Elbaz shot out of the dark world and summoned the golden robe again to empower his spear and throw it toward the incoming attack. The spear exploded into a scorching nova when it met the lightning bolt. The impact between the two techniques shook the fabric of the world and destroyed entire patches of whiteness. A massive crack opened, but the storm struggled to reach it due to the lingering burning energy that had remained in the area. The energy eventually dispersed and allowed the storms to fix the whiteness. King Elbaz had taken care of the lightning bolt with a single attack, but he had to sacrifice his spear in the process. Luckily for him, he had amassed countless materials lately. King Elbaz returned inside the dark world and glared at the woman as soon as he felt that she could sense his gaze. Noah had remained silent while his friend took care of the lightning bolts, but he didn't hesitate to voice a question now. What was that? Why did heaven and earth attack us? We have some restrictions, the liquid stage cultivator explained. We can't reveal too much about the sky. Our existence can transform into a beacon that attracts punishments. That explanation made sense. Heaven and earth's followers couldn't have complete freedom, but Noah and King Elbaz inevitably thought about a unique figure that didn't seem to abide by those rules. What about a cultivator named Caesar? King Elbaz questioned. He is a peculiar world among heaven and earth's system, the woman scoffed. I don't know much about him. I've heard rumors, but we don't interact too much. What exactly do you even do inside the sky? Noah asked. How can you not know someone else if you are part of the same system? Are you ready to face another punishment? The woman teased, but Noah followed with another question. Why don't you take care of them? I can't, the liquid stage cultivator revealed. My power comes from heaven and earth. They will take it away as soon as they sense that I'm using it to hinder their punishments. Noah and King Elbaz glanced at each other and established silent turns. They couldn't let go of the possibility to learn more about the sky. A chance that the woman was telling lies and that everything was a ploy existed, but they could make up their minds about that after hearing what she had to say. Lightning bolts fell non-stop on the area, and Noah and King Elbaz alternated themselves to take care of them. Their questions resumed as soon as they reunited inside the dark world, and a punishment arrived whenever they heard an answer. The liquid stage cultivator's name was Sepunia. She told Noah and King Elbaz everything she could, but she eventually had to stop since the punishment grew stronger after each answer. The two experts had to stop questioning her when the lightning bolts started to border the solid stage in terms of power. It turned out that the life inside the sky was far different from how Noah and King Elbaz had imagined it. The white layer had cities, but they weren't actual social areas. The cultivators inside them spent their time in a trance that connected them to heaven and earth's mind. They basically became part of the rulers and helped them deal with some issues that afflicted them. The majority of the cultivators living in the sky acted as tools meant to relieve part of the pressure the rulers had to endure constantly. Yet, that connection had made it clear that heaven and earth as a whole were suffering as their victory drew close. According to Sepunia's words, heaven and earth had grown unstable lately, more than usual at least. They had thrown many laws into the void after Sword Saint's breakthrough since they needed to balance what they had lost, and tension had also started to build. Heaven and earth's followers could sense the changes in their leaders when they rested inside the sky. They felt their turmoil, and agitation had inevitably built. Moreover, those cultivators had also acknowledged that the rulers might turn all of them into cannon fodder. Only a few experts had privileged positions and would remain untouched. It turned out that the sky had two different types of cultivators. Heaven and earth differentiated among existences that they could throw away and others that they had to keep at all costs. Noah and King Elbaz initially found it hard to believe that revelation. They didn't care that the sky sent lightning bolts. It made no sense for heaven and earth to have a privileged group of cultivators when they owned those laws. However, the explanation for that feature turned out to be simpler than they expected. Heaven and earth weren't omniscient, and they couldn't instantly understand everything about laws. Some existences could escape their immense knowledge. Noah and King Elbaz had seen that many times already. The members of their group were perfect examples of experts that heaven and earth couldn't understand. The rulers wanted to absorb them for that very reason, and they were even willing to reserve special treatment for some of them. The sky feared to ruin some laws. Heaven and Earth tried to get some cultivators to join their system on their own so that they could preserve those existences. Also, according to Sepunia's words, those experts would have a privileged position after ascending to the white layer due to their ability to control those unique true meanings. Many of those cultivators would turn into nothing more than tools after Heaven and Earth learnt to use their laws properly. Yet, some of them had managed to preserve their privileged position for entire eras, which obviously made them famous inside the sky. Caesar turned out to be one of those privileged worlds. He had been in the sky before Sepunia, and his name had already been famous during her ascension. Instead, Sepunia had always been nothing more than a tool meant to relieve Heaven and Earth's pressure. The cultivators that Heaven and Earth treated as mere tools didn't have it too bad. But they weren't entirely free either. Moreover, their situation was unclear, especially with the rulers growing unstable as their victory drew close. Sepunia's desire to leave the sky was a simple act of self-preservation. She felt that she would have more chances to survive on her own since Noah and his team had shown her a different path. Sepunia was even ready to face the worst possible outcome. She knew that severing herself from Heaven and Earth's system wouldn't grant her the spectacular power that Noah and his friends wielded. She might leave the sky only to die in the first punishment that the rulers sent after her, but that was fine with her. She could accept death as long as it came on her own terms. Noah started to like the cultivator after the long and dangerous interrogation. Sepunia knew that she had never been anything special among rank 9 cultivators, but she refused to die due to the whims of leaders that couldn't even kill rank 8 experts. Noah could only respect her guts and resolve, but that inevitably forced him to consider everything that could go bad. First of all, Noah had yet to confirm that Sepunia was telling the truth. Everything could be Heaven and Earth's ploy to plant a spy in his group before the mission in the sky. He couldn't even test her honesty properly. Accepting her into his group was a risk that could cost him a lot. Another problem was the actual process that would allow Sepunia to leave Heaven and Earth's system. Noah would have to push himself to his limits only to develop an existence that could come close to her current world in terms of power. That wasn't even the end. Sepunia would lose a lot of her knowledge of the sky once she left Heaven and Earth's system. Noah would need to destroy and rebuild her, so part of her would naturally disappear. Everything seemed far too complicated. Noah felt stupid for even considering that request, but the issue remained. The sky was too dangerous to refuse almost free help. He had the chance to make that mission easier, but he hesitated to proceed due to all the problems that could appear. "I'm against this," King Elbaz eventually announced. "The stakes are too high right now. We have been confident to enter the sky even before meeting you. Your request won't change that." "That's an exaggeration," Sepunia giggled. But King Elbaz pretended not to hear her. Noah continued to remain silent. King Elbaz was right. The risk was too great, but it could work as a starting point for the future. He could win a lot with that gamble. He could already see hordes of cultivators seeking him after deciding to leave the sky. The process wouldn't only lower Heaven and Earth's power. It would also reduce the number of experts that helped them deal with the constant pressure that afflicted them. King Elbaz appeared willing to help in the matter if Noah decided to help Sepunia. So the choice fell on him. He had to decide how to proceed, but both options had good arguments. "Why did you even give yourself to Heaven and Earth?" Noah broke his silence with a question. "It has been such a long time," Sepunia replied in her happy tone. "I'm not sure I can remember every detail. You should try since your life depends on that," Noah declared in his chilling tone. Sepunia's eyes widened. Noah's words meant that he was considering helping her. She didn't expect that to happen. She had imagined a series of tests, more interrogations, trials, and even torture. She couldn't possibly imagine that her story might be enough. "I can't find a precise number of years," Sepunia exclaimed in a serious tone, as she looked at a random spot of the dark world to concentrate. "I'm not sure I can give you a vague number either. Time passes differently while going through the trances. I've lost tens of millennia immersed in Heaven and Earth's mind." "We don't care about that," King Elbaz scolded. "We want to know, how did you even end up joining Heaven and Earth?" "Oh, that's easy," Sepunia exclaimed. "I wanted to reach the peak. I struggled to move forward on my own, and I gave in when heaven and earth were about to kill me. Nothing special. Did you give up your world because you lost? Noah asked as a frown appeared on his face. What was I supposed to do? Sepunia responded. It was pointless to die when I had a chance to live. Did you think you could make your way into the higher ranks of the sky with your power? King Elbaz questioned. My power? Sepunia uttered before looking at her voluptuous body and understanding what he meant. That's not really useful at our level, isn't it? How could you even consider that? Don't tell me that I'm your type. I don't have a type. King Elbaz promptly corrected her. Everyone in the sky knows that you have a type, Sepunia commented. At least had. I'll give you what you want if you tell me everything about that, Noah proposed. Deal. Sepunia didn't hesitate to shout. Did you really decide to accept a potential spy just to gain more teasing material on me? King Elbaz snorted. More teasing material and someone that can tease you, Noah explained as a broad smirk appeared on his face. It's very different. Noah didn't accept Sepunia's request due to her potential influence over King Elbaz. He found that feature funny, but he wouldn't dare to take such a huge risk for that stupid reason. The issue didn't have a real solution since every path featured problems. So Noah had to rely on his instincts. The mission in the sky required a helper, and a potential success would make heaven and earth lose many followers. The potential gains were immense, so he decided to proceed. The decision didn't make King Elbaz and Noah move to the project right away. They had something else to do in that area, and Sepunia had already given them an explanation about that. Noah, King Elbaz, and Sepunia flew toward the immense tree. The liquid stage cultivator barely released any aura due to the many restrictions the two experts had applied on her. However, she could still cast a bit of power and add other explanations about that majestic magical plant. It's incredible to think that heaven and earth had nothing to do with this, Sepunia commented. This is a mere magical plant capable of feeding on the storms. My leaders believe that its very species is their fault. More trees like this one will probably appear as their victory draws close. According to Sepunia's words, the tree was one of the species born due to the flaws that heaven and earth naturally allowed the world to generate. They were about to win, so a tree capable of feeding on their chaotic laws appeared. Heaven and earth had treated the tree like any other troublesome existence. They planned to absorb it into the sky, but the almost harmless nature of the plant allowed them to let it grow. The ruler's understanding would improve far more if they eradicated it when it was in the upper tier. Unluckily for the rulers, Noah and King Elbaz had arrived on the scene. The two experts remained amazed in front of the sheer size of the plant. They had never seen such a big living being with their own eyes. The toughness of its trunk was also exceptional. Still, the tree appeared almost completely devoid of defensive measures. It simply grew and affected the sky in its surroundings with its aura. King Elbaz lusted after the sheer number of materials he could obtain after cutting such an immense magical plant. The tree alone had the potential to surpass what he had won in the bet against Divine Architect. You want to cut it, right? King Elbaz asked as his expression darkened. Of course I want to cut it, Noah snorted while waving the cursed sword above him. This idiot didn't approach the breakthrough after killing the other cultivator. Can a magical plant fill that gap? King Elbaz continued. Normally, no, Noah revealed. But this isn't a normal magical plant. I'd find it easier to cut entire regions with a single slash. Make sure not to ruin it, King Elbaz warned. And don't make me come here to seize my part. I want half of it. Roots or branches? Noah asked. We'll divide those equally, King Elbaz exclaimed. I would have gone for the branches, Noah whispered. Don't even try to trick me, King Elbaz declared. Your bickering is far different when herded up close, Sepunia commented. You don't have any right to talk until you gain your new existence, King Elbaz reminded. Noah ignored the two experts to fly closer to the tree. He felt to be on the side of an immense mountain that featured cavities and tunnels in its structure. The trunk was so large that some packs of magical beasts had taken its insides as their lair, but their power was nothing compared to Noah. King Elbaz had already marked the precise half of the tree with his golden light. The glow disappeared when Noah approached it and allowed him to inspect the magnitude of what he had to cut. He couldn't even see the sides of the magical plants from that position, and he felt pretty certain that a single slash wouldn't be enough to sever that immense structure. Noah didn't waste time and summoned his ambition. He didn't need to empower his body or his companions there. The cursed sword had to do everything on its own, and he felt confident that it could succeed in the task. Bloodlust naturally came out of his body when his ambition started to empower the cursed sword. Noah couldn't suppress the effects of the blade when he pushed its power past the limits of the 8th rank. His violent thought resonated with the raging energy that came out of the weapon and generated the high-pitched noises that his previous opponent had learnt to fear. Noah let his ambition empower the cursed sword as long as it needed. The blade had just unlocked a new ability, so it was still getting used to that power. It didn't know how much of Noah's law it could take, but it made sure not to hold back. The high-pitched noises became so loud that pieces of the trunk shattered together with the sky around it. The area was far tougher there, but Noah was pushing the cursed sword toward limits that even the old-looking cultivator didn't witness. Noah wanted to complete the breakthrough now. The cursed sword had it in its structure to evolve. It had accumulated enough bloodlust to fuel that process. It only needed a little push that made use of its new technique to jump into the superior rank. Noah knew that a single slash couldn't possibly be enough there, but he tried anyway. He poured waves of ambition into the blade and let the high-pitched noise intensify so much that even his ears started to bleed. That injury would have made many cultivators release the attack, but Noah only let the process continue. Cracks eventually appeared on Noah's body. He saw injuries expanding on his skin due to the intensity of the high-pitched noises, and he smiled at that sight. The cursed sword could grow incredibly strong, but it had to complete that step to approach that superior state. Noah's hands started to tremble. The blade remained still, but the sheer power that ran through its structure forced even his immense physical strength to take a step back. Still, he couldn't possibly let the cursed sword go, so he used part of his ambition to stabilize his body and reinforce it. No slash followed the vanishing of the high-pitched noises. Everything suddenly fell silent, and the energy accumulated on the cursed sword vanished without causing any repercussion on the environment. Noah had attacked, but he didn't cause any shockwave or similar events. Even the trunk had seemingly remained intact, but he knew how deeply he had hurt it. Again, Noah thought before repeating the process. King Elbaz and Sepunia watched the scene with curious eyes. Noah didn't seem to do much from the outside, but they did their best to follow the trails of energy that he released. All of them went inside the tree before disappearing, but no damage appeared. However, a rank 9 aura suddenly filled the sky. Noah raised the cursed sword and showed how the weapon had finally advanced, but the event inevitably confused his two companions. How could it evolve without cutting anything? King Elbaz asked, but Noah showed his frown at that question. Noah shook his head and slammed his palm on the tree. The entire area trembled, and an earthquake happened on the surface far below, but part of the trunk slid to reveal how it wasn't connected to its base anymore. King Elbaz flew forward to seize his half of the tree. He then bickered a bit with Noah to divide the roots and branches, which gave the latter the chance to test the new power of the cursed sword. The testing phase didn't last long. Noah slashed the ground to uncover the roots, and his attack managed to open an immense gorge that left him completely satisfied with the blade's new power. However, the drawbacks that it caused ended up being too harsh to deal with during that safe situation. Noah had stopped using his ambition to empower his body and blade while he took care of eradicating the tree. He didn't even rely on the unstable substance since he wanted to see how deeply the cursed sword would hurt him, but he had miscalculated its power by a lot. The cursed sword could make his torso explode even when it released a slash that didn't call upon the entirety of its bloodlust. Noah had to stop taking care of the tree and recover after a single attack that made him store his blade. He felt delighted to have gained another powerful asset, but he also realized how different his situation was from the past. It had already happened that his assets had surpassed the level of his centers of power. Noah had managed to balance the eventual drawbacks that some of his weapons brought, But the 9th rank revealed a new challenge. Noah had forced the potential of his existence to increase, and that effect had spread on his companions. Night had become far stronger than it was supposed to be after the breakthrough, and the same happened with the Cursed Sword. The addition of a technique to the Cursed Sword's existence had improved it to levels that Noah didn't predict. The current power of its drawbacks could turn his body into a bloody pulp instead of leaving him with deep cuts. Noah had basically become unable to use the cursed sword without the unstable substance. Even his fantastic body couldn't withstand what the blade was capable of doing now. The realization didn't stop Noah from helping King Elbaz with the division of the tree. The latter stored the immense magical plant inside his figure while Noah directly devoured it. His body obtained an incredible boost, but it remained behind the Danteon in terms of closeness to the 9th rank. Heaven and earth didn't react to the death of the magical plants. Their big plans for the tree didn't seem worthy of punishment. Noah and King Elbaz could directly focus on their next move, and the atmosphere between them inevitably changed. Sepunia almost felt the need to ask whether something was wrong when she saw the two experts reuniting with her, but she held back at the sight of their deep concentration. Noah and King Elbaz had started to think about the liquid stage cultivator's world. "What do you have?" King Elbaz asked as the duo led Sepunia to the ground. "She must lose part of her power," Noah explained. "It's impossible to leave her cultivation level intact with our methods. We simply don't know enough about worlds." "What are we talking about?" King Elbaz continued. "Should we work on a world or a law?" "I think a world is better," Noah guessed. "Something at the bottom of the 9th rank might work, but I don't want to turn her into a puppet." "She might still be a potential spy," King Elbaz reminded. "So what?" Noah asked. "Who cares about the risks? We'll kill her if she betrays us." Sepunia listened to that conversation in silence. She didn't like to be the main topic of that ruthless talk, but she didn't voice her disagreement. She knew what types of existences Noah and King Elbaz were. Everyone in the sky was aware of their cynical approach when it came to their projects. "I don't think a simple purification can do the trick," King Elbaz announced as he started filling the immense hole left by the tree with formations. "That will just kill her," Noah replied. "We can't purify something that doesn't even belong to her. Her current world is nothing more than a copy created by heaven and earth, so everything about it is part of their system." "We work on the core idea then," King Elbaz exclaimed. "Can we nurture an existence until it becomes a world?" Noah questioned. "That might actually work," King Elbaz revealed. "Your ambition must be a core part of the nutrients, but I can come up with something fitting." The two experts were having entire speeches even if they were using short lines. They had been together for so long that a few words were enough to describe their ideas. Their knowledge of the inscription methods did everything else. Noah unfolded the dark world to cover part of the whole and create an area heaven and earth couldn't inspect. King Elbaz added formations to the outsides of the dense sea, which turned solid after those inscriptions spread their effects. A large structure soon came to life as the two experts worked together to create an area capable of containing their project. Noah and King Elbaz had to make sure that heaven and earth couldn't interfere, but they also had to add multiple protections to suppress eventual outbursts of power. Noah and King Elbaz led Sepunia inside a special room that still featured dark matter in its raw form. Noah wanted to leave some of his energy in that state since it could change its nature to face unexpected problems, which could appear due to what he and his friend were trying to do. "Show us your world," King Elbaz announced after he completed placing inscriptions in the solid black walls past the layers of dark matter. "I think I've lost you," Sepunia smiled. "Do you mind explaining what you are about to do?" "She even wants the explanation," King Elbaz sighed. "Do you really want to preserve her potential? We can't separate you from heaven and earth since your current world belongs to them," Noah explained without addressing King Elbaz's question. "We can't retrieve your real world either, so we need to create something capable of mirroring the core idea contained in your current power." "Isn't that what heaven and earth do?" Sepunia asked. "Heaven and earth perfect your power before leaving you with weaker versions," King Elbaz snorted. "We are planning to make a better version of your current power without removing your potential." To do that, we need to create something that will fit you right away. In theory, it's impossible to come up with a suitable world when our example is a flawed version, Noah continued. Yet, we can avoid the problem by using your current power as the foundation for your new existence. The only problem is growing it correctly. Growing? Sepunia questioned as confusion filled her beautiful face. We can't directly create a world, King Elbaz explained. The product would never suit you since it would carry our influence. However, the situation would be different if we grow something from the very bottom of the divine rank with the right fuel. We need your world to create a fuel, Noah added. It will have a mixture of your core idea and my ambition. Anything filled with those energies should fit you and preserve your potential. Sepunia had seen Noah and King Elbaz as incredible monsters throughout most of her life. She actually saw them as cynical bastards since she had managed to study and witness the entirety of their cultivation journey. Sepunia knew that Noah and King Elbaz could show affection and care toward their friends, but she had always ignored that feature due to her position in the sky. However, she felt stunned and grateful to know that those experts were doing their best to create something that wouldn't keep her stuck at the bottom of the 9th rank. Noah and King Elbaz would have gained Sepunia's help even if they limited themselves to take her away from heaven and earth's system. Yet, they decided to do their job properly and award her with what she had requested. They would give her a chance to become like them. King Elbaz removed most restrictions and allowed Sepunia to reveal her world. Golden lines lit up behind the layers of dark matter as soon as heaven and earth's influence spread in the dark area. Those inscriptions activated and started suppressing everything connected to the rulers. Sepunia's complexion immediately paled. She felt as if the entirety of her world was under heavy pressure, but she endured that awful sensation. King Elbaz's inscriptions had fused with the dark world to create a suppression that didn't let anything connected to heaven and earth affect the area, but their purpose didn't involve the fear of the rulers. Noah and King Elbaz needed to isolate Sepunia's core, which couldn't happen when heaven and earth tainted the inspection. However, the liquid stage cultivator's true nature became clear under that suppression. That power was the only form of energy that still tried to come out of her figure. Noah drew the cursed sword and approached the cultivator. He quickly cut away pieces of that energy before throwing them at King Elbaz. Patches of his chest exploded after his action, but the injuries weren't too serious at that time since he had relied on the unstable substance. King Elbaz found himself with trails of white energy that carried an intense, captivating aura. They seemed able to hide parts of the dark area with the power that they released, but they were too weak in that form to trick the expert senses. The large black structure was an item in the liquid stage, so its dark matter and inscriptions pierced the illusions that Sepunia's core tried to create. King Elbaz and Noah didn't even need to focus on those white trails to study their nature due to the remarkable properties of their creation. "Did you finish the base?" King Elbaz asked, and Noah promptly revealed a simple oval item in the 7th rank made entirely of dark matter. "This is the seed," Noah explained before laying the item on the floor. The dark matter that covered the floor opened to create a small cubical structure that closed as soon as Noah placed the seed in its insides. Everyone could see past that black case, but its surfaces still isolated the item from possible external influences. King Elbaz restored the restrictions on Sepunia, and the golden lines dimmed now that heaven and earth's influence didn't try to spread in the area anymore. The liquid stage cultivator's complexion improved as her power healed the injuries that her world had suffered due to the cursed sword. "We'll need to do this a few times," King Elbaz explained. "I hope you have at least mustered this little amount of resolve." "I'm ready to die," Sepunia responded after wearing an enchanting smile that almost managed to distract King Elbaz. King Elbaz shook his head to get rid of the energy that was trying to invade his mind before approaching Noah. The latter had healed by then since he had relied on one of his friend's potions, but he still stepped back. King Elbaz seized a minute piece of the white energy in his grasp and threw it inside the cubical case. The dark matter accepted that material and allowed it in its insides after performing a simple purification. The last traces of heaven and earth's influence vanished as the fuel lost its shades. The now colorless energy hovered inside the case before slowly descending toward the oval seed. A faint pulling force came out of Noah's item and eventually attracted the power above it. The seed paled, but it remained black. The item remained still, but both experts could confirm that it had come to life. It only needed nutrients to grow now. King Elbaz took out a strange jar made of a golden metal covered by bright lines. He threw the rest of the white energy in its insides before adding part of the dark matter under him. The inscriptions on the jar tinkered with the structure of the energy and forced it to find a stable state. The white fuel fused with the dark matter to create something powerful, but King Elbaz didn't feel satisfied with that result. King Elbaz started adding golden specks of light generated by his body into the jar. He made sure to fill those items with different natures, and he even requested specific versions of the dark matter to balance his materials. Noah followed his directives, but King Elbaz remained disappointed even after the jar became full. He picked a handful of that power and put it into the case, but he threw away everything else. Sepunia knew that the time to take pieces of her world had come, but she focused on the case during the process. The seed naturally absorbed the gray energy in its surroundings, and a crack appeared on its surface when the process was over. Something seemed about to come out of that opening, but nothing happened while Noah and King Elbaz worked to get more materials. King Elbaz had to repeat the process with the jar many times to get the right combination of white energy, dark matter, and golden fuel. Sepunia inevitably suffered a lot, but no one cared about that issue too much, and she was the same. She endured everything without voicing any annoyed comment. The seed had continued to open during the process. A few branches had come out of it, but they didn't stretch upward. Instead, they tried to envelop the item. "It's your turn now," King Elbaz explained after feeling satisfied with his creation. "These portions are perfect, so don't ruin them with your law." Noah didn't answer that comment. He placed a hand on the jar and let his influence do the rest. His ambition naturally affected the fuel contained inside the item and forced it to evolve according to the composition that King Elbaz had set before. "Let's test it like this," King Elbaz eventually exclaimed when he saw that the fuel was about to gain destructive properties. Noah nodded and picked up the jar to drop part of its contents inside the case. The seed immediately absorbed that energy and continued to spread its branches around its structure. Everything went smoothly, so Noah poured more fuel inside the case. It didn't take much before the branches covered the entirety of the seed by creating an oval layer right around it. The item had grown, but it was still far away from its intended level. Yet, the procedure was working, so it was only a matter of time before a replica of Sepunia's world appeared. Initially, the dark matter that made the seed didn't carry any meaning, but the constant absorption of fuel containing Sepunia's core made it transform into something that suited her existence perfectly. King Elbaz also modified the fuel as soon as the seed's growth failed to meet his expectations. He had to find a perfect balance between its imitation of Sepunia's existence and its potential, which required many adjustments during the process. Moreover, the jar containing fuel set the amount of power that could fall into the case. It even affected those nutrients, making them denser or thinner depending on what the seed required. Sepunia had to face an endless cycle of injuries and healing when it came to her world. The process was far from pleasant, and the heavy pressure that fell on her every time the two experts had to take more of her core eventually left her weakened for longer periods. Sepunia was slowly starting to fall apart, but she never complained about her situation. She had understood how hard that procedure was, so she did her best not to bother Noah and King Elbaz. She remained silent as they cut her world open to gather more materials time after time. The seed grew steadily, but it maintained its oval form. Its branches extended to add a new layer to its surface before moving slightly upward and repeating the process. The item wanted to expand instead of developing like a proper magical plant. The item went from the bottom of the 7th rank to its peak before facing a breakthrough. The process required a higher amount of energy and led to a transformation of its fabric that made it abandon every connection to the dark matter. The seed had gained a fist-sized oval form, but the breakthrough changed that. Its color brightened and abandoned the dark shades to become pink. Moreover, its shape flattened and softened, but it failed to reveal proper details even after stepping into the 8th rank. Noah and King Elbaz could only resume the process at that point. The item's requirements had skyrocketed due to the breakthrough, but the two experts could easily meet them. The problem started when it approached the peak of the 8th rank, since it began to need the same number of nutrients that would lead an ordinary cultivator to the 9th rank. The two experts didn't want to waste time hunting magical beasts or amassing storms. They would use that energy for themselves if they could get their hands on the amount they required so easily. Still, they couldn't interrupt the nurturing of the seed either. Truth be told, Noah and King Elbaz had already decided what to use in the process. Sepunia was a liquid-stage cultivator, and her world contained enough energy to make an expert overcome the breakthrough to the 9th rank. The two experts only needed to cut away more of her to obtain what they needed. The process worsened for Sepunia, but she was a rank 9 cultivator who had lived for countless years. The pain wasn't an issue, especially with her resolve. She agreed to go through that new process as soon as the experts suggested it, so the item slowly approached the 9th rank. The time before the breakthrough was crucial since Noah and King Elbaz wouldn't be able to change anything afterward. They would have to start everything all over again if the item failed to advance or didn't end up featuring the properties that they needed. King Elbaz paid even more attention to the concoction of the nutrients and threw away entire batches that appeared perfect only because he didn't do his best during their creation. His zealous approach almost made Sepunia joke, but she couldn't say anything when she saw that Noah shared a similar serious expression. The time for the breakthrough to the 9th rank eventually arrived, but Noah decided to use the power inside his ethereal blackness to check that they had everything was fine. King Elbaz's powerful pills prevented him from falling into a mental coma, so he could resume working on the seed right after completing the inspection. Everything had turned out to be perfect. Noah only needed to improve the seed's environment to remove even the minor flaw that the breakthrough might have to face before starting the actual advancement. The item transformed again. Its almost flat structure divided itself into multiple parts that slowly started to resemble petals. Noah and King Elbaz found it funny that their approach had actually led to a flower-shaped form, but those thoughts didn't make their concentration flicker. They continued to inspect the process until their creation stabilized into the 9th rank. "It's quite pure," Noah commented when he inspected the flower. The flower's petals were large and soft. Their pinkish shades filled the case with a soft and cozy radiance, and the yellow pistil at their center added a scent that attracted those who smelled it. The flower had reached a stable and powerful state, but Noah didn't think that Sepunia's energy could lead to something so pure. Cultivators with captivating effects usually involved far different meanings, but the restrained expert appeared to be an exception. "Is she a kid?" King Elbaz asked when looking at the flower. "Maybe this is only an expression of her deepest desire," Noah guessed. "The illusions in her current power probably are an attempt to change reality into something happier. You do realize that I'm here, right?" Sepunia pouted. "You are literally looking at the product of my core. It's embarrassing." Sepunia had shyly lowered her gaze and had spoken with a cute voice, but Noah and King Elbaz didn't even look at her. They continued to voice comments about the flower to gain an idea of the woman's existence before she became their companion. "She might not be so dangerous in the end," Noah concluded. "Can she even fight with this world?" King Elbaz asked. "Let's focus on salvaging as many memories as we can." Noah changed the topic. "We can't ruin our guide." The following process involved a simple copy of the memories hidden inside Sepunia's world. Noah and King Elbaz couldn't gain access to all of them, but they made sure to take everything they could and send it inside the flower in the form of nutrients. The moment to change worlds arrived at that point. Sepunia started to get anxious when she understood that she was about to leave Heaven and Earth system, but Noah and King Elbaz began the process without warning her. Night suddenly cut Sepunia into countless pieces, and the two experts proceeded to destroy the world as soon as its entire shape came out in the open. The dark matter took the pieces of Sepunia's body and threw them into the flower. They touched it as soon as her previous world crumbled into a mass of primary energy that joined Noah's higher energy in the flight toward the case. Everything fused, and a blinding pink light eventually illuminated the dark structure. "What do you remember of the sky?" Noah asked Sepunia. "I lost a lot there," Sepunia revealed while curiously pinching her arm. "I know everything I told you, and I recall part of my city, but everything else is dark. I remember being in a trance for a long time, but I can't describe much. It's a bit of a mess. That's within our expectations, King Elbaz announced. Heaven and Earth have probably placed heavy restrictions on that part of your mind. We salvaged what we could, but I think that the rulers have hidden important parts to make sure that they shattered. Noah and King Elbaz had performed a complete checkup of Sepunia as soon as she woke up. The expert had developed the 3 standard centers of power and a simple world after the process, and everything worked perfectly, but her mind had yet to adapt to her new state. Every sensation felt different for Sepunia. Her body, power, and consciousness had changed in ways that involved profound aspects of her existence. She had transformed when she had abandoned her previous world, so even her personality started to change as her new structure reevaluated what her mind contained. The results of the tests left the 2 experts completely satisfied. Sepunia didn't only gain a new world that had no connection with heaven and earth. She had also retained some important memories of the sky, and her existence had even turned into something quite peculiar. Sepunia's current world was simple. It was a pure expression of her captivating abilities, which didn't rely on her beauty. Her power seemed able to change the world's appearance, but the experts guessed that it went far deeper than that. Still, both Noah and King Elbaz could sense a familiar power inside Sepunia's new existence. She carried a deep desire to expand. The world itself didn't want to remain in its current state. "That ends it then," King Elbaz exclaimed after the interrogation ended. "We have created a world capable of evolving in the middle of the 9th rank. You got your second chance." Sepunia partially ignored King Elbaz's words. The 3 experts were sitting on the ground, with heaven and earth's light shining above their heads, but Sepunia seemed unable to focus on her surroundings. She continued to check her body, and she giggled whenever an unfamiliar sensation spread inside her mind. "She is a kid," King Elbaz sighed helplessly. "Cut me some slack," Sepunia complained before pinching her body in a different spot. "I never thought that my sensations could have such features. They are almost identical to what I had before, but they feel different, almost free even." "Did heaven and earth restrain your ability to feel?" Noah asked since she had brought up the topic. "I wouldn't put it like that," Sepunia said, but her voice turned high-pitched when the sensations of her pinch spread throughout her body. "I remember having something similar to a barrier between my body and my centers of power. I experienced the same sensations, but everything was dull and restrained. That's only normal when your world doesn't belong to you," Noah explained. "Focus on getting used to what you have now. We aren't exactly in a hurry, but we should leave quickly anyway." Sepunia's revelations had added important details to Noah and King Elbaz's knowledge of the sky. They now knew that heaven and earth had a group of elite cultivators in their system. They would probably be their last enemies before the final battle against the rulers. The presence of cultivators that even heaven and earth had to respect forced Noah and King Elbaz to consider how to accelerate their plans. There was a high chance that those privileged experts were like them. It would be impossible for ordinary existences to survive the ruler's absorption for entire eras. That elite group might have monsters. Noah and King Elbaz had met Caesar, and they had heard his position, but they expected some of the other privileged cultivators to have different opinions. They didn't believe that all of them had decided to use Noah's group as a stepping stone capable of improving heaven and earth's chances to reach the 10th rank. Some of those privileged cultivators would eventually come out of the sky and try to stop the experts in Noah's group. He guessed that Caesar and his current level were the reason behind that delayed meeting, but he didn't think too much about the issue. He had time to get strong, and that was enough for now. "Do we have a new target?" King Elbaz asked. "I'd rather keep our conversations with the old rulers to the minimum. I actually came up with an idea," Noah revealed, "but I'll need Sepunia to think hard about it." Sepunia interrupted her pinching and showed a surprised expression before questioning his new companions. "How can I help? Heaven and earth are approaching their victory, so the entire world is giving birth to the children of their flaws," Noah stated. "We know that the same flaws can affect the matter of the world. I guess something capable of countering the sky must have appeared. Aren't we part of that?" King Elbaz asked. I was thinking about something more specific, Noah explained. Maybe a mineral capable of piercing the sky has appeared somewhere, or part of the chaotic laws have gone crazy in a random spot of the stormy regions. I don't know, but it doesn't sound too impossible when you think about it. We are indeed vague as counters, King Elbaz commented. Exactly, Noah exclaimed. We benefit from being flaws in heaven and earth system, but we aren't born to destroy them. That's just a goal that we have set in our minds due to the structure of the world. But we would have considered ignoring the rulers altogether if they didn't pose a threat to our cultivation journey. King Elbaz nodded a few times before moving his eyes on Sepunia. Noah also gazed at her, and the two experts waited as the woman tilted her head and fell deep into her thoughts. I do recall something about that, Sepunia declared. There was a metal that heaven and earth wanted to destroy at all costs, but I think they succeeded. They shattered the area with their punishments. The revelation made the two experts curse in their minds. Noah and King Elbaz exchanged a meaningful glance, but they couldn't think of any valid plan. Part of them even gave up on finding something better than the targets marked by the old rulers during their expansion. There must be something left of that metal. Sepunia suddenly continued to speak, while she ruffled her long hair in a desperate attempt to find memories that didn't exist inside her mind. I recall that heaven and earth had to leave part of that material in the world due to their fairness, but I can't remember where they put it. I know that it's still in that area, but I can't give you more details. That's already good, King Elbaz shouted as evident curiosity filled his face. Do you happen to remember where this area is? That I know, Sepunia exclaimed. Though I must warn you, the area in my memories is unique. I don't know if heaven and earth have fixed it in the end, but it wasn't in a good state the last time I saw it. A dead zone unfolded in the trio's eyes after following Sepunia across the storms for many years. Sparse cracks that led to the void tainted the area, and various patches of ground floated among the whiteness without falling prey to the pulling force that those fissures naturally generated. The patches of ground had different sizes, shapes, and environments. Noah saw a solitary upside-down mountain floating next to a small tree that barely had enough terrain to spread its roots and a relatively large plain filled with lakes. Similar odd scenes that featured various settings occupied the other parts of the dead zones and actively avoided the storms in the distance. All the pieces of the region that had survived the past destruction had developed an innate survival instinct. The trio could see floating lands changing direction all of a sudden, and the same happened even with the smaller areas. Noah could barely contain his curiosity when he saw that the dirt floating in the dead zone also stuck to that behavior. How can they have a survival instinct without being alive? Noah wondered. It must be a consequence of heaven and earth's actions, King Elbaz suggested. Maybe they spread the flaw instead of destroying it. The world needs to put something against them, so they never succeeded in vanquishing the meanings lingering in this area. I can't help you any more from this point onward, Sepunia announced. My memories end here. We should start with the bigger lands, Noah said, and the trio quickly went to the solitary mountain scene right after reaching the area. A strange atmosphere fell on Noah, King Elbaz, and Sepunia when they went deeper into the area. They initially found it hard to explain what they felt, but enlightenment eventually dawned upon their minds. The sky's constant pressure waned there. Something was weakening heaven and earth's power. How long has it even been? Noah chuckled while looking at the sky. Noah had stopped using protections against the white radiance countless years ago. He had grown so used to that constant pressure that it felt strange to be relatively free from it. Even the journey in the void couldn't generate the same sensations. Do you really want to count? King Elbaz asked while following his gaze. I can give you an answer quickly. King Elbaz still protected his mind from the white radiance, but he didn't waste that power. He gathered the pressure falling on him and made it flow into a technique meant to expand his mind. That was how he had improved his mental sphere until now. I don't care enough to hear that, Noah laughed. Time will only continue to lose meaning for you, Sepunia stated. You two are incredibly young compared to other existences at your level. Your perception has yet to move to replace millennia with eras. I plan to break the sky before that, Noah revealed. That sounds impossible, Sepunia giggled. Please, don't use that word, King Elbaz sighed. It will only make him do crazier stuff. The trio fell silent after reaching the mountain. Noah, King Elbaz, and Sepunia studied the rocky surface of the structure to search for the source of those strange effects, but they didn't find anything worthy of consideration. The matter there had an odd aura. The rocks of the mountains felt slightly different, even if their fabric was as normal as it could be. They carried special effects that the trio had to inspect for a while before understanding their nature. Those materials weren't actually radiating that strange power. They had transformed because of it. The aura that filled the dead zone seemed to have the same effects as the devil's influence. It could taint the matter and force it to express its influence, but everything was fainter there. Those rocks couldn't repeat the process on their own. They merely echoed a minute part of the source's power. Where is the source? Noah wondered, but none of the lands floating in the dead zone seemed to meet those requirements. King Elbaz and Sepunia soon reached the same conclusion. The source wasn't there, so they could only perform a thorough search. The trio returned inside the storms and completed the long exploration past the edges of the dead zone. The experts hoped that one of the nearby areas could have traces of that power, but that feeling eventually crumbled. Noah, King Elbaz, and Sepunia returned inside the dead zone after confirming that the nearby lands and storms didn't have anything. The answer had to be among that odd aura, but they didn't believe the source of that power to be among those weak floating lands. They would inspect all of them if the situation required it, but a better answer eventually appeared. Noah and King Elbaz only had to exchange a glance before approaching one of the cracks. The dark world expanded as a series of golden lines filler the edges of the fissure. The two experts prepared themselves to peek into the void, and Sepunia didn't hesitate to join them with excitement brimming out of her figure. Don't you need to create something in case the travel into the void turns bad? King Elbaz asked. I'm with the pioneers in that field, Sepunia smirked. Why would I even need to do anything? Another brute to save, King Elbaz sighed. A rope made of dark matter materialized among the dark world and wrapped itself around Sepunia's waist. The dark matter almost fused with the robe she had concocted with her power right after waking up. Noah fixed part of the dark world to the whiteness and secured a rope around him before jumping into the crack. Diving into fissures that stood in the middle of the world could be more dangerous than exiting the sky due to the change of dimension, but that was nothing for an expert of space. Sepunia jumped after Noah, and King Elbaz soon followed. The two found Noah right under the whiteness, with his eyes fixed on a massive island that floated among the void. He was wearing a frown, and the reason behind that gesture became obvious immediately. The island contained living beings. Multiple auras came out of that vast structure, and some of them were in the 9th rank. However, no energy reached that land, so the experts couldn't explain how those creatures could have survived without destroying the environment. Elbaz? Noah asked, but his friend shook his head even after inspecting the island with some of his sensors. I sense obstructions, King Elbaz revealed. It's clear that someone is trying to isolate that area. They didn't go as far as creating a separate space, but they did a decent job nonetheless. Isn't that the time when you charge ahead? Sepunia asked while shooting an expectant gaze at Noah. I'm not that reckless, Noah complained. You definitely are, King Elbaz sneered, but he still took the first step toward the island. Noah had never seen similar creatures. Those magical beasts clearly resembled dragons. They had a pair of wings, long scaled bodies, and 4 legs, but they appeared too skinny for their own good. The experts struggled to understand whether they had muscles at all. Moreover, their heads and necks were odd. Their upper part was normal, with scales and 2 pairs of curved horns, but their lower side basically didn't exist. Long spikes grew to create a long and strange mouth that didn't seem able to remain closed. Noah, King Elbaz, and Sepunia couldn't help but focus on the long tongues coming out of those hideous mouths. They resembled thick whips ready to crack in the air, but whether they used them as weapons was unclear. They didn't have a single element either. Identical specimens could feature completely different types of breath. The strange shape and the surprising detail about their breath made Noah unable to connect that species to the creatures in his knowledge. His instincts told him that those magical beasts weren't natural beings, and he couldn't help but agree with them. Noah could justify the matter about the element. The immortal lands were so vast that such peculiar beings could potentially be born every once in a while. However, their environment hinted at something far different. The island was in the middle of the void, so someone had to refill its energy manually. The dragons didn't notice the three experts hovering right outside the island's edges. There seemed to be a barrier that divided those lands from the void, and even the rank 9 magical beasts inside them couldn't pierce it with their senses. Noah's knowledge about space told him how the island didn't exactly float in the void. The barrier stretched under its base and allowed it to lay on its invisible fabric. Someone had decided to protect and preserve that environment, and he could only think about one possible culprit. What are heaven and earth doing here? Noah wondered while flying around the barrier to inspect its fabric and its protected environment from different perspectives. Everything reeked of heaven and earth. The barrier carried their power, but their aura intensified on the actual island. Entering that isolated area wasn't an issue either since Noah could send his mental waves forward freely, but he could sense how that defense tried to trick his thoughts into remaining inside the environment. The effects are weaker since I'm only sending mental waves forward, Noah thought before raising his hand to touch the barrier. That invisible layer didn't stop Noah, but he pulled his hand back as soon as the tip of his middle finger went on the other side. Pain spread from his hand, but he barely cared about that. His entire attention went on a big specimen that shot toward his position. Noah didn't move. The dragon that was flying toward him was a mere rank 8 specimen in the upper tier, and its attention wasn't on him. The barrier had managed to cut the tip of his middle finger, and the creature couldn't wait to eat it. The dragon flew toward the falling fingertip, and Noah descended to inspect it properly. He remained on the other side of the barrier as the creature used its long tongue to seize the body part and stuff it at the bottom of its neck. The beast's actual mouth started on its torso, but it was hard to see with the spikes covering it. Less than 10 meters divided Noah from the dragon, but the latter appeared unable to sense him. The creature didn't even try to move a bit forward. It seemed to know exactly where the barrier began. King Elbaz and Sepunia quickly reached Noah due to his closeness to the dragon. The two experts joined his inspection, and they soon realized that the creature radiated the same odd energy found in the dead zone. "We found the source," Sepunia exclaimed, but Noah promptly pulled her arm since she was trying to cross the barrier. "They aren't the source," Noah explained. "They have only been affected deeply by it. Though I don't understand why heaven and earth would leave this environment in the open instead of hiding it." "It's literally in the void," Sepunia stated while turning to show a blank face to Noah. "How many experts do you think would jump into a crack without hesitation? I wonder how many would even consider looking inside the void." Noah and King Elbaz exchanged a gaze before glancing back at the barrier. Sepunia's words had been on point, and she didn't even need to mention the fact that the higher plane had seen its population shrinking after the apocalypse. "The barrier is stronger on the other side," King Elbaz explained. "It doesn't only hurt what tries to leave it. It even isolates these creatures through something similar to illusions." "What do you mean?" Noah asked. "Look at this specimen." King Elbaz pointed at the dragon that had eaten Noah's fingertip. "It doesn't even try to fly forward. Something compels it to remain inside the barrier and never attempt to leave. I bet it doesn't even know that an outside world exists." "Hey you!" Sepunia suddenly shouted and claimed her companion's attention. "Try to come out of there." Noah and King Elbaz shook their heads when they saw that Sepunia wanted to call the dragon, but their expression froze when they turned toward the creature. Sepunia had created a copy of what was happening in the outside world next to the magical beast. It could see and hear the three experts through those illusions. Noah and King Elbaz wanted to put an end to Sepunia's actions, but the dragon's behavior changed before they could do anything. The creature voiced a guttural roar before losing its equilibrium and falling toward the ground. The fall couldn't hurt the dragon, but it didn't stop roaring. It didn't try to shout human words, but Noah could understand it. The cry was a desperate expression of its feelings. It seemed that it had finally recalled the nature of its situation. The desperate roars attracted the other dragons on the island and made them reach that position. A few rank 9 specimens also appeared to gather around the creature that was trying to express its desperation with its cries. The roars eventually started to affect the other dragons. Loud and desperate cries filled the area and made the barrier tremble. The 3 experts could see that the invisible membrane shook due to the deep feelings that those creatures were putting into their voices. The tremors revealed the existence of the barrier to the dragons, and those creatures immediately focused on it. They didn't hesitate to charge together toward that invisible membrane, but a white light suddenly fell from the crack above them and filled the island in an instant. The light engulfed the dragons, but the 3 experts retreated anyway since those creatures had almost reached the barrier. Still, they inspected the island from afar as they waited for that annoying radiance to disperse. Noah, King Elbaz, and Sepunia expected a loud impact to resound in the area, but nothing arrived. The light retreated and revealed that the dragons had returned to their previous behavior. They had completely forgotten about the barrier. Did heaven and earth reset their minds? Noah wondered, and his companions shared those doubts. The light had stopped the violent uproar that Sepunia had caused. It was clear that heaven and earth wanted the dragon to remain on the island, but the 3 experts couldn't understand the reason behind that desire. Noah's mind immediately began to generate ideas. The dragons obviously were a unique species, and heaven and earth's careful approach to those creatures highlighted that feature. The rulers wouldn't hesitate to wipe out entire packs if they didn't respect their fairness. But the fauna on the island seemed to have a specific purpose. Do you think heaven and earth will try to kill us if we cause a mess on the island? King Elbaz asked. They have tried to kill us since our first tribulation, Noah commented. Nothing would change. You know what I meant, King Elbaz continued. They'll probably try to stop us from uncovering what the island is hiding, Noah stated before turning toward Sepunia. Maybe our troublemaker will have deeper insights on this topic. Right, King Elbaz said while also turning toward Sepunia. I would also like to know why you tried to claim the dragon's attention before we even understood what was going on. Sepunia's eyes moved between Noah and King Elbaz, and an awkward smile slowly appeared on her face. Her reason was quite silly, but she tried to justify herself anyway. I wanted to see what the dragon had to say about its situation. At least we got to see that the island is a special prison that heaven and earth control and refill with energy. That doesn't justify such a reckless action, King Elbaz declared. You have some of the most reckless experts in history as your companions. Sepunia pouted. They weren't possible spies, King Elbaz replied. Why did you even bother to accept my request if you intended to treat me as a prisoner? Sepunia complained. I know that you want to be careful, but stick to an approach. Don't bring up my past only when it helps you. She has a point, Noah laughed. King Elbaz glared at Noah before expressing his surprise. Are you really siding with her? Either she is our companion or she isn't. Noah shrugged his shoulders. We might still have doubts about her, but we shouldn't question her methods. We made her like that, at least partially. King Elbaz didn't like hearing those words, but they made sense. It was hypocritical to connect Sepunia's reckless behavior to a possible betrayal. Divine Demon and Noah had done far worse during important moments, and she was far away from the standard that they had set. She took these parts of her character from you? King Elbaz snorted before moving his attention back to the island. So, do you remember anything about this place? Noah asked. I think I've never known anything about it, Sepunia revealed. I remember almost everything about the Shattered Land, and I don't have significant blank spots about the events connected to the area either. I think heaven and earth have kept the dragons hidden even from their followers. That already helps, Noah stated. The state of Sepunia's memories added information to the island, at least when it came to heaven and earth approach to that topic. The rulers probably couldn't destroy those lands due to their fairness. But Noah developed different ideas when he thought about what his companion had revealed. Heaven and earth could have created a prison before marking that knowledge as important. Sepunia would have forgotten about it in that case, which would leave a blank spot in her memory and reveal the ruler's intentions to Noah and King Elbaz. Instead, Sepunia claimed not to know about the island at all. She had never learnt about it, which led Noah to believe that heaven and earth had some important projects going on there. He couldn't find any other reason to explain why the rulers would ever keep it a secret from their followers. The matter became even more interesting at that point. Noah couldn't wait to discover what heaven and earth were up to, and the issue wasn't even entering the island. The mission required an escape route, and his eyes inevitably fell on King Elbaz. "The light came out from that crack," King Elbaz uttered while pointing at the fissure right above the island. "I think heaven and earth have set defenses there since they needed a safe path for their light. Maybe it leads to a specific part of the sky," Noah guessed. "I don't remember that crack on the other side. Heaven and earth might use it as a special passage for their light." "I don't know about the actual sky," Sepunia commented. "Heaven and earth don't leave those passages open for a long time. I guess that there are white clouds on the other side." "Clouds?" Noah and King Elbaz asked at the same time. "You have been there when you returned from the other side of the immortal lands," Sepunia explained. "Heaven and earth cover the surface of the sky with chaotic laws that have obtained specific meanings from time to time. We call them clouds." Noah and King Elbaz couldn't forget the trap that heaven and earth had set for them after the mission with the devils. Noah had to summon Sword Saint to solve that situation, and the latter had ended up remaining with his group until his breakthrough. The idea of ending up in a similar area was interesting and worrying at the same time. The light discharged on the island had the power to affect the minds of an entire pack of dragons that featured multiple rank 9 specimens. The white clouds on the other side had to contain a lot of energy, but they could also have defenses ready for those who dared to invade them. The possibility that heaven and earth had deployed defenses there was relatively high. The rulers didn't tell their followers about the island to make sure that no memories of the place existed in their minds. They had taken precautions to keep the area hidden, so it was safe to assume the same for the white clouds on the other side of the passage. "Doesn't this feel familiar?" King Elbaz wondered after the trio had remained silent for a few minutes. "It does indeed," Noah confirmed. "What are you two saying?" Sepunia asked. "Heaven and earth are definitely studying these dragons," Noah explained. "Or experimenting on them," King Elbaz added. "This isolated environment in the void is perfect to avoid external influences. However, I have to admit that the mind-wiping light is a good idea. I should take and improve it." "Do you think Divine Architect has something to do with it?" Noah asked. Noah knew Divine Architect due to the inheritance found in the separate dimension with the recurring heaven tribulation, but only King Elbaz had interacted with her. He had higher chances of sensing her presence on the island in front of them. "I don't think so," King Elbaz evaluated. "I praised the light, but this still feels sloppy. Why would heaven and earth hide it in the void in the first place when they have the sky at their disposal?" "Because it contains something directly opposite to the fabric of the sky," Sepunia stated and confirmed what Noah and King Elbaz had hesitated to mention since they wanted to gather more data. Entering the island felt mandatory. The sole fact that heaven and earth had done so much just to keep the area hidden made it too interesting to ignore. Still, the barrier was an issue that the trio had to approach carefully, and the dragon's violent uproar was another problem that required proper planning. The pack of dragons didn't worry the 3 experts. Noah and King Elbaz could hold their ground against liquid stage cultivators, and they even had Sepunia on their side now. The fauna there only featured 4 rank 9 magical beasts, with the strongest in the middle tier. Victory would most likely arrive in case of a battle, but the trio didn't know whether fighting was the correct approach. Noah and King Elbaz wanted to study those creatures due to their uniqueness, but that same reason also made them hesitate. The dragons held a special place among the magical beasts, and the species inside the island probably had something to do with the battle that heaven and earth were waging since their rise to power. Those dragons could be important allies, but their mental state was clearly unstable. The 3 experts could guess that the light had already reset their creatures' minds multiple times, which could explain the recent outburst. Yet, that event could still be the result of their natural aggression. "Let's capture one of them," Noah eventually suggested. Let's bring out and heal a powerful specimen. It's pointless to hesitate in front of a risky choice when we have the chance to find answers. Can we really do that without crossing the barrier? Sepunia asked, and her two companions showed blank expressions at her statement. Did you even understand your new world? King Elbaz asked. I got used to it, Sepunia proudly exclaimed. It's amazing. I've never felt so free. Then open a passage without triggering defenses, Noah ordered. Elbaz will take care of keeping it stable while I pull the dragon out. How would I Eve dash? Sepunia started to complain, but a long ooh escaped her mouth when she thought about her current abilities. Sepunia had yet to master her new world. She didn't fight nor felt forced to bring her power to the limit. She had grown used to her state during the travel, but her mind still struggled to accept the change at times. That prevented her from realizing what she could do. I think I can do it now that I think about it, Sepunia announced. I only need a bit to expand my world. It would be easier if I had energy all around me. Noah expanded the dark world without giving any warning. A dark sea engulfed the three experts before part of its dark matter began to rotate around Sepunia. How much do you need to make a door? Noah asked. I don't need much, Sepunia explained as she stretched her arms to experience those soft currents with her fingers. I'm not creating a door. A version of the passage that has a door already exists in my mind. I only need the world to see it as reality. The explanation left Noah and King Elbaz slightly surprised. They had guessed the nature of Sepunia's world when they created it, but they didn't know how deeply her ability to affect the world would go. It was amazing that she could transform matter and defenses at will as long as her influence affected them. We only need to attract a powerful specimen now, King Elbaz reminded before glancing at Noah. Take care of opening the passage, Noah said in a tone that carried firm confidence. A leader will come to greet me. That answer was enough for King Elbaz. Sepunia wanted to hear more about that, but she moved toward the island when she saw that her companions had already started the mission. Noah and King Elbaz picked a spot on the barrier far above the surface. The dragons would have to pass near the crack, so they bet that only the rank 9 specimens wouldn't hesitate to reach them. Sepunia quickly joined the duo, and Noah surrounded her with dark matter that didn't oppose the spreading of her influence. The dark matter never seeped past the barrier unless Sepunia wanted that. Noah let her gain almost complete control of that energy so that she could gain some confidence with her ability. Sepunia had her eyes closed as she sat cross-legged among the dark matter. She floated beside the barrier as her influence spread and started changing the very nature of that defensive structure. The change wasn't as immediate as her companions desired, but no one complained. Actually, Noah and King Elbaz didn't hesitate to focus on Sepunia when her ability started the transformation of the barrier. Patches of energy that replicated the void materialized right above the barrier before fusing with its fabric. They became holes that didn't affect the defense at all. Those small passages didn't transform the actual structure. They acted as patches placed above the barrier that the world temporarily took as its actual fabric. It was incredible how deeply Sepunia could affect techniques and other structures without even knowing their basic functioning. Sepunia applied more holes on the barrier and stopped only when a wide passage took form. The island was free from its isolation now, but the dragons didn't notice that. Noah nodded, and King Elbaz stepped forward to set a series of formations right above the fake edges of the passage. He filled the circular hole with inscriptions that would activate as soon as a magical beast tried to reach the void before moving aside. Noah's turn had arrived, and King Elbaz could already guess what he was about to witness. Noah's pride skyrocketed as he roared inside the passage. His voice spread throughout the island and alerted every creature living there about an unusual event. Someone was challenging the leaders. That behavior was an instinctive part of the magical beasts that even heaven and earth's brainwash couldn't suppress. A series of encouraging roars resounded inside the island as a rank 9 specimen shot in the sky and approached the passage. The dragon was a creature in the lower tier sent to probe Noah, and he couldn't wait to have a physical contest against it. Noah made the dark matter around him enhance his presence to set the dragon on a direct path toward him. The creature stretched its tongue as the impact with its opponent drew near, but a series of golden lines suddenly fell on its body and restrained its hideous mouth. The unstable substance filled Noah's body with power right before the dragon slammed on him. The impact didn't even manage to push him back, but he quickly shot to his left to leave the area filled with cracks. The dragon wanted to fight, but Noah punched its head before dragging it away from the area with the cracks. Sepunia and King Elbaz also left the island to chase after their companion. The hole vanished, and another uproar started inside the barrier, but white light descended before those creatures could even group up. More inscriptions activated as Noah dragged the dragon away. The creature's physical prowess had left him disappointed, so he stopped caring about fighting it properly. The dark world expanded as golden lines forced the beast to fold its wings and tied its legs together. King Elbaz's formations didn't spare the tail either. The dragon struggled and fought, but it couldn't do anything against King Elbaz's inscriptions. Noah even punched it whenever it tried to roar in anger, but that still didn't manage to make it accept its situation. The dragon was going mad. The mindset forced into its head by heaven and earth had vanished after it left the barrier. The creature went through countless memories now that it could finally think properly, and immense anger mixed with despair seeped into its suppressed growls. Those emotions were so intense that King Elbaz and Sepunia didn't need Noah to translate those roars. Failing to evaluate the dragon's mental state was impossible, so they didn't need to plan their next step. What they had to do was clear. King Elbaz took out a pill from his figure, and Noah pulled the dragon's mouth upward. Part of the inscriptions that sealed the open and spiked neck created a hole where the cultivator could place the drug and force the creature to eat it. Sepunia couldn't do anything in that situation. Her world would only attract the dragon's hatred since it dealt with illusions, so she limited herself to watch as her companions did their best to calm down the creature. The pill didn't only suppress the dragon's intense emotions. It also improved its awareness for a short time, allowing it to go over its many memories of the prison in seconds. Sadly, the creature didn't feel any better afterward. It could only rely on itself to accept that heaven and earth had kept it caged and had played with its mind for countless years. King Elbaz stepped back and made Sepunia follow him to leave Noah alone with the dragon. The magical beasts had always felt an innate hostility toward the humans, and that feature didn't change in the divine ranks. It was better to let a hybrid handle the matter. A growl tried to come out of the dragon's sealed mouth as the effects of King Elbaz's pill waned, but Noah promptly punched its head again. He wasn't using his full strength, but the situation was starting to annoy him. Noah was a pack leader in front of an inferior specimen. A mere whiff of his aura could force the dragon to submit. Still, he didn't want to be so forceful toward a creature that had suffered so much. Still, he didn't want to wait years for the beast to calm either. Heaven and earth kept you trapped for a long time, Noah growled. I don't know exactly for how long, but try to get over it quickly. I have things to do. Those growls made the dragon fall prey to its anger again, but Noah expected that. He let the creature struggle until it eventually accepted that its physical strength wouldn't get it out of that situation. Free me, the dragon roared. I will if you behave, Noah responded. I didn't escape the cage to become a prisoner again, the dragon continued. You didn't escape, Noah explained. I opened a path and baited you outside. I've even stopped you from charging right back in while you were prey to your anger. The dragon roared, but it fell silent afterward. Noah had spoken the truth, but it didn't want to submit so easily. Its pack was still inside the cage, so it couldn't become someone else's underling. Let's talk for a bit, Noah growled while crossing his legs. I will set your entire pack free if you help me. Set it free first, the dragon roared, but intense fear filled its body when Noah glared at it with his reptilian eyes. The dragon was still angry, but its instincts didn't allow it to forget its position in the food chain. Noah only had the aspect of a rank 8 existence. His eyes were enough to reveal the monster contained in that small figure. Do you have more orders for me? Noah asked in a chilling tone. The dragon remained silent while lowering its head. Its survival instincts prevented it from making any sound. Good, Noah exclaimed. Let's start from the beginning. How did you end up inside the barrier? My memories are messy, the dragon admitted. Tell me what you can, Noah ordered. The dragon gazed at the island before pointing its eyes at the white cracks among the void. The creature remained silent for a few seconds, but a description soon began. I remember a life among the light before one of heaven and earth's humans attacked my pack. Then I recall pain. I felt my flesh ripped away from my scales and my throat splitting. I woke up in that land when that suffering ended. Noah frowned. He expected a far different story, something that involved the appearance of the metal meant to oppose the sky. He could even feel that the dragon wasn't lying, so he felt forced to reevaluate his previous hypotheses about the island. I can't say much about the life in those lands, the dragon continued. I see the light every time I try to remember details. I know that I've lived there for many years and that I've fed on others like me, but everything feels off. Heaven and earth have probably tampered with the important memories, Noah guessed in his mind. Only one detail is clear, the dragon announced. My first thought when I woke up in those lands would reappear every time I recalled where I was. The dragon stretched its front legs forward and inspected them. Noah saw confusion in the creature's eyes, and the latter left him speechless with the revelation that followed that gesture. I recall thinking that these weren't my legs. Noah's eyes widened as most of his hypotheses crumbled to leave only one unexpected guess intact. It seemed that the dragon's current appearance didn't match its memories. Heaven and earth had transformed it before sending it to the island. I'll go get some of your companions, Noah quickly uttered before moving toward his friends in the distance. I'll come back soon. Wait, the dragon roared. Free me of these restrictions. Noah ignored the dragon, but a powerful aura suddenly seeped out of it. Noah turned to inspect the creature and noticed that a pitch-black liquid was flowing out of the spikes at its mouth sides. King Elba's formations were forcing the dragon to keep its neck closed, but the spikes there also released that liquid. Noah could see how the golden radiance of the expert's lines dimmed as that substance accumulated on their other side before flowing out of its head. The sole fact that the dragon had the power to affect King Elba's inscriptions made Noah shoot back to the creature. The liquid coming out of the beast's mouth was so dark that even the blackness of the void couldn't hide it, but Noah ignored that feature. His focus was on the faint trust that his instincts felt toward the aura that accompanied the substance. What is this? Noah wondered before holding the dragon's head still with a hand and stretching his free arm toward the liquid. A single drop landed on the back of his hand while he was approaching the tiny waterfall. His mind rejoiced, but his skin started to melt without causing any pain, and that effect spread quickly to the rest of his arm. Noah couldn't stop what he didn't feel. Even the black hole couldn't understand what was happening. So he quickly drew the cursed sword and severed his arm. The corrosion stopped for him, but his limb vanished before it could start to float among the void. Noah retreated and expanded the dark world to make sure that no drop of the black liquid ever came near him again. The dark matter filled the area and helped King Elba's inscription with the suppression of the dragon, but the substance coming out of its mouth continued to cause problems. The dark matter evaporated when the black liquid expanded among Noah's technique. Waves of ambition instantly empowered his mind and enhanced his inspection of that substance. He wanted to understand how that material could appear harmless while containing such immense destructive power, but his study failed to give answers. King Elbaz and Sepunia reached Noah inside the dark world in an instant. The latter had even allowed them to see its insides on purpose because he needed their help. The two experts had seen everything that had happened with the black liquid, but they shared Noah's confusion. Still, King Elbaz didn't hesitate to take out a series of flasks from his figure to see if they could succeed where the dark matter was failing. 12 flasks with different shapes and inscriptions flew through the dark world and reached the tiny waterfall that the dragon was releasing. King Elbaz and Noah didn't even need to talk to coordinate that approach. The latter took care of moving the items, while the former made sure that the golden lines on them adapted to the unique features of that substance. The approach soon led to failure. King Elbaz tried his best, but his items melted in less than a second. He didn't even have the time to test different meanings for his inscriptions before the flasks vanished. "What is that?" King Elbaz asked. The liquid carried a strange aura that seemed able to attract the expert's attention, But the reason for that feature was impossible to study. Noah, King Elbaz, and Sepunia were using their mental waves to inspect the substance, but their thoughts also melted before gathering valuable information. Why do I even trust it? Noah wondered as he let the black hole perform a complete check of his body. Everything was fine inside Noah. Only the black liquid was to blame for his unreliable sensations, which made it even more interesting. Noah and King Elbaz couldn't wait to get their hands on that material, but it seemed that the task would be far from easy. "Hand me something for my mind," Noah ordered as he performed a grabbing motion with his remaining hand. "You should drop this habit," King Elbaz snorted while taking out a pill in the middle tier. "And you can avoid complaining sooner or later," Noah responded before taking the pill and throwing it above him. The ethereal blackness quickly unleashed its energy. Noah's mind reached a level of power that would leave even liquid-stage cultivators stunned. The world seemed to open in his eyes and reveal its truth, but he kept his focus on the black liquid. The dark matter synchronized with Noah's mental state and worked as an extension of his mind to gather information about the black liquid. Strange images and feelings filled his vision as he moved his eyes to the dragon. The strange substance and the creature had a connection that Noah struggled to describe. It was deep but also forced. The empowered state vanished and tried to make Noah fall into the usual mental coma. He wanted to oppose it, but the drawbacks inevitably won. He was getting stronger, but his existence still couldn't handle that level of power. The dark world melted King Elbaz's pill and sent its nutrients toward Noah. He suddenly woke up and activated his ambition again to empower his mind. Everything learnt during the superior state slowly transformed into orders for the dark matter that did its best to follow them. King Elbaz and Sepunia were dying to know what Noah had learnt, but they remained silent for the time being. The ability was draining the dragon's immense stamina, and the black liquid falling into the dark world disappeared to destroy the dark matter. Noah had to hurry if he wanted to seize a sample of that material. Noah worked at full speed. His mind studied everything and came up with a container capable of surviving the black liquid's destructiveness. The dark matter churned and condensed before creating something that his companions inspected in confusion. They saw a chunk of his higher energy transforming into a large jar that radiated an aura similar to heaven and earth. The jar flew toward the tiny waterfall created by the dragon, but its structure started to melt. Noah cursed in his mind before modifying the item while it fought against the threatening substance. The aura that reminded everyone of heaven and earth intensified, but the container continued to suffer from the destructive effects. "Elbaz!" Noah shouted, and King Elbaz didn't hesitate to step forward. The two didn't need words there either. King Elbaz took a series of glowing orbs that radiated an aura almost identical to the sky and threw them toward the jar. Noah used the dark world to dissolve those items into waves of energy that flowed inside his creation. His container turned dark gray before radiating a clear light that tried to copy heaven and earth's whiteness. The jar finally stopped falling apart, but the dragon also put an end to its ability and abandoned itself to its restrictions. Noah didn't care about the creature for now and focused on his item. The container shrunk and closed to seal the liquid in its insides. He had only managed to seize a few drops in the end, but that remained a clear success. The jar had transformed into a small flask that radiated a pale light after the process. The dark matter sent it to Noah, and he grabbed it to inspect the black drops in its insides. King Elbaz and Sepunia peeked at the item from behind his shoulders, but they remained clueless about the situation. They only understood that heaven and earth's aura seemed to counter the substance's destructive properties. "Do you plan to give us an explanation?" King Elbaz asked when his patience reached its limits. "I can't resist keeping you on edge," Noah mocked before wearing a serious expression. "Is it bad?" Sepunia questioned when she noticed Noah's expression. "It might be as bad as it can get," Noah sighed before pointing at the flask. "This is the counter to the sky." "That's impossible," Sepunia promptly declared. "I recall the appearance of that material. It had the form of a dark metal able to destroy the sky with a mere touch." "Your description sounds awfully similar to this liquid," King Elbaz stated. "The only difference is in the target." This substance seems able to destroy everything but things connected to heaven and earth. They corrupted it, Noah revealed. They couldn't get rid of the material since something capable of countering their sky had to exist in the world. So, they decided to contain and alter it. I bet they altered to counter their opponents, King Elba's guessed. Still, how could they even work with a material that could melt their whiteness with a single touch? They didn't need to do much after creating the right environment, Noah explained while pointing at the dragon. Heaven and earth have used the dragons as the vessels for the corruption. That's why they have different elements. They belong to different species. But this liquid has changed their core and bodies. King Elbas had fought with the pack of dragons led by the 4 upper-tier specimens that had inherited the core aspects of the world, and Sepunia had been part of heaven and earth system for a long time. They didn't need to ask why the rulers had chosen those species for the experiment, but they remained amazed about the whole procedure. Noah didn't manage to understand every detail about the black liquid. He actually knew very little about it, but his hypotheses had compensated for his ignorance. The restrained specimen was the result of a forced fusion with the metal that the world had naturally generated to counter the sky. The dragons also had a deep connection with that role due to the 4 upper-tier leaders in charge of the army of magical beasts. In theory, the union between the two had to create an even stronger enemy of the rulers, but the latter made sure to turn things in their favor. They might have replicated the same process that they had to experience after their defeat, King Elbas guessed while moving his attention between the small flash and the restrained creature. The dragons naturally carry an echo of the previous natural order, so a corruption would put them on heaven and earth's path. The black liquid had to fight the sky, Noah added, but it inevitably fell prey to the transformation after becoming part of the dragons. Heaven and earth have forced a fusion between 2 suitable materials before proceeding with the corruption. That sounds overly complicated, Sepunia commented, but her 2 companions shook their heads. It's pretty smart, King Elbas commented. Incredibly smart, Noah corrected. Heaven and earth couldn't touch the metal in its raw form, but the situation changed once it became part of the dragons. They only needed to create the right environment for the corruption to happen naturally. Incredible. Noah couldn't help but praise heaven and earth. They had developed a method that left him beyond stunned. They had tricked the world again, and no one had noticed it. Did we find one of the hidden weapons? King Elbas asked. Definitely, Noah replied. This experiment probably is still in the testing phase, but I bet that heaven and earth have invested a lot in it. They have even picked dragons from different species to avoid attracting unwanted attention, realizing how careful heaven and earth had been led to an obvious question. The 3 experts had uncovered the ruler's experiment, but they had to decide what to do with it. Destroying the island, killing the transformed dragons, and seizing what was left of the metal sounded like a solid plan. However, Noah wanted to do more than obtain a weapon that he would eventually stop needing. The metal could destroy the sky, but Noah and his companions would eventually get there too. He wanted to get that material now since it would help a lot with their imminent mission, but he didn't want to rely on it. His existence would eventually overcome the counter's power. Moreover, the dragons had suffered for countless years because of heaven and earth. They were natural allies, and Noah knew how deeply his faction needed them. The rulers were basically winning on every side, with only the old heaven and earth seizing success after success. Noah and his companions were also faring well, but Robert's death had confirmed how they could fall if something unexpected happened. Adding troops that felt such a deep hatred against the rulers appeared almost mandatory due to the current balance of power between the 2 sides. Noah could even think about a few approaches that might turn the dragons into priceless assets. After all, those creatures were only a corrupted version of a species wielding the ability to destroy the sky. In theory, Noah could force the dragons to face the opposite transformation. He wasn't a stranger when it came to experiments on magical beasts and existences. Those creatures could turn into specimens capable of biting entire chunks out of the sky without suffering any drawback. The doubts inside Noah's mind didn't last too long. Part of him had already sided with one of his options, and he could only give in to his character at that point. "We are saving them," Noah announced. "Come on." King Elbas complained. Killing all of them and obtaining many corpses to study would be far easier. The enemy is too strong, Noah explained. We need everyone crazy enough to stand on our side. Can we take at least some corpses? King Elbas almost pleaded. I'm not asking for many of them. A few hundred should do the trick. The barrier doesn't even contain so many specimens, Sepunia commented. That's not my problem, King Elbas uttered while wearing a proud expression. Stop speaking nonsense and help me develop a method to revert their transformation, Noah ordered. Shouldn't we focus on the liquid? King Elbas asked while bending toward the flask in Noah's hand. This can open the path to the sky, right? We could save many years of research if we manage to use its power. We don't need to focus on it because I have already developed a method to revert it, Noah announced. Which is? Sepunia questioned. I'll copy heaven and earth, Noah revealed as he raised the flask in front of his eyes. I'll stuff this inside one of their followers and turn their existences on my side. It's the only way to affect something that we can't touch. Noah was the perfect existence for the task. His ambition could affect laws and turn them into forms of energy that opposed heaven and earth. He could perform the opposite transformation without needing to develop any complicated procedure. He only had to capture some cultivators in the ruler's system and become able to suppress them completely. Can't you do the same with the dragons? Sepunia wondered. He doesn't care what happens about heaven and earth's followers, King Elbas explained. The same doesn't apply to the dragons. He wants to revert their transformation without risking their lives. I bet the madman would even like to improve their power. Exactly, Noah revealed. Imagine if they became an actual species among the storms. They could tear holes in the sky to feed on its energy. I get your point, but why would I help with that? King Elbas sighed. I don't have much time. I might risk falling apart before that project is complete. I'd rather focus on finding the metal on my own instead of having to hurry during the last part of the mission. I won't go back on my word, Sepunia exclaimed. I'll be your guide even if you'll have to approach the sky on your own. I don't know how comforting that is, King Elbas scoffed. Elbas, do you know that divine demon likes dragons? Noah teased. Why are you even mentioning him now? King Elbas rolled his eyes. He likes them quite a lot, Noah continued. Enough to stop teasing you if you were to help save such a rare species. You won't trick me, Noah, King Elbas responded. It's not really a trick, Noah declared, though I wonder what would happen if Divine Demon and all the newborn pigs were to meet. Those creatures had our foolery as their teacher. Things might be easier if you had an ally. King Elba's eyes sharpened. Noah had described a frightening scene. The expert didn't even want to think about being in the middle of that mess. I will still die if something goes wrong, King Elbas repeated. We'll get the metal first then, Noah announced. We need to attract the attention of those who handle the prison anyway. It was about time we started another mess. Heaven and earth couldn't touch the metal, so someone had to handle the fusion with the dragon. Yet, Sepunia had no memories about the island in the void, and her companions could guess that the same applied to most cultivators in the ruler's system. That left only one option open. Heaven and earth must have relied on one or more of the privileged cultivators for the task. King Elbas had already confirmed that Divine Architect had nothing to do with the experiment. His evaluation could be wrong, but Noah trusted his instincts enough to remove that solid-stage cultivator from his worries. The island was self-sufficient. Heaven and earth filled it with light when it was about to exhaust its energy, but it didn't need maintenance or similar processes. In theory, it didn't need a guardian. But Noah believed that the rulers wouldn't leave such a secretive place without multiple types of protections. The barrier and the light were powerful tools, and the dragon's aggression only helped increase the dangerousness of the island. However, that didn't sound enough when the matter involved such a risky and powerful material. According to Sepunia's words, the dark metal could melt the sky, and heaven and earth were trying to bring it on their side. It was safe to assume that seizing the material wouldn't be easy. I'll let you watch if you behave, Noah growled when he approached the restrained dragon. King Elbaz had given Noah another pill to quicken the regrowth of his arm. The latter had returned to his peak quickly, but the task might require more than that. The light had unclear properties, and he wanted to understand more about it, but only the dragon had answers. "I won't let you capture more of my companions," the dragon roared as it began to struggle again. The creature's innate ability started to activate, but a heavy wave of pride suddenly engulfed it. Noah couldn't bother to play it nice anymore. He had treated the dragon properly and given it time to accept its new condition. The beast had to start respecting him now. Noah's pride made the dragon retract its innate ability and lower its head in submission. The scene felt slightly surprising after confirming that the creature could release such a powerful liquid, but Noah guessed that the issue came from the type of fusion that heaven and earth had enforced. The rulers had probably focused on the metal, which explained why all the dragons shared the same physical features. "I will remain true to my word," Noah explained through roars and growls as he arrived in front of the dragon. "I will save your pack and set you free. I will even fix you for free. But I need a little help here. I need you to remember if the light has ever hurt someone." The dragon couldn't refuse Noah's order while his pride filled the area. The creature thought as hard as it could and explored messy memories that brought it back to the lie that it had lived for countless years. The images in its mind always grew blurry whenever the light appeared, but it managed to recall a few scenes that could help Noah. "I've seen that happening," the dragon growled. "But it was a different light. It didn't even attack us leaders. I'm not sure, but I don't remember feeling fear when it descended. It's not strong enough to threaten rank 9 magical beasts," Noah concluded in his mind. "Heaven and earth might have something stronger at hand, but I bet that they'll let the jailer handle eventual issues. My focus must be on not remaining stuck inside the barrier." King Elbaz had agreed to help Noah with the dragons, but they had to seize the metal first. The expert wouldn't feel ready to waste time on that pack otherwise. "You can come to watch," Noah exclaimed before retracting his pride. Noah grabbed the dragon and led it near the barrier. King Elbaz and Sepunia soon reached him with the result of their investigation. They had inspected the island again while he was busy healing and dealing with the creature, but they didn't find anything valuable. "The metal must be in the island's core," King Elbaz guessed. "It can't be anywhere else," Sepunia added. "Heaven and earth can't transport the metal or move it freely. Some of the privileged cultivators might help them, but they aren't the type to handle these things." "I still believe this structure has guardians," Noah commented. "That's possible," Sepunia stated while glancing at the island. "I don't think heaven and earth would involve more than one of them in such a secretive matter. They would also need to prepare suitable rewards, which makes the eventuality of a team in charge of this area unlikely." Noah nodded before moving his gaze on the island. The area was as large as a few regions. He could cross it in no time, especially if he relied on his movement technique. A thorough inspection would take mere minutes, but he still wanted to gather as much intel as possible before his reckless sprint. The group had already accepted that they had to cross the barrier, but none wanted to deal with the consequences that destroying that defense would trigger. It was better to steal everything silently, but doing that required teamwork and a single runner. A vast forest divided by a couple of mountains unfolded in Noah's vision. He couldn't say much more from his position, but he wasn't sure whether the island had something else. Its base was nothing more than a chunk of the previously iconic azure ground of the Immortal lands. The area was that simple. The underground world could hide something, and Noah would focus most of his efforts on those areas. The group had already decided that he would go inside the barrier and explore the island on his own. His speed made him the perfect candidate for that role, and he couldn't handle the other tasks as well as his companions. Sepunia's ability to open the barrier without triggering its defenses was unmatched, but she still required King Elbaz's help in case something went wrong. Noah didn't have his friend's flexibility when it came to his inscription methods. King Elbaz would be more valuable next to Sepunia, and the same went for Noah on the island, especially due to his hybrid abilities. "Let's start then," Noah ordered while patting the dragon's head. The creature didn't feel happy about that treatment. King Elbaz's inscriptions still restrained it, and Noah was even treating it as his underling. Yet, The experts were talking about things that would benefit its pack, so it remained silent. "Wait," King Elbaz said before taking a bottle containing a golden powder from his body. "Let's avoid the mess if we can. Focus on seizing the metal in its original form before planning experiments." King Elbaz spread the golden power on Noah and hid his presence. The expert had even adapted that item to the unique dragons in the area, and the creature next to the group could soon confirm that the defensive method was effective. "Don't take too long," King Elbaz reminded. "And don't destroy the barrier unless absolutely necessary." Noah nodded and let the unstable substance fill his body. Sepunia opened a path in the barrier, and King Elbaz reinforced it. Noah didn't hesitate to charge ahead, and a hole soon appeared on the side of the island. He had completely disregarded the surface to reach the underground world right away. Noah used his bare body to dig through the ground and reach the center of the island. The dragons were the only magical beasts in the area, and they lived on the surface, so no one noticed his sprint. King Elbaz's powder also helped keep his presence hidden, so Noah didn't bother holding back too much. Noah felt almost nostalgic at the sight of the azure ground. It was a rare material after heaven and earth decided to destroy the entire higher plane. Even the regions he had salvaged had turned black after his ambition forced them to express their full potential. The scene of the bright underground areas brought his mind back to the exploration of the new continent in the mortal lands. Noah had then grown used to that sight in the higher plane only to lose that scenery forever. The many memories that filled his mind didn't distract him from his task. Noah soon sensed something during his sprint inside the island. A familiar, trustworthy feeling alerted his instincts and attracted him toward a specific area of that landmass. Noah adjusted his direction and dug forward until an immense underground area unfolded in his vision. The hall seemed to make up for almost half of the island, and its smooth, dark floor revealed the presence of foreign material. The aura radiated by that pitch-black layer also confirmed that he had reached his destination. His instincts remained alert even if the dark floor continued to send trustworthy vibes. The desire to land on that material filled his mind, but he suppressed it. Noah knew that his superior awareness couldn't help in that situation. He wouldn't touch the metal until he gained a clear idea of its fabric and the area as a whole. The area featured heaven and earth's presence. Noah could sense inscriptions all around the underground structure, but none seemed to have defensive purposes. The rulers didn't bother placing protections there since the island already had the barrier. The formations there seemed to have the sole task of affecting the dark floor. Most of the inscription acted to suppress the innate aura radiated by the metal. They did their best to contain it inside that underground area, but something always leaked since the material could naturally oppose heaven and earth. Instead, other formations had a far harder task. The parts of the rocky walls directly above the metal had intricate white lines that applied constant pressure on the dark floor. That force slowly destabilized the unique material and made tiny drops fall from its surface. Heaven and earth were still melting the dark metal, which revealed their plan to create more of those strange dragons. The liquid amassed in special cavities that featured different types of inscriptions that clearly had another creator. Noah followed one of those tunnels by resuming the digging until he found large pools full of that material in another underground hall. The second hall also featured inscriptions that didn't belong to heaven and earth. It became impossible to deny Noah's theory at that point. The rulers had a helper. Snore. Noah called through the mental connection, and the snake soon materialized at his side. Snore didn't need orders. It directly flew toward the pools and made its leg touch the spinning black liquid. Noah prepared himself to sever that part of the snake's body, but nothing harmful happened. The dark matter in Snore's body simply swam among that dense liquid that filled its head with pleasant sensations. The snake wanted to dive into the pool and drink that metal, but Noah stopped it. Snore would be the first to obtain that liquid if its actual properties turned out to be as valuable as Sepunia stated. But it was too dangerous to use now. It also felt like a waste to rely on that raw shape. The transformation happens here then, Noah commented in his mind. Heaven and earth probably rely on one of their privileged cultivators to liquefy the metal and bind it to the dragons. That explanation felt lacking in many aspects. Heaven and Earth had found a loophole in that flaw. They could use the dragons to transform the metal into something that could work as a deadly weapon against their opponents, but Noah had yet to see entire parts of the procedure. A simple fusion wasn't enough to change the nature of such a unique material. The dragons had to transform after obtaining the metal, and Noah couldn't find that process in the 2 underground halls, so he resumed digging around to find the missing pieces. More pools appeared as he continued the exploration, and what he was looking for eventually unfolded in his vision. An underground hall placed right under the metal hid a series of white chrysalides that contained convulsing dragons belonging to different species. Inscriptions that Noah couldn't even attempt to understand converged toward the 10 chrysalides on the wall of the circular area. Those structures had power in the 9th rank, even if most of them contained rank 8 specimens. Only one had a rank 9 dragon, but the specimen was in the lower tier. The inscriptions, the chrysalides, and the hall as a whole brimmed with heaven and earth's influence. The rulers had created that area without relying on external help, but Noah couldn't confirm whether they had put the dragons inside those structures on their own. That hypothesis sounded off, but the rulers were resourceful enough to come up with something that made that process automatic. The dragons inside the chrysalides were unconscious, but they still shook every time part of their bodies transformed. Noah's mental waves were strong enough to seep past the crystal surfaces of those structures. They allowed him to inspect the process and memorize how the corruption worked. The process was extremely slow. Noah actually had to pay attention to each cell of the dragon's bodies to notice when a change happened. Moreover, each transformation required a long period of maintenance meant to stabilize the creature to its new state. Heaven and Earth probably need these breaks due to the metal's unique properties, Noah guessed. The underground area didn't have much more. Noah found other pools and countless formations, but everything had already grown clear by them. Heaven and Earth had hidden the metal under the island through a secret helper. Also, that same cultivator had set up inscriptions capable of liquefying the material so that the dragons could fuse with it. Everything else had the sole purpose of corrupting those mutated creatures so that the rulers could gain access to an unstoppable weapon. The procedure also helped Heaven and Earth get rid of the material. In theory, the dark metal still existed even after its corruption. Noah guessed that the world couldn't generate more of it when the planned amount continued to be in the higher plane, but he had no way to prove it. His only clue about that theory came from the unused space in the central hall. Noah could see it as a coincidence, but he didn't dare to ignore those details completely. The dark floor had probably shrunk since its first appearance. Noah stopped exploring after inspecting the entirety of the underground structure. It was time to seize the metal. He approached it carefully and let Snore interact with it first, but he soon decided to touch it with his bare hands. The contact with the original form of the metal sent a series of images that he couldn't stop to his mind, and his eyes closed as he started inspecting them. The metal contained knowledge that suited his existence. Noah was the result of a flaw, and the same went for the dark material. Yet, the latter had been born with the sole purpose of opposing the sky, while Noah had gained those aspects only when he approached the heroic ranks. The images were vague, and they mainly featured chaotic bright light. They wouldn't make any sense to average experts, but they acted as a priceless source of information for him. The metal's very fabric knew how to oppose heaven and earth. Most of its power was in its unique structure, but the mere matter couldn't affect worlds on its own. It required laws capable of destroying similar forms of energy, and Noah could study them now. His existence made him the perfect student for those teachings, and many of his aspects also suited that subject. Is this what the cultivators in heaven and earth system feel during the trance? Noah wondered as the light continued to fill his vision. Noah felt immersed in a mass of countless laws capable of creating the most complicated world he had ever seen. He never felt able to gain a broad understanding of that existence, but remaining immersed in that environment deepened many of his aspects. The process wasn't trying to help Noah. His existence had simply reacted to the metal's innate properties and had started changing under its influence. The material seemed to understand that it couldn't fulfill its role on its own, so it wanted to spread its power by giving it to worthy beings. Noah abruptly opened his eyes and flew away from the dark floor. His hands trembled as he forced the knowledge gathered during that short interaction with the metal to remain within the edges of his existence. The metal had tried to transform Noah into an avatar of its power, but he didn't want to be a simple enemy of heaven and earth. He would even ignore the rulers for now if they didn't try to hinder his path toward the stars. Noah firmly believed that the transformation would make him weaker. He might become a better match for heaven and earth if he decided to let the metal affect him, but his eyes had always been past the sky. His existence had to go beyond those petty enmities. In his mind, the rulers were only the last stepping stone that he had to cross before pursuing his real goal. The knowledge gathered during the short interaction with the metal finished deepening some of his aspects, but he refused to memorize what would make him steer away from his path. Mental waves left Noah's mind before a simple gesture of his hand destroyed them. He had learnt enough to refuse the rest. Noah's existence stabilized while he studied the dark floor from the ceiling of the underground hall. He thought about his companions and friends as he reviewed what he had learnt about the sky. Knight and Stephen would benefit a lot from accepting the metal's influence, but he didn't want that fate for them. Transforming into avatars of the metal's laws would only make Knight and Stephen lose their goal once the sky fell. The event might fulfill certain conditions and benefit them, but Noah believed that it would only put an end to their path, and he wanted to avoid that option. Noah wanted his companions to follow him even past the sky, and he wished that his friends did the same when they felt ready. Still, his worries only proved how powerful the metal was, and ideas inevitably began to surge in his mind. Accepting the metal's influence was an issue only when it involved a complete existence. Noah could imagine it as a weapon. He could resume creating his disposable items or other projects that he had abandoned due to his path. It actually felt safer to use the material like that, and he felt sure that King Elbaz would agree with him. Dragging the metal out of the barrier was the only issue. Noah had already wasted too long during his inspection and study. His escape route relied on Sepunia, and the expert was unreliable, to say the least. It was better to leave now, but he didn't know how much he could take in a single travel. Noah closed his eyes again, and his mind worked at full speed to understand how to suppress the metal's properties. He didn't need anything exceptional. He only wanted to make sure that his companion didn't suffer while carrying everything away. The knowledge gathered before allowed Noah to come up with something rather quickly. Dark matter started to flow inside Shafu's separate space and created an isolated area. The higher energy changed its nature according to Noah's conclusions and completed the preparations for the transportation. Noah flew toward the first area with the pools, and a pulling force soon came out of his figure. Shafu released its ability without coming out of Noah's body. Black trails made of the dark liquid flew in the air and created a surging river that converged on his chest. Shafu dealt with that material wonderfully. That quick contact with the dark river didn't affect its existence, and the material soon ended up in a special area inside the separate space. The dark matter also endured everything perfectly, so it didn't take much before Noah moved forward to sweep clean all the rooms. Soon, only the central hall and the area under it remained. Noah approached the dark floor again to inspect its edges. The formations there were quite clear, but Noah didn't believe that heaven and earth would let him steal so much without retaliating. Yet, the inscriptions didn't have anything that hinted at defenses, so he eventually decided to take care of the solid metal. The pulling force came out of his body again, and the underground area started to shake. An earthquake spread through the entire island as the dark floor began to rise in the air and hover toward Noah. The dragons on the surface went crazy due to that sudden change. Their fake mental state came from a strict routine that didn't feature any unexpected event. However, Noah had already forced the light to descend, so those creatures felt more sensitive to that event. Confusion spread among the dragons' minds as the earthquake continued. They tried to understand what was happening, but only chaos spread among their thoughts as they kept studying the situation. Their memories began to return as they remained dumbfounded in front of the event. The tremors carried revelations that they couldn't wait to receive. The large chunk of black metal disappeared as soon as it touched Noah's figure, but he didn't slow down. He descended in the area with the chrysalides and drew the cursed sword. He planned to sever the dragons while they were still going through the transformation to study them later, but a powerful presence soon materialized above him and made him stop his attack. "I wouldn't do that." A deep male voice resounded in the underground hall. Noah turned to see a tall, bald cultivator with a young face. No beard grew on his chin, and piercing white eyes converged toward Noah. The man was an expert in the liquid stage, but his power appeared far above others at the same level. The calm arrogance radiated by his figure, and his odd aura revealed how he wasn't carrying a world created by heaven and earth. "Can we do this after leaving the barrier?" Noah asked before turning toward the chrysalides. "I'm trying not to cause a mess this time." "No one in the entire higher plane would believe you," the cultivator commented. "Besides, I already see this as a mess. I can leave you with half of a rank 8 dragon," Noah proposed. "What about the others?" the cultivator questioned. "Don't get greedy now," Noah scoffed. "I thought you had heaven and earth taking care of everything. Your misconceptions about heaven and earth system can't be so massive," the cultivator declared. "Is that a compliment?" Noah asked. "You are correct," the cultivator admitted. Noah was ready to slash forward, but he held back. His instincts screamed in danger and told him not to give his opponent an opening. That expert was strong but also peculiar. Other cultivators belonging to heaven and earth system would have already attacked after seeing him seize all the dark metal in the area. "How did you sneak up on me?" Noah asked. "I didn't," the cultivator admitted again. "You sensed me as soon as the teleport ended." "Help me solve a doubt," Noah exclaimed. "Why did you join heaven and earth if you could oppose them? And how can you retain your world when you are part of their system?" "Those are 2 doubts," the expert commented. "And now I can confirm that heaven and earth's privileged followers can also count," Noah joked. "That traitor said too much," the expert sighed. "You should have learnt about us only after reaching the sky. At least you know that you can't stop us," Noah commented. "You have all grown far beyond heaven and earth's expectations," the cultivator revealed. "You will always be many steps ahead of the fairness, and the higher plane doesn't leave much room for loopholes." "Are you saying this to make me lose interest in the next part of my journey?" Noah questioned. "Just a bit," the cultivator chuckled. "Some of us have plans for your group. Others only want you to disappear." "I bet you belong to the second category," Noah guessed. "You are correct again," the expert affirmed. "Why aren't you attacking me then?" Noah asked. "Do you fear breaking this structure?" "The whole point of this place was its secrecy," the cultivator said. "The area on the other side of the cracks is a dead zone, but you have attracted a lot of attention by spending a long time here. Everyone will soon learn what heaven and earth were planning, so this area can fall apart freely." "What about the black metal?" Noah questioned. "I'll let you keep enough to enter the sky," the cultivator assured. "I'm afraid the rest has to come with me." "I was starting to worry that we would just talk," Noah laughed. "Please, I believe you have already confirmed that the dark metal can't give you much," the cultivator insisted. "You will end up using it for a few millennia only to forget about it once your centers of power reach a certain threshold." "You know me so well," Noah exclaimed in a mocking tone. "Everyone in the sky knows you this well," the cultivator corrected. "You'll know that I didn't forget about my doubts," Noah reminded. The cultivator's eyes sharpened before a deep sigh escaped his mouth. He considered his options for a few seconds, but he eventually decided to explain his state. "Why would I oppose heaven and earth when I can join them and reap benefits without losing myself? Also, my world does belong to their system, but only I can control it properly, so I can retrieve it whenever I want." "Sounds nice," Noah commented. "It is nice," the cultivator continued. "I can reap benefits and deal directly with heaven and earth. Everything is within my reach, and I don't have to face deadly dangers every time I try to improve. It's truly a blessed life." "How do you even hope to improve without dangers?" Noah asked. "A lack of dangers doesn't necessarily mean that I don't have to face challenges," the cultivator explained. "The cultivation journey is a constant battle against themselves. I always have someone to fight. You must be quite rusty if you spent the last eras fighting against yourself, Noah mocked. I don't need to hurry my way to the peak, the expert declared. Heaven and Earth's breakthrough won't be the end for me. I can approach the cultivation journey without joining pointless struggles. And yet you decide to help the rulers with this project, Noah uttered. I bet they gave you something substantial in exchange. Of course, the cultivator announced. I wouldn't have done all of this for free. Isn't this another pointless struggle? Noah wondered. Not at all, the expert declared. The sheer understanding gathered throughout these years would already be enough to repay my efforts. What heaven and earth added as a reward has only improved my situation even further. I guess you had the chance to study heaven and earth up close, Noah stated. Did you find a way to delay your inevitable absorption? I have survived until now, the expert exclaimed. I don't see how I would even risk dying now that heaven and earth is a mess. Don't lie, Noah laughed. You are worried that heaven and earth might become stable enough to understand your world. Sword Saint must have ruined your plans. I can't imagine what it is to experience fear after being completely safe for entire eras. You are gravely underestimating our position in the system, the cultivator declared. I am only stating facts, Noah insisted. Heaven and Earth's huge array of laws has always been a weakness. Sword Saint has forced them to balance everything and make room for more. They might grow stronger than before in that state. You really like to throw taunts, the cultivator sighed. Someone always takes the bait, Noah said. I know that I hit you hard with my previous comment. Don't even try to deny it. You might have some talent there, the expert admitted. Divine Demon surpasses me there, Noah sighed. He is unmatched when it comes to pissing someone off. He surely is an anomaly, the expert added. It doesn't surprise me that you are so worried about his safety. I might also start to fear heaven and earth if they were to absorb Divine Demon. I'm afraid you have forgotten what fear feels like. Noah laughed. Fear is everything I feel, the cultivator snorted before heaving a helpless sigh. I hoped we could have solved this peacefully. That's clearly impossible with you. Is this our time to go out? Noah asked while storing the cursed sword. I was getting tired of keeping my weapon raised. Who said that we had to go out? The cultivator asked. I can call upon heaven and earth's light whenever I want here, and I'm also stronger than you. I can't lose here. I told you that you have forgotten what fear feels like, Noah repeated before turning to fly toward one of the tunnels created previously. The cultivator didn't stop Noah. He remained speechless for a few seconds before muttering a curse in his deep voice and following his opponent in the tunnel. The dragons were roaring their anger on the surface, and their focus converged on Noah when he reappeared. However, a single cry from him made all those creatures go silent. Even the middle-tier specimen found itself unable to do anything as Noah continued to move toward the opening in the barrier. King Elba's and Sepunia's eyes lit up when they saw Noah coming back from the underground world. However, their expressions soon turned ugly when they saw the bald liquid stage cultivator following behind him. It was clear that a battle had to unfold, but both experts noticed that something was off. The liquid stage cultivator didn't carry the same arrogant attitude that heaven and earth's followers usually had. He appeared conflicted as he gazed at the dragons that Noah's roar had suppressed and the island as a whole. This one seems strong, Noah commented when he crossed the opening. King Elbaz immediately wore a solemn expression, while Sepunia ended up confused. She was still keeping the passage open, but her companion had already crossed it. The idea of closing the hole in the barrier appeared in her mind, but King Elbaz shook his head as soon as he noticed her hesitation. The liquid stage cultivator heaved an exasperated sigh when he noticed the faint arrogance in King Elbaz's solemn expression. Still, his eyes turned cold when they fell on Sepunia. She was a traitor, but attacking her now would only prove Noah right. The expert stepped into the void without bothering to inspect the restrained dragon. The latter couldn't move since the effects of Noah's cry still affected it, but it began to struggle at the sight of the cultivator. The creature didn't remember him, but the trace of heaven and earth's aura carried by his figure made its instincts go wild. Sepunia let the barrier close when King Elbaz dispersed his formations. The two experts followed the cultivator before separating to encircle him. The bald man sensed the duo in two different spots behind him, but he kept his eyes on Noah, who had crossed his legs after stopping above him. Sepunia, do you recognize him? Noah asked. He is Dinia, Sepunia stated. I don't know much about his world. He is secretive even among the privileged cultivators. He is an inscription master, right? King Elbaz questioned. I know about your bet with Divine Architect, Dinia replied before Noah could say anything. You have no idea how much I had to pay to discuss the matter about your final existence with her. I bet you lost your money, King Elbaz smirked. What do you even call money in the sky? Noah wondered. What can heaven and earth possibly give you? That was a topic that interested Noah a lot. After all, rank 9 existences had worlds to nurture, so external resources didn't do much unless they were developing new techniques or were immersed in similar projects. I think I can answer this, Sepunia revealed. No need to voice a half-assed guess. Dinia interrupted Sepunia. Heaven and earth can stare at the worlds past the sky. They give us the chance to look for superior laws that suit our path. Understanding immediately dawned upon Noah and King Elbaz. They actually felt stupid for not considering that option after studying Sword Saint's breakthrough for so long. Rank 9 existences might require various valuable resources, but they weren't necessary except for special cases like Noah and the hybrids as a whole. The energy was an important part of the cultivation journey, but the sky was full of power that could take over the world. Noah and King Elbaz knew that those in heaven and earth system wouldn't lack that or the materials they needed. However, the special cases among heaven and earth's followers desired to achieve the same goal that defined their leaders. They wanted to reach the 10th rank and continue the cultivation journey past the sky. Their existence had transformed into worlds in the 9th rank, but they could go past that, and the arrays of laws in the universe could provide enlightenment. Noah and King Elbaz's knowledge about those structures was still too vague. They had guessed that broader and universal paths existed in the universe. Those arrays of laws that concerned some general aspects of the cultivation journey could even be the very foundation of everything, but the duo had no way to prove that. Still, they could understand how beneficial studying those arrays could be for rank 9 existences. Noah would never refuse to look at the destruction or creation paths if he ever had that chance, and King Elbaz shared that feeling. They both imagined those structures as superior versions of the 4 spheres left by the upper-tier dragons, and their weak minds couldn't even start to guess how much stronger they could actually be. Noah and King Elbaz exchanged a meaningful gaze. They could see the greed in each other's eyes, and a similar plan formed in their minds. They would go to the sky soon, meaning that they would have a chance to find items capable of gazing at those arrays. How accurate are these views of the superior laws? Noah asked without even bothering to hide the obvious meaning behind his words. I'm afraid that my understanding of the universe's structure doesn't allow me to give a proper answer, Dinia explained. The arrays of laws aren't in places that heaven and earth have the power to reach, but they can gaze upon their effects. The whole void is full of their influence. Dinia spread his arms before continuing. Take this area, for example. We can see heaven and earth's light seeping past those cracks and illuminating the void, but the sky isn't here. The space path contains laws capable of explaining this phenomenon. That array is the reason why multiple dimensions that we see as reality can overlap in the same spot, but you won't be able to read those answers unless you reach the 10th rank. How can you study them then? King Elbaz asked. You might be stronger than your peers, but you aren't us. You can't close the gap from the 10th rank at your level. I don't read them, Dinia admitted in an annoyed tone. But heaven and earth makes me able to feel them. Those who decide to join them have the chance to become the most prepared rank 10 cultivators in the entire universe. Noah focused on Dinia's tone and sensed deep confidence. Joining heaven and earth could give countless advantages, especially if the experts managed to preserve their worlds, but that was the true reason behind everything. The chance to improve by studying aspects of the universe meant for stronger existences could provide benefits that Noah knew far too well. It was the same as the rest of the cultivation journey. Gaining access to knowledge hidden behind superior ranks would naturally benefit the path before the breakthrough. Chasing Demon and the other elders of the hive had done that with Noah, and it seemed that heaven and earth were giving that chance to Dinia. "Why are you telling us everything?" King Elbaz eventually questioned. "Are you so confident in killing us?" "Yes, but that's not the reason," Dinia stated while gazing at the cultivator behind him. "I must stay true to my perfect self, the best expression of my world, who finds lies pointless. You might feel that I'm helping you, but I'm only doing what's best for myself. Also, Caesar is willing to pay those who smoothen your path to the peak." Hearing Caesar's name again didn't feel too good. Noah didn't understand how heaven and earth could allow the existence of such a society inside their sky, but he planned to get answers. Dinia would reveal whether those worlds were worth having experts plotting inside their realm. "Who exactly is Caesar?" Noah asked. "How many factions does the sky even have? Do you like playing with those in the higher plane? Or do we have an actual role?" The storm of questions didn't receive any answer. Dinia appeared proud to see Noah's ignorance about the sky. His world forced him to be honest, but it didn't make him an idiot. Those matters had a deep connection with heaven and earth as a whole, so revealing something would only worsen his situation. "I will tell you one thing," Dinia revealed. "Caesar is the most loyal and rebellious cultivator in heaven and earth's system. He is even older than me, so I'd be wary of his plans. Though I think you can't really escape them." "We have already heard that," King Elbaz snorted. "We planned to become heaven and earth's opponents before he came and talked about his plan. How can he even claim that idea for himself when we were on that path all along?" "Caesar has seen countless experts rise and fall," Dinia continued. "He might have predicted what you would become. His world is so mysterious that even I don't know what it does." "Yours involves your perfect self, right?" Noah asked. "How can you even express it?" "I believe I'm about to show it," Dinia replied as a faint smirk appeared on his face. "After all, someone had to show me true fear." The atmosphere immediately grew tense. Dinia didn't seem willing to reveal anything else, and the experts couldn't limit themselves to talk due to the nature of the situation. Noah still had the dark metal with him, and Dinia wanted to retrieve it. "You might want to activate your techniques," Dinia suggested. "Why would we even listen to you?" King Elbaz asked. "Because I'm already on you," Dinia revealed, and 3 identical copies of the liquid stage cultivator suddenly appeared next to each expert. The unstable substance immediately filled Noah's body and filled him with strength that even rank 9 existences would struggle to survive. The copy on his left was trying to punch him, which was a complete lack of respect for his power. Noah threw a punch to meet Dinia's attack, and the 2 fists met. The impact generated a shockwave so intense that the barrier around the island began to shake. But utter astonishment filled Noah's mind for a very different reason. Dinia didn't only remain in one piece after facing his attack. He had also stopped the punch completely. "My perfect self has the strength of the best body in the entirety of the immortal lands," Dinia announced before throwing another punch with his free arm. Noah threw a punch too, and the 2 fists clashed again. A shockwave spread, but he felt surprised to see how Dinia was managing to push him back. Noah's aura seemed to explode outward. A dark layer of energy filled with faces covered his figure and enhanced his physical strength as his pride spread through the void. A mere cultivator was daring to win a direct clash against him. The entirety of his existence was telling him to give a demonstration of his superior power. Dinia's smile broadened when he saw that Noah was using the entirety of his power to deal with his physical strength. But his expression froze when the latter started to push him back. Noah wasn't holding even an ounce of his power back. His pride simply didn't allow him to lose in that field. The empowerment eventually allowed Noah to make Dinia fly away, but that copy disappeared after losing the physical exchange. Even his power vanished among the void and left no energy behind. Noah turned to inspect the battlefield. King Elbaz wore an annoyed expression as he dealt with the many formations that Dinia's copy had thrown at him. At the same time, Sepunia and her opponent were immersed in a pinkish and white halo that hid them from every inspection. Dinia's original figure was still among the three experts. He didn't move, but his confident smirk remained on his face. Also, he didn't pay attention to the two copies that were still fighting. He kept his eyes on Noah as faint interest filled them. King Elbaz had a series of complicated white formations trying to close on him. They were attempting to restrain his power and trap him inside a cage made of circular lines that depicted unknown inscription methods. But his golden light was slowing down their advance. King Elbaz studied those formations in no time before taking out 17 golden spikes from his body and throwing them toward specific lines. The items pierced those cores and made all the attacks flying toward him crumble. The expert prepared himself to counterattack at that point, but Dinia's copy suddenly vanished without leaving anything behind. Sepunia was immersed in her world, but her opponent was doing the same. Their existences were fighting to take control of the area, and she appeared on the losing side. However, Sepunia soon snapped her fingers, and her world expanded. Patches of her aura then fell on the white radiance that her opponent had deployed and changed its nature. It didn't take much before that power completely disappeared and left nothing behind. "You are indeed incredible," Dinia commented after his last copy disappeared. "I'm unable to imagine a perfect version of myself capable of defeating you in your respective fields." "My field isn't mere physical strength," Noah coldly uttered. "I wouldn't even call that a formation," King Elbaz said. "I already came up with 4 points to improve." "You failed to defeat me while I'm still in this state," Sepunia mocked. "Maybe I've had the wrong idea about privileged cultivators all along." "Please, don't taunt me more than this," Dinia chuckled. "I only wanted to prove how my perfect self can handle 3 battles at the same time." Dinia closed his eyes before glowing with white light. Formations appeared on his body as his aura grew denser. A similar radiance also shone from behind his eyes and transformed him into a white figure that illuminated the void. Noah drew his swords as the black hole created more black vessels and filled them with the unstable substance. He needed as much physical resilience as possible to use the cursed sword at its full power. His blade had felt heavy after the bloodlust that it carried spread through the void. However, the empowerment that followed dispersed that sensation. King Elbaz wore his scorching robe, wielded his spear, and revealed the runes that covered his skin. His crown began to shine and fused with the white radiance as he gathered energy and prepared himself for the imminent clash. Sepunia didn't move, but her energy dispersed in the void. She was taking control of the battlefield before a new attack came in her direction. "I've already seen all of this," Dinia exclaimed as his hand shot forward to see something. "Including your annoying puppet." Night suddenly materialized in front of Dinia. The expert had grabbed one of the lines that made its head and had stopped its surprise attack. The pterodactyl found itself unable to move due to that firm grip. Night had become almost untraceable after advancing in the 9th rank. It was a proper shadow that never stepped into the world but only hovered over it. Its power was more effective against heaven and earth, but other existences would also struggle to keep track of its movements. However, Dinia stopped Night's charge easily. The pterodactyl had yet to turn into its offensive form, but the expert had grabbed it without suffering any injury. The event wasn't only stunning, it felt unreasonable. A strange thought spread in Noah's mind. He had built his power so that he could go farther than everyone else, but he had never underestimated his opponents, even when heaven and earth revealed nothing but incompetence. The immortal lands were too vast and old to be out of options, but its rulers were a mess that didn't bother to focus their full attention on those who tried to oppose their power. That had allowed Noah and other exceptional experts to survive countless punishments and reach their monstrous state. Yet, some of them had decided to join the sky anyway and had given birth to the privileged cultivators. Noah and his companions were incredible and unmatched in terms of potential, but the privileged cultivators could be only slightly below them in that field. After all, they had survived heaven and earth's attempt to learn their worlds for countless years. Those experts couldn't even come close to appearing weak. The members of Noah's team could close the gap that separated them from average liquid stage experts while they were still at the peak of the 8th rank, but the privileged cultivators could achieve something similar. That forced him to reevaluate Dinia. The latter might only manage to be as strong as a normal solid-stage cultivator, but that was already enough to put his opponents in a tough spot, even if their potential was above his. The difference in potential didn't matter when the weaker side had a stronger foundation. Dinia couldn't cross as many ranks as Noah and the others, but he was still above them since his base level was in the liquid stage. That realization soon dawned upon King Elba's mind too. The expert accepted that the time to test the limits of his new power had come. Only 3 of them were on the scene, and they couldn't hope to receive unexpected help in the void. He could only rely on his power and 2 companions there, so he had to give his everything. Supunia's thoughts didn't need to go as deeply as her 2 companions. She didn't experience any realization because she already knew how strong the privileged cultivators were. That group of elite experts had different levels of power, but all of them were relatively strong. Moreover, the privileged cultivators were existences who had the chance to cultivate and experiment freely for countless years. Their growth had inevitably slowed down after joining the sky, mostly due to the lack of dangers, but they had something else that forced them to improve. Heaven and earth would eventually understand their worlds and turn them into simple bodies filled with mere copies of their abilities if they didn't keep advancing. Nigh endless time, all the resources in the world, and the chance to inspect the arrays past the sky could give the privileged cultivator everything they needed to develop numerous techniques. Growing past the level of ordinary cultivators was only normal with those assets, and those experts had even joined heaven and earth after becoming exceptional. Noah couldn't even start to predict how strong Dinia was, but the idea of retreating had yet to appear in his mind. The expert was strong, but he had yet to reveal his real power. Night found itself stuck in Dinia's grasp. The white light that it hated so much shone on its unique body without hurting its lines, but that didn't bring any relief. The pterodactyl couldn't move at all, and its instincts even made him experience fear. Nevertheless, a dark aura that featured countless faces soon expanded on Night's body. The pterodactyl also used its own ambition to empower its body and made its level reach unfathomable realms. Black lines crashed on Dinia's hand and created flickers in the light radiated by his inscriptions. Night unleashed a relentless offensive that forced the expert to take the threat seriously, but Noah and the others didn't let him focus on a single opponent. King Elbaz placed himself above Dinia and raised his spear. His robe sent scorching energy to the weapon and made it shine with a blinding golden light that managed to suppress the whiteness spreading through the void. The fight between the glows intensified when the expert let the lance fall. Dinia was about to use his free hand on Night, but the fall of the spear forced him to raise it above his head. The weapon landed on the cultivator's palm and unleashed the massive amount of scorching energy it contained, but it spread in the void for only a few seconds. The scorching golden glow expanded only to shrink and transform into a bright sphere restrained by the sheer power of Dinia's fingers. King Elbaz had no words to describe the event, but his opponent didn't bother explaining the nature of his power again. His hand descended as he tried to slam the golden energy on Night. Dinia completed his attack, but his arm crossed Night's body and inflicted no damage. The pterodactyl even left his grasp and disappeared among the void, but the cultivator only laughed at that scene. "Supunia, how do you even hope to trick me?" Dinia exploded into a laugh before throwing the scorching energy under him. An explosion followed the event and filled the void with cracks. A fake fabric shattered and revealed how Night was still stuck in Dinia's grasp, but its constant sharp attacks had slowly eased that firm grip. "It's time to deal with you," Dinia stated before fixing his eyes on the pterodactyl. "I only have to endure your master's attack first." Noah materialized above Dinia right after he completed that line. A torrent of dark matter came out of his blades and followed them as they swung toward the expert's chest. Dinia let the attack hit him directly. A storm of dark matter with sharp properties spread through the void after the impact. Those raging waves of higher energy ended up hurting Night due to its closeness to the area, but the pterodactyl endured them. However, after the black gales dispersed, the expert showed how the attack didn't leave a single mark on his body. "Do you thin dash?" Dinia wanted to mock Noah with a question, but the latter didn't let him finish. A wave of intense bloodlust stronger than the dark matter released during the previous attack filled the area before flowing inside the cursed. Sword. The blade was still on Dinia's chest, so it experienced the full intensity of the high-pitched noises that came out of its dark fabric. The inscriptions on Dinia's body flickered under that deafening noise, but they quickly moved and generated new lines to adapt themselves to the threat. Still, a slash came out of the cursed sword, while the expert was still busy modifying his defenses, and a dark red light filled the void. Noah expanded the dark world to intensify the destabilizing effects of the bloodlust, and night soon came out of the dense sea. Some of the pterodactyl's lines had thinned, but dark matter had already begun to cover those injuries. The dark world didn't last long. A white radiance soon expanded in its insides and shattered the technique. Noah retreated before the light could touch him and restored the previous state of the battlefield. Yet, he couldn't help but sharpen his eyes when he saw that his attacks had failed to hurt Dinia again. Did you really think that my perfect self could get hurt by weaker experts? Dinia completed his previous line and turned his broad smirk toward Noah when he saw that his chest exploded due to the drawbacks of the cursed sword. Dark matter covered Noah's chest and hid his injury. His healing abilities kicked in, but it would take them a while to fix the deep wound opened by the drawbacks of the cursed sword. Meanwhile, Noah inspected Dinia. The expert had just taken a direct hit from the new ability of the cursed sword. That was one of Noah's strongest attacks, but the result of the exchange had been disappointing. The liquid stage cultivator didn't suffer any injury and continued to shine with his white glow. Night was finally safe, but Noah didn't feel any better. His opponent seemed invulnerable. His world made Noah think about Divine Demon, which was enough to describe how unreasonable it was. The privileged cultivators are like us, Noah concluded in his mind before glancing at the cracks in the distance. Heaven and earth's light passed through the cracks, but it didn't illuminate the void. It dispersed quickly and created an area where the ruler's influence was weak and almost non-existent. The situation was different near and inside the barrier, but the experts weren't too close to that structure. In theory, Noah had the chance to reveal his trump cards without informing heaven and earth, but that only if he managed to kill Dinia. That decision sounded almost obvious in his mind, but his instincts didn't feel too sure about that. Dinia seemed to stand in a realm that he couldn't reach. Noah's face grew colder as ambition flowed into his being. Roots came out of his body, Snore materialized at his side. Duanlong appeared behind him. Dark matter covered his skin to create a fiendish armor, and a pulling force started to flow from his figure. He called upon the entirety of his assets, and his law empowered all of them. Dinia's confident smile flickered lightly before returning to its firm state. The expert didn't fear Noah, but the sight of his full power left him stunned nonetheless. Noah's mind was in the 9th rank, and his other centers of power reached a similar level after experiencing the empowering of his ambition. The massive snake, the odd dragon, the pterodactyl, the dangerous black roots, and his blades also approached that realm as his law continued to provide a temporary boost. That was simply too much. Dinia knew many privileged cultivators, so he had seen a similar display of power, but that made sense in their case. They wouldn't be worthy of their elite state in the sky if they couldn't reach a similar level with time, resources, and the ability to study the path past the 9th rank. However, Noah had managed to amass a similar amount of power on his own. A single rank 8 existence could deploy 6 assets in the 9th rank and still make his base level reach that realm. Dinia felt in front of an entire platoon of experts who shared his status as a privileged cultivator. Noah had built an army connected to his existence, and each of those assets could claim a unique place among the sky. Dinia didn't show much as cold thoughts filled his mind. The entirety of the sky knew that Noah and his companions were dangerous, but no scene could prove that point better than what he was witnessing. Noah had the potential to destroy plans that had avoided facing hindrances for entire eras. "I don't understand how Caesar can even think about letting you live," Dinia exclaimed before inspecting his hands. "Look at me. I've cultivated and perfected my world for countless years. Heaven and earth's fairness is weaker on me, but I'm still not suffering any drawback. Do you understand what it means?" Noah knew the answer to that question, but he remained silent. In his mind, words had become useless. Only chilling, violent thoughts could run inside his consciousness now. Heaven and Earth's fairness should go against them, Dinia explained after seeing that Noah didn't say anything. But you are an exception. The world itself is stating that your power is unfair. Noah answered that statement by forcing his energy to amass in front of him. The void didn't have fuel that he could use, but that didn't stop him from building a rotating black star that soon transformed into a black hole. I know that attack, Dinia snorted. It's weaker in the void. A golden glow followed his words. King Elbaz launched a scorching attack toward the black hole, but the energy inside his beam shattered to fuse with that rotating structure. Dinia shot a glance toward King Elbaz, but he quickly fixed his eyes on Noah again since the black hole went through another transformation. Its structure collapsed and threatened to release the entirety of its power right away, but the pulling forces unleashed by the two dragons and the pressure generated by Noah's mind forced it to remain in the same spot. Noah added his bloodlust, his anger, and every form of energy he could find inside him to empower the unstable black mass expanding in front of him. He didn't know how much Dinia could endure, but he planned to find that out. He wanted to see the expert's limit so that his mind could start to find ways to destroy him. Dinia's expression slowly grew solemn. The unstable mass touched the realm that only liquid stage worlds could reach before continuing to grow. King Elbaz even threw more attacks toward the structure to add his power. Noah was probably planning to make it arrive in the solid stage, and Dinia wouldn't remain still during the process. My perfect self wouldn't let you complete this technique, Dinia announced before pointing a hand toward Noah. 5 bright beams shot out of his fingers and flew toward Noah, but the latter disappeared together with his unstable mass of energy before they could converge on him. Dinia snorted again and waved his hand to destroy the layer of space that revealed Noah hidden inside the shadow domain. A copy of the expert materialized above Noah, but time suddenly stopped for that opponent. Noah punched his enemy away before shooting higher in the sky. His movement technique was weaker in the void since the laws of space there belonged to fields that he couldn't affect yet, but he still retreated by a lot. Dinia's real figure took a step forward before disappearing. He materialized behind Noah, where he delivered a simple palm strike that seemed to contain enough power to shatter entire regions. However, the scene broke after that energy filled the area and revealed nothing more than blackness. Dinia shot an annoyed glance toward Sepunia, but a golden glow soon filled his vision. A wave of scorching energy enveloped him, but the white radiance released by the inscriptions on his body soon dispersed it. My perfect cell dash, Dinia began to announce, but an immense wave of power soon entered the range on his consciousness. The expert glanced above him to notice that Noah had forced the unstable energy to shrink until it became a thumb-sized sphere. Its dark surface had started to release an intense light due to the amount of power in its insides. It seemed ready to explode, and it even reached the breaking point when its level stepped into the solid stage. Noah promptly pointed his blades toward the sphere. The tips of his swords converged on the mass and made the entirety of his sharpness flow downward. The result of his action created a descending wave of power that engulfed Dinia. A black pillar appeared among the void and generated enough energy to create storms. The blackness of that empty environment suddenly experienced gales capable of flinging King Elbaz, Sepunia, and the restrained dragon away. The pillar transformed the void and proved how solid-stage experts carried enough power to change the natural purpose of environments that went past planes and worlds. The void gained energy, winds, and light as power leaked from the pillar. Noah had given his everything to make the attack fly in a straight line and slam the entirety of its energy on Dinia. Yet, that went beyond his capabilities. He couldn't control the attack completely, so something dispersed in the environment. The barrier trembled to no end as the void took life. Shockwaves and winds fell on its surface and added dark shades to its invisible structure. The dragons on the island didn't miss that feature and started to roar their anger now that the effects of Noah's roar had waned. Still, heaven and earth promptly filled the environment with light that suppressed their raging feelings. King Elbaz and Sepunia could stop themselves rather quickly, but the dragon continued to fly across the void since the golden inscriptions still restrained its wings. King Elbaz felt forced to remove part of them to avoid losing the creature among the blackness. More pieces of Noah's body exploded, but the fiendish armor hid those injuries. Still, the pillar contained an immense amount of energy that required constant control, so he couldn't retract his blades or lose his concentration. The attack tested Noah's limits. Only his mind and the cursed sword were relatively fine in that situation, but his body, Danteon, and black hole struggled to keep up with the output of energy discharged by the unstable mass. Nevertheless, Noah's potential intensified during the process and pushed his centers of power far beyond their structural limits. His law couldn't remain silent after he touched the very peak of the cultivation journey. It had taken him countless years of training and struggles, but he had eventually gazed at that realm. His Danteon reached the true peak of the 8th rank as energy continued to fall from the unstable mass. It felt ready to move forward and step on the 9th rank, but the ethereal blackness didn't agree. Noah's incomplete world still didn't acknowledge his center of power. His potential had to go even further for the breakthrough to happen. Noah barely managed to mind those sensations as the attack continued to descend. Everything about him had a single goal now. That was the best attack that he had in store, so he had to make sure that it succeeded in killing Dinia. The unstable mass disappeared after it discharged its contents. Noah could finally raise his blade and inspect their structure. Their tips had cracked, but his dark matter immediately proceeded to fix them. The demonic sword healed in no time, but the cursed sword would require a bit more to return to its peak. A deep sigh tried to escape Noah's mouth, but nothing came out as he coldly stared at the energy still falling through the void. He felt drained, but he wouldn't drop his guard until he confirmed that Dinia was dead. The powerful energy discharged during the attack hindered the expert's perception. Sepunia and Noah had rank 9 mental spheres, but their mental waves couldn't pierce the raging power contained in the falling pillar. The 3 experts could only wait silently as the pillar continued to fall until it eventually disappeared from their sight. They didn't know whether Dinia was alive or dead, but a simple conclusion appeared in their minds when their eyes met. That was the best they could do, so they had to prepare for the worst. The dragon could finally use its wings, and its mind had even reached a relatively stable state. It could understand that it couldn't go back inside the barrier since heaven and earth's light wouldn't give it the chance to do anything, so it approached the battlefield. The creature planned to help the 3 experts defeat the liquid stage cultivator, but everything seemed to have ended when it reached them. Noah suddenly appeared next to the dragon and grabbed its head before dragging it toward the white cracks near the island. King Elbaz and Sepunia also reached those openings and joined their companion in the inspection of the void under them. The dragon roared in anger and struggled to escape Noah's grasp, but he and King Elbaz waved their hands at the same time to apply a new layer of restraints. The creature found golden formations covering the entirety of its body and a layer of dark matter isolating it from the void. Couldn't even growl in that situation. Silence filled the void. The energy and winds caused by the pillar expanded and dispersed in the blackness, but nothing came in the expert's direction. The trio waited for a few seconds, but an idea eventually appeared in their minds. Dinia might have really died during the last exchange. Sepunia diverted her gaze for an instant, but white light suddenly shone around them. That glow didn't come from the cracks behind them, and it also carried a familiar aura. Multiple lights materialized in the void and filled the battlefield. They flew in every direction and built a massive array of formations that sealed the area. The 3 experts immediately tried to cross the cracks, but formations that their attacks couldn't break materialized on their path as soon as they turned. Elbaz, Noah called. I can only weaken them. King Elbaz shouted after a quick inspection of the formations. I don't think you can buy me enough time. I can't affect them, Sepunia stated after trying to fuse her pinkish energy with those white lines. Of course you can't. Dinia's voice suddenly spread in the void. The glow of the cage slowly converged toward the center of the area and took Dinia's shape. The expert had ditched the inscriptions on his body, but his skin now released a natural radiance that made him hard to inspect. You have my compliments, Dinia announced as his voice echoed through the white formations. You have touched the peak of the cultivation journey, even if it has taken your joint efforts to accomplish that. My perfect self acknowledges your power. Noah inspected Dinia as his instincts filled his mind with pure terror. He felt drained, and deep injuries worsened his condition. His ambition had improved, and it continued to empower his existence, but the drawbacks would eventually arrive, and facing them inside the void was far from ideal. Fighting wasn't an option, especially since Noah was out of ideas. He could still unleash Shafu, but the latter would only be able to buy a short time. The same went for his other companions. They had returned inside him when he flew toward the cracks, but they were struggling to leave the separate space now. They could understand the tragic nature of the situation, so they wanted to put their lives on the line, but Noah wasn't letting them out. It's sad that you have forgotten what matters the most at this level, Dinia continued while spreading his glowing arms. You had the power but not the depth. You have touched the solid stage but only in terms of raw energy. Your attack didn't carry meanings able to hurt me. Focus on weakening the formations, Noah ordered before storing his blades. I didn't want to do this now, but I don't see other options. King Elbaz and Sepunia frowned in confusion, and that feeling intensified when they saw the fiendish armor vanishing. Noah revealed his injured state to his companions, but they immediately noticed how his injuries enlarged instead of closing. A shrill noise even accompanied the event as roots started to expand from his open chest. The parasite was the result of the demonic form, one of Noah's oldest spells. The creature didn't feel the same affection as the other companions, but it held a special place in his mind due to its connection with the technique that had allowed him to reach his current state. The transformation into a proper living being had enhanced its destructiveness, but it had added troublesome features to its existence. The parasite fed on Noah's energy and tissues, but the black hole limited that process. That slowed down the plant's growth and allowed him to control when to give it enough power to trigger the breakthrough. Noah wanted his body to be near the 9th rank before triggering the plant's breakthrough. He feared what the parasite would be able to do after stepping into the 9th rank, but Dinia didn't give him other options. The expert's eyebrows arched in surprise when he saw that Noah's injuries were expanding. Dinia couldn't inspect the insides of his opponent's body, but his knowledge gave him the chance to come up with a fitting conclusion. He knew that only the parasite could cause such an odd reaction. The shrill noise that accompanied the growth of the roots resembled the cry of a magical beast. The parasite was expressing its ecstasy. The black hole had finally stopped hindering its constant hunger, so it could feed freely on everything that its structure could reach. Noah's centers of power had enough energy to fuel a breakthrough to the 9th rank when it came to the parasite. Still, he allowed the roots to reach the insides of the separate space to grant them more sources of power. Knight and the other companions knew what Noah had in mind. A normal breakthrough wouldn't be enough to deal with Dinia, and his assets didn't follow regular paths either. The parasite had to be like the cursed sword and knight. It had to reach a state that suited Noah's incredible standards. Dinia had no words to express how he felt during the scene. Noah had already revealed immense power. His last attack had touched the very peak of the cultivation journey, but his existence still hid trump cards. It was impossible to put a label next to Noah's name. His potential was boundless. No other existence had ever come close to accumulating so much power in such a short time and without relying on heaven and earth. Even mighty experts like Supreme Thief and Great Builder fell short in that field since they had ended up losing once. Dinia eventually snapped out of his amazed state. He wouldn't let the parasite complete the breakthrough. He pointed a hand toward Noah and released a wave of white light large enough to hit his 3 opponents. Sepunia couldn't help but turn when she sensed the incoming mass of energy, but King Elbaz immediately called her name in a scolding tone. Noah had given precise orders, so they had to trust him, even if the situation appeared hopeless. The attack carried enough power to kill the 3 experts at the same time, but something suddenly interrupted its flight. The wave of white light seemed unable to enter the void in front of Noah, but Dinia soon noticed that his opponents didn't summon any barrier. The wave of light didn't stop flying forward. It simply shattered as soon as it came too close to Noah. A dense and dangerous aura had filled the void in front of him and had created a dead zone that transformed into nutrients every form of energy that dared to enter it. Dinia understood that he had helped the parasite's breakthrough with his attack, but those thoughts lasted in his mind for less than a second. The amazement that he was experiencing didn't allow him to feel anything else. Noah didn't only have more surprising assets. Their power could also deal with Dinia's attacks. The parasite had turned into an all-devouring creature during the breakthrough. It expressed the peak of Noah's destruction, and the purity of that power made it able to deal with techniques that were far above his actual level. Dinia didn't give up. It immediately launched more attacks forward, but nothing could survive the power expressed by the parasite during the breakthrough. He even struggled to understand how such a simple creature could reach that level of destructiveness. Noah felt conflicted. The parasite was reaching a level of power worthy of his standards, but he couldn't stop thinking about the number of nutrients that it would require after the breakthrough. His calculations became pointless every time the plant revealed more of its potential. He couldn't prepare for what was about to come. The shrill noise intensified as branches started to grow from the roots stretching into the void. Pure black flowers soon appeared there, but they wilted quickly and left behind multiple seeds. Roots soon grew from the seeds and intensified the corrosive influence that filled the area. Those plants instinctively stretched toward sources of power, and Noah had to call upon the entirety of his control to prevent them from approaching his companions. Dinia knew that launching attacks only helped the parasite, but he couldn't stop either. He had to try to stop the plant, and his world also prevented him from accepting that he couldn't pierce that corrosive aura. "That's not a living being," Dinia shouted as the entirety of his body shone to send its light on the expanding roots. "That's an abomination that can only destroy. No one can control its power. You aren't supposed to control destruction," Noah explained as the parasite continued to consume his body. Dinia cursed and continued to launch attacks, but he stopped his attempts to get rid of the parasite when he sensed a rank 9 aura spreading inside the cage. The shrill noise even went silent to announce the end of the breakthrough. Noah immediately used the black hole to remove the roots that had expanded inside his separate space. He even limited the number of nutrients that the parasite could draw from his body, but he didn't stop its expansion in the cage. More seeds appeared in the void and gave birth to other roots as the parasite's main body continued to generate flowers. The plants soon reached the glowing formations that isolated the area and started draining their power. Holes appeared on the cage, but the formations quickly fixed them. The white light spreading in the area also fought against the corrosive power radiated by the roots. Dinia couldn't find a solution, but that didn't stop him from containing the threat. Dinia wanted his perfect self to defeat the parasite, but the situation didn't allow him to focus on his world. Killing Noah and his companions had the priority, so he gave his everything on delaying the destruction of the cage. The plant was using an immense amount of power, so Noah would die if he continued to rely on his assets for a bit longer. Noah knew that he couldn't provide what the parasite required in that stretched form. Even the energy absorbed from the glowing formations wasn't enough to satisfy the plant. He had to leave now, and his companions didn't hesitate to show the result of their work when he turned toward them. The formations had weakened in the spot behind the experts. Noah didn't even need to point at that spot to send roots forward. The parasite immediately devoured the white lines and opened a path toward the cracks. Dinia was powerless in that situation, so he could only watch as the 3 experts and the restrained dragon left the void to return to the stormy regions. King Elbaz, Sepunia, and Noah didn't relax after they returned among the light. They immediately used their abilities to seal the cracks connecting that region to the void. Sepunia and King Elbaz ended up doing most of the work since Noah found himself unable to summon the entirety of his power while the parasite was still going wild. The plant severed its connection with the many seeds inside the void, but it resumed its expansion as soon as it sensed the light, and its violent hunger was strong enough to ignore Noah's suppression. Noah had to stop focusing on the cracks to deal with the parasite. He spat flames and expanded the dark world balance what the plant was absorbing from his body. But his condition worsened since the environment couldn't provide energy fast enough. The roots spread from his open chest and stretched into the shattered environment to devour every source of energy in his surroundings. Noah tried to seize part of that fuel for himself, but he eventually had to stop since the fabric of space started to break. Noah charged ahead to reach the next region and resume his healing process there. He ended up in an area full of mountains that the parasite didn't hesitate to devour during its constant expansion. The plant seemed unsatisfied with its current host, and its new requirements forced it to look for new power sources. Noah couldn't let the parasite leave his body, but the latter wasn't asking for his permission. Its roots dug into the region and generated more seeds to increase the efficiency of its absorption of energy. Still, even that environment failed to satisfy it. The parasite would end up devouring Noah if he continued to fail to suppress it. Yet, his centers of power couldn't interrupt that violent absorption. He and his companions also were in poor condition since they had given their energy to fuel the plant's breakthrough. The situation was so desperate that Noah considered separating himself from his asset, but he had one last idea. "You will never appease your hunger like this," Noah announced. "Your approach is too dumb. Heaven and earth will kill you in no time." His words seemed to affect the parasite. The roots stopped expanding in the region and converged toward Noah. It didn't take much before countless pointy weapons encircled him. "You can't eat me," Noah smiled. The parasite took that as a challenge. It started putting more power in absorbing the nutrients in Noah's body. His injuries expanded even more, and chunks of his flesh directly fell off his figure as they lost the energy they contained. "You can't kill me because you can't survive on your own," Noah explained without dropping his cold smile. "I brought you to life. I made you reach the 9th rank. Only I can take you into the sky." The absorption suddenly slowed down. The parasite seemed interested in what Noah had to say, but the latter didn't fully convince it. After all, the sky was within its reach at its current level. "You aren't dumb," Noah admitted. "Don't let your hunger blind you. Heaven and earth are too strong for you, but you might have a chance to grow even more if you remain with me." A shrill noise came out of the roots, but no attack arrived. Noah was basically mocking the parasite, but the latter couldn't say anything. It knew he was telling the truth. "Let's make a deal," Noah exclaimed. "You stop killing me, and I will pave the way toward better lands. I have already proven to be your best bet." The parasite went silent but continued to feed on Noah's body. Still, it slowed down the absorption to a point when the injuries stopped worsening. Noah even had the chance to stabilize his condition by spreading his dark matter toward the ground that had survived the plant's previous expansion. "Now get back here," Noah ordered. "I can't waste more time with you. Just accept that you have been quite lucky to reach this level so soon." The parasite voiced the shrill noise again, but that lasted for a mere second. It quickly cut its connection with the other seeds and retracted its roots to return to Noah's chest. Noah heaved a deep sigh before crossing his legs and expanding the dark world to feed on the entire region. The parasite didn't leave him enough energy to fix his body and companions, so he had to travel to other areas to seize what he needed. The process ended up taking a while due to the severity of his injuries. His companions didn't even have his extraordinary healing abilities, so he gave them energy and let them handle their recovery on their own. Noah only added dark matter to quicken the process. Noah flew toward the dead zone once his body began to heal properly. A faint gold light had filled the area after King Elbaz closed the cracks and fixed the fabric of space. The connection with the void was no more. Dinia wouldn't be able to reach them right away unless heaven and earth teleported him. Yet, the rulers were still in their dormant state, so the experts felt relatively safe. "How was the trip inside the island?" King Elbaz asked when Noah dispersed the dark matter restraining the dragon. "I got the metal, but Dinia interrupted me before I could take dragons that were still transforming," Noah explained before heaving a helpless sigh when King Elbaz stretched his arm. Noah expanded the dark world before taking out his loot. He revealed the giant layer of dark metal and its liquefied version, and King Elbaz immediately started a thorough study. Sepunia also inspected the material to see if her new mind would provide different impressions. Instead, the dragon didn't feel too good near that material. "We'll save the rest of your pack another time," Noah promised when he noticed that the dragon's annoyance. "We must revert your transformation now. I believe you don't want to remain in this state." The dragon couldn't roar, but King Elbaz casually waved his hand when he understood that Noah wanted to talk with it. The formations that restrained its strange neck vanished, allowing the creature to speak. How do you plan to save them when you can't even defeat the warden? The dragon asked through human words. It has a point, Sepunia commented. Dinia is only one of the privileged cultivators, and he was even in the liquid stage. Do you still want to go in the sky in your current state? The plan is to wait for a bit, King Elbaz revealed. We have always known that we were too weak for the mission. Heaven and Earth's fairness was our greatest hope, but it seems that we can't rely on it against those experts. Only you wanted to rely on their fairness, Noah scoffed. It was our only true chance to succeed, King Elbaz replied. Now we have a new path, Noah stated after pointing at the dark metal. Let's come up with weapons and plan things out. We will go in the sky once everyone is ready. What about your idea of waiting for a few millennia? King Elbaz asked. Waiting might kill both of us, Noah explained while glancing at his chest. We are getting too strong for the 8th rank. We must advance, and the sky can give us what we need. What about me? The dragon growled. King Elbaz rolled his eyes, and Sepunia laughed at that scene. Noah glanced at the dragon and revealed a cold smile before speaking in a tone that made his words sound like a threat. Welcome to Heaven and Earth's cancer. Try not to slow us down. The breakthrough of the parasite had drawn Noah closer to King Elbaz's condition. Noah and the plant had sealed a vague deal, but that didn't prevent it from drawing a lot of power anyway. He could sustain those expenses, but the situation was far from ideal since the absorption hindered the already slow growth of his body. The payoff was great. The parasite had become incredible in the 9th rank, but that wasn't enough. Noah had to grow without forsaking his other companions, and the stormy regions couldn't satisfy his requirements. Those areas even lacked the challenges that his ambition needed to improve unless he met other privileged cultivators. The sky seemed the only target left in a world that could satisfy Noah. That place had even gained a new interesting vibe after Dinia revealed what heaven and earth could offer. The sole idea of gazing on the paths past the sky almost made Noah and King Elbaz unable to focus on other projects. However, the group couldn't leave right away, especially after witnessing Dinia's power. Noah had decided to start the mission in the sky once he and his companions completed their preparations. Yet that could take a while. They intended to infiltrate the very home of an enemy capable of controlling the entire world. They didn't know if they would feel confident even after spending millennia planning the journey. Confidence wasn't the core of the mission. King Elbaz and Noah had to reach the sky since the rest of the world couldn't satisfy their requirements. The former even needed a chunk of that white material to stabilize his new existence. The matter wasn't as vital for Noah, but it would be soon since it was becoming clear that his current power was already reaching its limits. Noah's situation had multiple issues that the 9th rank was highlighting in ways that he didn't foresee. His companions were turning into existences worthy of his incredible standards, which made his superior centers of power unable to keep up. He probably had the best foundation in the entirety of the immortal lands, but that alone wasn't enough to contain so many unique creatures. Only Night, the Cursed Sword, and the Parasite had reached the 9th rank, but that was already enough to create problems. Snore, Shafu, and Duanlong had yet to step at that level, but they would inevitably worsen his condition after their breakthroughs. Night, Snore, Shafu, and Duanlong could avoid causing too many problems for Noah. He couldn't do anything about the weight of their existence, but they could decide not to absorb too much energy from the environment. That could give Noah enough space to continue to grow, but he didn't want his companions to limit their improvements, especially when they weren't to blame. The Cursed Sword could literally kill him at its current level, so they would never be the most significant aspect of the issue. Bringing his centers of power to the 9th rank was the only solution to the problem. His Dantian could remain behind, but his body was in desperate need of the breakthrough. Noah had reached the point when he couldn't withstand the same power that he had forced his companions to seize, and he couldn't allow that to continue. It went against everything he believed in. It felt almost hilarious to face those problems after going through countless years of insane requirements. Noah had nearly believed that his body would be able to withstand everything, but he had ended up surpassing his own expectations. His assets were approaching the same amazing state that had been unique to his centers of power until now. The solution existed, and Noah even felt to have a clear path toward it. The only issue came from the location that could solve his problem. Only the sky had enough energy to satisfy all his assets, so the mission had to start as soon as possible. King Elbaz and Sepunia dealt with the black metal while Noah focused on the dragon. The group had to develop countermeasures for heaven and earth's power and gain a new ally. Luckily for them, both projects relied on their knowledge about that unique material. "Can you stop studying me and start doing something?" The dragon voiced an annoyed growl. "Stop complaining." Noah snorted as he continued to use the dark world to inspect the creature's current state. "I'm trying to reverse something that heaven and earth have completed in countless years. I don't know how possible it is to bring you back to your previous state. I thought you were one of heaven and earth's major problems," the dragon complained. "It turns out you can't even deal with a single curse." Noah felt the vague desire to kill the dragon on the spot, but he held himself back as different approaches took form in his mind. Truth be told, he had underestimated how deeply heaven and earth had affected the creature, and the modified black metal inside it even limited his influence. The transformation had even affected far more than the body. The dragon was a rank 9 magical beast, so its power released an influence that resembled a world. That aura targeted heaven and earth's enemies and weakened their power even if it felt safe. Heaven and earth had done an excellent job at creating an incredible living weapon. Noah could see how the rulers were preparing themselves for the final battle. The improved cultivators and the modified dragons probably were only some of the assets that would join the last struggle before the second attempt to reach the 10th rank. Still, they were already threatening enough to worry him. "My team can probably deal with these threats," Noah thought as his inspection continued. But the dragons don't have any chance. The final battle didn't look too grim. Heaven and earth were immense and had an army of assets that Noah couldn't inspect in its entirety. However, the opposite side had the dragons, the monster outside the sky, the old rulers, and his organization. The world is probably forcing this balance to happen, Noah thought as approaches continued to form and shatter in his mind. It initially favored our side, but the scales of heaven and earth's fairness have slowly started to move on the opposite side due to our power. The talk about heaven and earth's fairness was clear in his mind and revealed a flaw that he had started to experience in the last period. Noah and his companions were freeing the rulers of their restrictions as they continued to step on the 9th rank. The dormant state probably was the only reason behind the temporary lack of harsher punishments. Noah couldn't stop getting stronger, and he couldn't ask his companions to do that either. He didn't care about the world system. He preferred to make the balance unable to understand his power rather than bend to it. "What if you never went back to your previous form?" Noah asked as he understood how he wanted to proceed. "I want my body back," the dragon roared. "To what end, if I may?" Noah questioned. "Heaven and earth have captured you once. They can do it again if you limit yourself to going back to your previous form. Instead, I can give you the chance to transform again and become something that they can't touch so easily." Undoing heaven and earth's transformation was theoretically possible. Noah would have to remove all the modified dark metal from the dragon, take away the organ that had learnt to produce it, purify the rest of the body, and shatter it so that it could regain its natural state. The process would obviously feature issues that Noah had yet to decide how to handle. The modified dark metal was toxic for his existence due to its conflicting nature with heaven and earth's system. He didn't know how to approach it, but a solution would eventually arrive as long as he worked with King Elbaz. However, reverting the transformation would only bring the dragon back to square one, among the other magical beasts that were already losing against heaven and earth. That wouldn't help anyone. Noah would probably benefit from that act of defiance, but he wanted far more. Heaven and earth's fairness was tilting in the ruler's favor, and Noah couldn't stop that trend. Getting stronger had always been mandatory, and the same applied to his companions. It might even reach a point when that system started to create flaws for them, so he had to amass enough power to ignore eventual suppressions. Noah was a true master in empowering others and forcing them to fulfill their true potential. He could even make them go beyond what their natural state and experiences allowed, but that required time and drastic approaches. "I can't do it against your will," Noah explained. Well, I can, but the transformation will fail if you don't work with me. Becoming an actual threat to heaven and earth will also depend on you. What do I have to gain from that then? The dragon asked through a low growl. A chance, Noah exclaimed. Every existence in the world has innate abilities, but they turn into limits when it comes to your kind. Even the higher ranks of the cultivation journey can't remove them completely. You have been lucky enough to be born as a dragon, but not as the best of them, and surely not as something capable of hurting heaven and earth. I am a proud dragon, the dragon roared angrily. I won't let you belittle my species. Noah's eyes grew cold before he lifted his head to voice a deafening roar. The dark matter around him shook and echoed his proud cry, but nothing left the dark world. Still, King Elbaz and Sepunia interrupted their study of the dark metal to glare at him. Noah ignored those admonishing gazes and remained focused on the dragon. He knew how magical beasts thought, but he needed to see if the creature could transcend its natural state and strive to be more than a mere mass of hunger. Pride is useless if you die, Noah stated. Heaven and earth have built an army of insects to counter your kind, and they have succeeded. The dragons will lose, and I'll respect your decision if you decide to die among them, but don't use your instincts to justify your actions. A cultivator wouldn't have been able to affect the dragon's mindset, but Noah was different. He wasn't only a hybrid. He had transcended the three species and had stepped on a realm that the creature couldn't describe. It could only feel through its instincts that Noah was above everything it had ever seen. Will you turn me into you? The dragon eventually questioned. No one should become someone else, Noah scolded. I will give you a chance to become you, your true you, but nothing else. You suck at bargains, the dragon complained. This has never been a bargain, Noah revealed. I don't care about you, but you have been lucky enough to meet us after experiencing long years of mental torture. You have experienced enough to suit a possible transformation, but the decision must be yours. The dragon lowered its head as conflicting thoughts filled its mind. The creature wanted revenge against heaven and earth, but it desired to accomplish that in its original form. However, the dragon wasn't dumb or delusional. It had even spent enough time away from the island to have recovered the entirety of its mental faculties. The beast knew how hard accomplishing that feat would be. After all, it had already lost against heaven and earth once. The event had even been entirely one-sided. What will become of me if I accept your offer? The dragon voiced its last warriors. Heaven and earth have already taken away a lot of what I was. How much of me will remain if I transform again? Noah's eyes flickered in surprise. He didn't expect such an existential question from the dragon. He felt forced to reevaluate the creature. It seemed that its experience inside the island had already made its mindset evolve past its species' limits. You will be nothing more than yourself, Noah explained. The dragon raised its head and fixed its reptilian eyes on Noah. Its instincts warned it about the power that he held over magical beasts. Those sensations were an innate part of its species, and a tinge of annoyance eventually appeared next to them. The restraints on the dragon didn't prevent it from inspecting the battle in the void. It had seen Noah and the others fighting against an expert far stronger than them. It had witnessed a defeat that didn't lead to their deaths. Instead, the trio was even planning to raise the stakes with the next mission. The limits enforced by its instincts felt pointless in front of that scene. Noah was right. Pride was useless if it led to death, especially if that feeling came from features outside its control. I'll allow you to transform me, the dragon announced, and Noah limited himself to nod before glancing at the two experts near the massive slab of dark metal. King Elbaz and Sepunia had also experienced the enlightenment that the dark metal awarded to those worthy of carrying its destructiveness. King Elbaz had resisted that force easily since his existence didn't have anything specific against heaven and earth, but the process had been harder for Sepunia. Noah's ambition had filled the seed that had given birth to her new world. It was only normal for her to share part of his hostility. Luckily for her, King Elbaz had interrupted the process when he sensed that Sepunia was transforming into an avatar of the dark metal. He wouldn't mind if she truly wanted her world to reach that state, but he couldn't watch his creation experiencing that corruption. Noah's inspection had no special meaning. He was simply looking at the metal while the dragon's existential question and Dinia's words resounded in his mind. His new companion deserved the best treatment in the world, and the privileged cultivator had probably given him an idea on how to proceed. Mere energy can't do the trick when it comes to the 9th rank, Noah thought. Purity generates power. I can cut the dragon into pieces and rebuild it according to a powerful blueprint, but that might be the wrong approach. Noah moved his eyes back to the dragon and fused his mental waves with the dark world to enhance his inspection. His higher energy partially allowed him to ignore the effects of the modified metal and inspect it properly. He could see how the material was basically identical to the melted part of the giant slab. Heaven and earth had only affected its nature and changed its effects. I can probably avoid an invasive procedure, Noah guessed. I might even gain some battle experience about the actual 9th rank. Heaven and earth didn't transform the dark metal. They had changed its nature by affecting it with their world. They had corrupted it by modifying the dragons, but Noah guessed that he could partially revert that as long as he removed the ruler's influence. Noah didn't want to change the dragon's body. He planned to invade its existence and destroy the parts affected by heaven and earth. In theory, the process would allow the dark metal to regain its natural properties. That approach had two problems. First of all, Noah didn't know if the dragon would survive the procedure since it would lose part of its existence. The dark world could help it fill some blank spots, but the difference in the quality of energy could affect the outcome. The second problem involved the tools that Noah had to use to perform the procedure. Heaven and earth's influence would be his opponent, so he had to rely on a form of energy that could invade the dragon's existence and defeat that power. His darkness had the right features to deal with heaven and earth's influence, but it might fail to affect it deeply enough to free the dragon. His higher energy was stronger but also heavier, and it might end up damaging the creature forever. Noah didn't even consider his primary energy, mostly because he had a perfect option at hand. His mind was in the 9th rank, and his mental energy could devour fuels with similar properties. Moreover, he could rely on his ethereal blackness with that center of power. That approach removed most of the technical issues that usually accompanied his projects. Noah didn't need to create a blueprint for the dragon's new body. He didn't have to perform a thorough study of the creature's functions either. He only had to remove everything connected to heaven and earth. In theory, Noah could start the process right away. Magical beasts didn't develop worlds in the 9th rank, but their auras gained similar properties when it came to their pressure and weight. Heaven and earth's modifications didn't change that either, so Noah only had to unleash his mental waves and find what had gone through the transformation. However, the dragon naturally hindered Noah's power, and heaven and earth's transformation had been thorough. He expected every cell of its body to carry traces of the ruler's corruption. Affecting such dense laws with mere mental waves wasn't ideal, but Noah had two trump cards. His bloodlust and ethereal blackness could make him deal with hurdles otherwise impossible to overcome. Yet, he still needed to understand how to force his way inside that hostile existence. Noah unfolded his consciousness before condensing it into thin strands that approached different spots of the dragon. The tips of those threads vanished as soon as they pierced the dark scales, and Noah added more mental energy to see for how long the dark metal could stop him. The dark metal had already enlightened Noah about its properties, and he didn't take long to gain a general idea of its modified version. His destruction eventually affected that influence and allowed his mental waves to proceed deeper inside the dragon's body. Noah quickly understood that the situation was as bad as he had predicted. The dragon had a slim figure due to its skeletal appearance, but every inch of its body carried heaven and earth's influence. That feature intensified near an oval organ connected to its stomach since it was the source of the altered dark metal. The dragon would need far more than precise attacks. Noah had to bathe it in his consciousness to affect all its body, but he didn't start the project right away. He took that chance to perform a few tests that would give him a clearer idea of what he was up against. Noah initially tested if his mind could really remove heaven and earth's influence. He picked a single scale and increased the amount of mental energy there until a reaction happened. His anger and destruction fused with the innate properties of his thoughts to make them devour the ruler's power. A wave of energy flowed inside Noah's mind and forced the center of power to expand. The improvement was almost unnoticeable, but it confirmed that the approach worked. Yet, the scale didn't remain free of that influence since the rest of the body soon affected it. The event had been relatively quick, and Noah didn't even retract his presence. But he couldn't prevent the scale from falling back under heaven and earth's system. That was a simple, instinctive reaction that he knew far too well. The body of a magical beast would naturally strive for balance, and the dragon was on the ruler's side for now. I need to affect more areas at the same time, Noah thought as a sigh escaped his mouth. I'm not only fighting heaven and earth's influence. They have turned the dragon on their side, so its instincts have become my enemy. Noah performed more tests until he felt ready to start the procedure. He made the dark world create an isolated area that enhanced the properties of his mental energy before confirming that the dragon was still willing to proceed. The creature had experienced a taste of what removing heaven and earth's influence felt like, but its resolve remained firm. Noah filled the isolated area with dense mental waves that used the dark matter to condense themselves beyond their natural limits. They didn't immediately seep inside the dragon. He waited until he accumulated enough power to sweep heaven and earth's influence in a quick move. The hungry pressure that Noah's mental waves radiated worried the dragon. It could feel their desire to devour a big part of its existence, but it suppressed its instincts to run away. That procedure was necessary to stop being a mere pawn in a war that it couldn't affect. Noah didn't give any warning. His mental energy fell on the dragon and seeped into its body as soon as it reached the desired density level. A wave of pain immediately filled the creature as Noah's consciousness started devouring every law belonging to heaven and earth's system. But his actual attack had yet to begin. The dragon's body opposed the process, but it couldn't do anything when scarlet shades spread among the mental waves. The pain intensified as cracks opened on his scales and blood spurted out of them. The procedure was hurting it deeply, but that was within Noah's calculations. The external parts of the dragon's body became free of heaven and earth's influence in no time, but Noah only increased the amount of energy poured into the process. He dug deeper until only the organ with the dark metal remained unaffected by his mental waves. That last step appeared insurmountable. Noah's mental energy vanished as soon as it tried to get near the organ, so he decided to use the ethereal blackness. His mind experienced a massive improvement as soon as the black fuel in his incomplete world filled it, and the mental waves deployed in the project also benefited from that event. Noah finally saw his mental waves seeping inside the organ and spreading their destruction among the dark metal. But something strange happened inside his mind as energy flowed inside it. His walls began to release a humming noise that sounded familiar. Noah let his consciousness handle the rest of the process as he focused on the insides of his mind. Part of the energy absorbed during the procedure accumulated above his mental sea and took the shape of a crackling figure. Heaven and Earth's avatar had appeared inside his center of power. "What's the point of you materializing here?" Noah asked through his ethereal figure as the black hole sent dark matter to reinforce the area. "You don't have enough energy to hurt me. Your main consciousness is even in a dormant state." "We didn't miss your arrogance," the avatar said in heaven and earth's androgynous voice. "We have an offer to make before you try to enter our sky." Noah's ethereal figure didn't show any reaction to the avatar's words, and his mental sea also remained silent. Part of his attention went on the dragon, but he quickly retracted it when he confirmed that everything was going fine. He could focus on heaven and earth, but his thoughts inevitably created taunts. "Did you start to fear me?" Noah asked before landing in front of the crackling avatar. "We fear no one," the avatar calmly replied. "It would make sense," Noah added, without bothering to address heaven and earth's words. "You are getting too many enemies. The monster and the dragons were fine, but your old self must make you shake in fear. You might not have time to deal with me." "Nonsense," heaven and earth said. "You are lucky your friend managed to summon the paths past our sky. You wouldn't have such freedom otherwise. That's the whole point, isn't it?" Noah laughed. "You can't control what my group will achieve. You are blind to our paths, which is why you want to absorb us. You can stop pretending that our offer doesn't interest you, the avatar stated, and Noah went silent. Noah didn't move, but he used the mental energy that his mind wasn't deploying in the project to inspect the avatar. He couldn't understand anything from heaven and earth's current form, but his experience made him sure about the nature of the offer. The rulers needed help, but they were definitely adding a trap to the mission. Go on. Noah eventually gave in. Speak. You don't have the power to survive in the sky. Heaven and earth started the negotiations. The dark metal can only give you a chance. But do you really want to risk everything for a friend? We thought demons only cared about themselves. Get to the point, Noah sighed. I know that you are scared about my influence, but you should try to hide it a bit. The avatar fell silent for a few seconds. Noah's words were as sharp as ever, even if it had mentioned an actual change in his character. We want you to take a detour before trying to get in the sky. Heaven and earth soon continued. The monster has managed to create something. We want you to seize it and give it to us. Why would I even do that? Noah chuckled. Send your underlings there. I believe you have finally upgraded them. Don't play dumb, the avatar uttered. We have empowered those laws by throwing them away. We can't interact with them. Noah called upon everything learnt about the monster past the sky. Heaven and earth had given it power by mistake. Their simple act of throwing away laws had transformed them into flaws amassed into a giant structure. Truth be told, Noah also feared the monster's power. His sharpness could hurt it since it reminded it of the severing from the sky, but it was a troublesome opponent. Moreover, the creature was massive, and it had probably grown after Sword Saint's breakthrough. Heaven and earth had to throw away many laws to balance the loss of the true meanings related to the sword path, so the empty creature's power must have increased. The monster's non-existence was something that even King Elbaz had to give up studying. The issue was with the emptiness of that power. The creature had no features or other characteristics that the experts could inspect. In theory, the monster had the power to unleash a mess in the higher plane, but it had an innate fear of the sky. Also, it had a deep attraction toward the existences that managed to oppose heaven and earth. Noah planned to use the monster against heaven and earth at some point, but he had yet to come up with a proper idea. The creature's nature made it troublesome to exploit, and reaching it also was a big issue. You can interact with the monster, Noah guessed as his knowledge gave birth to an idea. But you are afraid that your involvement might cause a shift in its nature. Heaven and earth fell silent again. They couldn't believe how Noah always managed to guess correctly, but they soon accepted that hiding the truth was pointless. You are correct, the avatar admitted. The monster fears our light too much even to begin thinking about a possible attack. We want to keep things like this, which is why we came to you. You didn't come to me, Noah corrected. I got in your way again, and you took that chance to talk to me. Don't try to make it sound like a plan. We did plan to contact you, Heaven and Earth repeated. Sword Saint simply delayed our appearance. Or maybe he delayed your other plan, Noah responded. Come on. You have already tried to do something similar. You'll probably leave me in the void if I try to work with you. I'd rather reach the part when we kill each other without falling for your schemes. Don't you want to know what the monster has created? The avatar asked. Don't you want to hear what we are willing to offer? Noah was ready to mock the rulers again, but their behavior suddenly gave him an idea. He realized that heaven and earth didn't need him to accept their offer. It was enough for them to mention that the monster had given birth to something valuable to arouse his curiosity. Tell me, Noah played dumb, but he felt that heaven and earth didn't miss the slight hesitation in his reply. The monster has given birth to a non-world, heaven and earth revealed. It's gaining harmony at an incredible pace. It won't take much before it develops a proper consciousness and starts flying toward the sky. I see that as your problem, Noah chuckled. Why would I even solve it for you? Do you think that the monster will stop at the sky? Heaven and earth asked. Its non-existence is an enemy of everything that lives. It will go after everything that exists. You will still be the first target, Noah uttered. Only if you are lucky, the Avatar declared. "We can always make it pass through the sky and let it hunt you down first. Also, the situation won't improve even if it fights us first. A change in the rulers of this world won't help you." "Let me worry about that." Noah quickly dismissed that silent threat. "What would I receive in exchange for the non-world? We will let you use what we have developed to inspect the paths." Heaven and earth revealed. "We are still far away from finding destruction and creation, but space and time are easy to inspect. I want to see them before going after the monster," Noah stated. "Keep dreaming," the Avatar replied. "That ends the negotiation then," Noah decided before slashing his ethereal hands toward the Avatar. Slashes came out of his fingers and shattered the Avatar into countless pieces. Heaven and earth's will was still there, so they could struggle to survive a few more seconds. They could avoid falling prey to Noah's mental sea to make a new offer, but they didn't. Noah wore a cold expression as he inspected his mental energy devouring that dust of tainted fuel. Heaven and earth's silence confirmed his previous guess, but he didn't feel too happy about that. It seemed that another mission in the void had to follow the journey inside the sky. King Elbaz had made it clear that the sky had to come before everything else, and Noah couldn't go against that, especially after accepting that his companions were becoming too heavy to bear at his current level. Both of them required energy that only the white layer could provide, so they had to prioritize that mission to fix their existence. However, heaven and earth had a point. Noah felt relatively sure that they had spoken the truth, meaning that the monster outside the sky could become a great problem for everyone. The non-world was also interesting. Noah had seen how powerful the non-existence could be, so the superior realm could only bring steep improvements. It might have even solved the natural weakness that afflicted that empty creature. The non-world could turn into a weapon or a powerful opponent, and Noah wanted to effect that path as soon as possible. He didn't believe himself to be heaven and earth's sole hope of dealing with that empty creature, so he wanted to arrive there before them. Noah moved his complete focus back on the dragon. The procedure had long since reached its last phase, and he didn't need to do much to complete it. His empowered mental energy only had to finish devouring the last brims of heaven and earth's influence to free the creature. The dragon struggled in pain while Noah's mental energy removed heaven and earth's influence from its existence. The creature had turned into a mess of injuries, blood, and gore, and its condition didn't improve after the procedure ended. Yet, Noah made sure to immerse it in the dark world to help its innate healing properties. The dragon was unresponsive, but its body still worked. The resilience of the magical beasts was incredible, especially in a specimen that had fused with a powerful substance. Still, the damage caused by Noah's mental energy affected more than the simple flesh. It dealt with the very laws in its fabric, and fixing it required more energy than Noah had initially predicted. "Elbaz, energy," Noah shouted without adding more details. "You must stop using me as a power source," King Elbaz complained from his position next to the layer of black metal. "Do you know how long do I need to refill my stashes every time I help you?" "I know that you are still using Divine Architect's reward," Noah replied. "I earned that," King Elbaz continued. "Come on," Noah sighed. "I just had to deal with heaven and earth. Don't make it harder than it already is." King Elbaz and Sepunia stopped inspecting the black metal to turn toward Noah. They had vaguely learnt the details of the procedure, but they understood that Noah meant something else with his words. The two experts flew toward Noah, and King Elbaz handed him a rectangular metallic chunk in the middle tier. Noah didn't hesitate to make the dark world devour the item and send its energy toward the dragon to give it enough power to fix its existence. The healing process picked up speed, but it didn't limit itself to the injuries. New muscles slowly grew under the cracked scales, and faint red shades started to cover the creature. A transformation had begun, and Noah could only nod at that sight. "What did you mean with heaven and earth?" King Elbaz asked. Noah felt slightly tired. He had called upon the power of his ethereal blackness, and the energy absorbed from the dragon had prevented his mind from falling into its usual mental coma. He would rather rest than describe the negotiation with heaven and earth, but his companion's curiosity was impossible to ignore. They offered me the chance to study the arrays past the sky, Noah summarized. But they wanted me to deal with the empty monster. Apparently, it has developed a non-world. I didn't expect them to ask your help, Sepunia commented. The original plan involved the normal cultivators in their system. How much do you know about that? Noah questioned. Not much, Sepunia explained. It's not a matter of memories. Heaven and Earth didn't disclose details since the monster had yet to develop a non-world. I believe they had yet to pick the laws to send there. They will probably send cultivators who have the least chance of affecting the monster's nature, Noah guessed. They might have special bodies ready to fill with unique worlds, Sepunia stated. The sky can turn into a massive workshop if the situation requires it, and Divine Architect is only the lead inscription master. Heaven and Earth might really succeed. Then we have to get there before them, Noah uttered. Which means getting stronger in the sky, King Elbaz finally spoke. This non-world is too dangerous to fall in Heaven and Earth's hands. And we are too weak to deal with it, Noah added when he understood that King Elbaz was considering prioritizing the monster over the stability of his existence. Heaven and Earth would be nothing more than a stepping stone if they didn't have eras of preparation more than us, King Elbaz cursed. They are still stepping stones, Noah commented. Annoying and troublesome stepping stones. King Elbaz nodded before pointing at the layer of dark metal in the distance and explaining the results of his inspection. I can come up with weapons, but I believe we should focus on protections. Hiding our presence should also be a priority, but I can fuse that with the defenses. Noah had stolen an immense amount of dark metal from the island, but that resource remained limited. The three experts were even affecting the world's fairness by using it against Heaven and Earth, so there was a chance that they might halt its natural appearance forever. The group had to plan how to use the metal in different projects and even leave some of it in its raw form in case they needed it in the future. However, a growl suddenly resounded in the area and attracted their attention. The dragon had transformed during its healing process. It had retained its strange neck, but it wasn't skinny anymore. Thick layers of muscles had appeared under its dark red scales, and its wings had broadened, transforming into body parts that could endure its new weight. Can you use your innate ability? Noah quickly asked through a growl. The dragon felt a bit dizzy, but it still nodded and activated its strange organ. A black substance immediately filled its neck and flowed down its spikes. Noah, Sepunia, and King Elbaz made sure to inspect the effects of the liquid on the dark matter. The two materials didn't fuse, but they didn't try to destroy each other either. Noah stretched his arm and tested the effects of the dark liquid on his body. Nothing happened to his mind when it touched the material. He felt the familiar trust iconic of the black metal, but his limb remained intact. The procedure had been a success. You are still transforming, Noah explained before retracting his hand. Being with me will also remove the limits of your species, so your body will continue to change as you absorb energy. Yet, you are on a path that opposes the sky now. All magical beasts are, the dragon complained. Not like this, Noah revealed before gathering the dark liquid released by the dragon. Smiles appeared among the group. The three experts didn't have to hold back anymore now. They had just obtained an endless source of dark metal.